The gate Lin Han hangs by a thread, with the side of the demonic path looming overhead. In this desperate situation, a mysterious system activates, bestowing the Yin-Yang Unity upon him. In search of a path to survival and to defy fate, he embarks on a unique journey of immortality, branching out and forging myriad connections with fellow cultivators. Offspring multiply, bloodlines nourish. Who says that cultivating immortality must be a path of hardship? A multitude of children can also lead to sanctity. Chapter 1. Awakening in Desperation. Lin Han, the task of transporting supplies is entrusted to you this time. Within the Chamber of Affairs, Steward Wang squinted his triangular eyes into slits and casually tossed a storage bag over. Lin Han instinctively caught it. The bag felt icy to the touch, and his heart sank heavily. Lingxi Town? Steward Wang, isn't that near Heaven Cliff? I've heard there are demonic cultivators lurking about recently. What? Steward Wang's voice suddenly turned cold. How dare Amir question the sect arrangements? Before he could finish, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. The aura of the seventh layer of qi refinement felt like an invisible mountain pressing down on Lin Han's shoulders, causing his legs to weaken and nearly buckle beneath him. We depart punctually at the hour of Chun tomorrow. If the sect spirit herbs are delayed in storage, I'll first take your skin. Lin Han gritted his teeth and silently exited the Chamber of Affairs, his fingers turning pale from gripping the storage bag too tightly. Throughout the entire Qinglan sect, who does not know of that cursed place, Heaven Cliff, the demonic cultivators of the blood slaughter sect appear and vanish like phantoms, having caused 3 entire batches of disciples transporting supplies to mysteriously disappear without a trace. This is a death sentence for me. Lin Han lamented. 3 years ago, he traversed into this world of cultivation, believing himself to be the destined child, capable of swift vengeance like the protagonists in novels, commanding the winds and clouds. Yet what was the reality? With 4 spiritual roots, he was the lowest of the low, reduced to a mere VE in the Qinglan sect, subject to humiliation. After 3 grueling years of cultivation, his power barely reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement. The next morning, before the sky had fully brightened, Lin Han rode the Qinglin horse provided by the sect, racing along the rugged mountain path towards Lingxi Town. At his waist hung a low-grade, unremarkable flying sword, and tucked within his clothes were 3 fireball talismans, his last lifeline bought with all he had. I must not encounter any demonic cultivators. Lin Han repetitively muttered, feeling uneasy, yet heaven seemed to delight in such cruel jokes. Just as he reached the territory of Heaven Cliff, a blood-red shadow suddenly burst forth from the forest without warning. Jia, another one here to die? The newcomer donned a blood-red robe, his countenance sinister, and the overwhelming stench of blood wafted through the air, inducing a wave of nausea from a distance. He is a disciple of the Xue Sha Zone. Lin Han's scalp tingled instantly, his soul nearly escaping him as he yanked on the reins, desperate to turn and flee. Yet the demonic cultivator merely waved a hand dismissively, and a flash of crimson light surged forth. Su Yuqing. The Qinglin horse let out a mournful cry as all 4 of its legs were abruptly severed. Lin Han was hurled through the air, tumbling awkwardly on the ground for several rolls, and before he could rise, a foot came crashing down onto his chest. Gata! The sound of breaking ribs rang out sharply, and Lin Han instinctively curled his body, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. A trifling cultivator at the 3rd layer of qi refinement dares to deliver vegetables to me? The demonic cultivator sneered, advancing step by step, the aura of blood and slaughter nearly consuming Lin Han. In the depths of despair, Lin Han's trembling hand reached for the fireball talisman hidden in his robes. Shooting, another flash of bloodlight pierced through Lin Han's palm, pinning it firmly to the ground. Don't be in such a hurry to die. The demonic cultivator looked down at Lin Han from a lofty height, as if admiring an intriguing toy. I will savor your slow demise, perfectly replenishing my blood and slaughter energy. Agonizing pain surged forth, and Lin Han's consciousness began to blur, the world before him spinning wildly. Could it really end like this? After traversing realms, without even truly touching the threshold of cultivation, would he perish in this desolate wilderness? Detection of host nearing death, Activation conditions for the system met. Multi-child blessing system initiating. A cold, mechanical voice abruptly detonated in his mind. The purpose of this system: the more children born, the more trees planted, the greater the progeny, the higher the cultivation level. Beginner's gift package issued. Shisue Dan X1, Yin-Yang Ha Gong X1. Cultivation level increased by 1 tier. In an instant, an indescribable warmth surged throughout his body. The fractured ribs emitted a series of soft cracking sounds as they began to rejoin on their own. The palm, pierced by the blood arrow, healed at a visibly rapid pace, leaving no trace of scar. More astonishingly, the once pitifully thin spiritual energy within his dantian was now wildly surging. Fourth layer of Qi refinement. Lin Han abruptly lifted his head. The demonic cultivator clearly sensed something amiss, the sneer on his face freezing in place. A breakthrough in the heat of battle? Interesting, but still not enough. Before the demonic cultivator could finish speaking, Lin Han's spiritual energy began to operate autonomously, following an arcane and unfamiliar technique. Lin Han's hands, moving uncontrollably, formed a peculiar seal, and a beam of intertwined black and white energy erupted forth from his palm. Yin-Yang Chi. For the first time, fear appeared on the face of the demonic cultivator, and the hastily erected blood-red shield was instantly pierced by the beam of light. At the moment the beam penetrated his chest, Lin Han distinctly saw the violent spiritual energy within him being decomposed into the most primal essence of Yin and Yang. Boom! The entire figure erupted with a thunderous blast. Amidst the rain of blood, Lin Han stared blankly at his hands, momentarily at a loss. First enemy kill, reward. 5 enhancement to spiritual root quality. Current task: find a Tao partner and conceive offspring. Task reward: enhance host cultivation based on the quality of the offspring's spiritual root. The cold, mechanical voice echoed once more. Lin Han took a deep breath and rummaged through the shattered remains of the demonic cultivator, retrieving a storage bag. Inside, besides a dozen lower-grade spiritual stones, there was a book titled Blood Slaughter Technique and a blood red token. Duo Fu System? Lin Han murmured to himself, and then an uncontrollable laughter erupted from his throat, growing louder with each moment. So this is the way of cultivation. It seems Lin Han's path to immortality is destined for a transformation. Chapter 2, A Taste of Sweetness. On the way back to the sect, Lin Han continuously savored the system reward of Yin-Yang Gong in his mind. This technique is simply a divine skill for dual cultivation. Not only does it allow for rapid advancement through the harmony of Yin and Yang, but it also enhances the constitution of the Tao partner, with additional rewards for offspring. Most importantly, being produced by the system guarantees its quality, devoid of any side effects typical of ordinary dual cultivation techniques, instead capable of harmonizing Yin and Yang to cure hidden injuries. No wonder that demonic cultivator looked as though he had seen a ghost before he died. That fellow had no idea that the coveted furnace for refining would turn into Lin Han's experience package. At that moment, a sudden clash of metal and the sharp reprimand of a woman erupted from the depths of the forest. Lin Han immediately concealed all his aura, stealthily approaching like a wraith. In a clearing among the trees, a female disciple clad in the outer attire of Qinglan's sect was being driven back by 2 massive ironback howlers. Her left arm was already stained crimson with blood. Although her swordplay was exquisite, her spiritual energy was clearly depleted, her steps faltering, and it seemed she was on the verge of falling prey to the wolves. Su Yuqing. Lin Han recognized her at a glance. She was an outer disciple from Danding Peak at the 5th level of Qi refining and was considered a beauty of some renown in the sect. There was no time to hesitate. Lin Han formed his fingers into the shape of a sword, and the newly born Yin and Yang energy within him instantly converged, transforming into a fierce and unparalleled sword aura that shot forth. Puff! One of the ironback howlers, unable to evade, was severed in half at the waist, its foul entrails spilling onto the ground. Whoa! The other beast, witnessing its companion's gruesome demise, did not retreat. Instead, its eyes turned crimson as it lunged at Lin Han with a roar, emitting a nauseating stench from its gaping maw. Lin Han snorted coldly, advancing rather than retreating, as the newly learned Yin-Yang Gong activated within him, causing two streams of light, one black and one white, to manifest above his hands. Bang! A firm Yin-Yang palm struck fiercely upon the wolf's head. The beast could only emit a brief, mournful howl before it collapsed with a resounding thud, blood gushing from its 7 orifices, dead beyond revival. Thank you, senior brother, for saving me. Su Yuqing gasped in gratitude, propping herself against her sword, but upon seeing Lin Han clad in a drab servant's garb, she was momentarily stunned. Lin Han paid no heed to her astonishment, his gaze fixated on the wound on her abdomen, his brow furrowing tightly. It was a deep claw mark that exposed bone, the flesh surrounding it taking on a peculiar shade of dark blue-black. The wolf's claw is poisoned. If not treated immediately, even a deity cannot save you, Lin Han declared decisively, stepping forward to support her beneath a tree, retrieving a detoxification pill freshly acquired from a demonic cultivator's bounty from his storage bag. Su Yuqing was startled by Lin Han's actions, instinctively shrinking back in caution. Which peak servant are you? How did you end up here? Lingyao Garden, Lin Han. I just returned from delivering supplies to Lingxi Town. Lin Han replied succinctly, his hands never pausing as he ground the pill into powder and applied it directly to her wound. Bear with it. It will sting a bit. Ah! The sharp pain elicited a cry from her, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on her forehead, soaking the strands at her temples. Yet, the effect was immediate, the horrifying dark hue visibly receding, the wound quickly halting its bleeding and forming a scab. Lin Han feigned a profound smile, a family remedy, quick to act, though it does hurt a little. In truth, Lin Han subtly manipulated a trace of yin-yang energy. This technique excelled in harmonizing yin and yang, and detoxification and healing were merely auxiliary functions. Su Yuqing felt a refreshing sensation emanating from the wound, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Such an impressive pill. Thank you, senior brother Lin. Just call me Lin Han. Lin Han waved his hand dismissively. Can you walk? I will escort you back to the sect. She struggled to rise, but her body went limp, nearly toppling over. Lin Han reacted swiftly, catching her, the soft warmth of her body pressed against him, a faint scent of delicate orchid wafting into his nostrils. At that moment, a notification sound rang in his mind. Suitable Dao partner detected. Shui Mu with dual spirit roots, recommended to take as a companion. First offspring reward doubled. Lin Han felt a surge of warmth in his heart, and Su Yuqing seemed to sense his unusual reaction, her fair face flushing crimson, flustered and unsure. Lin, senior brother, you. Lin Han did not respond, but suddenly spoke. There is stagnation of yin energy within you. Has something gone awry with your cultivation of the Han Shui Ju? She stared at him, wide-eyed as if he had stepped on her tail. How do you know? Lin Han smiled enigmatically. I possess some knowledge of medicine. This ailment cannot be cured with pills. It will only worsen if delayed. Then, what should I do? She pressed urgently, clearly troubled by this issue for quite some time. Lin Han leaned closer to her crystal-clear ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Harmony of yin and yang is the optimal strategy. Su Yuqing was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly grasped Lin Han's meaning, her ears flushing crimson. You shameless. What Lin Han speaks of is a legitimate dual cultivation method. Lin Han, unfazed, produced the jade slip of Yin-Yang Gong, stating, this is an ancient, orthodox technique handed down through the ages, not the sinister arts of the demonic path. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. She hesitantly accepted the jade slip, probing its contents with her consciousness. Her initial embarrassment and anger soon transformed into astonishment, ultimately giving way to disbelief. This technique is remarkably profound. Lin Han can assist you, but of course, the choice is yours. Lin Han shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. The forest was eerily quiet, save for the rustling of leaves in the wind. Su Yuqing lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling, revealing the internal conflict she faced. After what felt like an eternity, she finally uttered a few words in a voice as faint as a whisper. I am willing to give it a try. Lin Han's heart soared with joy, yet he maintained a calm exterior. There's a cave ahead. Let us first tend to our injuries. Inside the cave, Lin Han and Su Yuqing sat facing each other, their palms meeting as described in the technique. Warm, vigorous qi flowed continuously into her body, and the cold, yin energy within her was swiftly neutralized and dissolved, revealing a healthy flush on her previously pale complexion. "How do you feel?" Lin Han asked softly. "Good. So comfortable," she murmured absent-mindedly, her gaze dreamy. As the technique progressed, an invisible force continually drew them closer together. At the moment their lips met, the yin and yang energies within them erupted in a harmonious fusion. Yin-Yang harmony completed, host cultivation level elevated to the peak of qi refinement, 4th layer. Soulmate binding successful. Su Yuqing, affinity 65 out of 100. It was unclear how long they remained in that mystical state before Lin Han and Su Yuqing slowly awakened. Su Yuqing bashfully adjusted her disheveled attire, no longer resisting Lin Han's closeness as she had before. "This technique is truly extraordinary." She marveled at the unprecedented smoothness of her internal spiritual energy, filled with surprise. "The bottleneck that has held me back for over a year is actually loosening." Lin Han smiled as he embraced her. "From now on, we shall cultivate together often. The effects will be even greater." She playfully gave Lin Han a light punch, yet did not pull away. On their way back to the sect, Su Yuqing leaned against Lin Han and suddenly voiced her curiosity. "Lin Han, with such a powerful technique, why are you still just a mere disciple?" Lin Han smiled mysteriously. "You will soon find out." Chapter 3. Undercurrents before the mountain gate of Qinglan Zone. The gatekeeper disciples gaped in astonishment upon seeing Lin Han and Su Yuqing walking side by side. "Sister Su, who is this?" one of the disciples ventured to inquire. "Lin Han, a friend from the Spirit Her Garden," Su Yuqing replied coolly, subtly grasping Lin Han's hand. After entering the sect, she whispered, "I must return to Dan Ding Peak to report. I will find you later." Lin Han nodded, watching her depart before turning to head towards the Deacon Hall to submit his task. As he approached the Deacon Hall, Lin Han unexpectedly collided with a group of people. The leader, a young man in white, flashed a look of surprise upon seeing Lin Han. "Zhao Shixiang," Lin Han greeted with a bow. Zhao Wujia, an inner sect disciple at the 9th level of qi refinement, was indeed a powerful ally of Elder Wang. "You actually return alive?" Zhao Wujia expressed his astonishment. Lin Han's heart sank. It was indeed a trap set by him and Elder Wang. "Thanks to your blessings, the journey was safe." Lin Han feigned respect while remaining vigilant. Zhao Wujia narrowed his eyes, suddenly placing a hand on Lin Han's shoulder. A surge of spiritual energy rudely invaded Lin Han's body, probing his cultivation level. Instinctively, Lin Han activated the Yin-Yang harmonization technique, deftly dissipating Zhao Wujia's energy. Zhao Wujia's expression shifted. "4th level of qi refinement? I recall you were only at the 3rd level last month." "Just a lucky breakthrough," Lin Han replied. After scrutinizing Lin Han for a long moment, Zhao Wujia suddenly smirked. "Very well. I look forward to your performance in the outer set competition in 3 days." With that, he strode away, flanked by his followers. Lin Han excellait deeply. Given his current strength, he was far from Zhao Wujia's match. New task released. Ensure 3 female cultivators conceive. Reward: advancement of host cultivation based on the quality of offspring's spiritual roots. Additional reward: mother-child bonding talisman 3 can sense the status of the offspring. This task arrived just in time. Lin Han clenched his fists. To survive in the ruthless world of cultivation, he must elevate his strength swiftly. After submitting his task, Lin Han returned to his modest dwelling in the Spirit Her Garden. Just as he closed the door, a graceful figure embraced him from behind. "I've been waiting for you." Su Yuqing breathed softly. Lin Han turned to hold her close, noticing her slightly reddened eyes. "What happened?" "Zhao Wujia just sent me a message saying I should keep my distance from you." Su Yuqing bit her lip. "He claims you are worthless and unworthy of me." Lin Han suppressed his anger. "What do you think?" "Of course, I won't listen to him." She looked directly into Lin Han's eyes, but added, "Yet he is the nephew of the Grand Elder and wields considerable power within the sect. I fear he may cause you trouble." Lin Han gently stroked her hair. "Do not worry. I have ways to deal with him." However, Lin Han smirked. "Now, there are more pressing matters to attend to." "What matters?" she inquired. Lin Han lifted her effortlessly, carrying her towards the bed. "Let us continue our unfinished cultivation. Dual cultivation with partner. Cultivation level raised to 5th level of qi refinement. Warm reminder, Partner is in a fertile period. Seizing the opportunity is advised, as the candlelight flickered. Lin Han gazed at the sleeping beauty in his arms, his expression resolute. From this moment forward, the past incompetent husband was no more. He was now the capable president. Zhao Wujia and all those plotting against Lin Han would pay the price. The journey of Lin Han's rise began with the arrival of the system. From now on, everything would change. Chapter 4. The sweet taste of fruit morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the bed. Lin Han opened his eyes to find Su Yuqing nestled against him, her lips curving into a serene smile. Last night's dual cultivation had been even more fulfilling than before, and the spiritual energy within him now stabilized at the 5th level of qi refinement. Beep. Partner has successfully conceived. First offspring reward. Cultivation level raised to 6th level of qi refinement. Additional reward. Mother-child bonding talisman 1. Can sense the status and talent of the offspring. A rush of immense spiritual energy surged within Lin Han. He closed his eyes, guiding this power. When he opened them again, he had reached the 6th level of qi refinement, a standard among elite outer sect disciples. Su Yuqing, awakened by the waves of spiritual energy, rubbed her eyes and froze, covering her mouth as a faint retching sound echoed in the quiet room. "What is happening?" she exclaimed, her expression shifting from shock to realization. "It's impossible. It is exceedingly difficult for cultivators to conceive. We only." Lin Han gently rubbed her back, channeling a wave of calming energy. "Do not be afraid. This is a good thing. You knew all along?" Su Yuqing's eyes widened. The technique, Yin-Yang harmonization, is indeed beneficial for conception. Lin Han smiled as he produced a green jade pendant. "This is the mother-child bonding talisman. It will protect you and the child." Taking the pendant, her gaze lingered on Lin Han, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "Lin Han, who exactly are you? How could a mere servant disciple possess such a treasure?" Before Lin Han could formulate his response, hurried footsteps approached from outside. "Lin Han, come out," a gruff male voice called. Lin Han and Su Yuqing exchanged glances, quickly adjusting their attire. Upon opening the door, they were met by a burly man accompanied by several servant disciples. Wang Hu. Lin Han recognized him as the nephew of Elder Wang, a 5th-level qi refinement cultivator known for bullying servant disciples. Seeing Su Yuqing emerge from Lin Han's quarters, Wang Hu's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. "Sister Su? How could you?" Su Yuqing shot him a frosty glare. "I was discussing alchemy with Brother Lin. What is wrong with that?" Wang Hu was momentarily speechless, then turned to Lin Han, shouting, "The work in the spirit herb garden is piling up. Are you still in the mood to indulge here? If you don't finish watering the 10 acres of spirit fields in the back mountain today, just wait and see how I deal with you." If this were yesterday, he might have intimidated Lin Han. But now, Brother Wang, from this day forth, I am no longer a servant disciple. Lin Han slowly released the aura of the 6th level of qi refinement. "What?" Wang Hu's expression changed drastically as he staggered back 2 steps. According to sect rules, mid-stage qi refinement disciples can automatically advance to the outer sect. Wang Hu was merely relying on his uncle's influence. He himself was still a servant. "Are you leaving or not?" Lin Han's voice carried a hint of spiritual pressure. Wang Hu's face shifted between shades of green and white before he slinked away with his companions in defeat. "You broke through to the 6th level?" Su Yuqing looked at Lin Han in astonishment. Lin Han nodded. "I had a moment of enlightenment last night." This was not a lie. He truly had gained insight into the power of the system. After bidding farewell to Su Yuqing, Lin Han made his way to the Deacon Hall to apply for promotion to Outer Sect Disciple. Along the way, many servant disciples pointed at him, clearly indicating that Wang Hu had spread the news of Lin Han's situation. Inside the Deacon Hall, Elder Wang wore an expression darker than that of a cunning merchant. "Lin Han, do you realize that falsely reporting your cultivation level is a grave offense?" Lin Han remained silent, directly exuding the aura of the 6th level of qi refinement. The teacup in Elder Wang's hand shattered on the floor. "This is impossible." He sprang to his feet, sending a probing wave of spiritual energy toward Lin Han. Prepared, Lin Han activated the Yin-Yang harmonization technique, controlling the fluctuation of his energy to just above the entry level of the 6th stage, sufficient for promotion yet not overly shocking. "Just a lucky breakthrough," Lin Han replied calmly. Elder Wang's expression shifted dramatically, ultimately forcing a smile. "Very well, I will process your promotion immediately. However," he paused, "newly promoted outer disciples are required to complete a sect mission. Are you prepared?" I shall abide by your arrangements. Elder Wong produced a task jade slip. In 3 days, escort a batch of supplies to Heiyan City. We are in need of a leading disciple. Lin Han's heart tightened. Heiyan City was perilously close to the territory of Shueisha Zone, where bandits roamed freely along the way. The cunning old fox still wishes to harm Lin Han. However, on the surface, Lin Han cheerfully accepted the command. Disciple obeys. Departing from the Deacon Hall, Lin Han made his way directly to the Tsangjing Pavilion. After being promoted to the outer sect, one could freely select a martial art and a spell. At the entrance of the Tsangjing Pavilion, a woman clad in red was in heated dispute with the elder guarding the pavilion. Tang Hongling, you have clung to the Lineage Jia for 3 months now. If you do not return it, I shall enforce the sect's regulations. The elder huffed, his beard bristling. The woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, wore a fiery red outfit that accentuated her graceful curves, with willow-like brows and apricot eyes, exuding a fierce charm. Can you grant me a few more days? She implored with a melodious voice. I am on the verge of comprehending the final layer. No, it must be returned today. Lin Han intended to bypass the commotion, but was suddenly alerted by the system. Detected a quality Dao companion. Fire gold, dual spiritual roots, latent. Recommend taking as a partner. The target harbors fire poison, which can be cured by the Yin-Yang harmonization technique. Lin Han paused, casting a lingering glance at Tang Hongling. Sensing something, she abruptly turned her head, her gaze penetrating. What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? Seizing the opportunity, the elder announced. This is the newly promoted outer sect, disciple Lin Han. He can supervise your return of the book. Tang Hongling scrutinized Lin Han from head to toe. 6th layer of qi refining? Quite solid energy. Suddenly, she leaned in closer, a faint wisp of fiery aura enveloping him. Young man, do you wish to learn artifact forging? Lin Han was momentarily taken aback by her sudden shift in conversation. Artifact forging? Indeed. She reached out, grasping Lin Han's wrist. I need an assistant. If you come to help me, I will return the Lineage Jia. What do you say? The warmth of her palm transmitted through his skin. Lin Han nodded, as if nudged by an unseen force. Splendid, she exclaimed, exerting a slight pull that sent Lin Han rushing forward. Follow me. The elder's voice echoed behind them. Tang Hongling, you haven't returned the book yet. I will definitely return it tomorrow. Her voice trailed off in the distance. Lin Han was led through much of the sect until they arrived at a stone house billowing black smoke. A crooked sign hung on the door. Artifact Forge. Welcome to your domain, Lin Han. Tang Hongling pushed open the door, and a wave of heat, mingled with the acrid scent of sulfur, hit him squarely in the face, piercing his nostrils. The interior was a chaotic mess filled with various ores and half-finished magical artifacts, while a forging furnace in the center spewed crimson flames. You've been cultivating here all this time? This environment is hardly livable. Tang Hongling waved her hand dismissively. This is how artifact masters operate. She coughed twice, an unnatural flush creeping onto her cheeks. The system timely chimed in. The target's fire poison has reached a dangerous level. Immediate treatment is recommended. Lin Han stepped closer, grasping her wrist. You are poisoned. Let go. Tang Hongling recoiled as if scalded, her action clearly lacking strength. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Before she could finish, blood gushed from her mouth, and her body lurched forward. Quick as lightning, Lin Han caught her, her skin burning hot to the touch. This was no mere fatigue. It was clearly fire poison attacking her heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Han carried her to the bed in the inner room. Activating the Yin-Yang harmonization technique, pressing his hands against her back acupoints, channeling gentle Yin-Yang energy into her body. What are you doing? Tang Hongling struggled weakly. Stay still. Lin Han commanded sharply. Continue practicing the Lineage Jia if you wish to perish. Her body stiffened. How do you know? Lin Han did not respond, focusing intently on guiding the raging fire spiritual power within her. The Yin-Yang harmonization technique proved its worth, as the congested fire poison swiftly melted away upon encountering Lin Han's spiritual energy. An hour later, Tang Hongling's body temperature finally returned to normal. Lin Han concluded his technique, wiping the thin layer of sweat from his forehead. What is this technique? Tang Hongling turned to him, her gaze filled with complexity. It can actually resolve fire poison? Yin-Yang harmonization technique Lin Han replied candidly. Not only can it resolve the poison, but it can also aid you in breaking through your bottleneck. Her eyes sparkled with hope. Really? However, Lin Han deliberately withheld further details. It requires a special method of cultivation. What method? Tell me. She urgently grasped his arm. Lin Han leaned closer to her, whispering, "Do cultivation." Chapter 5. The Spark of Grain Slap. A resounding slap landed on Lin Han's face. Lecture. Dan Hongling glatt faisali. I kindly invited you to be my assistant, and you dare. Lin Han touched his stinging cheek, unperturbed, and replied, Tang Shiji. During the third level of Lai Yang Zhanjia, heart fire spreading, do you not feel as if your organs are ablaze at midnight? Her expression faltered. At the fifth level, sun's heart burning. Does your Baihui acupoint feel like it is being pricked by needles during cultivation? Lin Han continued. How do you know? Tang Hongling's momentum weakened. Because it is a fragmented scroll, Lin Han gazed directly into her eyes, lacking the critical components for yin-yang balance. Forcing cultivation will only exacerbate the fire poison. She bit her lip in silence, yet her eyes began to waver. Lin Han stood up. Since Tang Shiji does not believe me, I shall take my leave. However, he paused deliberately. With your current condition, you can last at most 3 more months. Having said that, Lin Han turned to leave. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, wait. Tang Hongling called out to Lin Han. Will that dual cultivation really cure me? Lin Han turned back, stating earnestly, it will not only cure you, but also assist you in advancing to the later stage of qi refining. She lowered her head, conflicted for quite some time, and finally blushed as she asked, how do we cultivate? Lin Han secretly rejoiced, yet maintained a serious demeanor. We need to find a tranquil place. Palms facing each other and circulate our techniques. This was merely an entry-level spiritual energy fusion. True profound exchanges would have to wait until she lowered her guard. Tang Hongling visibly relaxed. Is it really that simple? For the first time, is indeed so, Lin Han emphasized the word first. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. All right, let us give it a try. They sat facing each other on the bed, their palms pressed together. Lin Han guided her in circulating the technique, the yin-yang energies forming a cycle between them. Unlike Su Yuqing's waterwood spiritual energy, Tang Hongling's fire gold spiritual energy was far more volatile. Yet under the balance of yin and yang, it gradually became docile, merged with Tao Companion's spiritual energy. Fire resistance 10. Tao Companion binding successful. Tang Hongling, intimacy 4100. After 2 hours, Tang Hongling opened her eyes, her face alight with surprise. The fire poison has truly lessened. This is only preliminary treatment. Lin Han collected his technique to cure it completely. Continuous treatment for 7 days is necessary. Wonderful, she exclaimed, leaping off the bed, only to suddenly feel weak in the knees. Lin Han quickly supported her, the warmth and softness of her form enveloping him. Tang Hongling's delicate face flushed, yet she did not immediately push him away. Thank you. It was a small effort. Lin Han smiled in response, taking the opportunity to hold her a little longer. Just then, the door of the artifact forge was kicked open. Lin Han, get out here. It was Su Yuqing's voice. Lin Han's heart raced, hastily releasing Tang Hongling. He saw Su Yuqing standing at the entrance, holding a food box, her face pale with anger. Yuqing, let Lin Han explain. Lin Han rushed forward. Explain what? Su Yuqing glared coldly at Lin Han. Wang Wu said you were fooling around with Tang Shiji from the artifact forge. I didn't believe it until now. Tang Hongling stepped forward, casually draping her arm over Lin Han's shoulder. Little sister, your man is quite impressive. He managed to cure my fire poison. Lin Han distinctly felt Su Yuqing's hostility intensifying. It is not as you think. Lin Han hurriedly explained the treatment for fire poison, of course omitting the dual cultivation aspect. Su Yuqing appeared the skeptic, asking if it was truly just for healing. Absolutely. Lin Han swore, raising his hand. Tang Hongling, who was nearby, stifled a laugh and suddenly whispered something in Su Yuqing's ear. Instantly, Su Yuqing's face flushed crimson and her murderous intent evaporated. So that is how it is, she murmured softly, casting a glare at Lin Han and insisting he should clarify next time. Lin Han was perplexed, unaware of what Tang Hongling had said to her. All right, since the misunderstanding is resolved, let's dine together. Tang Hongling cheerfully pulled Su Yuqing over, eager to sample the snack she had brought. The atmosphere inexplicably lightened. During the meal, the two women engaged in lively conversation, leaving Lin Han sidelined. After the meal, Su Yuqing quietly grasped Lin Han's arm and said, Lin Han, I need to talk to you. They stepped outside the refining workshop, and she lowered her voice. Zhao Wujing came to see me today and inquired a lot about you. Lin Han furrowed his brow. What did he ask? He wanted to know why your cultivation has advanced so rapidly, and whether you have obtained some fortuitous opportunity. Su Yuqing replied with concern. I sense he harbors ill intentions. You must be cautious. Lin Han nodded, reassuringly saying, Do not worry, I know what I am doing. After seeing Su Yuqing off, Lin Han returned to the workshop, noticing Tang Hongling was tidying up her belongings. Are you leaving? Lin Han inquired. Yes. I need to find some medicinal herbs, she replied without looking up. We'll continue the treatment tomorrow. Lin Han eagerly offered, I will accompany you. Tang Hongling paused, looking at him with a knowing smile. What? Do you wish to play both sides? I am merely concerned for your safety, Lin Han replied calmly. She huffed lightly, but did not refuse. Suit yourself. They arrived at the sect's Spirit Herb Valley, which cultivated various low-grade spiritual herbs that outer disciples could exchange for contribution points. What herbs do you need? Lin Han asked. Bingxin grass and Hanyuhua. Tang Hongling listed a series of cold herbs used to suppress fire poison. Lin Han's mind stirred. These herbs only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. What do you mean by not the root cause? Tang Hongling queried, stepping closer as Lin Han whispered, why not try the true method of dual cultivation for a lasting solution? Tang Hongling's ears turned crimson. You don't even think about it. I'm merely suggesting. Lin Han shrugged. Of course, the decision is yours. She bit her lip in silence and quickly walked towards the herb field. Lin Han followed, a slight smile playing on his lips. Patience was key. When they returned from gathering herbs, night had already fallen. Passing through a bamboo grove, Lin Han suddenly sensed a trace of killing intent. Be careful, he shouted, pulling Tang Hongling aside as 3 poison needles whizzed past her hair, embedding themselves in a nearby tree trunk. Who is it? Tang Hongling demanded, brandishing a crimson short sword. 3 masked figures emerged from the depths of the bamboo forest, all at the 6th level of Qi refinement. You must be Lin Han. Someone has paid for your demise. The leader hissed ominously. Lin Han's heart sank. Could be Zhao Wujing? Tang Shiji, this matter does not concern you. Leave at once. The leader commanded. Tang Hongling scoffed. Nonsense. Do you take me for someone weak? With that, she ignited her short sword in crimson flames, warning, if you wish to harm Lin Han, you'll have to answer to my Huolin sword first. Lin Han felt a surge of gratitude, but he also remained vigilant. Facing 3 opponents at the 6th level of Qi refinement, the odds were not in their favor. System, is there a way to temporarily enhance my combat strength? Lin urgently inquired. Spending 100 points of fortune can temporarily elevate to the 7th level of Qi refinement for the duration of an incense stick. Current fortune points, 120 from progeny blessings. Exchange. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual power surged through his limbs. Lin Han shouted as the aura of the 7th level of Qi refinement burst forth. The 3 masked figures were taken aback. The intel was wrong. Retreat. Thinking of fleeing? Lin Han sneered, forming hand seals as a black and white Yin-Yang grinding mill materialized, enveloping the 3. The Yin-Yang Great Mill. This was an accompanying attack technique of the Yin-Yang harmonization art, capable of grinding away an enemy's spiritual power. The 3 cried out in despair as their cultivation levels plummeted at a visible rate. Tang Hongling stared at Lin Han in disbelief. When did you break through to the 7th level? Just now, Lin Han replied, pulling off the mask of one of the assailants, who he did not recognize, but assumed was a hired killer from Zhao Wujing. Soon enough, the 3 had lost all their cultivation and fainted. Lin Han searched them thoroughly, finding only a token engraved with the words Ing Xiaomin. Tang Hongling's expression changed. This was an underground organization known for handling dirty work, indicating that their employer was no small player. Lin Han pocketed the token, stating grimly, it seems someone wishes to ensure I do not survive the outer sect competition. Tang Hongling suddenly grasped Lin Han's hand. Lin Han, come back to the refining workshop with me. I have something to discuss. Back at the workshop, she secured the doors and windows, then set up a soundproof barrier. You must tell me honestly, she fixed her gaze on Lin Han. What is your true cultivation level? Lin Han hesitated for a moment, deciding to be partially honest. I am at the 6th level of Qi refinement. I just used a secret method to temporarily enhance it. The technique for treating fire poison is indeed a dual cultivation method, Lin Han stated calmly, but it is by no means an evil technique. It is an ancient and orthodox practice. Tang Hongling remained silent for a long time before suddenly saying, I agree to your proposal. What? Lin Han was taken aback. The true dual cultivation. She raised her head, her eyes glimmering with determination, but not for my sake. The involvement of Ing Sha Min signifies that someone is determined to kill you. You need to enhance your strength quickly. Lin Han did not expect her to think this way, and he felt a swell of emotion. Tang Shiji, do not misunderstand. Her face flushed as she emphasized. This is merely a temporary measure. It does not represent my feelings. Lin Han smiled and nodded, I understand. As night deepened, in the inner chamber of the refining workshop, Tang Hongling sat nervously on the edge of the bed, her hands anxiously twisting the hem of her garment. Lin Han gently took her hand. If you have regrets, now is the time to voice them. Let's talk, she retorted, her voice trembling slightly. Let us get started. Lin Han nodded, activating the yin-yang harmonization art as their fingers intertwined. Unlike their previous interaction, this time it was a complete merging of their spiritual energies. As the technique flowed, their auras gradually synchronized. The fire poison within Tang Hongling was drawn out bit by bit, transformed into pure energy through Lin Han's spiritual power, nourishing both of them. Yin-Yang fusion complete. Fire element spiritual root quality 5. Cultivation level elevated to peak 6th level of Qi refinement. Time passed unnoticed, and they simultaneously opened their eyes. Tang Hongling's pupils shimmered with flickering flames, her aura evidently stronger. I broke through to the 7th level of Qi refinement, she marveled, feeling the surging spiritual power within her. Lin Han smiled and nodded, congratulations. Suddenly, she leaped forward and embraced Lin Han, exclaiming, Thank you, Lin Han. The embrace was brief, and she quickly withdrew, her face as red as her attire. Don't think too much. This is just gratitude. Lin Han remained silent. The system notification had already conveyed everything. Companion Tang Hongling Affinity Level 15, current 9100, suggestion. Seize the moment to achieve conception, Chapter 6, secrets flowing the following morning. Lin Han stepped out of the refining workshop, feeling refreshed. In a single night of dual cultivation, not only did Tang Hongling break through her bottleneck, but Lin Han also reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of Qi refinement, poised to advance to the 7th layer at any moment. A new mission awaited him, to complete an escort task within 3 days, with rewards based on performance. Contemplating the escort assignment to Haiyan City arranged by Steward Wang, Lin Han furrowed his brow. It was evidently a trap, yet with the system's support, the outcome remained uncertain. First, he decided to visit the Spirit Her Garden to see Su Yuqing. She was busy in the medicinal fields and greeted him with joy upon his arrival, her complexion looking quite good. Lin Han smiled as he wrapped his arm around her slender waist, inquiring about the child. Su Yuqing gently caressed her abdomen, stating that at just 1 month, there was little to feel. She then lowered her voice, expressing concern over the news of an assassination attempt on him the previous night. Lin Han was taken aback. The news spread so quickly, it has circulated throughout the entire outer sect. She replied worriedly, mentioning that he had fought 3 opponents alone, defeating them all at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Lin Han quickly led her to a secluded spot, where he briefly explained the situation, omitting any details regarding his dual cultivation with Tang Hongling. It's certainly Zhao Wuji. Su Yuqing gritted her teeth, recalling how he had feigned concern for Lin Han's well-being just the day before. Lin Han reassured her by patting her hand. Do not worry. I am prepared. He then produced the Shadow Kill Sex token and asked if she recognized it. Su Yuqing examined it closely and shook her head. I have not seen it, but perhaps the brothers in the law enforcement hall of the intersect would know. At that moment, a sound transmission talisman floated before Lin Han. After crushing it, Steward Wang's voice echoed. All disciples participating in the escort mission gather at the Steward Hall at noon. Lin Han let out a cold laugh. They are quick to act. Su Yuqing grasped his hand tightly, urging him to be cautious, as she had heard that this mission was peculiar. Rest assured, he replied, kissing her forehead. For you and the child, I will return safely. After their parting, Lin Han proceeded to the scripture pavilion, intending to select a defensive martial art. Upon reaching the entrance, he overheard intense arguing within. Zhao Shixiang, the Xuanbing Jue, was clearly chosen by Lin Han first. A soft, pleading female voice protested. Get lost. A mere 5th layer of Qi refinement dares to cultivate a profound level technique. The arrogant voice belonged to Zhao Wuji. Lin Han pushed the door open and saw a girl in blue being shoved to the ground. Her jade slip snatched away. The girl appeared pitiful, her eyes glistening with tears. A notification echoed in Lin Han's mind, detecting a potential quality partner. Ice element single spiritual root, hidden, advisable to take as a companion. Another quality partner? Lin Han felt a stirring in his heart as he approached the girl, gently asking, "Are you all right, Shime?" The girl timidly glanced at him, whispering her gratitude. "Thank you, Shi Xiang, I am fine." Upon seeing Lin Han, Zhao Wuji's eyes darkened with malice. "Lin Han, what brings you here?" "Naturally, to select a technique." Lin Han replied nonchalantly, turning to the girl. "What is your name, Shime?" "I am Lan Yu, a disciple of the outer sect from Hanbing Peak," she spoke softly. Zhao Wuji scoffed. "Lin Han, your skill in courting women is impressive. First Su Yuqing, now Lan Yu." Lin Han dismissed him, addressing Lan Yu. "Do you wish to learn the Xuanbing Jue?" She nodded, then shook her head, but Zhao Shixiang chose it first. "Rubbish." Zhao Wuji interrupted harshly. "This wretch thinks she is worthy?" Lin Han's gaze turned icy. "Zhao Wuji, what skill is there in bullying a weak girl? Have the courage to face me on the arena." The scripture pavilion erupted in a commotion. Zhao Wuji was at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, while Lin Han appeared to be merely at the 6th layer. Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes. "You seek death? Silence if you dare not." Lin Han sneered. The tension thickened as Zhao Wuji's expression darkened, and he suddenly grinned maliciously. "Very well. But fighting is so mundane." He waved a Xuanbing Jue jade slip. "How about we make a wager?" "What wager?" "In 3 days, during the outer sect competition, if you place in the top 10, I will hand over this jade slip. If you fail, you must forfeit your cultivation and leave Qinglan's sect." Zhao Wuji's sinister smile sent chills through the surrounding disciples. "Do not agree, Lin Shixiao," Lan Yu urged, gripping his sleeve anxiously. Lin Han comforted her with a pat on her hand. Locking eyes with Zhao Wuji, "I accept. However, should I place in the top 10, in addition to the jade slip, you must publicly apologize to Lan Shime." Zhao Wuji burst into laughter. "It is a deal." He then swaggered away. Lan Yu stomped her foot in frustration. "Lin Shixiao, you are too impulsive. The top 10 in the outer sect competition requires at least the 8th layer of Qi refinement." Lin Han smiled mysteriously. "Do not worry, Lan Shime, I have confidence." He then retrieved a jade slip from his robe and handed it to her. "This is the Hanbing Jin. Although it is not as formidable as the Xuanbing Jue, it is more suitable for your current cultivation." Lan Yu accepted the jade slip, her eyes reddening. "Why are you so kind to me, Lin Shixiao?" "Helping fellow disciples is only natural," Lin Han replied gently. "If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to seek me out in the Spirit Her Garden." She nodded gratefully, tucking the jade slip close to her heart. After bidding farewell to Lan Yu, Lin Han officially began selecting techniques. After a thorough inspection, he ultimately chose the Yolong Bu for its agility, recognizing the dangers of the escort mission and the importance of self-preservation. Having completed the borrowing procedures, the elder guarding the pavilion unexpectedly whispered, "Young man, you have stirred up considerable trouble." Lin Han was taken aback. "Elder, what do you mean?" "Zhao Wuji is not to be trifled with," the elder sighed, shaking his head. "His uncle is a grand elder of the inner sect, at the peak of the foundation establishment stage." A jolt of alarm surged through Lin Han. Yet he quickly regained his composure. "Thank you for the warning, elder." Exiting the scripture pavilion, Lin Han made his way directly to the steward hall. As noon approached, the escort team had gathered, totaling 5 members including Lin Han, with the others being outer sect disciples at the 5th and 6th layers of Qi refinement. "Is everyone here?" Steward Wang approached, his gaze lingering on Lin Han for a moment, flashing with a hint of malice. "This mission to escort the spiritual herbs to Haiyan City will be led by Lin Han. We depart tomorrow at the hour of the dragon, without fail." Taking the mission scroll, Lin Han's expression turned serious as he scanned its contents, discovering they were tasked with transporting 3 blood spirit mushrooms aged 500 years. Such precious spiritual herbs should rightfully be escorted by inner sect disciples. "Is there a problem?" Steward Wang questioned coldly. "None," Lin Han replied, tucking away the scroll, though his heart was filled with vigilance. This was undoubtedly a trap. Leaving the steward hall, Lin Han immediately headed to the artifact workshop to find Tong Hongling. Upon entering, he saw her diligently working at the refining furnace, perspiration glistening on her brow. "Just in time," she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she tossed him a hand ring. Lin Han caught it, observing its vibrant red hue, adorned with dragon patterns. A defensive artifact? The fire dragon ring can withstand an attack from someone at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, Tang Hongling declared proudly. I just broke through, and my artifact refining skills have improved. Lin Han felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you, Tang Shiji. Spare me the pleasantries. She retorted with a roll of her eyes. Then asked seriously, I heard you accepted the escort mission? Lin Han nodded, sharing his concerns regarding the task. Tang Hongling's brow furrowed. The blood spirit mushroom is a tremendous boon for practitioners of the blood slaughter sect. If the news leaks. Thus, I need to prepare thoroughly. Lin Han stated solemnly. Besides the fire dragon ring, what else can quickly enhance my strength? After pondering for a moment, her eyes suddenly brightened. Wait here. She dashed into an inner chamber, returning shortly with a jade box. Opening the box, she revealed a fiery red pill. This is the explosive Yuan pill. Consuming it will elevate your cultivation by one small realm for half an hour, Tang Hongling explained gravely. However, you will feel weakened for a day after the effect wears off. Lin Han carefully stored her belongings, asking if there was anything more, chiding playfully for greed. She then produced several talismans, stating, These are my self-crafted fire rain talismans. They're quite effective against group attacks. After equipping herself fully, Lin Han hesitated for a moment before speaking. Sister Tang, may we engage in dual cultivation once more before my departure? Her cheeks flushed, yet she did not refuse, saying, I knew you harbored ulterior motives. Upon completing their dual cultivation, Lin Han's cultivation level successfully ascended to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, while Tang Hongling also benefited significantly, her aura becoming more substantial. You must return safely, she expressed with rare tenderness. Lin Han, I'll be waiting for you. Lin Han nodded resolutely, silently vowing that no matter the traps set by Zhao Wujia and Manager Wang, she would ensure they failed in their schemes. Upon returning to the small cottage in the Spirit Herb Garden, Su Yuqing had prepared a sumptuous dinner. After the meal, Lin Han informed her of the impending task the following day. So soon? She said, anxiously rubbing her abdomen. I can't shake this feeling of unease. Lin Han comforted her. Do not worry, I am well prepared. She then revealed the fire dragon ring, an explosive Yuan pill for her to see. Su Yuqing felt a little reassured but suddenly leaned close to Lin Han, her face flushed, whispering, Would you like to? Lin Han's heart raced. But considering her pregnancy, he shook his head. The child is of utmost importance. She leaned against him, moved, saying, Lin Han, you must return safely. Our child cannot be without you. In the stillness of the night, Lin Han sat cross-legged on the bed, channeling her energy to adjust her state. Tomorrow's journey would be fraught with danger, but if she could counter the assassins Zhao Wujia had dispatched, she might earn greater reward from the system. More importantly, a successful completion of this mission would significantly elevate her status within the sect, making it easier to find a partner. As the hour of Chun approached, Lin Han arrived at the sect's mountain gate to await her companions for the escort mission. In the ethereal morning mist, her figures gradually emerged. Her fellow teammates for this task. Senior brother Lin, a tall, slender youth greeted her, introducing himself as Chun Feng, a 5th-layer Qi refiner skilled in wind techniques. Next was a burly man with a simple face. I am sure Dali, a 6th-layer Qi refiner who specializes in earth techniques. The third was a middle-aged man with a sinister gaze. Zhou Yu, 6th-layer Qi refiner, he stated curtly. Lastly, a petite young girl around 17 or 18 years old introduced herself as Lu Xiaoro, a 5th-layer Qi refiner with some healing abilities. Her voice was soft, and she dared not meet Lin Han's eyes. Lin Han lingered a moment longer on Zhou Yu and Lu Xiaoro. The system quietly notified her. Malicious intent detected. Zhou Yu, affinity 30. Abnormal spiritual fluctuations detected within Lu Xiaoro. Caution advised. It confirmed her suspicions of an insider. Lin Han smirked internally while maintaining a calm exterior. This journey is perilous. I hope we can work together. Before setting off, she divided the tasks. Lin Han retrieved 4 small flags from her storage pouch. These are simple array flags that can establish a 4-directional alert array. Chun Feng will take the east, Sure Dali the west, Zhou Yu the south, and Lu Xiaoro the north. Zhou Yu frowned. This is unnecessary. We should focus on moving quickly. Brother Zhou, you are mistaken. Lin Han replied with a smile. Blood spirit mushrooms are highly enticing to demonic cultivators. It is wise to be prudent. He snorted, reluctantly accepting the flags. Lin Han observed that Lu Xiaoro's fingers trembled slightly as she took her flag, further solidifying her suspicions. After setting out along the official road toward Haiyan City, Lin Han walked in the center of the group, a brocade box containing 3 blood spirit mushrooms nestled within her arms. To guard against deception, Lin Han had already scanned the mushrooms with the system to ensure their safety, but the box concealed a layer containing a fragrant spice easily traceable. What a clever way to manipulate others. Lin Han chuckled coldly, discreetly transferring the spice into Zhou Yu's belongings. At noon, they paused to rest by a small stream. Lu Xiaoro volunteered to fetch water and returned with a flicker in her eyes. "Senior brother Lin, have some water," she offered, presenting a bamboo tube. Lin Han pretended to drink, secretly diverting the water into her sleeve's hidden pocket. The system immediately analyzed. Mind-dulling powder detected. Consuming it will slow spiritual energy circulation for 3 hours. "Thank you, Lu's sister," Lin Han smiled, but her heart was already plotting. After resting, they continued their journey. As they approached a dense forest, Lin Han suddenly raised her hand. "Stop. There is an ambush." Almost simultaneously, a dozen shadowy figures burst forth from the woods, all clad in the garb of the Blood Fiend sect, the weakest among them at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, while the leader boasted a 9th layer cultivation. "Hand over the blood spirit mushrooms, and we might spare your lives." The leader of the demonic cultivators sneered. Zhou Yu suddenly struck out, thrusting a sword at Shi Dali. Fortunately, the burly man reacted swiftly, raising an earthen shield that deflected the lethal strike. "Zhou Yu!" Chun Feng shouted angrily. "Ha ha ha!" Zhou Yu laughed as he retreated to the ranks of the demonic cultivators. "Those who know what's good for them will die quietly." Lin Han observed coldly, noting Lu Xiaoro quietly crush a jade talisman. In an instant, blood light enveloped her, and her aura surged to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. "Lin Han, did you expect this?" Her face twisted, her former timidity vanished. "Today is your death day." Lin Han sighed. "I truly did not expect that." Before she could finish, Lin Han crushed the explosive yuan pill hidden in her sleeve. A torrent of spiritual energy surged through her meridians, propelling her cultivation to the pinnacle of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. "What?" Lu Xiaoro's expression changed dramatically. Without allowing the enemy time to react, Lin Han formed hand seals, and the Yin-Yang Great Millstone thunderously materialized, enveloping a radius of 10 zhong. All the demonic cultivators froze, their spiritual energy halting abruptly. "Attack!" Lin Han commanded fiercely. Chun Feng and Shi Dali remained composed, immediately launching a counterattack. Wind blades and earth spikes flew, severely injuring 3 demonic cultivators. Lin Han directed her focus on the leader at the 9th layer. He roared, launching a blood fiend palm toward her. Lin Han stood her ground, unleashing the fire dragon ring, a fiery dragon phantom roaring forth. With a thunderous crash, as the air rippled, Lin Han surged forward, the energies of yin and yang entwining at her fingertips, delivering a precise strike to his Dantian acupoint. This technique, derived from the Yin-Yang harmonization technique, was designed to counter all forms of malevolent arts. The leader of the demonic cultivators cried out as he fell to his knees, blood and malevolent energy gushing forth like a flood. Meanwhile, sensing the tide turning, Lu Xiaoro turned to flee. Lin Han had anticipated this, employing the dragon's step to swiftly block her path. "Senior brother Lin, spare me," she begged, kneeling. "I was forced into this." Lin Han sneered, sealing her meridians with a finger. "I will deal with you shortly." The battle concluded with surprising swiftness. 4 out of 6 demonic cultivators lay dead, with the leader and Zhou Yu captured, while Lu Xiaoro was restrained. Only Chun Feng sustained minor injuries, and Shi Dali remained unscathed. "Senior brother Lin." Shi Dali gazed at Lin Han with awe. Lin Han waved her hand. "Let us interrogate the captives first." The leader of the demonic cultivators remained defiant, refusing to divulge any information despite relentless questioning. Only when Lin Han initiated the soul-searching technique from the Yin-Yang harmonization technique did terror cross his features. "I will speak." It was information leaked by the Zhao family. "They promised us blood spirit mushrooms in exchange for your life." Lin Han's heart jolted. Which Zhao family? The branch of the Grand Elder within the Qinglan sect. They have long been in collaboration with the sect master. This information was of grave significance. If true, the Qinglan sect had already been infiltrated. Lin Han interrogated Zhou Yu again and learned that he was an undercover agent planted by the Zhao family within the outer sect. And this mission was specifically set as a trap for Lin Han. As for Lu Xiaoro, she turned out to be a covert pawn nurtured by the Shueisha sect, having been embedded in the Qinglan sect since childhood. Senior brother Lin, how shall we deal with them? Chen Feng inquired. Lin Han pondered for a moment and replied, take the leader and Zhou Yu back to the sect as witnesses. As for Lu Xiaoro, he looked at the seemingly fragile girl. Are you willing to redeem yourself? She nodded repeatedly, as if granted amnesty. Lin Han planted a yin-yang seal within her body, stating, from now on, your life and death lie within my thoughts. If you perform well, there may yet be a way for you to survive. Successfully defuse the assassination plot. Reward: immunity to all poisons. Effect: immune to the vast majority of toxins and can absorb toxins to strengthen oneself. A warm current surged throughout Lin Han's body, and he could feel a subtle transformation in his physique. This reward arrived just in time. While clearing the battlefield, Lin Han discovered a book titled Shui Sha Poison Cannon and several vials of poison on the leader of the demon cultivators, a perfect opportunity to test his newfound ability. After sampling a drop of the highly toxic 7 steps to death, he felt not only no discomfort, but rather a surge in his spiritual power. Truly astonishing. After a brief rest, Lin Han and the others changed their course and continued towards Heiyan City. Although they had resolved the first wave of ambush, there was no assurance against the second. As dusk approached, the sounds of fighting suddenly erupted ahead. Lin Han signaled for the team to halt and ventured forth to investigate. He witnessed a woman in white being besieged by 3 demon cultivators. Her movements were graceful, and her swordplay exquisite, yet it was evident she was outnumbered. Her left shoulder had sustained an injury, blood staining half of her garment. Detected a high-quality Dao partner. Shining body, latent. Immediate rescue recommended. This physique has a remarkably high compatibility with the host's yin-yang harmonization technique, doubling the effect of dual cultivation without hesitation. Lin Han unleashed his full prowess in the Yulong step, swiftly intervening. Who dares? One of the demon cultivators bellowed. Without a word, Lin Han summoned the yin-yang grand millstone. The black and white energies swirled, momentarily hindering the 3 demon cultivators. Seizing the opportunity, the woman in white executed a brilliant sword strike, decapitating one of her assailants. The remaining 2 demon cultivators, sensing the peril, turned to flee. Lin Han would not let them escape. He summoned the fire dragon ring, and a fiery dragon apparition roared forth, consuming one, while the other was pierced through the heart by Lin Han's yin-yang finger. After the battle concluded, Lin Han carefully scrutinized the woman in white. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with captivating features and an ethereal demeanor, akin to a celestial being from the Moon Palace. Thank you for your rescue, Dao friend. Her voice was clear yet tinged with weakness. I am Chu Ruoli from the Yaowang Valley. Yaowang Valley? That is a sect renowned for its medical prowess. Lin Han replied, what brings you to such perilous circumstances, Miss Chu? Chu Ruoli's expression darkened. I was sent by my master to Heiyan City to treat the plague, but unexpectedly encountered an ambush by the Shueisha sect. My fellow disciples. Before she could finish, she suddenly swayed and collapsed forward. Lin Han rushed to support her, noticing her pallid complexion and feverish forehead. The poison has manifested. She managed to utter, their swords were poisoned. Without hesitation, Lin Han lifted her and returned to the team. Upon seeing the situation, Chen Feng and the others quickly surrounded them. We must detoxify her immediately. Lin Han examined her wounds and found that the injury had turned a dark blue-black, indicating the Shueisha sect's unique lethal poison, for which ordinary antidotes would be ineffective. What shall we do? Sure, Dali asked urgently. Lin Han contemplated for a moment. I have a method, but absolute silence is required. You must stand guard outside and ensure that no one disturbs us. The group complied, setting up a defensive formation around them. Lin Han then took Chu Ruoli into a hastily erected tent. Mise tu, apologize, Lin Han whispered. I possess a technique that can neutralize all poisons, but it requires skin contact. Chu Ruoli, her consciousness fading, merely nodded slightly. Lin Han gently unfastened her garment, revealing her snowy shoulder. The wound had begun to fester, a gruesome sight. Lin Han activated his yin-yang harmonization technique, placing his hands above the wound, allowing the yin-yang energies to flow into her. Contact with Xianing body In Attribute Spiritual Root Affinity 10 recommendation. Engage in deep spiritual energy fusion as the technique progressed. The toxins were gradually extracted, transforming into pure spiritual energy under the influence of Lin Han's immunity to all poisons. Chu Ruoli's breathing gradually steadied, and the pallor of her cheeks began to regain color. After an hour, the toxins were entirely purged. Lin Han concluded his technique and took a moment to recuperate, discovering that his cultivation had actually increased, now just a step away from the 8th level of Qi refinement. Chu Ruoli stirred awake, realizing her disheveled state, and her face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Han quickly explained, "It was a matter of urgency. I hope you forgive me. The life-saving grace of Dao friend Lin will be etched in my heart," she said softly, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. What kind of miraculous technique is this that can neutralize the deadly poison of the Shueisha sect? It is the Yin-Yang harmonization technique, Lin Han replied candidly. This method not only detoxifies and heals injuries, but also aids in cultivation. Your body harbors stagnant Yin energy. If you undergo regular treatment, it will greatly benefit your cultivation. Lin Han intentionally refrained from mentioning the dual cultivation aspect to avoid startling the fair maiden. Chu Ruoli appeared contemplative. "No wonder I feel my spiritual energy flowing much more smoothly than before." After a moment of hesitation, she spoke softly, "If the opportunity arises, I hope Dao friend Lin will not hesitate to impart further knowledge." Lin Han's heart leapt with joy. "It would be my utmost honor." Dao partner bond successfully established. Chu Ruoli, Affinity 6100. After assisting her in adjusting her garments, Lin Han exited the tent. Chun Feng and the others were astonished to see Chu Ruoli unharmed. "Senior brother Lin, your medical skills are divine," Chun Feng exclaimed. Lin Han smiled without replying. As night fell, they decided to set up camp for the night, intending to continue their journey the following day. During the night watch, Chu Ruoli took the initiative to sit beside Lin Han. "Dao friend Lin, what brings you on this journey?" Lin Han briefly explained the situation regarding the delivery of the Xueling Ji to Heiyin City. She furrowed her brow slightly. "Xueling Ji? This item is most likely to attract the attention of demon cultivators. You must be cautious." Lin Han smiled confidently. "We will be prepared for any challenges that arise." Under the moonlight, Chu Ruoli's profile resembled exquisitely carved white jade, strikingly beautiful and seemingly beyond the realm of mortals. She appeared to sense Lin Han's gaze. Her ears tinged with red, yet she did not shy away. "Dao friend Lin," she spoke softly, "once we reach Heiyin City, may I request your assistance in further treatment? I feel that my Yin energy is indeed somewhat disordered." Lin Han's heart stirred. "I would be delighted to assist." Chapter 8. Winds of Heiyin. By noon the next day, the towering walls of Heiyin City finally came into view. This city, built against the mountains, was constructed entirely of black stone, gleaming under the sunlight. "At last, we have arrived," Sure Dali exhaled deeply. Yet Lin Han remained vigilant. The closer they approached their destination, the more perilous the situation became. "Everyone, stay alert," Lin Han cautioned. "Upon entering the city, we will head directly to the Bai Chao Pavilion to deliver our cargo without unnecessary complications." The group nodded in agreement. Chu Ruoli had donned a veil. As a disciple of the Yao Wang Valley, her identity was sensitive and should not be exposed. At the city gates, the guards meticulously scrutinized the pedestrians. When it was their turn, the guards' eyes flickered with a hint of surprise upon seeing Lin Han's Qinglan sect attire. "What brings you into the city?" "Delivering goods," Lin Han replied succinctly. The guard scrutinized him for a moment before finally waving them through. This unusual behavior reinforced Lin Han's suspicion that there were ambushes lurking within the city. Once inside, the streets were bustling with activity, appearing quite ordinary. However, Lin Han keenly observed several figures trailing them from a distance. "We're being followed," Lin Han whispered. "Let's split up. Chun Feng and Sherdali, take the captives and take a roundabout route to the Bai Chao Pavilion. Chu Ruoli and I will proceed through the main entrance." Chun Feng and the others swiftly led Sherdali and Zhou Yu into a narrow alley. Meanwhile, Lin Han and Chu Ruoli continued forward, with Lu Xiaoro trailing behind. Bai Chao Pavilion stands as the largest spiritual herb merchant in Heian City, protected by a Jindan master, discouraging any troublemakers from causing disturbances. Just as they reached the entrance of Bai Chao Pavilion, an unexpected incident occurred. A dark beam shot from the side, aimed directly at Lin Han's throat. Forewarned, Lin Han executed the Yulong step, moving like a wraith 3 feet to the side, simultaneously directing a Yin-Yang finger strike towards the hidden assailant. A scream echoed as a figure clad in black tumbled from the rooftop. The street erupted into chaos. Bystanders scattered in panic, and 5 figures emerged from various directions. Encircling Lin Han. Lin Han, today you cannot escape. The leader was evidently a master at the peak of qi refinement. Lin Han's heart sank. The effects of the explosive Yuan Dan had waned, leaving him with only the strength of the 7th layer of qi refinement, making his chances against the peak master slim. Chu Xianzi, you should leave, Lin Han urged in a low voice. However, Chu Roli stood resolutely beside him. How could I abandon someone in peril? With a flick of her delicate hand, 3 silver needles glimmered ominously. The peak master scoffed. The little girl from Yaowang Valley also seeks death? Perfect. Let us deal with you together. Before he could finish, the doors of Baichao Pavilion suddenly swung open, and a booming voice rang out. Who dares to cause trouble at the entrance of Baichao Pavilion? An elder in purple robes stepped out leisurely, each step intensifying his overwhelming aura. By the 3rd step, the terrifying spiritual pressure of the Jindan stage enveloped the entire area. The assassins' faces paled, and they turned to flee. The purple-robed elder snorted coldly and waved his sleeve, releasing 5 beams of golden light. Distant screams followed, quickly fading into silence. Thank you for your timely rescue, Senior. Lin Han quickly bowed in gratitude. The elder scrutinized Lin Han for a moment. Disciple of Qinglan sect? Indeed. This junior has been tasked by the sect to escort the Shuelingji here, Lin Han replied. The elder nodded. Come inside. Upon entering Baichao Pavilion, Chun Feng and the others awaited in the hall. Seeing Lin Han and the others unharmed, they exhaled in relief. The handover process went smoothly. The 3 Shuelingji were of excellent quality, and Baichao Pavilion promptly paid in spiritual stones. Just as Lin Han was about to take his leave, the purple-robed elder spoke again. Young friend, please wait. The elder introduced himself. I am Mo Yuan, the head of Baichao Pavilion, and I have a matter to inquire about. Lin Han's heart raced. Please, Senior, go ahead. You possess the aura of Yin-Yang harmony. Have you cultivated the Yin-Yang He-Gong? Lin Han was taken aback by his insight, but admitted openly, indeed. Mo Yuan's eyes sparkled, as I suspected. This technique shares its origins with Yaowang Valley's Qingnong Shu, both possessing the ability to harmonize yin and yang. He turned to Churuoli. Child, how is your master faring these days? Churuoli replied respectfully. My master is well and often speaks of you. Senior Mohaha, that old codger is yet to pass on. I see. Mo Yuan laughed before turning serious. You from Yaowang Valley have come to Haiyan City regarding the plague, haven't you? Churuoli nodded. Indeed. Many in the southern part of the city have fallen ill with strange symptoms, and my master suspects demonic interference. Mo Yuan pondered for a moment. If that is the case, I will send 2 disciples to assist you. He turned to Lin Han. Lin Xiaoyu, with your Yin-Yang He-Gong, you may possess unique capabilities to treat this affliction. Why not accompany us? Just as Lin Han was about to agree, the system unexpectedly prompted. New task. Resolve the plague in Haiyan City. Reward. Cultivation increase based on the number of patients saved. Additional reward. Tianyan Tong beginner. I shall not hesitate. Lin Han promptly affirmed. Departing from Baichao Pavilion, Lin Han and his companions split into 2 groups. Chun Feng and the others escorted the captives back to the sect to report, while Lin Han and Churuoli headed towards the plague-stricken area in the southern part of the city, accompanied by 2 disciples from Baichao Pavilion, Mo Qing and Mo Bai, both at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Along the way, Churuoli elaborated on the epidemic. Patients initially suffer from high fevers, followed by the emergence of black spots all over their bodies, leading to death within 3 days. Strangely, the corpses decompose rapidly, emitting a foul stench. Lin Han furrowed his brow. This sounds like some form of dark sorcery. My master believes so too, Churuoli replied anxiously. What is more terrifying is that this illness is contagious. If not controlled promptly, it could lead to disaster. Upon reaching the southern part of the city, the scene was harrowing. The streets lay deserted, doors were shut tight, and a putrid odor mingled with the scent of herbs filled the air. Makeshift medical tents were crowded with patients, their moans echoing incessantly. Zhu Shaizi, a disciple from Yaowang Valley, rushed over. Things are dire. 7 more have died, and the newly admitted 10 are also on the brink. Chu Ruoli immediately plunged into the rescue efforts. Lin Han, on the other hand, activated his Yin-Yang Unity Method, attempting to heal a critically ill patient. As the Yin and Yang energies entered the body, he quickly discerned an ominous presence within the patient, a sinister energy continuously devouring their vitality. Indeed, it is sorcery, Lin Han stated solemnly. This is not a common plague. Someone has cast a curse. Mo Qing's expression changed drastically. Can it be undone? Lin Han contemplated for a moment. It is worth a try. He promptly sat down, channeling his technique. The Yin and Yang energies expanded outward from Lin Han, forming a purification field with a diameter of 30 feet. The suffering of the patients within the field lessened slightly, but soon returned to their previous state. The area is too small, Lin Han murmured. Chu Ruoli suddenly suggested. If we combine it with Yaowang Valley Xingling Formation, perhaps we can amplify the effect? Lin Han's eyes brightened. It is worth a try. They immediately set to work. With Lin Han at the center, Chu Ruoli and the 2 Baichao Pavilion disciples positioned themselves at each corner, forming the formation. As the formation activated, Lin Han's Yin-Yang energies magnified several times, enveloping the entire medical tent. The black spots on the patients' bodies receded at a visibly rapid pace, and the moans gradually diminished. After 2 hours, the first batch of over 30 patients was finally out of danger. Successfully treated 34 individuals. Reward. Cultivation increased to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Additional reward. Tianyan Tong Beginner. A surge of immense spiritual power flooded into Lin Han's Dantian, allowing him to break through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Simultaneously, a warmth surged in his brow, as if a third eye had opened. Looking at Chu Ruoli, he realized he could see through her spiritual root quality. Indeed, she was a Xianing body with exceptionally high purity. Lin Daoyu, Chu Ruoli exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. You have broken through? Lin Han smiled and nodded. To save a life is worth more than constructing a 7-tier pagoda, let alone so many lives. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with admiration. Yaowang Valley upholds the principle of saving the world. Today, I truly understand what it means to be a compassionate healer. Over the next 3 days, Lin Han and Chu Ruoli tirelessly treated patients. As their reputation spread, more and more individuals were brought to them. By the 4th day, the outbreak was finally under control. During this period, Lin Han and Chu Ruoli spent day and night together, their relationship blossoming rapidly. She taught Lin Han the medical arts of Yaowang Valley, while he utilized his Yin-Yang Unity Method to help her nurture her Xianing body. Each instance of their spiritual energies intertwining seemed to deepen their bond. Companionship with Chu Ruoli, 20, current, 8100 on the 5th day at dawn. While Lin Han and the others were busy in the medical tent, an unexpected visitor shattered the tranquility. Lin Han, it truly is you. Lin Han looked up to find Tang Hongling. She appeared travel-worn, her face etched with urgency. Tang Shiji, what brings you here? She rushed forward, grasping Lin Han's hand tightly. Come back to the sect with me. Something grave has occurred. What is so urgent? Lin Han asked. Tang Hongling glanced at Chu Ruoli beside him, lowering her voice. Zhao Wuji is pressuring Su Yuqing into marriage. He said if she refuses, you will meet a gruesome fate. Lin Han's mind erupted with a thunderous roar as fury coursed through his entire being. When did this happen? 3 days ago. Tang Hongling et Kim An So Li. Lin Han chased after them, fearing Yu Wunti make it back in time. Junior sister Su threatened to take her own life to temporarily stall Zhao Wuji. But she can't hold out for long. Elena Khan's feast krakalat ominusly. Zhao Wuji, you seek death. Chu Ruoli approached, saying, Friend Lin, if there is urgency, you can leave this to me. Lin Han took a deep breath. Thank you, Fairy Chu. The epidemic has been contained. I entrust the remaining matters to you. She gently grasped Lin Han's hand. Take care. After a pause, she added softly, once this matter is resolved, I will seek you at Qinglan Zone for further treatment. A warmth enveloped Lin Han's heart as he nodded solemnly. Before departing, Lin Han bid farewell to Mo Yuan at Baichao Pavilion. Upon hearing the circumstances, the elder presented Lin Han with a jade talisman. Shatter this in a dire moment to withstand a blow from a nascent soul cultivator. Lin Han gratefully accepted this generous gift. Upon exiting the city, Lin Han and Tang Hongling hurried onward. She divulged more details. After news of their escort team's ambush reached the sect, Zhao Wuji was incensed and openly threatened Su Yuqing. That scoundrel heard rumors that junior sister, Su, carries your child and flew into a rage. He declared his intent to publicly cripple you during the outer sect competition. Lin Han chuckled coldly. Just as well, I wish to confront him as well. Now, at the 8th level of Qi refinement, combined with his various trump cards, Lin Han felt he had a chance against Zhao Wuji, who was at the 9th level. Dang Hongling has di da. What else is there? Her cheeks flushed. Lin Han. I might also be. Lin Han was taken aback, then elated. Really? Not certain yet, she replied, playfully hitting him. It's all your fault. If Master finds out, he will surely skin you alive. Lin Han laughed heartily, embracing her. Rest assured, with me here, no one can harm you and our child. Detected partner's pregnancy. Reward. Cultivation level increased to peak 8th level of Qi refinement. Additional reward. Mother-child protection talisman 2 can remotely sense the child's condition and provide protection. Feeling the surge of spiritual power within, Lin Han's confidence soared. Zhao Wuji, your doom is at hand. Chapter 9. The eve of the competition. By the time they returned to Qinglan Zone, it was the eve of the outer sect competition. At the mountain gate, two guards' expressions shifted upon seeing Lin Han. Brother Lin, you have finally returned. One murmured. Brother Zhao has declared that he will take your life during tomorrow's competition. Lin Han scoffed coldly. Thank you for the warning. Upon entering the sect, Lin Han made his way directly to the spirit herb garden. Su Yuqing's cottage was dark, and knocking yielded no response. She isn't here? Dang Hongling Thou Wen. Lin Han's heart tightened. Activating his Tianyan Tong, he soon detected a lingering trace of Su Yuqing's aura, mixed with a hint of panic. Something has happened. Lin Han spoke gravely. Someone has been here. Just then, a transmission talisman flew in. Shattering it, he heard Lan Yu's voice. Brother Lin. Sister Su has been placed under house arrest at Hanbing Peak. He said unless you publicly concede tomorrow, otherwise. The transmission was abruptly cut off. Lin Han's fury ignited, his spiritual energy erupting uncontrollably, causing the surrounding herbs to tremble. Calm down. Zhao Wuji aims to provoke you into chaos. Lin Han inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger. We need to check Hanbing Peak. Hanbing Peak served as a cultivation site for inner disciples, and typically, outer disciples were forbidden from entering. Yet, Lin Han could not afford to hesitate. Arriving at the foot of Hanbing Peak, he encountered guards blocking the way. Halt! Hanbing Peak is a restricted area. Outer disciples are not permitted entry. As Lin Han prepared to force his way through, Tang Hongling held him back. Don't act rashly. Zhao Wuji would relish your violation of the sect's rules to justify punishing you. Lin Han gritted his teeth. Are we just going to let this slide? Of course not, she said slyly. I have a plan. Leading Lin Han around to the back of Hanbing Peak, she pointed to a steep cliff. The defenses here are weak. With your Yulong Bu, you should be able to scale it. Lin Han's eyes brightened, and he embraced her, planting a fervent kiss on her lips. Wait for my return. Utilizing Yulong Bu, Lin Han climbed the cliff like a gecko. Hanbing Peak was perpetually snow-covered, and as he ascended, the chill intensified. Fortunately, the Yin-Yang harmonization technique provided protection, rendering the cold invigorating. Upon reaching the summit, Lin Han quietly released his spiritual awareness, quickly detecting Su Yuqing's presence within a side hall. Two disciples at the 7th level of Qi refinement guarded the entrance. With a quick thought, Lin Han devised a plan. From his storage bag, he retrieved a pouch of sleeping powder, spoils from a blood slaughter sect assassin. Harnessing the night breeze, he blew the powder toward the guards. Soon, the two fell into a drowsy stupor, collapsing to the ground. Swiftly infiltrating the side hall, he found Su Yuqing ensnared by a shimmering ice-blue barrier, her complexion pale and her abdomen slightly swollen. Yuqing, Lin Han called softly. She looked up suddenly, tears brimming in her eyes. Lin Han, you must leave. This is a trap. Ignoring her warning, Lin Han stepped forward to dismantle the barrier. The enchantment was quite intricate, but crumbled easily under the Yin-Yang harmonization technique. As soon as the barrier shattered, Su Yuqing leaped into Lin Han's embrace. Zhao Wuji has set up a surveillance array in the hall. He will know immediately. Before she could finish, a whistling sound pierced the air from outside. Run! Lin Han scooped Su Yuqing up and leapt out the rear window. Zhao Wuji's furious roar echoed behind them. Lin Han, you seek death. Several ice spikes hurtled toward them. Without looking back, Lin Han activated the Huolong Ring, conjuring a wall of flames that melted the incoming ice spikes. Using the cover of night, Lin Han and Su Yuqing swiftly descended the mountain. Zhao Wuji pursued relentlessly, yet he seemed cautious, refraining from creating too much commotion. Back at the spirit herb garden, Tang Hongling awaited anxiously. Upon seeing Lin Han and Su Yuqing unharmed, she sighed in relief. You weren't discovered, were you? Not for now, Lin Han replied, gently caressing Su Yuqing's haggard face. That scoundrel didn't harm you, did he? Su Yuqing shook her head. He merely imprisoned me, saying he would deal with us both upon your return. Suddenly, she grasped Lin Han's hand tightly. Lin Han, you must not participate in tomorrow as competition. Zhao Wuji has already broken through to the pinnacle of qi refinement, and his uncle has provided him with a treasure. Lin Han's heart sank, but he quickly regained his composure. It matters not. I have my strategies. Tang Hongling, filled with concern, suggested, shall we leave Qingluan Zone tonight? We may escape for a moment, but not for a lifetime, Lin Han replied solemnly. Moreover, I must protect you both and our child. Su Yuqing and Tang Hongling exchanged glances, simultaneously grasping Lin Han's hands. We believe in you. That night, the three of them huddled together in the small cottage of the spirit herb garden, strategizing for the morrow. Lin Han presented the treasures procured during their outing, the Huolong ring, Baoyuan Dan, and a life-saving jade talisman from Mo Yuan. Still not enough, Tang Hongling frowned. Zhao Wuji's treasure is said to be the Xuanbing mirror, capable of freezing spiritual power. Lin Han pondered for a moment before a thought struck him. Lan Yu. She might be able to assist. He promptly sent a transmission talisman to Lan Yu. Shortly, she stealthily approached. Brother Lin, upon seeing him safe, she beamed with joy, but quickly turned anxious. Brother Zhao is furious. He will undoubtedly seek your life tomorrow. Lin Han reassuring the patar shoulder. Junior sister Lan, I need your assistance. Me? She asked, bewildered, pointing to herself. What can I do? You cultivate ice-based techniques. You must know something about the Xuanbing mirror, right? Lan Yu note that. That is a replica of the treasure of Hanbing Peak, capable of releasing extreme cold and freezing an opponent's spiritual energy. Is there a way to break through? She bit her lip in contemplation. Unless there exists a higher-tier, fire-based treasure, or perhaps something else. Perhaps a pure yang body. Her delicate face flushed slightly, for the pure yang energy could resist the chilling cold of Xianbing. Lin Han exchanged a glance with Tang Hongling, and she immediately understood. If the yin-yang harmony technique is cultivated to a certain level, it can indeed simulate a pure yang body. Lin Han felt a surge of inspiration. Junior sister Lan, would you be willing to lend me your assistance? How can I help? Through dual cultivation. Lin Han spoke candidly, proposing to borrow the cold energy within you to aid in my yin-yang harmonization, thus achieving a pseudo-pure yang body in a short span of time. Lan Yu's face instantly flushed to her ears, looking helplessly at Su Yuqing and Tang Hongling. Surprisingly, Su Yuqing gently urged, Junior sister Lan, this concerns Lin Han's life and death. I hope you will assist him. Tang Hongling added, do not worry, although this rascal is lecherous. His dual cultivation technique is indeed authentic. Lan Yu bowed her head in contemplation for a long time before finally giving a barely perceptible nod. Dao Companion Lan Yu Intimacy Level 30, current 8100. Without further ado, Lin Han and the others promptly began their preparations. Su Yuqing and Tang Hongling stood guard outside, while Lin Han and Lan Yu sat facing each other within the room. Junior sister Lan, relax your mind, Lin Han softly instructed, simply follow my guidance of spiritual energy. She anxiously closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering. Lin Han gently took her icy little hand, as the yin-yang harmony technique began to operate slowly. Unlike Tang Hongling's fiery warmth or Su Yuqing's gentle demeanor, Lan Yu's spiritual energy flowed like a hidden current beneath a glacier, chilling yet brimming with vibrant life. Contact with pure yin body, yin attribute spiritual root affinity 15, yin-yang harmonization commencing, estimated duration 3 hours as the technique progressed. The cold energy within Lan Yu was gradually drawn out, merging with Lin Han's yang energy. Initially, she resisted slightly, but as the comfort from the circulation of spiritual energy enveloped her, she gradually relaxed. An hour later, Lin Han and Lan Yu had entered a state of deep fusion. A faint blue halo enveloped Lan Yu, while Lin Han was shrouded in golden light. The two colors of light intertwined and spiraled, forming a perfect Taiji symbol. Yin-Yang harmonization completed 50, host fire resistance 20. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. As the morning light streamed through the window, Lin Han and Lan Yu simultaneously opened their eyes. In her gaze, it seemed like ice flowers were blooming, an exquisite beauty beyond compare. Chapter 10. The Great Competition Yang Wei. The Outer Sect's Grand Competition was held at the main peak plaza of Qinglan's sect. When Lin Han arrived with Su Yuqing, Tang Hongling, and Lan Yu, the plaza was already teeming with people. Lin Han is here. They say he rescued Sister Su from the ice peak yesterday. Is he seeking death? Brother Zhao is a master of full qi refinement. Whispers echoed from all directions. Lin Han turned a deaf ear, his gaze sweeping across the 10 arenas at the center of the plaza. Each arena was fortified with formations capable of withstanding attacks below the foundation establishment stage. Lin Han, a sharp voice called out. Zhao Wujing strode over with several inner sect disciples, his expression dark enough to drip water. You dare, Brother Zhao, Lin Han interrupted calmly. The competition is imminent. Let any grievances be settled on the arena, shall we? An uproar ensued among the onlookers. Zhao Wujing's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Very well. I hope you can still speak so defiantly later. As he turned to leave, Lin Han noticed a small ice-blue mirror hanging at his waist, presumably the imitation Xianbing mirror. Beware of that mirror, Lan Yu whispered. When fully activated, it can instantly freeze the spiritual energy of qi refinement stage cultivators. Lin Han nodded, already formulating a plan in his mind. Before the competition commenced, the Outer Sect elder announced the rules. 100 Outer Sect disciples would draw lots to duel, with those winning 3 consecutive matches advancing to the top 10, ultimately determining the champion. Lin Han drew the 7th arena, and his first opponent was a burly man at the 6th level of qi refinement. Upon seeing Lin Han on stage, he grinned maliciously, brandishing a large ghost-headed knife. Kid, if you know what's good for you, jump off yourself, or else before he could finish. Lin Han swiftly closed the distance with a dragon step and struck his wrist with a finger of cold ice. This was the critical node of his spiritual power. The moment he was struck, his entire arm was instantly encased in frost. Ah! The burly man screamed, dropping his knife with a clatter. Lin Han, seizing the momentum, kicked him off the stage. The entire process took less than 3 breaths, and the audience below hadn't even registered what had transpired. In the 7th arena, Lin Han wins. The referee announced loudly. The crowd erupted in cheers. Su Yuqing and Lan Yu rejoiced, while Tang Hongling proudly boasted to those around her. Did you see? That's my man. The second opponent was a female cultivator at the 7th level of qi refinement, skilled in illusions. The moment she stepped onto the stage, she unleashed a secret technique, enveloping the entire arena in dense fog. However, under Lin Han's heavenly eye, her movements were laid bare. Found you, Lin Han chuckled lightly, and with a thrust of his yin-yang finger, he pierced through the mist, accurately striking her acupoint at the back of her neck. The female cultivator let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. In the 7th arena, Lin Han wins. With 2 victories under his belt, Lin Han smoothly advanced to the top 10. Other arenas also revealed their victors, including Zhao Wujing, who swiftly eliminated his opponents with ruthless methods, drawing gasps from the crowd. The top 10 gathered at the central arena, where the sect master personally drew lots to determine the order of duels. Lin Han noticed Zhao Wujing fixating on him with a cold, sinister gaze, a cruel smile playing on his lips. The first match was Zhao Wujing versus Wang Zhen. The second match was Lin Han versus Lu Feng. Upon hearing the results, Lin Han was somewhat surprised. It seemed Zhao Wujing wanted to observe Lin Han's performance before making his counter-strategy. The battle between Zhao Wujing and Wang Zhen unfolded without suspense. Wang Zhen, a formidable opponent at the 8th level of qi refinement, appeared as a child before Zhao Wujing. After 3 exchanges, Wang Zhen was caught in the light of the Xianbing mirror, instantly frozen into an ice sculpture and carried off the stage for thawing. In the first match, Zhao Wujing wins. The sect master's brow furrowed slightly, evidently displeased with Zhao Wujing's ruthless tactics. Second match, Lin Han versus Lu Feng, stepped onto the stage. Lu Feng was a sword cultivator at the 7th level of qi refinement, known for his sharp sword techniques. The moment he stepped onto the stage, he launched a full-force attack, sword light descending upon Lin Han. Lin Han executed the dragon step, weaving and dodging while secretly observing his sword path. After 30 exchanges, Lin Han grasped his pattern. Seizing an opening during a change in Lu Feng's attack, Lin Han suddenly accelerated, unleashing the full force of his pseudo-pure yang body with a punch aimed at the weak point of Lu Feng's sword. Clang! The long sword shattered with a resonating sound, and Lu Feng was sent flying off the stage by the residual force. In the second match, Lin Han wins. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Lin Han noticed several elders in the spectators' seats pointing at him, their eyes filled with admiration. Following several more rounds of competition, the top 5 were determined: Lin Han, Zhao Wujing, Chun Feng, Li Qingluo, and Sun Yi. In the 5th round, Lin Han faced Li Qingluo. Li Qingluo was a female cultivator at the 8th level of qi refinement, adept in wood-based techniques. Upon taking the stage, she summoned a myriad of vines, transforming the entire arena into a jungle. Lin Han initially intended to end the match quickly, but upon reflection, he thought, why not use this opportunity to conceal some of his strength? Thus, Lin Han engaged in a fierce battle for over 100 exchanges, ultimately winning by a narrow margin. Before leaving the stage, Li Qingluo winked at Lin Han, clearly aware that he had held back. On the other side, Zhao Wujing effortlessly defeated Sun Yi, also advancing to the top 3. In the 6th round, a draw determined one person to have a bye. The Sect Master drew a lot. Lin Han bye. This meant Lin Han would face the victor between Zhao Wujing and Chun Feng in peak condition. Chun Feng, knowing he could not defeat Zhao Wujing, symbolically exchanged a few moves before conceding. Thus, the final showdown was set: Lin Han versus Zhao Wujing. The entire arena erupted with excitement. One is a seasoned powerhouse, the nephew of the Grand Elder. The other is a rising star, achieving victory after victory. The betting odds have skyrocketed to 10-1, with almost no one optimistic about Lin Han's chances. The final battle commences: Lin Han against Zhao Wujing, as they ascend the stage amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd. Zhao Wujing glares coldly at Lin Han, his lips moving. Lin Han will make you wish for death. Lin Han smiles calmly. Brother Zhao, I welcome your guidance. The match begins. Zhao Wujing takes the initiative, raising both hands as dozens of ice spikes materialize from thin air, whistling towards Lin Han. Lin Han channels his pseudo-pure yang physique, unleashing a punch that melts the ice spikes completely. Quite impressive, Zhao Wujing sneers, suddenly summoning the Xianbing mirror. Let us see how many of these you can withstand. The mirror glows with a blue light, and a bone-chilling cold current rushes towards Lin Han. Lin Han, prepared for this moment, activates the Fire Dragon Ring, summoning a phantom fire dragon to meet the cold current. The clash of ice and fire erupts in a deafening roar, sending shockwaves that ripple through the arena's formation. How is this possible? Zhao Wujing's expression shifts dramatically. You can actually withstand the Xianbing mirror? Lin Han seizes the moment, executing the dragon step to close the distance instantly, delivering a yin-yang finger strike aimed at his dantian. Zhao Wujing hastily dodges, but still gets grazed on his side, causing half of his body to go numb. You seek death. Enraged, he bites his tongue, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto the Xianbing mirror. The mirror immediately radiates a blood-red light, the temperature plummeting, with frost forming along the edges of the arena. Blood refinement technique? The sect leader stands abruptly in the observation area, exclaiming in dismay. But it is too late. A wave of bloody cold surges towards Lin Han. Everything in its path freezes, even the air itself. Lin Han's heart sinks, and he quickly crushes the jade talisman given by Mo Yuan. A golden barrier forms instantaneously, blocking the blood-red cold wave. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Han channels the Yin-Yang harmonization technique, the dual energies within him swirling at an unprecedented speed. Pseudo-Pyuryang, Aktifata. Golden flames ignite around Lin Han. The light from his body fractures the Xianbing mirror, creating visible cracks. Impossible. Zhao Wujing cries in terror. My Xianbing mirror. Lin Han seizes the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch infused with the yin-yang energies straight to his chest. Zhao Wujing is sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. He coughs up blood, his face paling. Just as Lin Han is about to pursue, he feels a surge of spiritual power boiling within him, ready to break through. Detected host successfully challenging beyond his level. Reward: Cultivation increased to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Additional reward. 9 Revolutions Golden Dan Technique. A torrent of spiritual power rushes into Lin Han's dantian, his aura skyrocketing as he instantaneously breaks through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Moreover, he does not stop there, pushing straight to the peak of the 9th layer. The arena falls into a deathly silence. Everyone watches in astonishment as he shatters 2 layers in the midst of battle, something unheard of. Zhao Wuji's face turns ashen as he struggles to continue fighting. Lin Han appears before him, a finger pressed against his throat. Surrender or die. A flash of resentment crosses Zhao Wuji's eyes, but faced with the overwhelming disparity, he can only grit his teeth and say, I concede. In the final battle, Lin Han triumphs. The referee announces loudly. After a brief silence, the entire arena erupts in thunderous cheers. Su Yuqing and the other 2 women embrace each other in excitement, and even some inner disciples rise to applaud. The sect leader personally presents Lin Han with awards, a bottle of Foundation establishment pills, a top-quality magical artifact, and an opportunity to enter the top level of the scripture repository. Lin Han, you performed exceptionally well, the sect leader kindly states. From this day forth, you are promoted to an outer sect steward, free to recruit disciples and establish your own faction. Lin Han respectfully bows. Thank you for your guidance, sect leader. Below the stage, Zhao Wuji is supported by a few sycophants, and the venomous gaze he casts before leaving makes Lin Han realize that this matter is far from over. Chapter 11. Celebration Night. On the night following the grand competition, the Spirit Her Garden is adorned with lights and decorations. Not only Su Yuqing and the other 2 women are present, but also friends like Chun Feng and Shi Dali have come to celebrate. Even outer sect disciples who rarely interact are crowding the small courtyard. Brother Lin, you are now the talk of the outer sect. The outer sect competition took place at the summit square of Qinglan sect. Chun Feng, holding a wine glass, blushes exuberantly. You must take good care of your little brother from now on. Shi Dali pounds the table, shouting, I knew Brother Lin was no ordinary person. That Zhao Wuji is nothing. Laughter erupts from the crowd. Lin Han responds with a smile. But his thoughts have already drifted elsewhere as the system has just issued a new task. New task. Establish your own faction. Reward, based on the scale of the faction. Current progress. 12,100 after several rounds of drinks. Guests begin to bid farewell. Only Su Yuqing, Tang Hongling, and Lan Yu remain. Feeling tired? Su Yuqing gently massages Lin Han's shoulders. Today was truly thrilling. I was almost scared to death. Tang Hongling pouts. What is there to be afraid of? I knew this rascal would definitely win. Although she says this, the lingering fear in her eyes betrays her. Lan Yu quietly sits beside them, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Han, quickly lowering her head when caught, her cheeks flushed. Lin Han takes Su Yuqing's hand. Today I owe you all my gratitude, especially to you, junior sister Lan. Hearing this, Lan Yu's head droops even lower. I didn't help much, Lin Han. Who says that? Lin Han walks in front of her, gently lifting her chin. Without your cold ice energy, I could not have cultivated the pseudo-pure yang physique. Her watery eyes meet Lin Han's, and her breath quickens. Su Yuqing and Tang Hongling exchange knowing smiles, quietly retreating and even thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Junior sister Lan, Lin Han calls softly, embracing her. She stiffens slightly, but does not resist. Brother Lin, I'm a bit scared. Don't be afraid. Lin Han strokes her silky hair. I will be very gentle. Saying this, Lin Han channels the Yin-Yang harmonization technique, imparting a gentle stream of spiritual power into her. Lan Yu immediately relaxes, leaning against Lin Han's chest like a docile little cat. She closes her eyes, following Lin Han's lead. She obediently shuts her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Lin Han lowers his head and kisses her soft lips, simultaneously caressing her back, guiding the spiritual energy to circulate within her. Fusion of Tao companions, spiritual energy completed, cultivation solidified, affinity with Tao companion Lan Yu. 20. Current, 100-100. Reward, ice soul cold light, earth tier technique. As the fusion reaches its peak, a sudden surge of astonishing cold energy erupts from within Lan Yu. The entire room is instantly coated in frost. Even Lin Han's eyebrows are adorned with white frost. Lin Han gazes in astonishment at the beauty in his arms. Lan Yu opens her eyes in bewilderment, realizing her transformation and gasping. Lin Han, what is happening? As she raises her hand, A beam of ice blue light automatically coalesces. Imanating ashirinyoha. Your latent spiritual root has awakened. Lin Han exclaims in delight. It is a rare ice-type, single spiritual root. Lan Yu stares in disbelief at her hands. A single spiritual root? Lin Han's entrance examination revealed that she possessed 3 spiritual roots, which was evidently a mistake. Lin Han succinctly elucidated the concept of latent spiritual roots, proclaiming that from this day forth, her cultivation speed would soar to unprecedented heights. Suddenly, she leaped into Lin Han's embrace, overwhelmed with joy and tears, exclaiming her gratitude. "Thank you, Lin Shixiao. Without you, I would have remained oblivious." Lin Han gently caressed her back, equally elated, not only for Lan Yu's breakthrough, but also because the system had issued a notification. Successfully awakened Dao Partner's spiritual root. Reward: 1 opportunity for offspring talent awakening. Would you like to use it immediately? Without hesitation, Lin Han selected yes. Su Yuqing's fetus was already 4 months along. It was time to assess the potential of this little one. Selection successful. Target: Su Yuqing's offspring. Awakening begins. Moments later, a startled cry from outside the courtyard pierced the air. Ah! Lin Han and Lan Yu rushed out to find Su Yuqing standing in the courtyard, a soft azure light emanating from her abdomen. Tang Hongling, flustered, was supporting her, panic etched on her face. What is happening? Lin Han approached swiftly. Su Yuqing, both astonished and delighted, exclaimed, "The child is moving vigorously." She lifted her garments, revealing strange patterns swirling upon her protruding belly, reminiscent of entwined vines. Tang Hongling gasped. Heavenly innate patterns. This is the hallmark of a wood-type, heavenly spiritual root. Lin Han's heart raced. Heavenly spiritual roots were rarer than singular roots, with a cultivation speed exceeding that of ordinary individuals by 10-fold. Offspring talent awakening successful. Wood-type heavenly spiritual root growth type. Reward: host affinity with wood-type spiritual root increased by 20. Additional reward: Qing Di Chang Shengong. A surge of pure wood-type spiritual energy flooded Lin Han's body, invigorating every cell with newfound vitality. Even more exhilarating was the appearance of a top-tier cultivation method. Qing Di Chang Shengong, perfectly suited for those with wood-type spiritual roots. Our child, Su Yuqing tenderly caressed her abdomen, her eyes shimmering with maternal radiance, will surely surpass his father. Lin Han smiled and embraced her, saying, "That is only natural." Lan Yu and Tang Hongling drew closer, and the 4 of them shared a warm, beautiful moment under the moonlight. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. A sound transmission talisman sliced through the air, hovering before Lin Han. Upon shattering it, Chen Feng's urgent voice emerged. "Lin Shixiao, trouble is brewing. Zhao Wuji has gone to the Elders' Hall with his uncle to complain, claiming you have used demonic techniques against him. The sect master is convening all elders for an emergency meeting." Lin Han's expression darkened. As expected, Zhao Wuji would not let this matter rest. "I shall return shortly," Lin Han told the 3 women. "You all should rest." Su Yuqing, filled with concern, grasped Lin Han's hand. "Be careful." Lin Han kissed her forehead, nodded to Tang Hongling and Lan Yu, and turned to hasten towards the Elders' Hall. Chapter 12. The Revenge Plan. The Elders' Hall was ablaze with light. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lin Han overheard the furious voice of Elder Zhao. "This boy has undoubtedly practiced demonic techniques. How else could he have defeated Wuji by 2 levels? A thorough investigation is imperative. Junior brother Zhao, be cautious with your words," the calm voice of the sect master interjected. "Lin Han's methods are entirely legitimate. How can there be any talk of demonic techniques?" Lin Han adjusted his attire and strode confidently into the hall. The sect master occupied the main seat, flanked by over a dozen inter-sect elders. Zhao Wuji stood pallid behind Elder Zhao, his eyes flashing with resentment upon seeing Lin Han enter. Disciple Lin Han greets the sect master and esteemed elders. Lin Han respectfully bowed. The sect master nodded slightly. "Lin Han, Elder Zhao has cast doubt upon your methods. Do you have anything to say?" Lin Han replied calmly. "The disciple practices the orthodox Yin-Yang path, and it is by no means demonic techniques. If the elders do not believe me, they may investigate personally." "Very well," Elder Zhao retorted sharply. "I shall now examine your soul." He stepped forward, his withered hand reaching for Lin Han's heavenly spirit cover. This grasp contained the pressure of a golden core, rendering ordinary chi refinement cultivators immobile. However, Lin Han was well prepared. The yin-yang harmonization technique activated automatically, forming a protective layer around his body. Simultaneously, Lin Han discreetly channeled Qing Di Chong Shengong, emanating pure wood-type spiritual energy, something that demonic techniques could never replicate. Elder Zhao's hand halted 3 inches from Lin Han, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. After a moment, he snorted coldly. Indeed, there is wood-type spiritual energy, but where did the yin-yang technique come from? Returning elder, I obtained it from an ancient cave, Lin Han answered half-truthfully. I can swear by my heart's demons that it is not a demonic technique. The sect master nodded with satisfaction. If that is the case, this matter is settled. Junior brother Zhao, do you have any further inquiries? Elder Zhao's face darkened, yet he could not refute the weight of the heart's demon oath. And he could only reluctantly concede. Since the sect master has spoken, I have no further comments. However, he cast a cold glance at Lin Han. Should this boy engage in any nefarious actions, I will not let him off lightly. With that, he swept away his sleeves in anger. Zhao Wuji shot Lin Han a venomous glare before also departing. Lin Han, the sect master said kindly, you performed admirably today. By tradition, the champion of the outer sect competition may enter the inner sect. Do you have a particular elder in mind? Lin Han's heart stirred. Ordinarily, this would be a splendid opportunity for a leap into the inner sect, but he replied respectfully, disciple dares to ask for a delay in entering the inner sect. I have just been appointed as an attendant and wish to cultivate my own faction, first to nurture more talents for the sect. In truth, Lin Han was reluctant to part with Su Yuqing. The inner sect's rules were stringent, and he could not enjoy the current freedom. Several elders appeared taken aback. Yet the sect master smiled knowingly. Very well, you have ambition. Your request is granted. However, the rewards for the top tier of the scripture pavilion remain in effect, and you may select techniques at any time. Thank you, sect master. After leaving the elders' hall, Lin Han exhaled deeply. Just a short distance away, a shadow suddenly lunged from the side. Instinctively, Lin Han dodged, simultaneously preparing his yin-yang finger. Upon closer inspection, however, it was Chun Feng, panting heavily as he approached. Lin Shixiao, you startle me, he exclaimed, patting his chest. I just heard that Elder Zhao was going to search your soul. Is everything all right? Lin Han patted his shoulder, thanking him for the warning. Chun Feng glanced around before whispering, Shixiao, I have more to report. Today, while gathering herbs on the back mountain, I saw Zhao Wuji conversing with a man in a blood robe. Lin Han's heart skipped a beat. A man in a blood robe? Is he from the blood slaughter sect? Most likely. Chun Feng nodded. I was far away, but I only caught words like plan and blood sacrifice. Blood sacrifice? Elena Khan's bros nitatili. This was not a good omen. You did well. Lin Han took out several spirit stones and handed them to him. Do not speak of this. I have my own plans. Returning to the spirit herb garden, the 3 women awaited Lin Han's return. After explaining the situation briefly, Tang Hongling slammed her palm on the table. The Zhao family is indeed colluding with the blood slaughter sect. We must report them at once. It would be futile. Lin Han shook his head. Without concrete evidence, we cannot move against Elder Zhao based solely on Qin Feng's word. Su Yuqing, deeply concerned, asked, what shall we do? We must strengthen ourselves, Lin Han replied solemnly. From tomorrow onward, I will formally establish my own faction. He then turned to Tang Hongling. Hongling, can you get in touch with Chu Ruoli from the Medicine King Valley? Tang Hongling raised an eyebrow. What? Are you missing your fairy? Lin Han replied earnestly. She mentioned she would come to Qinglan's sect to find me. The Medicine King Valley excels in medical arts. If a significant change occurs, we will need her assistance. With a huff, Tang Hongling acquiesced. I will give it a try. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, the 3 women fell asleep. Lin Han sat alone in the courtyard, meditating and organizing his recent experiences. Having reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, I stand but a step away from foundation establishment. Blessed with the companionship of 3 Dao partners, Su Yuqing, Tang Hongling, and Lan Yu, each already with child. I have also acquired precious techniques, such as the 9 turns golden elixir technique and Qingdi longevity skill. Just 3 months ago, such accomplishments seemed unimaginable. All of this is attributed to the multi-children blessing system. The system has recently announced. The host's recent performance is commendable. System upgrade in progress. New feature. offspring talent sharing beginner. Effect can share a certain talent ability of already born offspring. Lin Han's heart swelled with joy. This feature is incredibly useful. Although there are currently no offspring born, Su Yuqing has been pregnant for 4 months and in 5 months. Wait. Lin Han suddenly realized an issue. Typically, a cultivator's pregnancy lasts 12 months. Why is Su Yuqing showing so soon at just 4 months? The system timely explained. Due to system influence, the pregnancy period for Dao partners is shortened to 6 months. Offspring growth rate accelerated threefold. Lin Han was left speechless. This means that in just 2 months, Lin Han's first child will be born? Amidst the shock, joy prevailed. He quietly returned to the bedroom, gazing at the slumbering Su Yuqing, gently caressing her rounded belly. Little one, your father can hardly wait to meet you. The following morning, just as Lin Han rose, he received unexpected news. Chu Ruoli has arrived. Rushing to the mountain gate, he beheld Chu Ruoli, clad in white, standing gracefully like a fairy from a painting. Upon seeing Lin Han, her beautiful eyes sparkled as she quickly approached. Dao friend Lin, I hope you are well. Lin Han greeted her with a smile. Fairy Chu has traveled a long way. I apologize for not greeting you sooner. She smiled shyly. I have come at my master's behest to exchange medical skills at Qinglan's sect, and by the way, her cheeks flushed to fulfill our agreement from that day. Lin Han felt warmth in his heart, ready to respond, when the system abruptly popped up a notification. Detected high-quality Dao partner. Xianing body, awakened. Suggestion, quickly accept as a partner for double cultivation benefits. It seems that since parting ways in Haiyan City, Chu Ruoli's Xianing body has fully awakened. This will greatly benefit both Lin Han and her cultivation. Dao friend Lin? Chu Ruoli gently called, noticing Lin Han's distraction. Coming back to his senses, he said, Fairy Chu, you must be weary from your journey. Let's first find you a place to settle in. As he led her toward the spirit herb garden, Lin Han briefly recounted recent events. Upon hearing that the Zhao family might be colluding with the blood slaughter sect, Chu Ruoli's expression grew serious. This is no trivial matter. The blood slaughter sect has been very active in recent years, and Yaowang Valley has faced their disturbances multiple times. Lin Han nodded. Thus, we must prepare for the worst. Upon returning to the spirit herb garden, the 3 women, Su Yuqing, Tang Hongling, and Lan Yu, reacted differently upon seeing Chu Ruoli. Su Yuqing, Veljomit Hadkarmi. Tang Hongling pouted in silence, while Lan Yu timidly bowed. Noticing Su Yuqing's swollen belly, Chu Ruoli exclaimed, in just a month, Sister Su is already 4 months along. Su Yuqing lovingly stroked her belly. The little one is quite the playful one. For months? As a medical practitioner, Chu Ruoli immediately sensed the anomaly. Isn't a cultivator's pregnancy supposed to last? Lin Han quickly interjected. It may be due to the dual cultivation technique. She nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiry. After settling Chu Ruoli, Lin Han officially began to establish his own faction, with his status as the champion of the grand competition and an outer sect steward. Over 30 outer sect disciples soon pledged their allegiance. From among them, he selected 12 upright individuals to serve as core members. Faction establishment progress, 45. 100. Reward, blueprint for a beginner mountain protection formation. As evening fell, Lin Han was instructing his disciples in their cultivation when Chun Feng hurriedly approached. Senior brother Lin. It's bad. Zhao Wujia has blocked Sister Lan Yu at Hanbing Peak. Lin Han was immediately engulfed in fury and rushed toward Hanbing Peak without a second thought. Zhao Wujia. How dare you lay a hand on Lin Han's woman? You seek death. Chapter 13. Ice Soul Inheritance. Hanbing Peak is perpetually covered in snow, and Lin Han dashed up the thick ice layer, his heart ablaze with anger. How dare this scoundrel Zhao Wujia take advantage of Lin Han's absence to harm Lan Yu? System, locate Lan Yu. Lin Han urgently called in his mind, consuming 50 fortune points locating target located in the forbidden area of Hanbing Peak, Xianbing Cave. Xianbing Cave? Isn't that the cultivation forbidden zone of Hanbing Peak? It is said that only the Peak Master's personal disciples can enter. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Han employed the dragon step technique, moving like a specter through layers of guards. Arriving at the entrance of the forbidden area, 2 guards at the 8th layer of Qi refinement crossed their halberds. Halt. This is a restricted area. Intruders shall be killed. Lin Han had no time for idle chatter. He unleashed his full strength as a pseudo-pure yang body and struck with both fists. The scorching winds from his punches sent the 2 men flying. Crashing violently, against the ice wall. "Where is Zhao Wujia?" Lin Han demanded, gripping one of the guards by the throat. "In the cave." The guard replied in terror, "But the Xianbing cave has restrictions. Outsiders cannot enter." Before he could finish, Lin Han knocked him unconscious and strode into the cave. Upon entering, a bone-chilling cold assaulted him, causing even Lin Han's pseudo-pure yang body to shudder. The cave walls were adorned with glistening ice crystals, illuminated by a ghostly blue light, creating an ethereal scene. After advancing for 100 feet, he heard Zhao Wujia's sinister laughter ahead. "Lan Yu, stop struggling. Cooperate with me to refine the ice soul pearl, and you will not be at a disadvantage." "Not a chance." Lan Yu's voice was weak yet resolute. "Even if I die, I will not assist you in harming senior brother Lin." Lin Han felt a rush of warmth in his heart and quickened his pace. Turning a corner, he found himself in a vast ice cavern. At its center floated a fist-sized blue ice pearl, exuding an unsettling chill. Lan Yu was bound by 4 ice chains beneath the pearl, her face pale and bloodied at the corners of her mouth. Zhao Wujia stood before her, wielding a blood-red dagger. "I will ask you one last time. Will you cooperate?" Zhao Wujia raised the dagger. "If you refuse, I will first ruin your beauty and then cripple your cultivation. Just try it." Lan Yu suddenly laughed. "When senior brother Lin arrives, just wait and see how you die." Enraged, Zhao Wujia thrust the dagger down. "Stop!" Lin Han bellowed, unleashing his Yin-Yang finger technique to accurately strike the dagger. Clang! The dagger flew from Zhao Wujia's hand as he turned in shock. "Lin Han? How did you—" Lin Han did not give him a chance to speak, utilizing the dragon's step to close the distance, delivering a heavy punch to his face. Zhao Wujia hastily defended, but Lin Han's punch sent him reeling back over 10 steps, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. "Senior brother Lin," Lan Yu exclaimed, a mix of joy and relief, just as Lin Han was about to rescue her. Zhao Wujia unexpectedly crushed a jade talisman. "You forced me to do this." The entire ice cavern shook violently, and countless ice spikes descended from the ceiling. Even more terrifying, the suspended ice soul pearl suddenly blazed with blue light, shooting a column of extreme cold toward Lin Han. "Watch out!" Lan Yu screamed. Lin Han dodged with all his might, but was still grazed by the light beam on his left arm. In an instant, his entire arm lost sensation, encased in a thick layer of ice. "Ha ha!" Zhao Wujia cackled. "The ice soul pearl is the treasure of Hanbing Peak, its power comparable to a golden core strike. Lin Han, today you are doomed." Gritting his teeth, Lin Han activated the Yin-Yang harmonization technique to dispel the cold energy invading his body. Simultaneously, he surveyed his surroundings, searching for a way to break the deadlock. The ice soul pearl continuously emitted cold light, forcing Lin Han into a desperate retreat until he was cornered. Zhao Wujia laughed triumphantly. "Die." In that critical moment, Lan Yu suddenly bit her tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto the chains. "With my blood, break your shackles." The chains shattered instantly. She disregarded her injuries and leaped towards the Bingpiju, clutching it tightly in her embrace. "Lan Yu, no!" Lin Han exclaimed in alarm. The orb was terrifying even from a distance. Direct contact would surely lead to disaster. However, contrary to his expectations, the scene of Lan Yu being frozen into an ice sculpture did not materialize. Instead, the Bingpiju gradually became docile in her arms, and its blue light softened. "This is impossible." Zhao Wuji's face turned ashen. "Only one with a pure ice element affinity could it be that you—" Lan Yu's long hair danced without wind, exuding an astonishing chill. "Zhao Wuji, you have betrayed your master and colluded with demonic cultivators. Today, I shall cleanse your wrongdoings on behalf of my ancestors." With a graceful flick of her jade hand, the Bingpiju emitted a slender yet terrifying blue beam, piercing through Zhao Wuji's dantian in an instant. "Ah!" Zhao Wuji screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground as his spiritual power gushed out uncontrollably, rendering him powerless. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Han stepped forward and struck his neck, rendering him completely unconscious. "Lan Yu, are you all right?" Lin Han inquired with concern. She smiled radiantly, the Bingpiju obediently hovering in her palm. "I'm quite well, even better than ever." Just then, a phantom figure suddenly appeared at the center of the ice cavern. A stunning woman adorned in palace attire, her features exquisite, exuding a cold elegance akin to the moon. "Bingpa Shinzi," Lan Yu gasped in astonishment, promptly kneeling. Lin Han followed suit, bowing respectfully. This was the founder of Hanbing Peak, a formidable being who had reached the Yuanying stage a millennium ago. No need for excessive formalities. Bingpa Xianzi's voice rang out like a crystalline spring. I have awaited a fated individual for a millennium. She gazed at Lan Yu, nodding in approval. With a pure heart and a singular ice affinity, you may inherit my teachings. Her eyes then shifted to Lin Han. The harmonious balance of yin and yang is indeed rare. Cherish this girl. Her future is boundless. Lin Han replied respectfully in affirmation. With a wave of her hand, Bingpa Xianzi sent a blue light into Lan Yu's forehead. The Bingpa Xiangong and the Bingpa Zhu are now entrusted to you. I hope you uphold the righteous path and bring honor to our lineage. With that, her figure gradually faded away. Lan Yu's tears flowed freely as she prostrated 3 times. Disciple shall diligently heed the teachings of my ancestors. Once Bingpa Xianzi vanished completely, the ice cavern returned to stillness. Lin Han approached to assist Lan Yu to her feet. Can you walk? She nodded, but suddenly felt weak, collapsing into Lin Han's embrace. Despite having received the inheritance, her previous injuries and exhaustion would not be easily mended. Lin Han decided to carry her in his arms. Let's return. Upon reaching the cave entrance, they found that the disciples of Hanbing Peak had gathered outside in droves. Upon seeing Lin Han and Lan Yu emerge, they exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to react. Zhao Wuji has colluded with demonic cultivators and has been stripped of his powers, Lin Han declared with a clear voice. Lan Yu has received the inheritance of Bingpa Xianzi and shall henceforth serve as the new peak master of Hanbing Peak. The disciples erupted in astonishment. An elder female cultivator stepped forward to examine the Bingpa Zhu in Lan Yu's hand, and she knelt excitedly. I pay my respects to the peak master. Others quickly followed suit, kneeling in reverence. Lan Yu's face flushed crimson in Lin Han's arms, and she whispered, I am not yet. It is only a matter of time, Lin Han smiled. First, let us focus on your recovery. Upon returning to the Spirit Her Garden, Su Yuqing and the others rushed over upon seeing Lan Yu injured. Chu Ruoli, a top disciple of the Yaowang Valley, immediately began to diagnose Lan Yu. Your spiritual power is depleted, and your meridians are somewhat damaged, but it is not severe. After a thorough examination, she stated, take this Huatran Dan and rest for 3 days. Lan Yu consumed the pill and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Lin Han and the others exited the room to discuss matters in the courtyard. With Zhao Wuji crippled, the Zhao family will not let this go easily, Tang Hongling remarked, frowning. Lina noted. Therefore, we must expedite our growth. With Lan Yu's inheritance, she had effectively taken control of the Hanbing Peak lineage. Coupled with Lin Han's existing influence, they had begun to establish a formidable presence. Number of members increased by 75. Current total, 87,100. Mission to establish one's own force is nearing completion. Reward, Mountain Guardian Array upgraded to Yin-Yang 5 Elements Array. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Once the target of 100 members was achieved, they would secure a more powerful protective formation, significantly enhancing their safety. What shall we do next? Su Yuqing. Lin Han pondered for a moment. 3 matters. First, swiftly consolidate the forces of Hanbing Peak. Second, be wary of the Zhao family's retaliation. Third, Lin Han gazed at Chu Ruoli. Fairy Chu, could I request your assistance in investigating the movements of the Shueisha sect? Chu Ruoli smiled gently. This is precisely my intention. In truth, she hesitated briefly, as Lin Han had come to Qinglan's sect not only to fulfill his promise to Lin Daoyu, but also to carry out a directive from her master. What is it? 3 months ago, Yaowang Valley received confidential reports indicating that the Shueisha sect had colluded with a faction within Qinglan's sect, intending to open an ancient demonic cavern. Chu Ruoli stated solemnly. The location lies within the boundaries of Qinglan's sect. Lin Han inhaled sharply. An ancient demonic cavern? If it were to be opened, the consequences would be dire. Do you have a specific location? Chu Ruoli shook her head. All I know is that a substantial amount of cultivator blood is required as a catalyst. I suspect that the Outer Sect Grand Competition is their method of selecting sacrifices. The expressions of the others turned grave. If this were true, those outstanding Outer Sect disciples, including several whom Lin Han had recruited, could very well be targeted. It appears time is of the essence, Lin Han stated gravely. From tomorrow onwards, everyone should remain in seclusion and intensify their training. I will expedite the formation of our faction and set up the Mountain Guardian Array. Just as he spoke, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard. Exiting to investigate, they were met by dozens of Han Bing Peak disciples, led by the elder female cultivator from before. Brother Lin, she greeted respectfully. We come at the behest of Peak Master Lin to heed your commands. Currently, Han Bing Peak has 73 disciples, with 5 remaining behind, and the rest are gathered here. Lin Han was momentarily taken aback before comprehending that even while recovering, Lan Yu had conveyed instructions to the disciples via the Bingpaju. Very well, Lin Han nodded. From this day forth, you shall reside near the Spirit Herb Garden. I will arrange accommodations and resources for cultivation. Number of members increased by 68. Current total, 100,100. Mission to establish one's own force completed. Reward, Yin-Yang 5 elements array, capable of withstanding late-stage gene attacks. Additional reward, member cultivation speed increased by 10. A surge of information flooded his mind. The method for arranging the Yin-Yang 5 elements array. This formation, based on the 5 elements and guided by Yin and Yang, combined offense and defense, making it an invaluable asset for protecting their mountain. Lin Han immediately organized personnel to commence the array setup around the Spirit Herb Garden. Although the materials were somewhat costly, the support from the Han Bing Peak disciples made it manageable. As night fell, the formation was initially completed. A transparent protective barrier enveloped an area of 10 miles. Imperceptible to ordinary cultivators. However, it would activate defensively at the slightest hint of an attack. Once these tasks were accomplished, Lin Han went to visit Lan Yu. She had awakened and was sitting up in bed, conversing with Su Yuqing. Upon seeing Lin Han enter, both women smiled warmly. How do you feel? Lin Han sat beside her, taking her hand in his. Much better, she replied, her complexion still somewhat pale, yet her spirit appeared lively. Brother Lin, thank you for saving me. Lin Han shook his head. It was the least I could do. But you, how did you suddenly gain control over the Bingpaju? A flicker of confusion crossed Lan Yu's eyes. I am not certain. I merely felt the orb calling to me, and in that moment of embrace, it was as though a torrent of information flooded my mind. That is the recognition of a master, Su Yuqing explained. Spiritual artifacts possess consciousness and select their masters. Your singular ice affinity perfectly aligns with the requirements. Lan Yu blushed and smiled shyly. I'm still not quite accustomed to being the peak master. Take your time. Linanin Kurogit. With the inheritance of Bingpashienzi, you will undoubtedly grow swiftly. Just then, a gurgling sound emanated from Lan Yu's stomach. Her face flushed with embarrassment. I am hungry. Su Yuqing couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Han, go prepare something to eat. After she departed, Lin Han leaned down and gently kissed Lan Yu's forehead, saying, Rest well. I shall return to see you tomorrow. However, Lan Yu grasped Lin Han's sleeve and implored, Can you stay with me tonight, Brother Lin? Lin Han was momentarily taken aback. Given her injuries, it was generally inadvisable for them to engage in dual cultivation. Sensing Lin Han's hesitation, she quickly clarified, Not for that reason. I simply wish for your company. Lin Han smiled and nodded very well. He lay beside her, and Lan Yu curled up in his embrace like a little kitten. As he felt her steady breathing, a sense of tranquility enveloped Lin Han's heart. Tao Companion Lan Yu Affinity 10. Current 100,100. Maximum limit reached. Reward, 20 comprehension of Bing Pashian Gong. It appears that mere companionship can indeed enhance intimacy. Lin Han closed his eyes to meditate, the profound principles of Bing Pashian Gong surfacing in his mind. This technique shares a remarkable similarity with Yin-Yang Unity Gong, both striving for a balance of Yin and Yang, albeit with differing emphases. Mastering both would greatly benefit Lin Han's cultivation. Chapter 14. The body of Xian Yin the following morning, as Lin Han exited Lan Yu's quarters. He spotted Chu Ruoli practicing swordplay in the courtyard. Clad in flowing white robes, her sword glimmered like water, reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending from the moon palace. Fairy Chu possesses exquisite swordsmanship, Lin Han sincerely praised. She sheathed her sword and smiled lightly. You flatter me, Dao friend Lin. The Yaowang Valley is renowned for its medicinal prowess. Swordsmanship is but a supplementary skill. You are far too modest, Lin Han remarked, approaching her. Thanks to your exceptional skills yesterday, Lan Yu has recovered so swiftly. Chu Ruoli shook her head. It was merely a trifling effort. After a moment's hesitation, she lowered her voice. Dao friend Lin, I have a request. Feel free to speak, he encouraged. The Yin energy within me has recently become stagnant, she confessed, her cheeks tinged with crimson. I would like to request your assistance once more in regulating it. Lin Han felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Their previous encounter in Heiyin City had only been a preliminary treatment. Engaging in profound dual cultivation would be immensely beneficial for both parties. It would be my honor, Lin Han replied earnestly, but this place is crowded. We should seek a secluded spot in the back mountain. Chu Ruoli nodded gently. I shall defer to your arrangements. After exchanging farewells with Su Yuqing, they made their way to the back mountain. Along the way, Lin Han noticed Chu Ruoli's unsteady gait and uneven breath, clearly indicating that the Yin energy had severely affected her condition. Finding a hidden cave, Lin Han set up a simple barrier to ensure they would not be disturbed. Fairy, let us begin, Lin Han said. Chu Ruoli took a deep breath, turning her back to him as she loosened her garment. As her white robe fell away, it revealed her back, smooth as sheep fat jade. However, strange dark blue-black patterns manifested upon her back, spreading like a spider's web. Is this a backlash from the Yin energy? Lin Han furrowed his brow, realizing the severity of the situation exceeded his expectations. She nodded bitterly. My physique is unique. It flares up every 3 years. I had hoped that your assistance in Heiyin City would allow me to suppress it for a longer time. But no matter, Lin Han replied solemnly. The Yin-Yang Gong is precisely what is needed to resolve this affliction. He instructed her to sit cross-legged in front of him, placing his hands upon her smooth back to channel the Yin-Yang Gong. The energies gradually flowed into her, intertwining with her Yin energy. Contact with Yin body. In Attribute Spirit Root Affinity 20, Suggestion, engage in profound dual cultivation to fully activate potential as the technique progressed. The dark blue-black patterns on Chu Ruoli's back began to fade. She let out a comfortable sigh, leaning back against Lin Han. How do you feel? Lin Han asked softly. So comfortable, she murmured unconsciously, like ice and snow meeting warm sunlight. Lin Han increased the output of his spiritual power. Unlike Lan Yu's chill or Tang Hongling's fervor, Chu Ruoli's Yin energy resembled a tranquil deep pool, seemingly calm, yet harboring tumultuous undercurrents. After 2 hours, the surface patterns had vanished, yet the core stagnation remained unresolved. Fairy, to completely address this, we will need. Lin Han hesitated. She turned to face him, her beautiful eyes glistening. What is needed? We require a true method of dual cultivation, Lin Han stated candidly, where our spiritual powers intertwine deeply, without distinction. Chu Ruoli's cheeks flushed, yet she did not shy away from his gaze. I am willing. With her consent, Lin Han no longer hesitated, gently laying her down upon the prepared soft mat. Garments loosened, their bodies pressed closely together. Commencement of Yin-Yang fusion. Compatibility 85. Expected outcome. Mutual enhancement of cultivation. Unlike the previous treatment, this time was a complete merging of their essences. Chu Ruoli's Yin body perfectly complemented Lin Han's pseudo-pure Yang body, creating a harmonious cycle of Yin and Yang energy between them. Initially, she felt somewhat rigid, but as their spiritual powers blended, she gradually relaxed and even began to respond willingly. Lin Dao friend, she hazily called his name, her eyes dreamy. Lin Han leaned down and kissed her lips, transferring pure spiritual energy into her. The Yin energy was fully activated, transforming into pure energy that nourished both of them. Yin-Yang fusion completed. Cultivation level elevated to foundation establishment stage. Dao, companion Chu Ruoli's cultivation elevated to perfected Qi refinement. Reward, upgraded immunity to all poisons. An unprecedented surge of powerful spiritual energy condensed within Lin Han's Dantian, allowing his cultivation to effortlessly break through to the foundation establishment stage. Simultaneously, Chu Ruoli's aura surged, reaching the pinnacle of Qi refinement. She gazed in astonishment at her hands. Did I break through? Lin Han smiled and nodded. Once the Yin body is activated, the speed of cultivation accelerates exponentially. Tears welled in Chu Ruoli's eyes as she suddenly leaped into Lin Han's embrace. Thank you, Lin Han. From now on, I shall be yours. Dao Companion binding successful. Chu Ruoli, Affinity 100100. Reward, fragment of the sacred text Yaowang Dian. A portion of the sacred medical text appeared in Lin Han's mind. a closely guarded secret of the Yaowang Valley. Although it was merely a fragment, its value was immeasurable. The two embraced for a long while, only preparing to depart as the sun began to set. Before leaving, Churoli suddenly grasped Lin Han's hand. Lin Han, I have yet to inform you of a piece of news regarding the Shueisha sect. What news? He inquired. Her expression turned grave. According to intelligence from Yaowang Valley, the Shueisha sect plans to make a move during next month's outer sect trial. Their target is to capture at least 50 outer sect disciples for blood sacrifices. Lin Han's heart sank. Time was of the essence. Next month. Is this information reliable? 80% certain. Churoli affirmed, my master has contacts within the Shueisha sect. Upon returning to the Ling Yao garden, Lin Han immediately convened a meeting with core members. After hearing the intelligence, the group's expressions turned serious. The outer sect trial will take place in the Yin Dark Forest, which has complex terrain, making it an ideal place for ambush, Chen Feng analyzed. Tang Hongling slammed her hand down. Then we simply will not participate. We have our own forces now. Why take the risk? No, Lin Han shook his head. If the Shueisha sect intends to perform blood sacrifices to open demonic caverns, we may evade the initial assault, but we cannot avoid the subsequent ones. We must take the initiative. What insights do you have, Brother Lin? Sure, Dali asked. Lin Han contemplated for a moment. Let us use their own tactics against them. If they plan to capture us, we shall instead lay an ambush for them. The group's eyes brightened. Lin Han elaborated on his plan. First, we need accurate intelligence support. Second, we must prepare ample antidotes and healing herbs. And lastly, and most importantly, we must secure the support of at least one Golden Core Elder. Leave the intelligence to me. Churoli volunteered. I can contact my peers from Yaowang Valley. The pills can be refined at our Hanbing Peak. The recently restored Lan Yu has expressed its stance, affirming that while it may not possess the finesse of Yaowang Valley, the foundational elixirs pose no issue. As for the Golden Core Elder Lin Han, he appears contemplative, perhaps seeking a means from the sect leader. After the meeting, the attendees dispersed. Lin Han proceeded to the Tsangjing Pavilion, preparing to utilize the top-tier selection opportunity granted by the sect leader. The upper level of the Tsangjing Pavilion is typically accessible only to inter-sect elders, housing the most elite techniques and secret arts of the Qinglan sect. After verifying Lin Han's token, the guarding elder permitted him to ascend. The upper level, though modest in size, contained only 5 shelves, each hosting a few jade slips. Lin Han examined them carefully, ultimately selecting a technique titled Wuxing Dunsu. This art allows one to instantaneously move by harnessing the 5 elemental forces, proving invaluable for both combat and escape. Upon descending, a commotion caught his attention. He witnessed Su Yuqing encircled by several disciples of the Spirit Herb Garden, a gentle azure glow emanating from her abdomen. What was happening? Lin Han hastened forward. Senior Brother Lin, Su Yuqing exclaimed joyfully, seizing his hand. The child was just speaking to me. Lin Han was taken aback. Speaking? Not in the literal sense, she chuckled. But it feels as if he can communicate with me through spiritual energy. Lin Han then observed that the spiritual herbs around her thrived remarkably, with a few 10-year-old spirit ginsengs even flowering and bearing fruit. Grasping her hand, Lin Han sensed the state of the fetus. Offspring talent activated. Mu Ling communication. Effect. Ability to converse with plants and promote their growth. Reward. Host gains affinity with flora. A peculiar sensation surged within him as he suddenly heard the voices of the surrounding herbs, expressing a sense of kinship with the unborn child and even willing to offer their medicinal essence. How marvelous, Lin Han murmured. The guarding elder was also intrigued and approached, exclaiming, a natural spirit body. This child is destined for greatness. He enthusiastically grasped Su Yuqing's hand, saying, would you be willing to join my tutelage? The Spirit Herb Garden is in dire need of talent like yours. Lin Han felt a surge of joy. Elder Mo Qingyun of the Spirit Herb Garden was a mid-golden core expert, and with his protection, Su Yuqing's safety would be further ensured. Su Yuqing looked towards Lin Han, who nodded slightly. She promptly bowed, declaring, I am willing. Eda Montak Yoist, promptly presenting her with a jade token. This is the core disciple's token of the Spirit Herb Garden. With this, you may freely enter and exit all areas of the garden, including my private herb plot. This was an unexpected delight. The Spirit Herb Garden is rich in resources, and with this connection, the supply of elixirs would no longer be a concern. Upon returning to their residence, Lin Han shared this good news with everyone. They all offered their congratulations, but Su Yuqing appeared somewhat troubled. Elder Mo said, "I must move to the Spirit Herb Garden tomorrow for convenience in his teachings." Understanding her reluctance, Lin Han reassured her, "For the sake of the child, this is a good thing. The Spirit Herb Garden is right on the main peak. I can visit you anytime." Her face brightened with a smile. That evening, Lin Han and the others held a small celebration. Chu Ruoli personally cooked several medicinal dishes, while Tang Hongling presented her homemade spirit wine. Although Lan Yu was still recovering, she participated with tea in place of wine. As the evening progressed, discussions naturally shifted to the impending crisis. "Lin Han, do you think the Shueisha sect will truly resort to desperate measures?" Tang Hongling inquired. Lin Han nodded. "They have plotted for a long time and will not easily relinquish their ambitions. However," he surveyed the group, "we are not to be trifled with. With the Yin-Yang 5 elements array and everyone's strength, the outcome remains uncertain." "Well said," Sure Dali applauded. "I've longed to confront those demonic wretches." As night deepened, the gathering dispersed. Lin Han and Su Yuqing returned to their chamber, embracing as they lay together. She lamented the upcoming move to the Spirit Herb Garden. Resting against Lin Han's chest, he gently caressed her hair. "This temporary separation is for a brighter future. Once the child is born and the crisis averted, we shall enjoy a peaceful life." Suddenly, she grasped Lin Han's hand and placed it on her rounded abdomen. "Can you feel it? He is moving." Indeed, a subtle vibration resonated from his palm, as if the little one was greeting Lin Han. A wave of exquisite happiness washed over him. Was this the feeling of impending fatherhood? Offspring Intimacy Level 10, Current 30100, Reward, Wood Element Technique Comprehension 15. It seemed that not only were they partners, but even the unborn child could provide rewards. The next morning, Elder Mo personally came to escort Su Yuqing. Before departing, she bid a heartfelt farewell to everyone. "Take good care of yourself," Lin Han whispered, kissing her forehead. "Contact me whenever needed." Su Yuqing nodded and reminded Tang, Hongling, and Lan Yu, "Keep an eye on him. Don't let him bring any sisters home again." Tang Hongling laughed heartily. "Rest assured, we are watching." After seeing Su Yuqing off, Lin Han immediately began preparing a strategy to counter the Shueisha sect. He first dispatched Shun Feng to scout the Dark Forest, and then instructed Chu Ruoli to contact Yawang Valley for further intelligence. Lin Han himself commenced practicing the newly acquired Wuxing Dunsu. This spell was exceedingly intricate, requiring the use of 5 elemental spiritual objects as a conduit. Fortunately, the Spirit Herb Garden was now accessible to Lin Han and his group, providing an abundance of wood elemental materials. Tang Hongling's refining workshop had various metals. And after taking control of the ice peak, Lan Yu was able to supply a continuous stream of water elemental materials. Within merely 3 days, Lin Han grasped the fundamentals of the evasion technique. Although each use did not exceed 100 zhang, it was sufficient to catch opponents off guard in combat. On the 7th day, Chun Feng returned with critical intelligence. A mysterious ancient altar was located at the southeastern corner of the Dark Forest, and there were recent signs of activity. Lin Han discovered this nearby. He produced a crimson fragment etched with bizarre runes. After examining it, Chu Ruoli's complexion changed dramatically. The Shueisha sect soul summoning talisman. They indeed planned to conduct a blood sacrifice there. "How far is the altar from the trial area?" Lin Han inquired. "About 30 miles, Chun Feng replied. "Under normal circumstances, trial disciples would not venture that far." Lin Han sneered thus. "They will undoubtedly attempt to drive or lure disciples there." While deliberating, Lan Yu hurriedly entered. "Lin Han, the sect leader summons you." The main hall of the sect leader exuded a solemn atmosphere. After bowing respectfully, Lin Han noted that in addition to the sect leader, 3 Golden Core elders were also present, including Elder Mo from the Spirit Herb Garden. "Lin Han, I have heard you are investigating the Shueisha sect," the sect leader stated directly. Lin Han's heart raced, but he maintained his composure, affirming, "Indeed. I have received credible intelligence that the Shueisha sect plans to attack disciples of our Lin clan during the outer sect trials." The sect leader exchanged glances with the other elders. "What is the source of this intelligence?" "From Chu Ruoli of Yawang Valley," Lin Han replied truthfully. "She was sent by her master to investigate the movements of the Shueisha sect." "Yawang Valley is also involved?" One elder with a red face frowned. Yet Elder Mo chuckled. "Lin Xiaoyu has a close relationship with her. The information should be reliable." The sect leader pondered for a moment. In fact, Our sect has long been aware of certain matters. After Zhao Wuji was incapacitated, his uncle Elder Zhao's activities have been suspicious, and he has recently been seen meeting with unknown individuals. Lin Han's heart stirred. The assassin from the shadow-killing sect I captured confessed that the Zhao family has long been in collusion with the Shueisha sect. This is a grave matter. The sect leader's expression turned serious. Lin Han, I command you to prepare discreetly and ensure the Shueisha sect's conspiracy is thwarted. You may mobilize outer sect disciples for assistance if necessary. I accept the command. Upon leaving the main hall, Lin Han felt a complex array of emotions. The sect leader's demeanor was thought-provoking. He seemed to possess prior knowledge, yet chose to have Lin Han, a mere foundational disciple, lead the response. Upon returning to the Lingyao Garden, Lin Han conveyed the instructions from the sect leader to all present. Tang Hongling astutely remarked, "They're using us as pawns." "Not necessarily," analyzed Chu Ruoli. "The sect leader may have reservations. If we act too ostentatiously, it could alert our enemies and force the Zhao family into a corner." Lin Han nodded in agreement. "Regardless, we must confront the Shueisha sect. With the sect leader's tacit approval, our actions will be considerably more convenient." Over the next fortnight, they prepared earnestly for battle. Chu Ruoli concocted a substantial quantity of detoxifying pills and healing elixirs. Tang Hongling crafted protective talismans for each core member. And Lan Yu trained the disciples from Henibing Peak in collaborative formation techniques. Lin Han focused on solidifying his foundational cultivation while attempting to integrate the 5 elements escape technique into his combat system. Concurrently, the Yin-Yang 5 elements formation was continuously improved, now extending its reach to a radius of 15 miles. Although Su Yuqing remained in the Lingyao Garden, she maintained contact with Lin Han and the others through communication talismans. The fetus within her grew at an astonishing rate, reaching the size of a 7 to 8-month-old human in just 5 months, displaying increasingly wondrous abilities that accelerated the growth of spirit herbs and even healed sickly medicinal plants. Offspring talent growth. Reward. Host gains spirit herb catalytic ability. Effect. Slightly increases spirit herb growth rate. This ability was nothing short of miraculous for an alchemist. Lin Han attempted to catalyze a decade-old Lingji mushroom, achieving the potency of a 20-year-old specimen in just 3 days, leaving Chu Ruoli in awe. 3 days before the trial, Qin Feng returned with the latest intelligence. Members of the Shueisha sect had already infiltrated the Dark Forest, with at least 30 individuals, led by a late-stage foundation cultivator. Lin Han frowned deeply. Although he had reached the foundation stage, the disparity between the early and late stages was immense, making direct confrontation seem bleak. Should we seek assistance from the sect leader? Lan Yu asked anxiously. Lin Han shook his head. That would only alert our enemies. I have a plan. After detailing his strategy, although the others still had reservations, they ultimately agreed it was the best course of action. On the eve of the trial, Lin Han meditated alone in the courtyard. Chu Ruoli approached him quietly, asking, "Are you nervous?" "A little," Lin Han admitted candidly. "After all, this is my first encounter with a late-stage foundation cultivator." She gently grasped his hand. "I will be with you." Lin Han felt warmth in his heart as he embraced her. Under the moonlight, Chu Ruoli's beauty appeared even more ethereal. "Ruoli, once this matter is resolved, I will take you to Yawang Valley," Lin Han whispered. "It is time to formally pay respects to your master." She looked up in surprise. "Really?" "Of course," Lin Han replied, kissing her forehead. "We cannot remain nameless forever." Tears glistened in her eyes as she held him tightly. "Lin Han, thank you." Companion Chu Ruoli Intimacy Level 5, current 100-100, maximum achieved. Reward. Yawang Dian Completion 10. It seems that making a promise can also enhance intimacy. Among his 4 companions, Su Yuqing, Tang Hongling, Lan Yu, and Chu Ruoli, each had reached the maximum intimacy level, and all system rewards had been claimed. The only regret was that, due to Su Yuqing residing in the Lingyao Garden and Chu Ruoli being new, there had been no opportunity for her to grow closer to Tang Hongling and Lan Yu recently. Once the crisis had passed, he would need to make amends with them. The following morning, the trial team assembled. Lin Han, serving as the outer sect steward, led over 80 disciples in an orderly formation. On the surface, they appeared to be ordinary outer sect disciples, yet all were Lin Han's core members, each possessing at least a 6-layer Qi refinement level. The sect leader personally saw them off, solemnly advising, "Safety first, gain second." Lin Han nodded earnestly. "Disciple understands." Turning to face his team, He declared loudly, "Let us depart." Over 80 individuals set forth toward the dark forest with great vigor. Observing the spirited faces before him, Lin Han silently vowed to bring them all back safely. Shueisha sect, your demise is imminent. Chapter 16. Dark killing intent. The dark forest was filled with towering ancient trees, their dense canopies nearly obscuring all sunlight. Shortly after entering the forest, Lin Han divided the team into 7 groups, each consisting of 10 or so members, maintaining distance yet able to provide swift support in case of danger. Remember, Lin Han instructed in a hushed tone to Chen Feng and the other group leaders, if you notice anything unusual, signal immediately. Do not engage directly. Our goal is to ascertain the enemy's layout. The group acknowledged his orders and moved out. Lin Han led a core team of 10 directly toward the ancient altar in the southeastern corner. Chu Ruoli and Lan Yu were both in this group. One was well-versed in medicine, and the other wielded the Ice Soul Pearl, both being critical assets. The forest was eerily silent, devoid of insect chirps and bird calls. As they ventured deeper, the scent of blood thickened in the air. Lin Han activated his heavenly eye, observing faint bloodlines extending across the ground, seemingly writhing toward the altar. The Shueisha sect is employing a soul-guiding technique. Chu Ruoli remarked gravely, "They are channeling the blood energy." Lin Han nodded, signaling for caution. After advancing 3 miles, the trees ahead suddenly thinned, revealing a circular clearing dominated by an ancient stone altar, covered in bizarre inscriptions and exuding a nauseating stench of blood. Surrounding the altar stood over a dozen blood-robed cultivators, all at least 8th-layer chi refinement, among whom 3 exuded profound auras, indicating they were in the foundation stage. More alarmingly, suspended above the altar was a blood-clad elder, enveloped in a swirling crimson aura, his overwhelming pressure causing Lin Han to momentarily lose his breath. He was a late-stage foundation cultivator, possibly even at the peak. They have indeed arrived. The blood-clad elder suddenly opened his eyes, his crimson gaze locking onto Lin Han's hiding spot. Little insects from Qinglan sect. We've been discovered. Lin Han's heart sank, and he promptly shattered a communication jade talisman. Almost simultaneously, a blood arrow shot forth from the elder's fingertip, swift as lightning. Watch out! Lin Han shoved Chu Ruoli aside, but the blood arrow grazed his shoulder. Instantly, a cold, sinister energy invaded his body, rendering his left arm numb. Form the array, Lin Han shouted, and the 10 quickly formed a circular formation. Lan Yu unleashed the Ice Soul Pearl, creating a blue light shield that enveloped them. The blood-clad elder sneered. A mere imitation of the Ice Soul Pearl dares to flaunt its power before me? With a wave of his sleeve, a wave of blood surged toward the shield. Lan Yu bit her tongue, spitting a mouthful of vital blood onto the pearl, causing the shield's blue light to surge, barely withstanding the attack. The elder's expression shifted in surprise. So, is a genuine Ice Soul Pearl? Little girl, what is your connection to the Ice Soul Fairy? Lan Yu remained silent, focusing all her energy on maintaining the shield. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Han utilized the Yin-Yang harmonization technique to dispel the blood poison within him. His body's innate resistance to toxins activated, and within a few breaths, he transformed the blood poison into pure spirit energy. Old ghost, you must be the Qi Shui Laozu of the Shueisha sect, right? Lin Han deliberately stalled for time, conspiring with the Zhao family and harming your fellow cultivators. Do you not fear divine retribution? Kixue Laozu laf de eartiri, divine retribution. I am a divine. Today, I shall use your blood to open the magic abyss. After obtaining the legacy of the demon lord, the entire Qinglan mountain range shall bow before me. As soon as he finished speaking, distant explosions echoed. The other groups had commenced their actions. According to the plan, they were creating disturbances throughout the forest to divert the enemy's attention. Indeed, Qi Shui Laozu's expression changed. Their accomplices? Blood Shadow, Blood Soul. Take your people to deal with them. 2 blood-robed cultivators, both at the early foundation stage, received their orders, causing the number of Qi refinement practitioners around the altar to dwindle by 7 or 8. The pressure diminished significantly. Yet Lin Han remained acutely aware that the greatest threat still lay with the late-stage Qi Shui Laozu. Little insect, obediently offer up your blood. The Crimson Blood ancestor grinned malevolently as he formed a hand seal, causing the runes on the altar to illuminate one by one, emanating an eerie red light. It is a privilege for you to become the sacrificial offerings for the revival of the demon sovereign. Under the cover of the crimson glow, Lin Han felt his blood boiling, as if it were about to burst forth from his body. The team members writhed in agony on the ground, with only Lan Yu and Chu Ruoli managing to hold on. Lin Han, this is the blood sacrifice great method, Chu Ruoli said with great difficulty. We must destroy the core of the altar. Enduring excruciating pain, Lin Han activated his Tianyin Tong to its fullest capacity and finally spotted a blood-colored crystal at the base of the altar, which was the source of energy for all the runes. Lan Yu, protect me. Lin Han gritted his teeth, drawing out 3 fire thunder talismans, preparing to fight with all his might. Understanding his intent, Lan Yu unleashed the Ice Soul Pearl, radiating brilliant blue light to temporarily sever the red glow. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Han executed the 5 elements escape technique, vanishing and reappearing at the edge of the altar, seeking death. The crimson blood ancestor roared in fury, a blood palm descending from above. Lin Han disregarded everything, hurling the fire thunder talismans towards the blood-colored crystal with all his strength. A tremendous explosion erupted, shaking the altar violently, yet the crystal merely developed a few cracks without shattering. The blood palm of the crimson blood ancestor struck down upon Lin Han's head. With no means of evasion, he could only take it head-on. What terror lay in a full-force strike from someone in the late Foundation establishment stage? Lin Han crossed his arms to shield himself, and with 2 loud cracks, his arm bones shattered. The residual force slammed into his chest, breaking several ribs, causing his body to fly like a rag doll, crashing heavily against a distant tree trunk. Lin Han, Chu Ruoli and Lan Yu exclaimed in horror. Lin Han coughed up blood, his vision darkening. Is this the power of the late Foundation establishment stage? The disparity is immense. Host nearing death detected. Activating life-saving mechanism. Consuming 200 luck points. Activating Yin-Yang reversal. An unprecedented surge of power erupted from his dantian, and his shattered bones rejoined automatically, healing at a visible pace. Even more remarkably, the Yin-Yang harmonization technique operated at its peak, forming a black and white armor upon his body. The crimson blood ancestor's expression shifted in surprise. A breakthrough amidst battle? How intriguing. Lin Han slowly rose, feeling the surging power within him. This was not merely a simple enhancement of cultivation. It was a leap in the level of technique. The Yin-Yang harmonization technique had broken through to its 3rd stage. Old ghost, it's my turn, Lin Han declared coldly, his hands forming a complex seal. The yin and yang energies in the world converged wildly, forming a massive Taiji diagram behind Lin Han. The crimson blood ancestor's complexion changed. This is the path of yin and yang? Impossible. Yin-Yang millstone, suppress. The Taiji diagram crashed down, and the blood shield hastily erected by the crimson blood ancestor crumbled like paper. With a shriek, half of his body was ground into a pulp. However, the vitality of someone in the late Foundation establishment stage was extraordinarily resilient. He staggered backward, summoning a blood-colored flag. The blood sea rises. The flag billowed in the wind, transforming into a sea of blood that descended upon Lin Han and the others. Wherever it passed, grasses withered and earth eroded, a sight of sheer horror. Icebound for 1,000 miles, Lan Yu shouted, the ice soul pearl radiating brilliant light as it clashed with the sea of blood. Ice and blood intertwined, emitting sizzling sounds. Yet, Lan Yu's cultivation was still shallow, and she soon faltered, blood trickling from her lips. Chu Ruoli hurriedly began to heal her, but the sea of blood continued to press down slowly. In a moment of peril, Lin Han had a flash of insight. Ruoli, does Yawang Valley possess methods to counteract the blood evil? Chu Ruoli gritted her teeth, producing a blue jade pendant. This is the Qingling pendant, which can purify blood evil, but it requires a substantial amount of spiritual power to activate. I will do it. Lin Han seized the pendant, pouring his recently acquired Foundation establishment mid-stage spiritual power into it fervently. The pendant's blue light surged, transforming into a beam that shot into the sea of blood. A miraculous scene unfolded. The sea of blood melted away like snow meeting the morning sun. No! The crimson blood ancestor cried out in terror. This is the valley's treasure? How could it be? The blue light continued unabated, striking his remaining form. This formidable practitioner of the late Foundation establishment stage began to dissolve into pus and blood under the blue radiance. I am unwilling. With one final scream, the Crimson Blood ancestor was utterly obliterated. With the leader's demise, the remaining disciples of the Blood Evil sect fell into disarray. Lin Han, fighting against his weakness, proclaimed loudly, "Those who surrender shall not be killed." Soon, aside from a few die-hard loyalists who resisted and were slain, the rest surrendered en masse. Chun Feng and the others rushed in to join them. Though they were all injured, none had perished. "Quickly, check the altar," Chu Ruoli urged anxiously. The blood sacrifice ritual may have already partially commenced. As Lin Han and the others arrived at the altar, they observed that the blood-colored crystal, though riddled with cracks, still pulsated as if it were a heart, rising and falling. Even more ominously, the ground beneath the crystal began to collapse, forming a dark, gaping maw from which a chilling demonic aura incessantly surged forth. The entrance to the demon cave. Chu Ruoli's face turned pale. "It must be sealed immediately." "How do we seal it?" Lin Han asked urgently. "It requires the simultaneous application of both yin and yang powers," she explained quickly. "My Qingling pendant can provide pure yang energy, but we also need the ice soul pearl." Lan Yu interjected, "It is the purest force of cold yin energy." Without hesitation, Chu Ruoli suspended the Qingling pendant above the maw, while Lan Yu activated the ice soul pearl. Two beams of light, one blue and one green, intertwined as they illuminated the blood-colored crystal. The crystal trembled violently, emitting a piercing shriek. Just as it was about to shatter, a shadow suddenly shot out from the cave, striking towards Lan Yu like lightning. "Be careful." Lin Han unleashed the dragon step, positioning himself in front of Lan Yu. The shadow plunged directly into Lin Han's chest. In an instant, countless chaotic images flooded his mind. Mountains of corpses, seas of blood, the wails of countless souls, and a towering demonic figure howling at the heavens. Warning: Ancient Demon Sovereign's residual soul invasion detected. System automatic defense activated. Yin-Yang harmonization technique exerting full suppression. Lin Han collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. The two powers within him clashed violently, pain beyond description. Lin Han, Chu Ruoli, and Lan Yu supported him, tears streaming down their faces. "I'm fine." Lin Han gritted his teeth, forcing out 2 words, "Continue the seal." The 2 women nodded through their tears, channeling their treasures with all their might. Finally, the blood-colored crystal shattered with a resounding explosion, and the maw began to close slowly. Just before it sealed completely, a beguiling female voice emerged from the cave. "Thank you for saving me, little brother." Lin Han looked up in astonishment to see a pink figure soaring out from the cave, landing lightly on a nearby tree. It was a stunning woman in her 20s, clad in pink, with skin as smooth as cream and captivating, soul-stirring eyes. "Yin Ryu of the Hahuan sect, pleased to meet all of you." She greeted with a graceful bow, her voice sweet to the core. Everyone was taken aback. Was it not said that the ancient demon sovereign was sealed within the cave? How could a female cultivator from the Hahuan sect emerge? Chu Ruoli was the first to react. "Were you captured by the Blood Evil sect?" Yin Ryu covered her mouth with a light laugh. "Indeed, those brutish fellows know nothing of cherishing beauty." Her gaze flickered to Lin Han, expressing gratitude. "Thankfully, this little brother broke the seal. Otherwise, I would have perished." Lin Han, suppressing the intense pain within, warily asked, "What were you doing in the demon cave?" "Well," she playfully winked, "that essay's secret." With that, she suddenly tossed a pink jade pendant. "Little brother, you carry the residual soul of the demon sovereign within you, and ordinary methods cannot resolve it. This is the Linglong heart pendant of the Hahuan sect. It can keep you safe for a time. In the future, if fate allows, seek me out for more." Before her words faded, she transformed into a beam of pink light and vanished, moving so swiftly that even Lin Han, now in the mid-foundation establishment stage, could not intercept her. The group exchanged glances in bewilderment. After examining the pendant, Chu Ruoli nodded. "This is indeed a treasure of the Hahuan sect, effective in suppressing inner demons." Lin Han stored the pendant away, momentarily lacking the energy to delve into Yin Ruyu's origins. At present, the urgent task is to deal with the captives and the injured, and then return to the sect to report. Just as Lin Han and his companions were occupied, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the distant sky. and a blue beam of light shot up from the direction of Qinglan Zone, accompanied by faint sounds resembling dragon roars and phoenix cries. Chu Ruoli's eyes widened in shock. Was this a phenomenon of the world? Had someone broken through to the Golden Core stage? Lin Han's heart skipped a beat. An extraordinary sensation surged within him. Was it not that Yuqing's child had been born? Child born. Talent sharing function activated. Current shareable talent. With spirit communication beginner. Effect can perceive simple emotions of plants. A strange power surged into his consciousness. And Lin Han suddenly began to hear the voices of the surrounding trees, filled with fear from the recent battle, yet showing a sense of closeness towards the blue light. Was this merely a beginner's ability? Lin Han was filled with delight. If it were to fully develop, how powerful would it become? After tidying up, Lin Han and his companions escorted the captives triumphantly. Along the way, system notifications rang out continuously, successfully thwarted the blood sacrifice conspiracy. Completion rate 85. Reward. Cultivation level elevated to peak of foundation establishment stage. Additional reward. Blessing aura of offspring beginner. Effect. Members' cultivation speed increased by 20. Not only Lin Han, but all those who participated in the operation reaped benefits. Chen Feng, Sherdali, and others at the peak of Qi refinement even broke through to the initial foundation establishment stage on the spot. Upon returning to the sect, the scene was astonishing. The entire spirit herb garden was enveloped in blue light. Countless spirit herbs grew wildly, and the air was thick with the rich aroma of medicinal herbs. Elder Mo stood in the center, cradling a baby, his face filled with shock. The infant was jade-like all over, with a blue pattern on its forehead, laughing joyfully. Lin Han, Su Yuqing called weakly, supported by several female disciples. Her pale face radiated happiness. Lin Han quickly approached, gently embracing her and the child. The little one, upon seeing Lin Han, reached out a tiny hand to touch his face, transmitting a wave of familiar mental energy. Daddy. This was not mere speech, but direct mental communication. Everyone was left astounded. The child possessed innate intelligence. Elder Mo's beard trembled with excitement. This child's future was limitless. The sect leader and the elders rushed over, marveling at the sight. After hearing Lin Han's report, the sect leader announced on the spot, Lin Han has crushed the Blood Fiend sect's conspiracy and has made a significant contribution. Henceforth, he is promoted to intersect elder and awarded the Xiang Peak as his dojo. Lin Han's heart trembled. Uner sect elder. Xiang Peak. This was a meteoric rise. As for the child, the sect leader looked at the little one with affection and named him Lin Qingxian, adding him to the sect's direct lineage disciple roster. Everyone was astounded. Direct lineage disciples were candidates for future sect leaders, a distinction of immense honor. Upon returning to the newly granted Xiang Peak, Lin Han finally had the opportunity to check the system rewards. The blessing aura of offspring had already taken effect, significantly enhancing the cultivation speed of all followers. Moreover, through the talent sharing with Lin Qingxian, Lin Han's wood-type spells gained at least a 30% increase in power. This was just his first child, Lin Han thought blissfully. How wonderful it would be to have several more. What are you thinking? Why are you smiling so lewdly? Tang Hongling entered with a bowl of medicine. Quickly drink this. Sister Chu specially brewed it. Lin Han accepted the bowl and drank it in one gulp. Where are they? Sister Su and the child are sleeping. Sister Chu is refining pills, and Sister Lan has gone back to Hanbing Peak to handle affairs. Tang Hongling pouted. I'm the only one idle. Dragged here to take care of you. Lin Han smiled and pulled her into an embrace. Just right. We haven't had a moment together in a long time. Ugh, you're still injured, but already thinking about mischief. She blushed and playfully punched Lin Han, yet did not truly pull away. Partner Tang, Hongling Intimacy Level 5. Current 100-100, reached limit. Reward. Insight into weapon crafting 15. After a moment of tenderness, Tang Hongling suddenly spoke seriously. By the way, when you were unconscious, the sect leader sent someone to convey a message that a sect meeting will be held in 3 days to discuss countermeasures against the Blood Fiend sect. Lin Han noted. Having killed the Qi blood ancestor and disrupted the blood sacrifice plan, the Blood Fiend sect would surely not let it go easily. 3 days later, the sect meeting was held in Qinglan Hall. As a newly appointed inter-sect elder, Lin Han sat for the first time in the elder's seat, even more forward than Elder Zhao. Everyone, the sect leader surveyed the room. The Blood Fiend sect harbors sinister ambitions, intending to open the demon cave. Fortunately, Elder Lin discovered and thwarted their conspiracy in time. However, this matter is serious. The Blood Fiend sect will certainly retaliate. What are your thoughts? An elder with a red face spoke first. We must strike first. Gather forces and directly assault the Blood Fiend sect's lair. That is unwise, the representative from Yaowang Valley. Churuoli shook her head. The Blood Fiend sect has been established for centuries, and their protective mountain formation is exceedingly robust. A rash attack would incur great losses. Amidst the cacophony of opinions, Elder Zhao suddenly remarked ominously, "This matter is suspicious. The demon cave seal is solid. How did the Blood Fiend sect learn of the method to open it? Could it be that someone is in collusion from within?" As he spoke, he intentionally cast a pointed glance at Lin Han. A hush fell over the hall. Lin Han sneered, "Elder Zhao, if you have something to say, please speak candidly. I have heard that Elder Lin rescued a woman from the Hahuan sect from the demon cave." Elder Zhao narrowed his eyes. The Hahuan sect and Blood Fiend sect have long-standing ties. This coincidence is rather too convenient. Lin Han's heart sank. This old fox was indeed well-informed. Yen Ryu was indeed a disciple of the Hahuan sect, but she had been imprisoned in the demon cave by the Blood Fiend sect. Lin Han replied calmly, "If Elder Zhao does not believe, you may personally inquire with the captives from the Blood Fiend sect." Enough. The sect leader interrupted the dispute. The immediate priority is to strengthen our defenses. Elder Lin, since you have had contact with the remnant soul of the Demon Lord, do you know its details? Lin Han had anticipated this question and recited his prepared explanation. The remnant soul has been suppressed by me using secret methods, and I have only gleaned fragmented memories. The Demon Lord is a powerful being sealed since ancient times, and the Blood Fiend sect intends to use its power to dominate the Qinglan mountain range. Is there a way to completely eradicate it? The sect leader pressed. To achieve complete purification, both the utmost Yang and the utmost Yin powers must act simultaneously. Lin Han glanced at Churuoli. The Qingling pendant from Yaowang Valley and the Bingpa pearl from Hanbing Peak may work in concert. It is worth a try. The sect leader pondered for a moment. If that is the case, Chu Fairy, Lan Peak Master, I entrust this matter to both of you. Elder Lin will assist. Lin Han and the others responded in unison. Elder Zhao's expression darkened, but he could not say more. After the meeting, as Lin Han was about to leave, the sect leader secretly transmitted a message. "Elder Lin, please stay. I have something to discuss." Once everyone had dispersed, the sect leader led Lin Han to a secret chamber in the back hall. The room was simply arranged, with only a stone table and a few cushions. "Please sit." The sect leader gestured for Lin Han to take a seat and personally poured a cup of tea. "Elder Lin, do you know why I have promoted you so uncharacteristically?" Lin Han accepted the teacup and cautiously replied, "Disciple was fortunate to achieve merit." "Not at all." The sect leader shook his head. "I have been observing you for a long time. From the outer sect competition to thwarting the blood sacrifice, the potential you have demonstrated far exceeds that of ordinary individuals." His gaze was profound. "More importantly, you have gathered forces from Yaowang Valley, Hanbing Peak, and the weapon refining workshop around you. This is the will of heaven." Lin Han's heart raced. He did not know the sect leader's intentions. On the surface, Qinglan Zone appears prosperous, yet it is beset by internal and external troubles. The sect leader sighed. The Zhao family's collusion with the Blood Fiend sect is merely the tip of the iceberg. I need fresh blood to change the situation. Lin Han suddenly understood. "You wish to?" "Indeed." The sect leader nodded. "I wish to appoint you as the young sect master. But you must first accomplish 3 tasks. Young sect master? That is the position of the future sect leader." Lin Han struggled to suppress his excitement. "Please, sect leader, clarify what I must do. First, completely resolve the threat of the Demon Lord. Second, reach the Golden Core stage. Third." The sect leader's gaze was meaningful as he looked at Lin Han. "Marry my granddaughter Lu Ruyan as your partner." "What?" Lin Han nearly toppled the teacup. "Lu Ruyan? The sect leader's granddaughter? I have never even met her." The sect leader smiled, saying, "Zhu Yin possesses a serene disposition, often in seclusion. It is understandable that you do not know her. However, she is endowed with a Yin spirit body, which is a perfect match for your Yin-Yang harmonization technique." Lin Han was momentarily at a loss for words. The system promptly presented a notification. Detected high-quality Dao partner. Yin spirit body. Major completion. Suggestion. Spare no effort to take as a companion. Dual cultivation effect. Cultivation speed increase of 300. Lin Han swallowed hard. A 300-fold acceleration in cultivation was simply extraordinary. The disciple needed to deliver it. Lin Han did not immediately acquiesce. The sect leader was not offended, stating, "That is only natural. Provide me with your answer in 3 days." Upon leaving the Grand Hall, Lin Han was weighed down by thoughts. While the position of sect master was undoubtedly enticing, how could he explain the sudden addition of multiple Dao partners to Su Yuqing and the others? Returning to Ziyang Peak, Lin Han shared this matter with his 4 Dao partners. To his surprise, their reactions were rather calm. "I expected as much," Tang Hongling remarked with a smirk. "It would be strange if you didn't find a few more women." Su Yuqing gently embraced Lin Qingxian, saying, "Husband's future is paramount, as long as our hearts are united. Having one more sister is of no consequence." Lan Yu and Chu Ruoli also expressed understanding. Lin Han felt a surge of gratitude as he gathered them into his arms, proclaiming, "With such a wife, what more could a man desire?" Dao partner intimacy collectively 5. Current total value maxed. Reward: offspring blessing aura upgrade. Intermediate. Effect: cultivation speed of faction members increased by 30. After deliberation, Lin Han decided to accept the sect leader's conditions. However, prior to that, he needed to address the issue of the demon lord's remnant soul, which still stirred within him. Relying solely on the Linglong heart pendant given by Yin Ruyu for suppression, the Hehuan sect excelled in the art of spiritual souls, and Chu Ruoli suggested that perhaps he should seek out Yin Ruyu. Lin Han nodded and retrieved the pink jade pendant. After infusing it with spiritual energy, a line of small words appeared. "To seek me, proceed to Baiwa Valley." Baiwa Valley was a subsidiary estate of the Hehuan sect, located 500 miles southeast of Qinglan sect. To be cautious, Lin Han resolved to set out alone. Before departing, Lin Han visited the spirit herb garden to see Su Yuqing and Lin Qingxian. The little one was growing rapidly. In just a few days, he had grown to the size of an ordinary 3-month-old infant and was already crawling about. Upon sensing Lin Han's arrival, he excitedly waved his tiny hands. Lin Han picked him up, feeling the warmth of their blood connection. Through innate sharing, Lin Han could clearly perceive his affinity for plants. The surrounding spirit herbs swayed gently, as if greeting him. "Qingxian, father must be away for a few days," Lin Han said, kissing his little face. "Be sure to listen to your mother at home." Su Yuqing packed Lin Han's belongings, her eyes filled with concern. "You must be careful." "Do not worry," Lin Han replied confidently with a smile. "With my mid-foundation establishment cultivation and various hidden cards, those below golden core cannot pose a threat." After bidding farewell to everyone, Lin Han soared eastward on a beam of light. After establishing his foundation, his flying speed had greatly increased. The 500 miles journey took merely 2 hours. Baiwa Valley was indeed a sight to behold, with flowers blooming profusely and fragrant scents wafting through the air. As Lin Han landed, he heard a melodious laugh. "Little brother, you truly have come." Yin Ruyu emerged from the flower thicket, clad in her usual pink attire, her skin as delicate as jade. Up close, she was even more stunning than the last encounter, her enchanting gaze captivating. "Fairy Yin," Lin Han greeted with a respectful bow, "I apologize for the intrusion. It pertains to the matter of the demon lord's remnant soul." "I am aware," she replied with a light laugh, linking her arm with Lin Han's. "Come with me. I have been preparing for this." As her soft form pressed against him, Lin Han felt an unexpected stir in his heart. The allure of the Hehuan sect's enchanting arts was indeed undeniable. Deep within the valley stood a beautifully crafted bamboo pavilion, where Yin Ruyu led Lin Han into an inner chamber. In the center of the room lay a white jade bathtub filled with a pink liquid that exuded a sweet fragrance. "Undress and immerse yourself. Do not worry. I shall not devour you," she winked. Lin Han's face flushed with embarrassment. "What are you shy about?" She chuckled. "As a healer, it is only natural in the Hehuan sect for dual cultivation and healing to occur." Despite her words, Lin Han felt a twinge of awkwardness. Yet, considering the lurking danger of the demonic soul within him, he steeled himself, removing his outer robe and stepping into the bathtub. The warm, slippery pink liquid seeped into his skin upon contact, evoking an extraordinary sense of comfort. Yin Ruyu also shed her outer garments, donning only a sheer veil as she entered the bathtub and sat opposite Lin Han. The veil, drenched in the liquid, became nearly transparent, revealing her graceful curves in their entirety. Lin Han quickly averted his gaze, focusing on his breathing, reciting the cleansing heart mantra. Her delicate hand pressed against Lin Han's chest, instructing, channel your yin-yang harmonization technique and resonate with my He-Huan secret art. Lin Han complied. Soon, two streams of spiritual energy began to circulate between them. Unlike the previous merging with Chu Ruoli and the others, this time there was an added layer of flirtatious intimacy. Detected special dual cultivation, He-Huan's secret art. Effect, soul strength increased by 50, Demon Lord's remnant soul suppression progress, 30. Yin Ryu closed her eyes in concentration, her slender fingers tracing profound runes upon Lin Han's chest. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, indicating a significant expenditure of energy. After 3 hours, she finally ceased her efforts, releasing a long breath. It is done. The remnant soul is temporarily sealed and will not cause disturbances for at least a year. Lin Han inspected internally and indeed found the dark shadow enveloped in a pink light cocoon, now much quieter. Thank you, Fairy Yin. Lin Han expressed his sincere gratitude. How may I repay you? Her gaze sparkled as she replied, simply accompany me in dual cultivation for 3 days to aid me in breaking through my bottleneck. Lin Han hesitated momentarily. Do not worry, I shall not draw from you, she giggled. It is merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. Your yin-yang harmonization technique will greatly aid me, and my He-Huan's secret art can enhance your soul. Considering the task assigned by the sect leader and the need to elevate his strength swiftly, Lin Han ultimately nodded in agreement. The 3 days of dual cultivation opened Lin Han's eyes to the myriad transformations of the He-Huan sect's secret arts. Not only did it enhance his cultivation, but it also fortified his consciousness and heightened his comprehension. Lin Han's soul strength nearly doubled, and his understanding of techniques deepened significantly. Dual cultivation with Yin Ryu completed, cultivation elevated to late foundation establishment, gained special ability, charm resistance advanced, Dao partner binding successful. Yin Ryu, intimacy 8100. On the evening of the 3rd day, Yin Ryu escorted Lin Han to the valley's entrance. She had significantly strengthened, clearly benefiting from their time together. Little brother, you truly are remarkable, she said with flirtatious eyes. I find it difficult to let you go. Lin Han cleared his throat, responding, Fairy Yin, you jest. Should you ever require assistance in the future, I shall certainly lend my aid. Remember your words, she said suddenly, leaning in to plant a light kiss on Lin Han's lips. Now hurry back. Your dear wives must be waiting anxiously. As Lin Han soared away from Baiwa Valley, his heart was filled with complexity. The experiences of these 3 days felt surreal. Although Yin Ryu practiced charm arts, she was not licentious. Had he not already had 4 Dao partners, perhaps? Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Lin Han quickened his return to Qinglan's sect. Just 100 miles out, a sound transmission talisman at his waist suddenly vibrated. Upon shattering it, Chu Ruoli's urgent voice came through. Lin Han, return quickly. The Zhao family has rebelled. Chapter 18. Sect turmoil. Lin Han propelled himself to the utmost limits of his speed. An hour later, Qinglan's sect came into view. The protective mountain array was fully activated, and sword lights flickered between the peaks, indicating fierce battles were underway. Who goes there? The guards at the entrance called out. Lin Han of Ziyang Peak. Upon confirming his identity, the array opened a gap. As Lin Han stepped inside, he was met with the thunderous sounds of battle. In the distance, over the main peak, dozens of figures were embroiled in combat, their spells illuminating the night sky. What is happening? Lin Han seized a disciple who was hurriedly passing by and inquired. The disciple, with a face full of terror, replied, Elder Zhao has colluded with the Bloodslaughter sect and the Shadow Kill sect to launch a surprise attack on our sect. The sect leader has been ambushed and injured, and now the elders of each peak are fighting desperately to resist. Lin Han's heart sank, and he immediately sent a message to Chu Ruoli. Where are you? What is the situation? At Ziyang Peak. We are fine, but Sister Su and the child are surrounded by Zhao Wujia and his men. Enraged, Lin Han's escape light shot towards Ziyang Peak like lightning. The temple at the peak had been largely destroyed, and over a dozen Blood Rogue cultivators were attacking the last line of defense. Su Yuqing held Lin Qingxian while being protected by Tang Hongling, Lan Yu, and Chu Ruoli, desperately holding on. Seeking death, Lin Han roared, unleashing the Yin-Yang Millstone, instantly crushing 3 Qi refining cultivators. Lin Han, the 4 women exclaimed joyfully. Zhao Wujia stepped out from the crowd, grinning sinisterly I've been waiting for you. Today, I will send you all to reunite. His aura had actually returned to the early Foundation establishment stage, indicating that the Zhao family had spared no expense to heal him. Even more terrifying was the presence of two black-clad individuals by his side, both at the mid-Foundation establishment level. Scum of the Shadow Kill sect. Lin Han scoffed coldly and directly summoned his most powerful killing move. The Yin-Yang Harmony technique operated at its peak, manifesting a gigantic Taiji diagram behind him. Zhao Wujia's expression changed dramatically. Stop him. The two Shadow Kill sect experts disappeared in an instant, reappearing at Lin Han's sides. Daggers aimed at vital points. Trivial skills. Lin Han's figure flickered as he activated the 5 elements escape technique, instantly shifting his position. Simultaneously, he formed seals with his hands, unleashing 2 streams of yin-yang finger energy. Puff, puff. The 2 men were hit in the chest, spitting blood and retreating in shock. They excelled in assassination, and facing Lin Han head-on was far beyond their capabilities. Seeing the situation turn against him, Zhao Wujia unexpectedly lunged towards Su Yuqing. Even in death, he sought a scapegoat. You dare. Lin Han's eyes widened with rage as he exerted all his strength to employ the dragon-soaring step, but he was already too late to intervene. In a critical moment, Lin Qingxian, cradled in Su Yuqing's arms, suddenly opened his eyes. A beam of blue light shot from his forehead, striking Zhao Wujia squarely in the face. Ah! Zhao Wujia screamed, clutching his face as bark-like patterns rapidly sprouted on his skin, and he began to petrify. What kind of ability is this? Everyone was astonished. Lin Qingxian had only been born a few days ago, yet possessed such divine power? Seizing the opportunity, Lin Han soared forward and struck Zhao Wujia's crown, ending this long-standing enmity. Defeated enemy Zhao Wujia. Reward. Cultivation increased to peak Foundation establishment stage. Additional reward. Offspring talent shared upgrade. Intermediate. The 2 Shadow Kill sect experts, sensing the dire situation, turned to flee. Lin Han would not let them escape, using the 5 elements escape technique to catch up and claiming their lives within 3 moves. Are you all right? Lin Han hurriedly checked on his wife and child. Su Yuqing shook her head, still in shock. Qingxian acted suddenly. I couldn't react in time. Lin Qingxian seemed to have exhausted himself and had fallen into a deep slumber. Lin Han gently caressed his little face, filled with pride. What do we do now? Tang Hongling asked. The sect is in chaos. And we. Lin Han looked towards the main peak where the battle was still raging. You all stay at Xiang Peak and activate all defenses. I will assist the sect leader. After ensuring his family's safety, Lin Han rushed towards the main peak at full speed. The path was strewn with corpses, both of enemies and fellow disciples. The Bloodslaughter sect had indeed brought their entire force, vowing to annihilate the Qinglan sect. At the main peak square, the sect leader was bloodied but still fighting alone against 3 golden core cultivators. Elder Zhao, the Bloodslaughter sect lord, and the Shadow Kill sect lord. Although he was at a disadvantage, he fought valiantly. Sect leader, I have arrived. Lin Han shouted as he joined the fray. Elder Lin, be cautious. The sect leader urgently called. These 3 are all mid-golden core. Did Lin Han not understand the danger? Yet at this moment, he had no choice. The Yin-Yang Harmony technique operated at full capacity, combined with the 5 elements escape technique, allowing Lin Han to momentarily entangle the Shadow Kill sect lord. A mere Foundation establishment dares to obstruct me? The Shadow Kill sect lord scoffed, his figure flickering as he transformed into 9 shadows, attacking from different angles. Lin Han remained calm under pressure, fully activating his heavenly eye, instantly discerning the true form of his opponent. With precise yin-yang finger energy, he compelled the Shadow Kill sect lord to hastily change his tactics. You possess some skill. The Shadow Kill sect lord's eyes revealed surprise, but unfortunately, the gap in cultivation could not be bridged by mere technique. His aura surged violently, the oppressive force of a mid-golden core cultivator crashing down like a mountain. Lin Han immediately felt breathless, his movements sluggish. Just then, a blue light descended from the heavens, aiming directly at the Shadow Kill sect lord's back. He dodged in haste, but was still grazed on the shoulder, blood gushing forth. Lan Yu! Lin Han exclaimed in surprise as he turned around. There was Lan Yu, standing on the ice soul pearl, soaring through the air with dozens of disciples from the cold ice peak following her. Even more astonishing was that her aura had reached the early Foundation establishment stage. How could she have made such progress in just a few days? Brother Lin, I have come to assist you. With a wave of her delicate hand, a storm of ice shards shot towards the shadow, kill sect lord. Meanwhile, from another side, a melodious sword cry resonated. Chiruoli arrived on her sword, also at the early Foundation establishment level. The Qingling pendant in her hand radiated brightly, and a blue light swept across, causing 2 Blood Slaughter Sect Foundation establishment cultivators to scream and collapse. Lin Han was moved to speechlessness. With the support of his family, they stood united in life and death. Chiruoli's simple statement had conveyed her heartfelt intentions. With the assistance of the 2 women, the trio formed a triad formation, managing to contend evenly with the shadow kill sect lord. On the other side, the sect leader's pressure diminished significantly, and he began a counterattack. He summoned a jade seal, which expanded in the wind, transforming into a size comparable to a small mountain, crashing down upon Elder Zhao. King Lancel. Elder Zhao cried out in terror, fleeing in panic, but was caught by the residual force of the jade seal, vomiting blood and falling to the ground. The Blood Slaughter Sect Lord, sensing the impending doom, suddenly bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Endless sea of blood. A tidal wave of blood appeared from thin air, surging towards Lin Han and the others. The sect leader hurriedly recalled the jade seal for defense, only to see the Blood Slaughter Sect Lord seize the opportunity to grab Elder Zhao, transforming into bloodlight and fleeing. The Shadow Kill Sect Lord also sought to escape, but was firmly entangled by Lin Han and the others. Realizing there was no hope for escape, he shouted, "You have forced my hand." Saying this, he violently tore open his chest, revealing a strange black rune. The rune writhed like a living creature, emanating a chilling, evil aura. Blessing of the Demon Lord. He cackled madly, his aura surging to the late Golden Core stage in an instant. "Be careful," the sect leader called out urgently. "He has employed a forbidden technique of the demonic path. He cannot sustain it for long, but it is extremely dangerous in the short term." The Shadow Kill Sect Lord's figure flickered, moving at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Lin Han made a misstep and was struck in the chest, his ribs shattering as he vomited blood and was sent flying. Lin Han, Lan Yu, and Chu Roli cried out in alarm. But the Shadow Kill Sect Lord casually sent them both flying, severely injuring them. Just as the Shadow Kill Sect Lord approached Lin Han with a sinister grin, preparing to deliver the final blow, an unusual stirring occurred within Lin Han's body as the sealed remnant soul of the Demon Lord awakened. A voice, raspy with familiarity, echoed in Lin Han's mind. "Let me out, and I will assist you in slaying your enemies." In this life-and-death moment, Lin Han had no other choice. Agreed. The seal was instantly lifted, and the power of the remnant soul surged through his limbs. Lin Han's eyes turned as dark as ink, enveloped in black demonic energy, his aura soaring to the early Golden Core stage. "What?" The Shadow Kill Sect Lord was taken aback. "You're also a follower of the Demon Lord?" Lin Han grinned, but the voice that emerged was not his own. "Ant, how dare you call yourself a follower?" With a wave of his right hand, a beam of black light flashed, and the Shadow Kill Sect Lord's head soared into the air. Even in death, he bore an expression of disbelief. After slaying this formidable enemy, the remnant soul of the Demon Lord attempted to seize control of Lin Han's body, a fine vessel. "It shall belong to me." In your dreams, Lin Han exerted all his strength to operate the Yin-Yang Harmony technique, combining it with the power of the Linglong Heart Pendant to suppress the remnant soul once more. All of this may seem lengthy, yet it transpired in the blink of an eye. Outsiders merely witnessed Lin Han suddenly enveloped in demonic energy, swiftly vanquishing the leader of the Ying Sha men, only to revert to his normal self thereafter. Elder Lin, the sect leader, observed Lin Han with a complex expression. Lin Han offered a wry smile, stating, "I had no choice but to employ the power of the demon soul. Please punish me, sect leader." The leader shook his head. "Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Had you not turned the tide, the Qinglan sect would have faced dire straits today." At this moment, the remaining disciples of the Shueisha sect and Ying Sha men, witnessing their leader either dead or fled, began to disperse in chaos. The sect's crisis was finally averted. In the aftermath of the battle, the losses were severe. 3 Golden Core elders perished, and hundreds of disciples were wounded or killed. Yet, the enemy fared worse. Having lost all their elite members from the Shueisha sect and Ing shaman, making it difficult for them to recover in the short term. 3 days later, the sect held a grand memorial ceremony to honor the fallen comrades. During the ceremony, the sect leader publicly declared, "The Zhao family has colluded with external enemies. Their crimes are unforgivable. Henceforth, the Zhao family shall be expelled from the Qinglan sect, never to be employed again." Lin Han had turned the tide and accomplished an unprecedented feat following the Elder Council's resolution. He was appointed as the young sect master, awaiting his formal succession to the position of sect leader after reaching the Golden Core stage. The assembly erupted in astonishment, yet no one opposed this decision. After all, Lin Han's achievements were evident to all, and his strength was sufficient to command respect. After the ceremony, the sect leader privately approached Lin Han, regarding Ru Yan. "I am willing," Lin Han stated unequivocally, "not only for the accelerated cultivation of 300, but also for the greater good of the sect." The sect leader smiled with satisfaction. "Very well. The wedding will take place in 3 days. Prepare accordingly." Upon returning to Ziyang Peak, Lin Han reluctantly informed his 4 partners of this development. To his surprise, their reactions were calm. They had anticipated it. Tang Hongling rolled her eyes. "How could the young sect master have only one partner?" Su Yuqing gently remarked, "Your future is of utmost importance, my husband." Lan Yu and Chu Ruoli also expressed their understanding. Lin Han, moved, embraced them, silently vowing, "I will not let down these cherished companions." Companionship intimacy level, 5. Current value, full. Reward, offspring blessing aura upgrade advanced. Effect, members' cultivation speed increased by 50 that night. The system unexpectedly displayed a special notification. Detected that the host is about to marry the 5th partner. Achievement unlocked, 5 beauties and 1 bode. Reward, 2 opportunities for offspring talent awakening. Would you like to use it immediately? Without hesitation, Lin Han selected yes. Su Yuqing was pregnant again, and Tang Hongling and Lan Yu were soon to be as well. The timing was perfect. Selection successful. Target, Tang Hongling, offspring in Lan Yu's womb. Awakening begins. Meanwhile, far in by Hua Valley, Yan Ruyu seemed to sense something. Gazing toward the direction of Qinglan's sect, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Chapter 19. Xian Yin Spirit Body on the day of the grand wedding. Ziyang Peak was adorned with festive decorations. As the young sect master, Lin Han's nuptials were naturally conducted with great pomp, with elders from various peaks and affiliated families arriving to offer their congratulations. "Brother Lin, congratulations." Chun Feng, accompanied by a group of friends, toasted him with a wink. "I hear Sister Lu is the most beautiful in the sect, though she is rather cold." Lin Han smiled as he downed his cup, yet a sense of unease lingered within him. To this day, he had not seen the true visage of his fiancée, as tradition dictated that the couple should not meet before the wedding. Su Yuqing held Lin Qingxian, welcoming female guests alongside Tang Hongling, Lan Yu, and Chu Ruoli. The 4 wore expressions of composure, even bearing smiles, yet Lin Han could sense the complexity in their eyes. "The auspicious time has arrived. Please welcome the couple into the hall." In the officiant's booming voice, Lin Han adjusted his wedding robe and approached the ceremony hall. Opposite him, a figure clad in white was gracefully assisted by handmaidens. Even through the red veil, Lin Han could perceive her ethereal, moon-like aura. She moved with a lightness that seemed meticulously measured, demonstrating remarkable self-control. Bow to heaven and earth. Lin Han and his bride turned in unison to pay their respects. In that fleeting moment of bowing, Lin Han keenly sensed a slight stiffness in Lu Ruyan's body. Though it quickly vanished, it did not escape his perception. Bow to the high hall. The sect leader sat at the main seat, a look of contentment on his face. As Lin Han and his bride bowed, a fleeting, complex expression crossed the leader's eyes, a look Lin Han could not decipher. Bow to each other as husband and wife. Facing each other, Lin Han bent to pay his respects. Through the gap in the veil, he glimpsed Lu Ruyan's delicate, jade-like hands tightly gripping the hem of her wedding robe, her knuckles paling. Once the ceremony concluded, the feast began. As the groom, Lin Han was obliged to toast at each table. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan was escorted to the bridal chamber, where, according to tradition, she was to wait alone until the banquet concluded. As the moon rose high, the guests finally departed. Lin Han, feeling slightly inebriated, approached the door of the bridal chamber, taking a deep breath before pushing the door open. Inside, the red candles burned brightly, and Lu Ruyin sat poised on the edge of the bed, still covered by the red veil, motionless like a statue. "Sister Lu," Lin Han gently called, picking up the jade rui from the table, preparing to lift the veil. Just as the rui was about to touch the veil, an intense chill suddenly erupted from her. Lin Han, caught off guard, felt his entire right arm freeze instantly, the jade rui clattering to the ground. "Do not touch me." A frigid voice emanated from beneath the veil. "This marriage was forced by my grandfather. We both know this." Lin Han activated the yin-yang harmonization technique to dispel the chill from his arm and smiled wryly. "Sister, why must you be so harsh? Even if you are unwilling, we can negotiate amicably." "Negotiate?" She scoffed coldly, lifting the veil to reveal a woman who was as beautiful as a goddess, yet her icy gaze was fearsome, as if it contained the essence of eternal frost. What is there to negotiate with a scoundrel who relies on dual cultivation techniques to seduce others? Finally seeing her true form, Lin Han momentarily froze. Lu Ruyin was indeed stunning, her skin like fine jade and her features like a painting. But her eyes were chillingly cold, reminiscent of ancient ice. Detected high-quality partner, Yin spirit body, major completion, current intimacy level, 30,100 disdainful. Warning, forcing dual cultivation poses a life-threatening risk. The system's alert sent a shiver down Lin Han's spine. A negative intimacy level? This was a first. Sister seems to harbor some misunderstandings about me. Lin Han maintained his distance as he sat down. "I admit to practicing dual cultivation techniques, but I have never forced anyone." "Smooth words," she retorted coldly. "My grandfather claims you are exceptionally talented and of good character. Yet all I see is a schemer who rises through the ranks by relying on women." Lin Han felt stung by her words. While he had indeed leveraged the power of his partners, every breakthrough had come at the cost of life-or-death struggles. "Since you view me this way, why agree to the marriage?" Lin Han countered. Lu Ruyin fell silent for a moment. "For the sect. My grandfather says you are the key to resolving our calamity." She lifted her gaze, her ice-blue eyes locking onto Lin Han's. "But I will not engage in dual cultivation with you." "Accept that." Lin Han sighed. "I understand. If that is the case, we shall merely pretend to be husband and wife. Rest assured, I will never force you." With that, Lin Han spread a blanket on the ground, stating, "Sister, you shall sleep on the bed, while I will take the floor." Lu Ruyin was visibly taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Lin Han's straightforward concession. She opened her mouth, yet ultimately said nothing, turning to lie down fully clothed. As the candlelight flickered and darkness enveloped the room, Lin Han lay on the floor, lost in thought. The sect leader mentioned that Lin Han is the key to resolving the calamity? What could that mean? New task. Raise Lu Ruyin's intimacy level to above 50. Reward, based on the degree of improvement. Tip. The Yin spirit body complements the host constitution. Should dual cultivation be achieved, both parties would reap boundless benefits. Lin Han couldn't help but smile wryly. Given her current attitude, not only would dual cultivation be impossible, but even a touch would be forbidden. How could he raise the intimacy level? Amidst his worries, the system suddenly issued a warning. Anomalous energy fluctuations detected. Source: Lu Ruyin's body. Suspected ancient celestial artifact aura. Lin Han's heart trembled at the mention of an ancient celestial artifact. Could this be the key spoken of by the sect leader? The following morning, Lin Han awoke to find Lu Ruyin absent from the room. Upon stepping outside, he beheld her practicing swordplay in the courtyard, her white attire billowing like clouds. The glint of her sword resembling snow, a sight of breathtaking beauty. "Sister, your swordsmanship is exquisite," Lin Han exclaimed earnestly. She sheathed her sword and cast a cold glance at him, saying, "Now that you are awake, go meet grandfather. He has matters to discuss." With that, she turned and departed, unwilling to utter another word. Shaking his head, Lin Han quickly washed up and made his way to the main peak. The sect leader awaited him in the study, and, upon seeing Lin Han arrive, inquired with a smile, "How was the wedding night?" Lin Han offered a wry smile and recounted the events of the previous night. After listening, the sect leader sighed. Though Ruyin's temperament is somewhat cold, her heart is not wicked. Give her some time. "Master, you mentioned that I am the key to resolving the calamity. What do you mean?" Lin Han asked, getting straight to the point. The sect leader's expression grew serious as he produced an ancient jade slip. "This matter is of great importance. In 3 days, I shall enter seclusion to heal. During this time, you will manage the sect. This jade slip contains all you need to know. but you must possess golden core stage consciousness to access its contents. Lin Han grasped the jade slip, feeling its icy chill and weight akin to 1,000 pounds. In a lowered voice, the sect leader continued, "Within Ruyan's body lies a sealed treasure related to the impending great calamity. You must promptly engage in dual cultivation with her to awaken the treasure's power." Lin Han's face flushed, but she does not even allow me to touch her. "With sincere effort, one can move mountains," the sect leader said meaningfully. "Remember, time is of the essence." After leaving the main peak, Lin Han was burdened with thoughts. Upon returning to Xiang Peak, he was greeted by laughter and joy. He saw Su Yuqing and her friends playfully teasing Lin Qingxian, who was now able to walk unsteadily. Upon seeing Lin Han, he immediately stretched out his little arms. "Daddy, hold me." Lin Han scooped him up, planting a kiss on his tender cheek. Through their shared talent, Lin Han could distinctly sense the surging wood-based spiritual energy within the little one. This child was already comparable to a practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. "My husband," Su Yuqing said gently, offering a cup of spiritual tea. "Sister Ruyan needs time." Lin Han briefly acknowledged this, glancing at Tang Hongling's pronounced belly. "Hongling, is it time for the baby to arrive?" Tang Hongling pouted, "Not for another month. This little one is quite the troublemaker, kicking me all day." She took Lin Han's hand and placed it on her belly. A powerful kick emanated from within, and simultaneously, the system prompted, "Child's talent awakening complete. Ice Heart Ling Long Body. Effect, ability to freeze all things including time and space, growth type." Ice Heart Ling Long Body? Lin Han marveled at Tang Hongling. "Our child will surely become a master craftsman." Just as they were laughing, Lan Yu's expression suddenly changed, clutching her abdomen. "Ah, what's wrong?" Chu Ruoli rushed to support her. "It's so cold." Lan Yu shivered, frost forming around her. Lin Han immediately grasped her hand, feeling a bone-chilling coldness. The Yin-Yang harmonization technique activated automatically to dispel the cold energy. Child's talent awakening detected. Ice Heart Ling Long Body. Effect, can freeze all things including time and space, growth type. The Ice Heart Ling Long Body? It sounded even more formidable than Lan Yu's single ice root constitution. After Chu Ruoli checked Lan Yu's pulse, her expression turned grave. "The fetus is absorbing the world's cold energy on its own. This is the legendary innate Tao body." Everyone was both astonished and delighted. Just then, Lu Rian appeared at the courtyard entrance, her gaze intensely fixed on Lan Yu. "Ice Heart Ling Long Body?" She quickly approached and took Lan Yu's other hand. "Relax. I will help you channel the cold energy." With a radiant white light emanating from her palm, the cold energy within Lan Yu immediately began to ease. "Thank you, Sister Lu." Lan Yu expressed her gratitude. Lu Rian nodded slightly and turned to leave. Lin Han called out to her, "Sister, are you proficient in ice techniques?" "Somewhat," she replied without looking back. Lin Han had a sudden inspiration. Lan Yu possessed the Ice Soul Pearl and had inherited the Ice Soul Fairy's legacy. Now that the child awakened the Ice Heart Ling Long Body, she lacked guidance. "Sister, if you could assist." Lu Ruyan paused in her steps. "You want to guide her?" "Exactly," Lin Han earnestly replied, "for the sake of the child." After a moment of silence, she finally turned back. "Every day at dawn, I will be at the Hanbing Peak." With that, she gracefully departed. Lu Rian Intimacy Level 5, current 25,100, reward, Ice Resistance 5, though still a negative value. It was a promising start. 3 days later, as scheduled, the sect leader entered seclusion. As the young sect master, Lin Han officially took over the sect's daily affairs. The first order of business was to eliminate the remnants of the Zhao family and promote his trusted allies vigorously. Chun Feng, Sherdali, and others who had followed Lin Han from the beginning were entrusted with significant responsibilities. The influence of Xiang Peak expanded rapidly, with the number of disciples surpassing 300. Influence member count reached 300. Stage goal achieved. Reward. Mountain Protection Formation upgraded to Zhou Tian Star Formation. Effect. Can withstand early nascent soul attacks and gather stellar energy to aid cultivation. One day, while handling affairs, Chu Ruoli rushed in. "Lin Han, urgent news from Yawang Valley." She handed him a green jade slip. Lin Han scanned it with his consciousness, and his expression instantly changed. The Yawang Valley had uncovered a connection to the Yiming Hall while investigating a new type of plague. Yiming Hall? Lin Han's brow furrowed. He had not heard of this faction. "It is recorded in ancient texts," Chu Ruoli replied gravely. The Yinming Hall has existed since ancient times as a secret organization specializing in the path of souls. They have been searching for the Xian Yin Mirror and the Ice Soul Pearl, and now they have resurfaced. The Xian Yin Mirror? Lin Han's heart raced. Wasn't it the treasure within Lu Ruyan's body, coupled with Lan Yu's Ice Soul Pearl? Send out orders to strengthen our defenses, especially at Hanbing Peak and Lu Ruyan's residence. Just as Chu Ruoli left, Tang Hongling burst in, her belly prominent. Lin Han, I think I'm about to give birth. Chapter 20. The birth of Lin Han swiftly scooped up Tang Hongling and dashed toward the prepared delivery room. Chu Ruoli and several skilled female disciples rushed in upon hearing the news, quickly taking over. Step outside, Chu Ruoli insisted, pushing Lin Han out. When a woman is in labor, a man should not interfere. Lin Han paced anxiously outside the door. Though he already had Lin Qingxian, he felt a familiar tension at the prospect of a new life entering the world. Inside the delivery room, Tang Hongling's cries of pain pierced Lin Han's heart like daggers. An hour passed, and the commotion grew louder, yet the child had yet to be born. What is happening? Lin Han could not help but knock on the door. Chu Ruoli opened it, her expression serious. The fetus has an excess of fiery energy, conflicting with the mother. We need an extremely cold substance to balance it. Otherwise, both mother and child are at risk. Excessive fiery energy? Lin Han suddenly recalled that Tang Hongling was a dual fire gold root practitioner and had long been refining tools. Although Lin Han had treated her internal fire poison, the fetus might have inherited an even stronger fiery disposition. Ice Soul Pearl. Lan Yu. Lin Han immediately sent a message. Moments later, Lan Yu arrived on her sword, holding the Ice Soul Pearl, its bluish light shimmering. After understanding the situation, she resolutely declared, I will go in to help. Another half-hour passed before a resounding cry of a newborn echoed from within. Chu Ruoli emerged, cradling a swaddled baby, her face weary yet radiant with a smile. Congratulations. It's a girl. Lin Han carefully received the child, observing her rosy face adorned with a flame-like pattern on her forehead, utterly adorable. More astonishingly, upon seeing Lin Han, she ceased her cries and reached out her tiny hand to grasp his finger. Yin shall henceforth be referred to as Lin Yin, Lin Han softly remarked. The arrival of a child. Lin Yin, a spirit with an affinity for magical artifacts. The activation of talent sharing. The host gains elementary communication abilities with spirit artifacts. Reward. A comprehension of alchemy at level 30. A peculiar sensation surged into his consciousness, and Lin Han found himself able to vaguely sense the emotions of the magical treasures surrounding him. The sword at his waist radiated a warm wave, as if greeting its young master. How is Hongling? Lin Han hurriedly inquired. She is fine, just a bit exhausted, Chu Ruoli replied with a smile. Both mother and daughter safe. Lin Han let out a long sigh of relief, entrusted Yin to the nurse, and entered the room to visit Tang Hongling. She appeared pale, yet wore a blissful smile. Look at how anxious you are, she teased weakly. It's not the first time you become a father. Lin Han took her hand, channeling a gentle stream of spiritual energy into her body. You've worked hard. She shook her head, her eyes filled with tenderness. It's worth it. Just as they were enjoying this warmth, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Lin Han stepped out to find a throng of disciples gathered in the courtyard, all gazing skyward. A fiery red light circled above Xiang Peak, resembling a phoenix in flight. It's an omen brought forth by Yin Chu Ruoli exclaimed. Born with an affinity for spirit artifacts, she can indeed summon treasures from the heavens. The red light spiraled momentarily before diving downwards, directly entering the delivery room. Lin Han and the others rushed in to witness the red light enveloping Lin Yin, gradually taking form into a fiery red jade pendant. Li Wupei, an elder disciple, gasped. This is the personal treasure of the Li Hua Zhenren from 300 years ago. After his ascension, it was lost to time. Yet today, it recognizes a master. The pendant automatically hung around Yin neck, radiating a warm red glow. The little one giggled, seemingly enchanted by this new toy. News of this extraordinary event spread swiftly throughout the sect. Such miraculous occurrences of treasure recognizing a master are rare in the history of Qinglanzong. Numerous elders came personally to offer their congratulations and generous gifts. Liu Ruyan also arrived, still as frosty as ever. Yet when she looked at Yin, a hint of warmth flickered in her eyes. Sister Liu, Lin Han seized the opportunity to approach. Thank you for your guidance regarding Lanyu over the past few days. She responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement and turned to leave. Lin Han hurriedly added, Sister, being well-versed in ice-based techniques, might you assist Yin in regulating the fire within her? I fear she is too young to withstand the power of Li Huopei. Liu Rian paused, scrutinizing Lin Han for a moment, seemingly assessing whether this was merely a pretext for conversation. Ultimately, she gave a slight nod. Bring her to me tomorrow. Liu Rian Intimacy Level 10, current 15,100, reward, fire resistance 5. It seems that using the child as a means of connection was indeed a wise choice. Lin Han rejoiced inwardly. As night fell, Lin Han found himself alone in his study, perusing the jade slips bestowed by the sect leader. Although he could not yet unlock them, using his celestial eye revealed a few keywords. Xuan Yinjing, Xian Jietong Dao, Da Jie. It appears that the Xuan Yinjing within Liu Ruyan holds a connection to a tremendous secret, Lin Han murmured to himself. Lost in thought, a sudden waft of floral fragrance drifted in through the window. Soon after, a pink figure gracefully leapt into the room. Yin Ruyu? Lin Han exclaimed in astonishment at this unexpected visitor. How did you get in? The Zhou Tianxingchen formation should be able to deter Yuan and cultivators. She entered as if in a realm untouched. Dear brother, Yin Ruyu smiled charmingly. I missed you. She was still clad in her pink attire, enchanting yet wearing an unusual gravity in her eyes. To be brief, the Yoming Jian has set its sights on you. Lin Han's heart sank. You know of the Yoming Jian? It is recorded in the ancient texts of the Hahuan Zone. She leaned closer and whispered. They are searching for the Xuan Yinjing and the Bing Pizhu. The combination of these two treasures is the key to opening the Xianjie. Truly, this aligns perfectly with Lin Han's suspicions. Why are you sharing this with me? Lin Han asked warily. Yin Ruyu's eyes sparkled. Because I like you. Seeing that Lin Han remained unfazed, she sighed. If the Yoming Jian succeeds, the entire cultivation world will be plunged into chaos. Although the Hahuan Zone practices enchanting arts, it is still a part of the righteous path. Lin Han nodded. Thank you for the warning. However, Liu Rian is extremely cautious. I find it difficult to approach her, let alone. This is simple. She suddenly produced a pink pill. The Bingxin Dan from the Hahuan Zone, which can assist the Xuanyin spirit body in calming its emotions. Take the opportunity to have her consume it. It will yield twice the result with half the effort. Lin Han hesitated to accept. Is that appropriate? What are you thinking? She shot him a glare. This is merely a supportive pill, not an aphrodisiac. Whether you take it or not is up to you. In the end, Lin Han accepted the pill. Yin Ryu nodded in satisfaction and suddenly pecked him on the cheek. Good luck. I have faith in you. With that, she vanished as quietly as she had come. Lin Han pondered the pill in his hand, deep in thought. Resorting to medicine does seem less than honorable, yet the sect leader mentioned that time is of the essence. The following day, Lin Han took in to meet Liu Ruyan. She resided in a tranquil courtyard nestled in the rear mountains of the main peak, filled with ice crystal flowers, exuding a chilling aura. Come in, a cool voice beckoned from within. Upon entering, Lin Han beheld Liu Ruyan seated in meditation, surrounded by a faint white mist. Sensing their presence, she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze landing directly on Yin a potent fire spirit root. She remarked with a slight frown, the Li Huopei does indeed match. Lin Han cautiously handed Yin over, sister. Yin has been somewhat restless and overheated since last night. Could you please take a look? Liu Rian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the child. Strangely enough, the usually timid Yin did not cry or fuss, instead curiously grasping Liu Rian's clothing. The fire energy within indeed required guidance. Liu Rian cradled Yin with one arm, while forming hand seals with the other, infusing a glimmer of cold light into Yin body. The little one comfortably closed her eyes and quickly fell asleep in her embrace. Witnessing this scene warmed Lin Han's heart. Who would have thought that the frigid Liu Ruyan would look so harmonious while holding a child? Sister, do you like children? Lin Han ventured to ask. Liu Ruyan's expression softened momentarily, but quickly returned to its usual coolness. It is merely a physician's duty. She returned Yin to Lin Han. Bring her at this time every day. After a week, the fire energy will stabilize. Thank you, sister. Lin Han expressed his heartfelt gratitude and seized the moment to produce a jade vial. This is a Qing Xindan I acquired by chance, which may aid in ice-based cultivation as a token of my appreciation. In truth, This was the Bing Xindan given by Yin Ruyu, which Lin Han had repackaged. Liu Ruyin glanced at it and surprisingly did not refuse, casually setting it aside. Liu Ruyin Intimacy Level 5, Current 10,100, Reward, Eye-Space Comprehension 5, upon returning to Xiang Peak. Lin Han entrusted Yin to Tong Hong Ling and then went to visit Lan Yu. She was nearing her due date, her abdomen noticeably protruding, emanating a gentle chill. "How are you feeling today?" Lin Han took her hand, assisting in regulating the internal balance of yin and yang. "Much better," Lan Yu smiled gently. "Sister Liu's teachings on the Bing Peshuan Gong are very effective." Lin Han nodded, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, did the Bing Po Xinzi's inheritance mention the Xuan Yinjing?" Lan Yu pondered for a moment. "There seems to be a phrase about the unity of yin and yang, opening the immortal gates, but it did not elaborate." Just as they were conversing, she suddenly clutched her abdomen. "Ah, the baby is stirring again." A blue light illuminated her belly, the surrounding temperature plummeting, and frost rapidly formed on the ground. Lin Han immediately activated the yin-yang harmonization technique to assist her, simultaneously sensing the joyful emotions emanating from the fetus. This little one was cultivating. "Our child will undoubtedly be even more formidable than you and I," Lin Han said with a smile to Lan Yu. She nestled happily against him. "I hope it's a daughter, just as adorable as Yin 3 days later, Lin Han continued to visit Liu Ruyin with Yin in tow. As she pushed the door open, Lin Han discovered her senior sister, Liu Ruyin, examining the bottle of Qingxindan. "Has senior sister tried the elixir? How effective is it?" Lin Han inquired casually. Liu Ruyin replied with a faint expression. "The quality is acceptable." She turned her gaze towards Yin stating, "Starting today, a medicinal bath is required." As she spoke, she retrieved a packet of herbs and poured them into the pre-prepared bath barrel. The water was frigid, yet there was no sign of ice forming. Lin Han cautiously placed Yin into the water, and to her surprise, the little one not only showed no fear, but gleefully splashed the surface. A child with a fire spirit root is not afraid of a Xianbing water? Liu Ruyin expressed her astonishment. Lin Han chuckled. "Perhaps it is because senior sister is nearby, making the cold feel particularly gentle." She cast a glance at Lin Han, refraining from acknowledging the obvious flattery, though the corners of her mouth subtly lifted for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, while Liu Ruyin was focused on caring for Yin Lin Han quietly surveyed the room. It was simple and tidy, with the only decoration being a painting of the bright moon illuminating the snowy mountains, embodying a cold and solitary essence that perfectly matched Liu Ruyin's temperament. "Are you curious?" Liu Ruyin suddenly spoke. Lin Han, feeling embarrassed, withdrew her gaze. "I just think senior sister's room has a unique charm. A practitioner requires no external adornments," she replied coolly. It did not urge Lin Han to leave. After Yin finished her medicinal bath, she fell into a particularly sweet slumber. Liu Ruyin gently lifted her, her movements soft and delicate, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Lin Han hesitated, almost voicing, "If senior sister likes children, why not?" but swallowed the words back, her expression dimming. The Xianyin spirit body makes conception exceedingly difficult. Pausing, she resumed her aloofness, adding, "Moreover, my aspirations lie in the path of the great Tao." With no intent in this regard, Lin Han, understanding the unspoken boundaries, chose not to press further, though her mind began to devise a plan. The yin-yang harmony technique excels in regulating physical conditions. If she were willing to cultivate together, perhaps it could resolve this issue. Days later, when Lin Han visited again with Yin she found Liu Ruyin consuming the ice heart dan. "Senior sister?" Lin Han feigned surprise. "Is the elixir still suitable?" Liu Ruyin nodded slightly. "The medicinal properties are mild and indeed beneficial for calming the mind." She turned to Lin Han, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." This marked her first expression of thanks towards Lin Han. Suppressing her joy, Lin Han humbly replied, "Senior sister is too kind." Yin was particularly lively today, babbling in Liu Ruyin's arms and tugging at her hair playfully. Any ordinary person would have been annoyed by now, but Liu Ruyin displayed remarkable patience, even revealing a faint smile. Finally, the intimacy level between them reached 10. Lin Han sighed in relief. It was no longer a negative number. Just then, Liu Ruyin suddenly looked up. "You are practicing the yin-yang harmony technique?" Lin Han's heart skipped a beat. "How did senior sister know?" "My grandfather informed me." She met Lin Han's gaze unwaveringly, He said this technique would aid me in mastering the Yin-Yang mirror. Lin Han cautiously asked. The Yin-Yang mirror it was the treasured artifact sealed within Lin Han's body. To her astonishment, Lu Ruyin candidly revealed, I have been attempting to refine it during my years of seclusion, but I have always been a step away. Lin Han's spirit lifted. The Yin-Yang harmony technique is adept at harmonizing yin and yang. Perhaps it can truly assist. Lu Ruyin remained silent for a long while before finally whispering, if you are willing to assist me, I can attempt to cultivate together with you. Chapter 13. The fusion of ice and fire. Lu Ruyin's words left Lin Han momentarily incredulous. Just 7 days prior, she had not even allowed a touch. Yet now she was proactively proposing joint cultivation? Is senior sister serious? Lin Han cautiously sought confirmation. Lu Ruyin nodded slightly, a faint blush coloring her alabaster cheeks. Only to refine the Yin-Yang mirror, there is no other intention. That is only natural, Lin Han quickly agreed, unaware of when senior sister intended to begin. Tonight, at the hour of Z, she replied succinctly, this place has a Hanyu bed, which aids in cultivation. Upon returning to Ziyang Peak, Lin Han immediately set about making preparations. She explained the situation to Su Yuqing and the other 3 women, who were already aware of the details, and expressed their understanding. Be careful, Chu Ruoli cautioned. The Yin spirit body is exceedingly rare, and there are significant risks in cultivating together. Lin Han nodded, and after bathing and changing, she sat quietly to adjust her state of being to the best possible condition. As the hour of Z approached, Lin Han made her way alone to Lu Ruyin's residence. Upon entering, she found a room devoid of candlelight, with only the moonlight filtering through the window, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Lu Ruyin stood by the window in a white robe, her back exuding an air of coldness. Hearing the sound, she slowly turned. Her beauty under the moonlight ethereal and otherworldly. You have arrived, she spoke softly. The Hanyu bed is in the inner chamber. Following her into the inner chamber, a wave of bone-chilling cold assaulted them. In the center of the room lay a jade bed, entirely white and glistening with intricate ice crystals, clearly a remarkable artifact. Disrobe and sit cross-legged upon it, Lu Ruyin instructed, having already loosened her outer garment to reveal only a thin layer underneath. Even in such a setting, her movements remained dignified, devoid of any sensuality. Lin Han followed her instructions, removing her outer robe and sitting opposite Lu Ruyin on the Hanyu bed. Let's begin. She closed her eyes and extended her hands. Lin Han gently grasped her delicate fingers, feeling the coolness akin to jade. The Yin-Yang harmony technique began to operate slowly, attempting to channel spiritual energy into her body. However, upon contact, an overwhelming blast of cold energy surged through Lin Han's meridians. Instantly, half of her body lost sensation, and a thick layer of frost began to form on her surface. Focus and stabilize your mind, Lu Ruyin urged. The Yin energy is extraordinary. We must proceed with caution. Lin Han gritted her teeth, painstakingly guiding her cold energy to merge with her own yang energy. This process was excruciatingly slow and fraught with peril. A moment's inattention could lead to the destruction of her meridians. Warning: Yin energy is excessively strong. Suggestion: activate the pseudo-pure yang body. Lin Han immediately complied, her yang energy surging within her, fiercely clashing with the invading cold energy. Lu Ruyin let out a muffled groan, clearly suffering as well. Hold on, Lin Han murmured. It is normal for yin and yang to clash. Soon, they will harmonize. Indeed, after the initial explosive confrontation, the two forces began to merge slowly. Lin Han's yang energy flowed like a spring breeze, gradually soothing the raging yin energy within Lu Ruyin. Her cold energy, in turn, flowed like a clear spring, cleansing the impurities within Lin Han's meridians. The fusion of yin and yang has commenced. Compatibility at 65. Expected effect: minor elevation in cultivation, preliminary unsealing of the Yin-Yang mirror. Time passed unnoticed, and at last, the circulation of spiritual energy between the two stabilized. The Yin-Yang energy within Lu Ruyin ceased its rampage, flowing like an unending river. Deep within her dantian, Lin Han faintly sensed the ethereal outline of an ancient bronze mirror. That was the Yin-Yang mirror. Senior sister, I can sense the Yin-Yang mirror, Lin Han communicated. Should we attempt to draw it out now? Lu Ruyin nodded slightly. The two began to channel their spiritual energy together towards the bronze mirror. However, at the moment of contact, the mirror suddenly erupted with a terrifying suction, ravenously devouring their spiritual energy. Not good. Lu Rian's expression changed drastically. It has gone out of control. They attempted to withdraw their hands, but it was too late. The Xianyin mirror was like a bottomless pit, swiftly draining most of their spiritual energy. Lin Han felt dizzy, nearly losing consciousness, while Lu Rian's mouth bled, her complexion pale. In this critical moment, a spark of inspiration flashed in Lin Han's mind. Since they could not escape, why not reverse the approach? Senior sister, let us together fully inject our spiritual energy. Lin Han gritted her teeth. Feed it well. Though Lu Rian was puzzled, she complied. They ceased their resistance and instead poured their remaining spiritual energy into the Xianyin mirror. This tactic proved effective. When the spiritual energy reached a certain critical point, the Xianyin mirror abruptly ceased its absorption, and its surface emanated a gentle white light. A stream of information surged into Lin Han's mind. The first seal of the Xianyin mirror has been lifted. Mastering conditions: harmonious yin and yang body. Current master recognition progress: 30. Lu Rian suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at Lin Han incredulously. How did you know to do this? Intuition, Lin Han replied weakly with a smile. Every magical artifact possesses its own spirit. Since resistance is futile, it is better to go with the flow. Her expression was complex, and just as she was about to speak, the Xianyin mirror suddenly shot forth a beam of white light, piercing into Lin Han's forehead. In an instant, countless images flashed through Lin Han's mind. A vast starry sky, towering celestial palaces, fierce battles, and finally, a rift in space that spanned the heavens. Ah! Lin Han cried out in agony, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information that nearly shattered her consciousness. Lin Han. Lu Rian hurriedly supported her, placing her jade hand on Lin Han's forehead, a wave of cool energy flowing in to help stabilize her mind. After a long while, the excruciating pain gradually subsided. Lin Han, drenched in sweat, leaned weakly against her. Surprisingly, Lu Rian did not push Lin Han away. Instead, she continued to guide Lin Han's chaotic spiritual energy. What did you see? She asked softly. There are still battles in the celestial realm. Lin Han panted in response. The Xianyin mirror seems to be the key to opening a passage to the celestial realm. Lu Rian pondered. This aligns with what my grandfather said. She gazed down at Lin Han, her eyes softening. Thank you for your daring assistance. Without you, I might never have unsealed the Xianyin mirror. Lu Rian Intimacy Level 30. Current 35,100. Reward: Xianyin Spiritual Body Compatibility 15. Gain partial authority over the Xianyin mirror. Can cast Xianyin Protective Barrier once per day. Although the process was perilous, the rewards were immense. Not only had the intimacy level risen significantly, but she had also acquired some abilities of the Xianyin mirror. You are too polite, senior sister. Lin Han attempted to sit up straight, contemplating the possibility of further unsealing. Lu Rian rarely opposed, simply responding with a gentle. At that moment, Lin Han noticed that they still held each other's hands, and she appeared in no hurry to let go. Under the moonlight, Lu Rian's cool demeanor softened into breathtaking beauty, captivating Lin Han. She couldn't help but be entranced. What are you looking at? Lu Rian slightly turned her face. Awaiting an infant's gaza. Senior sister, you're truly beautiful, Lin Han sincerely praised. Flatterer, she huffed lightly, though lacking any reproach. That is enough for today. You should return and recuperate. Lin Han, sensing the moment, stood to take her leave. As she reached the door, Lu Rian suddenly called out to her. Come again tomorrow. Lin Han turned back in surprise, only to see her already turn away, but the pale earlobe betrayed a hint of crimson. Lu Rian Intimacy Level 5. Current 40,100. Reward: Ice Element Spell Power 10. Upon returning to Ziyang Peak, Lin Han immediately entered seclusion to recuperate. Though the dual cultivation had been perilous, the gains were substantial. Not only had her cultivation advanced to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, just a step away from Golden Core, but she had also obtained partial authority over the Xianyin mirror. The next morning, as Lin Han finished her recuperation, Chu Ruoli hurriedly arrived. Lin Han. Lan Yu is about to give birth. Lin Han rushed to Lan Yu's residence. In stark contrast to the fervor experienced during Tang Hongling's delivery, this place was chilling, with thick frost covering the ground and walls. Ah! Lan Yu's cries of pain echoed from within, accompanied by Chu Ruoli's guiding voice. Push. It's almost here. Lin Han anxiously waited outside the door. Suddenly, a blue light shot up into the sky, causing the temperature of the entire Xiang peak to plummet. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, a truly unbelievable sight in the midst of summer. It's born. It's a girl. Chu Ruoli's joyful shout rang out. Lin Han rushed into the inner chamber, where she saw Chu Ruoli cradling a baby girl. The little one appeared as if carved from jade, with a blue ice crystal pattern on her forehead, and the surrounding air was slightly distorted due to the low temperature. Let us name her Lin Binger, Lan Yu said weakly. Lin Han carefully took the child, and an icy chill coursed through her arms. Strangely, this coldness did not harm Lin Han. Rather, it felt endearing. Childborn, Lin Binger, Ice Heart, exquisite body, talent sharing activated. Host gains basic time-space sensing ability. Reward, Ice Element Spell Comprehension 30. A sense of the profound washed over Lin Han, as she suddenly perceived subtle fluctuations in the surrounding space-time. Is this the ability of the Ice Heart exquisite body? Though still faint, it might truly influence time and space given time. How is Lan Yu? She's fine, just exhausted, Chu Ruoli replied, wiping her sweat. Binger absorbed too much cold energy during birth, nearly freezing the midwife. Lin Han, feeling pained, grasped Lan Yu's hand. You've worked hard. She shook her head, her face radiant with happiness. Binger is healthy, and that is enough. Just then, a commotion arose outside. Upon stepping out, Lin Han discovered Lu Ruyan, who had arrived unbeknownst to her, standing in the courtyard, gazing at the lingering celestial phenomenon. Senior sister? Lin Han approached in surprise. Lu Ruyan withdrew her gaze. I sensed the disturbance of cold energy and came to investigate. She looked at Lin Han's baby. Ice Heart exquisite body? Lin Han nodded and presented the child for her to see. To everyone's astonishment, upon seeing Lu Ruyan, Binger did not shy away. Instead, she reached out her tiny hand and giggled. She likes you, Lin Han chuckled. Lu Ruyan cautiously touched Binger's little hand, and in that instant, a blue light flickered between them. The ice crystal pattern on Binger's forehead glowed brighter, while a faint white light enveloped Lu Ruyan. A resonance of Yin-Yang energy? Lian exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Ruyan was equally astonished. Her physique can actually resonate with the Yin-Yang mirror within me. Just then, Binger suddenly opened her mouth and let out a clear cry. With the sound, a beam of blue light shot into the sky, merging with the celestial phenomenon above, forming a colossal ice crystal pattern. The entire Qinglan sect was stirred, although the sect leader was in seclusion. He was disturbed by the phenomenon and sent a message inquiring about the situation. Elders from various peaks hurried over, marveling at the extraordinary sight. Ice Heart exquisite body. A rare occurrence in 1,000 years. This child possesses limitless potential. Lin Shaozong Master is truly fortunate. Every descendant is remarkable. Amidst the chorus of admiration, Lu Ruyan discreetly tugged at Lin Han's sleeve. Tonight at midnight, the usual place. The Xianyi mirror has stirred. It may relate to Binger. Lin Han's heart tightened, and she nodded slightly. That night, Lin Han arrived at Lu Ruyan's residence as promised. She had prepared a cold jade bed. Her demeanor solemn. When Binger triggered the phenomenon earlier today, Lin Han, the Xianyi mirror within me unsealed itself by 5. What? Lin Han gasped in shock. Binger can assist you in unsealing the Xianyi mirror? Not only that, Lu Ruyan produced a fragment of the Ice Soul Pearl. This is a token given to me by Lan Yu. When the Ice Soul Pearl comes close, the Xianyi mirror also resonates. Lin Han suddenly recalled the phrase, Yin and Yang unite. The celestial gates open. The merging of the Yin mirror and Ice Soul Pearl is the key to unlocking the passage to the celestial realm. It seems that the births of Binger and Yinner are indeed predestined. Lin Han reflected. Lu Ruyan deeply resonated. My grandfather was right. You truly are the key to resolving the calamity. The two resumed their dual cultivation, and with the experience from the last time, this session proceeded much more smoothly. The energies of Yin and Yang flowed seamlessly between them, continuously washing away the seals of the Yin mirror. In the intertwining of Yin and Yang, a compatibility rate of 75 is noted, with the progress of the Yin mirror's unsealing at 40. The reward is an elevation in cultivation to the threshold of the golden core. As the unlocking of the Yin mirror advances, A plethora of fragmented memories inundates Lin Han's mind. This time, he glimpses a more vivid scene, an epic battle between immortals and demons, where a celestial maiden clad in white wields the Yin-Yang mirror and the ice heart pearl, separating the two treasures at a critical moment to seal the passageway. Shiji, the Yin-Yang mirror and the ice heart pearl were originally one. Lin Han exclaimed excitedly, realizing that their separation served to seal the passage to the immortal realm, preventing an invasion from the demon realm. Lu Rian pondered. So now the Yuming Hall seeks them to reopen the passage. Lin Han declared solemnly, "We must stop them." Lu Rian nodded, suddenly grasping Lin Han's hand. "In that case, we require deeper mutual cultivation to fully unseal the Yin-Yang mirror as swiftly as possible." Lin Han paused. Shiji means true mutual cultivation? She gazed directly into Lin Han's eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet her resolve unwavering. For the sect, for the people. The intimacy level with Lu Ruyan stood at 20, currently at 60100. The task is to elevate this intimacy to 50 for completion, with a reward of a compatibility rate of 30 for the Yin spirit body, and an additional reward of basic immunity to both fire and ice. Lin Han took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. That night, Lin Han and Lu Ruyan transcended mere spiritual fusion, uniting body and mind to jointly explore the mysteries of the Tao, the intricacies of which need not be elaborated upon, as the discerning reader would undoubtedly understand. Chapter 14. The Ambush. Qinglan's Sect, Xiang Peak. The night was heavy, devoid of stars and moonlight. Everything seemed to have settled, yet Lin Han stood atop the mountain, surveying the myriad lights of the sect below. Having subdued the Zhao family and secured his position as the young master, it should have been a time of triumph. Yet a restless unease pricked at his heart like an unremovable thorn. For reasons unknown, he sensed an ominous premonition, which intensified as time passed, becoming increasingly peculiar. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of humanity are not interconnected. The previous moment's elation cannot quell the next moment's anxiety. In his hand, he toyed with a pink jade pendant, a token left by Yen Ruyu. At that moment, the pendant felt scorching, like a heart in turmoil, pulsating in his palm. Yen Ruyu's words echoed in his ears, as if all of this were a dream, drawing him into a realm of illusion. Behind him, a faint footfall sounded. "Husband." Lan Yu's voice was cold, whether from the night wind or worry. Iser had just fallen asleep, only to be roused, incessantly calling out that she was cold. Lin Han turned, taking her icy hand in his, enveloping her in warmth. The Yuming Hall's target has always been Iser. The Yin mirror and the ice heart pearl are merely bait. His tone grew grave. Iser's ice heart Linglong body is a beacon for those vile creatures lurking in the shadows. What we perceive as our trump card is merely a mark waiting to be harvested in their eyes. Lan Yu's fingers curled instinctively in his palm, but Shiji only unsealed 40 of the Yin mirror, forcing it could entail great cost. A decisive glint flickered in Lin Han's eyes. "Tomorrow, I will personally oversee the re-establishment of the Xiang Peak formation. For the time being, you, Hongling, and Ruli must not leave the main peak." Lan Yu nodded, about to speak when a thunderous crash erupted from the distant Hanbing Peak, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. A thick, black beam of light tore through the night sky, shooting upwards. Immediately, an inhuman shriek swept across the heavens, piercing through the ears and threatening to shatter the soul. Not good. Lin Han's pupils constricted, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he dashed towards Hanbing Peak. The air above Hanbing Peak was thick with ghostly energy, the temperature plummeting. 3 shadowy figures loomed ominously, the leader clad in a black robe, his hood casting a shadow over a pair of crimson eyes that were anything but human. The left envoy of Yuming Hall, under the order of the Hallmaster, has come to retrieve the Ice Heart Pearl. His raspy voice fell, and with a mere wave of his hand, countless grotesque spirits erupted forth, forming a black tide that surged towards the disarrayed disciples of Hanbing Peak. "Form the Ice Heart Array," Lan Yu shouted, the Ice Heart Pearl in her hand radiating brilliant light, an icy chill enveloping the area. The surviving disciples quickly regained their positions, and a massive ice crystal barrier rose from the ground, freezing the torrent of spirits mid-air. Using the Ice Heart Pearl as the array's core? A commendable idea, but regrettably, the strength does not match the intellect. The left envoy scoffed, raising a cracked black bone seal in his palm, uttering a single word, break. With a crack, the sturdy ice array shattered like fragile paper. The terrifying backlash sent dozens of disciples reeling, spewing blood. Just as the spirits were about to invade the crowd, a blaze of fire descended from the heavens. Who dares to disturb the dead of night with such antics? Tang Hongling arrived on fiery clouds, her crimson whip transforming into a roaring fire dragon in her grasp, surging towards the left envoy. Against this ferocious attack, the left envoy did not even flinch, extending 2 fingers to deftly catch the whip's tip. No matter how Tang Hongling urged her spiritual power, the fire dragon could not advance an inch. Your fire is too noisy. The left envoy's fingertip trembled. A wave of chilling, ghostly energy surged up the whip. With a resounding crash, the crimson whip shattered, and Tang Hongling let out a muffled groan, sent flying back, blood spilling from her lips. She crashed heavily to the ground, but swiftly rolled to her feet, her fierce gaze undiminished, spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Is that all you've got? You couldn't even give me a decent scratch. Hongling. Lin Han finally arrived, witnessing the scene ignite his fury. The dual energies of yin and yang converged in his palm, morphing into a colossal hand that descended upon the left envoy with great force. What? Are you all coming one by one to save your grandfather? The left envoy finally revealed his impatience, flicking his fingers to release a speck of ghostly fire the size of a grain of rice. Though seemingly insignificant, it pierced through the massive yin-yang hand with blinding speed, hurtling straight for Lin Han's brow. It was so swift that despair could not even take root. Just at that critical moment, a voice as clear as the moon resonated through the night sky. Xian-Yi mirror, suppressed the souls. Lu Ruyan, clad in white, descended gracefully. The ancient copper mirror in her hand erupted with a purifying white light, annihilating the fatal ghostly fire before it could even struggle. For the first time, the left envoy's crimson eyes displayed a violent tremor. He disregarded Lin Han, who had nearly been obliterated, and ignored the rising Tang Hongling and Lan Yu. His gaze fixated on the ancient mirror in Lu Ruyan's grasp, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. Xian-Yi mirror, so you're the grand prize today. After all this time, I have finally drawn you out. I have awaited this moment for quite some time. Chapter 15, A Sudden Transformation. In the secret chamber of Zhang Peak, the blood-red token obtained from the left envoy of Yuming Hall hovered silently in midair, exuding a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood, cold and chilling. Lin Han's expression was grave as he coaxed a thread of pure spiritual energy from his fingertips, delicately probing into the token. With a hum, the token trembled violently, the blood light intensifying. A colossal light screen unfurled before the crowd, adorned with countless twisted, blood-red runes, resembling a malevolent curse that upon prolonged gaze induced a sense of vertigo. What a grotesque sight, bewildering to behold. Tang Hongling stepped closer, her expression brimming with impatience as she reached out to touch it. Do not touch, Chu Ruoli and Lin Han exclaimed in unison. Chu Ruoli's complexion was somewhat pale as she fixated on the runes, whispering, these are not ordinary runes. They constitute a guiding spell inscribed with the essence of living beings' blood. There are mere fragments of records in the ancient texts of our Yawang Valley, and they are exceedingly sinister. Her gaze swiftly traversed the light screen, ultimately resting on a swirling blood-red vortex at its center. Following her line of sight, Lin Han solemnly recited the 3 ancient characters beneath the vortex. Zhonghuangu, Qingming Mountain Range, Zhonghuangu? Lan Yu gasped, her grip on the Binghua pearl tightening, her voice trembling slightly. It is said that this was the battlefield of the ancient war between immortals and demons, where true immortals fell. Countless lethal formations still operate to this day. For millennia, none who ventured here returned alive. The Yuming Palace has gone to great lengths to leave behind this guiding spell, clearly not inviting us for sightseeing. Lu Ruyan's voice remained as icy as ever, directly exposing the crux of the matter. This was a trap. What a traps! Tang Hongling flicked her Qi-Yen whip, producing a crisp crack as sparks flew. Regardless of the peril, we shall charge in and uproot their lair. While her sentiment bore merit, reliance solely on brute force would not suffice. Lin Han suddenly smiled, retracting the blood-red token, his expression exuding an air of calm that seemed to pierce through all. The Yuming Palace has meticulously orchestrated this scheme, indicating their grand ambitions. The more they wish for us to go, the more we must comply, albeit by our own rules. He shifted his tone, his palm unfolding. A crystal-clear ice gem lay quietly in his palm, within which countless tiny lights flickered and flowed, exuding an unfathomable aura. This was the last remnant of temporal power left behind by Lin Binger before her fainting. With Binger's strength, even in the direst of circumstances, we shall forge a path. 3 days later, at Qingming Mountain Range, Zhonghuangu, upon stepping in, the world around them underwent a sudden transformation. A thick gray-white mist obscured the sun, rendering visibility non-existent. Beneath their feet lay not soil, but a thick layer of decayed bones accumulated over countless millennia. Each step echoed with a jarring crack in the profound silence. Here, the spiritual energy was so sparse it was nearly absent, replaced by a stench of decay and rot that chilled their very souls. This cursed place reeks and suffocates. Tang Hongling kicked aside a dark skull at her feet with disdain, noting the absence of any spectral presence, finding it utterly tedious. Just as her words fell, a sudden clang resounded. The Huolin sword at her waist leapt from its sheath by half an inch, vibrating wildly and emitting a piercing sword cry. "Be careful," Lin Han bellowed. In an instant, dozens of pitch-black tendrils shot out from the mist, silent yet accompanied by a tearing wind, surging toward the group from all directions. Well met. Lin Han advanced rather than retreated, his hands forming seals as black and white energies surged from his being, intertwining into a colossal yin-yang grinding disk that thunderously spun to meet the onslaught. With a splatter, those resilient tendrils were shredded to pieces under the grinding disk, transforming into pools of black liquid that corroded the bones beneath, hissing and releasing nauseating black smoke. "It is the Yuming corruption. Do not let it touch you." Lu Rian reacted swiftly, her Xian-Yi mirror flashing brightly, unleashing a pure white light that swept through, instantly evaporating and purifying the black liquid. Such keen perception, such a formidable treasure. A sinister laugh echoed from the depths of the mist as it gradually parted, revealing a monster that churned their stomachs. The upper half of a human melded with the lower half of a spider, 8 ghostly green, compound eyes glimmering with cruel light, fixating on them. Is this the visage of the Yuming Palace's guardian? A flicker of revulsion crossed Lin Han's eyes as he gathered lightning in his palm, thinking it APT to test his newly comprehended thunder palm on this creature. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a barrel, tore through the mist, descending with divine might to strike the monster's head. The creature did not even have the chance to emit a cry before it was reduced to a pile of charred remains amidst the furious lightning. However, in that very moment of the monster's demise, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The ground quaked violently. Ancient tombstones, dormant for millennia, erupted from beneath the bones. Mysterious runes on the tombstones illuminated one by one, bloodlight soaring to the heavens, intertwining to form a vast formation that enveloped a radius of 100 miles. An irresistible force of confinement descended from the sky, as if the very firmament were collapsing upon them. Not good. Lan Yu's face turned pale, her Binghua pearl flashing ominously, issuing a warning of danger. This is the ancient immortal binding formation. We have fallen into a trap. Just as Lan Yu finished speaking, an anomaly occurred. The previously tranquil formation was suddenly torn open, a powerful suction emanating from within. At the formation center, a massive rift tore through the void. A terrifying force drew near from the rift, seemingly intent on devouring all existence. "Hold on to me," Lin Han shouted, as the yin and yang energies transformed into chains, binding everyone tightly together. However, the rift's pull intensified, distorting even the light. The bones beneath their feet had long been drawn into the abyss, reduced to powder. Just as they were on the brink of being consumed, Lin Han crushed the temporal ice gem in his palm. A ripple of invisible waves spread forth. Time, at that moment, seemed to be pressed on pause. Now, Xian-Yi mirror, Binghua pearl, combine. Lin Han poured every ounce of his spiritual power into the 2 treasures. Lu Ruyan and Lan Yu instantly grasped his intent, pouring their full strength into the effort. The pure light of the Xian-Yi mirror and the extreme cold of the Binghua pearl resonated brilliantly, intertwining into a stable portal of white and blue light at the edge of the terrifying rift. "Quick, enter," Lin Han bellowed, shoving Tang Hongling and the others into the portal. Yet just as he prepared to follow, several tendrils of Yuming, having broken free from the temporal stasis, shot forth from the rift, ensnaring his ankles with lightning speed. Lin Han, Lu Ruyan cried out sharply, unexpectedly turning back at the last moment as she leaped into the portal, her sword weaving a stunning arc of light, cutting through all the tendrils. She grasped Lin Han's arm, using the momentum to pull them both into the portal. A whirlwind of chaos enveloped them. They landed heavily on a cold surface. As they struggled to rise and survey their surroundings, all were rendered speechless. They found themselves amidst the ruins of a grand palace, with broken walls and an expansive ceiling revealing a magnificent starry sky, the river of stars flowing gracefully as if they had entered an entirely different realm. At the very heart of the ruins stood a high platform of white jade. Upon it rested a skeleton, translucent and seemingly carved from exquisite jade, quietly seated. Even in skeletal form, it exuded an aura of unparalleled majesty that gazed down upon the heavens. At the heart of the skeletal remains lay a weathered and unremarkable bronze sword. Chu Ruoli's gaze fell upon the hilt, where two indistinct characters seemed to be etched. Instinctively, she uttered them. Zhu Xian? Chapter 16. The demon realm. The voice of the skeleton reverberated through the ages, each word striking like a mountain against the soul. This suffocating pressure felt as if it were inscribed into the very DNA of existence. Xuancha Shi, Lin Han bore the weight of the oppression and spoke in a deep tone. Did you come from the Xinjia? The skeleton nodded slightly, its golden gaze piercing through Lin Han's ancestral lineage before settling upon him. Your path is intriguing. One hand seeks to save all living beings, while the other desires to overturn the heavens. It slowly raised its hand, and the rusted sword hummed, shedding the dust of millennia as it hovered before Lin Han. This sword, Zhu Xian, the skeleton's voice carried an endless desolation, once accompanied me in vanquishing 36 lords of the demon domain. Alas, the end of slaughter has never been peace. Lin Han's spirit quaked. Are you saying there is a passage between the realms of immortals and demons? The skeleton did not respond directly, instead turning its gaze towards Lu Ruyan and Lan Yu. The Xianyi mirror and the Bingpa pearl are, in essence, one. Every encounter in this world is a reunion after a long separation. It is time to bring them home. As the words left its mouth, the skeletal figure shattered into a cascade of golden stardust, akin to a grand farewell, all of which surged into Lin Han's body. Boom! The spiritual energy within Lin Han erupted instantaneously, shattering all barriers before this force, as though they were mere paper. His cultivation soared, reaching the mid-stage of the golden core. Simultaneously, a memory that did not belong to him flooded into his consciousness like a tidal wave, a war that had raged for 10,000 years, a solitary figure, and a heart-wrenching cry. With my divine soul, I shall suppress the ages. How infuriating! The heavens are unjust. Understanding dawned upon Lin Han as he opened his eyes wide, a glint of golden light flashing within. A mocking smile curled upon his lips. Those treacherous scoundrels of the Yuming Palace think they can undermine me? Their goal was never merely to open the door. They intend to upend the entire game, outside the Valley of Souls. The Lord of the Yuming Palace stood suspended in the air, his scarlet eyes beneath his black robe burning like a wildfire that had raged for 30,000 years. My lord, that brat Lin Han has entered, reported a kneeling Yuming envoy. Ah, the script has finally turned to its most thrilling page. The Lord of the Yuming Palace rasped, a hint of morbid excitement in his voice. He raised his hand, and the pitch-black demon command token pulsated ominously. Send the order. Activate the blood sacrifice great formation. A cruel smile formed on his lips, since he has acquired the exam paper. This examiner shall present the final question, upend the table, and open the gateway to the demon realm. The envoy vanished upon receiving the command. The Lord of the Yuming Palace gazed skyward, whispering like a spell, it has been 30,000 years. The flowers we awaited have withered. Lin Han, I hope you. This pawn can make this game a tad more interesting. Meanwhile, deep within the Xinshu, Lin Han's heart contracted violently as a chill crawled up his spine. This is bad. What are those old schemers from the Yuming Palace up to? It's the blood sacrifice great formation. Chu Ruoli's voice trembled. They've gone mad. They intend to sacrifice all spirits and violently breach the spatial barriers. Before her words could finish, the entire Xinshu trembled violently. The starlit dome was disrupted by an unseen hand, a pitch-black rift cracking open with an unsettling sound, tearing through the very fabric of reality. From the rift emerged a colossal claw, adorned with dark red scales. It was not merely a claw. It was a death notice from the abyss. Have they truly breached the demon realm? Lu Rian clenched the Yin-Yang mirror, her palms slick with cold sweat. Lin Han, flipping his wrist, felt the Zhu Xian sword resonate with a longing hum. The elder had claimed that slaughter was not the remedy, yet it seemed that to cure the ailment, one must first cleanse the wound. The air thickened with demonic energy as the massive claw withdrew, revealing a towering figure, an infernal dragon, wings unfurled, with scarlet eyes surveying the realm, exhaling the corrosive flames of a Yuming. Roar! The dragon's roar reverberated, sending surges of blood and energy through the crowd. Tang Hongling gritted her teeth and summoned her Fire Lin sword, its blade engulfed in crimson flames. I shall scatter your ashes today. Calm down. Charging in head first is not a wise tactic. Lin Han grasped her arm. This dragon possessed at least the strength of the Yuanying stage. Confronting it head-on would be akin to courting death. He turned to Lan Yu and Lu Rian. Can the Xianyin mirror and the Bing Pearl seal that rift? The two exchanged glances and nodded in unison. All right. Lin Han's voice deepened. I will lead. You two focus on the ceiling. Barely had he spoken when he leapt into action, the Zhu Xian sword radiating brilliant golden light as he swung it towards the dragon's head. Clang! The clash of metal echoed as the dragon howled in pain and swiped at Lin Han. He flickered away, just in time, though the residual force left him momentarily dazed. Now, Lu Rian shouted, the Xianyin mirror glowing with white light. Lan Yu, too, activated the Bing Pearl, the frigid power melding with the white light to form a massive ice crystal chain that wrapped around the rift. Crack! The rift's expansion visibly slowed, but the dragon grew increasingly frenzied. It attacked Lin Han relentlessly while unleashing the Yuming flames, forcing Lu Rian and Lan Yu to retreat repeatedly. In this dire moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out. Daddy, he's so loud. Let Binger quiet him down, okay? Lin Han turned to see Lin Binger, unexpectedly present at the edge of the battlefield. The little girl clasped her hands together, her brow adorned with glimmering ice crystals that sparkled like stars. Let time freeze. Buzz. The entire world seemed to be pressed on pause. The dragon's movements halted midair, even the flames it exhaled solidifying. Seizing this fleeting moment, Lin Han swung the Zhu Xian sword with all his might. Splat! The dragon's head soared into the air, dark blood spraying across the sky. However, before anyone could catch their breath, a thunderous roar emanated from the depths of the rift. Interesting, a swarm of ants dares to strike at my pet? A terrifying pressure descended as a hand, colossal enough to obscure the sky, emerged from the rift and struck down towards them. Run. This is not an opponent of our dimension. Chu Ruoli's face drained of color. On the brink of life and death, Lin Han's system emitted a blinding golden light. Warning. Host detected a dimensional strike. Burning all luck points is a wise gamble. Ultimate defense, the shield of creation, has been activated. A golden barrier enveloped everyone, absorbing the impact of the colossal hand. However, the shield soon bore countless cracks, clearly unable to withstand another blow. Gritting his teeth, Lin Han plunged the Zhu Xian sword into the ground, raising his voice to the heavens. 30,000 years of waiting. Was it not for this day? Xuancha sure. Lend me your strength to cleave through the heavens. Boom! The earth of the Valley of Souls split apart, countless golden runes soaring into the sky, coalescing into a pillar of light that pierced through the rift. A wretched scream echoed from within the rift, the dragon's hand retreating in panic. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Rian and Lan Yu poured all their energy into the Xianyin mirror and the Bing Pearl, sealing the rift. Crack! The spatial rift froze completely before collapsing with a resounding crash. As the dust settled, everyone collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Lin Han gazed at the now dull Zhu Xian sword in his hand, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. Well, it seems we have moved straight from the novice village to the final boss. Chapter 17. Feinting the east while attacking the west. The battle in the Valley of Souls ended with good news. They had won. But the bad news was that the worst was yet to come. As Lin Han and his companions stepped through the mountain gate, they sensed the imminent danger threatening the entire sect as the protective barrier flared open. Each disciple bore a look of grave concern, and the air was thick with the portent of an approaching storm. Halt! What is happening? Lin Han intercepted a disciple who seemed ready to take flight. Upon recognizing Lin Han, the disciple nearly fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Young sect master, we have long awaited your return. If we delay any longer, our foundation will be utterly depleted." 3 days ago, the sect leader entered seclusion, and demonic energy surged uncontrollably. Now the main peak is under complete lockdown. What? At this revelation, the temperature in the area plummeted. Lin Han wasted no time with idle chatter, taking to the skies on his sword, heading straight for the main peak. From a distance, the skies above the peak were shrouded in ominous clouds, and a network of runic chains ensnare the mountain, sealing it tightly. This was the sect's highest-level sealing spell, reserved solely for catastrophic events. Lin Han, Chun Feng squeezed his way through the crowd, perspiration beading on his forehead. The sect leader. It seems he is on the brink of succumbing to madness. Nonsense, Lu Rian retorted sharply. My grandfather's resolve is as steadfast as a rock. With his cultivation at the late Yuan-Ing stage, how could he possibly be tainted by mere demonic energy? Just then, the keen-eyed Chu Ruoli pointed to a corner of the seal. Look at that sneaky shadow. Following her indication, a dark figure was seen exploiting a blind spot, infiltrating the weak point of the seal. The attire they wore was unmistakable, exclusive to the Yu Ming Hall. In their hand, they clutched a pitch-black token. A traitor from Yu Ming Hall. Lin Han's gaze turned icy. Now, it was clear. They intended to ignite chaos and push the sect leader into the abyss. Without hesitation, Lin Han and the others sprang into action, blocking the Yu Ming envoy at the entrance of the forbidden area of the main peak. Who do you think you are to stop me? The envoy sneered, crushing the token before their very eyes. Relish the gift from the abyss. With a thunderous roar, a wave of dark, purplish demonic energy surged skyward, and the envoy's cultivation skyrocketed to the peak of the golden core stage. His claws sharp as hooks. Lunge for Lin Han's throat. Yin and Yang reverse. Lin Han did not retreat, but advanced, his movements so swift they left only an afterimage. The Zhu Xian sword sliced through the air, unleashing a lethal golden light. With a sickening thud, the envoy's right arm was severed, black blood gushing forth. Yet, as if oblivious to the pain, he cackled maniacally. Is that all you've got? It's too late. The seed of madness has already been sown. Your sect leader? No. Soon he will be the most formidable puppet under the command of the Hall Master. His laughter was abruptly interrupted by a monstrous roar emanating from deep within the main peak. The runic chains that coiled around the peak emitted a mournful cry, succumbing to the overwhelming force and shattered piece by piece. A figure, engulfed in endless demonic energy, forcibly broke through the barrier. It was the sect leader of Qing Lan's sect. At that moment, his eyes glowed a blood red, his visage contorted and terrifying, the aura of demonic might nearly collapsing the heavens. Lu Rian's voice trembled with fear. The sect leader's lifeless gaze swept across the crowd, finally locking on a Lin Han. Hand over the Yin-Yang mirror, once a towering bastion shielding the sect from storms. He had now become a demon intent on obliterating everything. The sect leader's mind has been taken. Chu Ruoli urged urgently. We must find a way to stop him. I will. Tang Hongling whipped her long hair back. The Huolin sword humming with energy, flames surging 3 feet high. A fearless smile graced her lips as she faced the terrifying demonic presence. Old man, you often scold me. Today, as your disciple, I shall defy you. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she shot forth like a released arrow, the sword's edge tearing through the air, unleashing a concentrated wave of searing sword energy aimed directly at the sect leader's face. This strike was the culmination of her strength. However, the figure shrouded in demonic energy merely raised a hand, sweeping it dismissively. With a thunderous boom, a colossal hand made entirely of demonic energy manifested, effortlessly shattering the sword energy capable of melting gold and iron, as if swatting a fly. Tang Hongling was sent reeling, her throat constricting as she nearly coughed up blood. The color drained from the face of the late Yuan-Ing practitioner, Lan Yu, his voice quivering. How can we fight this? We aren't even worthy to polish his shoes. The atmosphere grew as heavy as iron. Just as despair enveloped the hearts of the onlookers, Lin Han gripped the Zhu Xian sword tightly. a torrent of thoughts clashing in his mind before settling into clarity. He fixed his gaze on the still stabilizing Tang Hongling and the grave Lu Ruyan beside him. Binger and Yenner, Lin Han's voice rang out, quiet yet thunderous in their hearts. The two initially stared in surprise before their eyes brightened with understanding. The Xianyin mirror embodies the essence of Yin, while the Huolin sword embodies the essence of Yang. Lin Han spoke swiftly. Water and fire are incompatible. Yet extreme opposites can also birth perfect harmony. Let us combine our powers to compose a song of soul suppression. This notion was audacious, but at this juncture, it was their sole hope. Hongling, trust me this time. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ruyan raised her hand, the Xianyin mirror hovering before her, exuding an icy aura that seemed to freeze the very air around them. Ha ha ha! I've long been displeased with this dark, murky thing. Tang Hongling wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, brimming with confidence. Let's turn the world upside down. The two exchanged a knowing glance, their unspoken agreement resonating within their hearts. Begin. As their voices fell, both simultaneously poured their life energy into their respective treasures. The Xianyin mirror unleashed a frost-white beam of light, freezing all in its path. The Huolin sword cleaved through the air, unleashing a fiery wave that distorted the very fabric of space. Ice and fire, two opposing forces intertwined in the air without a hint of repulsion, spiraling together like two dragons that had found their mate, forming a grand taiji diagram of ice and fire that obscured the skies. The entire forbidden area of the main peak became a realm split between a frozen abyss and a blazing furnace. Go! The taiji diagram, radiating an aura of suppression, struck the sect leader with unyielding force. Boom! The light diagram collided with the sect leader, and the torrential demonic energy surrounding him hissed and sizzled, melting away like ice under the blazing sun. A pained roar erupted from the sect leader, and for a fleeting moment, the redness in his eyes flickered with clarity. He summoned the last vestiges of his strength, hoarsely uttering a few words. Quickly, to the rear mountains Huan Yu Cave, Yu Ming Hall Master. Before he could finish, the clarity in his gaze was once again consumed by the relentless tide of demonic energy, becoming even more frenzied. Yet, that brief glimpse of lucidity was enough. Huan Yu Cave, Lin Han's heart raced, as understanding dawned upon him. So, the true lethal strike originates from here. The Yu Ming Hall Master is executing a feint. As if to confirm his thoughts, a thunderous explosion erupted from the back mountain. A visible pillar of pitch-black light surged skyward like a demonic column, tearing open a vast breach in the sect's protective barrier. This is bad. Lu Ruyan's face turned ashen. That is the direction of the sect's forbidden area. The Yu Ming Hall Master is forcibly opening a passage between realms. Chun Feng, Lin Han made a swift decision, his voice steady and resolute. Lead a team and do whatever it takes to stall the sect leader. The rest, follow me to Huan Yu Cave quickly. Yes. As Lin Han turned to leave, the corner of his robe was gently tugged by a cool little hand. He turned to find his daughter, Lin Binger, at his side, her small face devoid of color, clearly shaken by the earlier events. Yet, she did not weep. Instead, she firmly pressed a translucent, dreamlike ice crystal into Lin Han's warm palm. The crystal felt frigid to the touch, yet within it seemed to contain a vast expanse of starry skies, a manifestation of her entire temporal power. The little girl trembled slightly, but her smile was resolute and radiant. Father, you need only to engage in battle. This time, let Binger protect your rear. Chapter 18. The illusory moon cave. Outside the illusory moon cave, a biting cold penetrated through the pores, chilling to the bone. The entire mountain peak was besieged by a throng of shadowy figures, disciples of the Yu Ming Palace. At the cave's entrance stood the left envoy of Yu Ming, cloaked in black, his face pallid and sickly, cradling a still-throbbing black heart in his hand. How fortuitous! I need not seek you one by one, he grinned, revealing a disquieting smile. The ceremony of the palace master is in dire need of several Yuanying cultivators as sacrifices. Lin Han's gaze transcended him, landing upon the seal at the cave's mouth. The seal was riddled with cracks. Through the thin veil of light, a shattered bronze, ancient mirror could be vaguely discerned. Its surface a network of fissures resembling a broken spider's web. Is it the passage to the immortal realm? Lan Yu tightened his grip on the Bingpa pearl, his voice betraying a subtle tremor. No, That is merely a fragment of the ancient immortal artifact. The Taisu mirror. Lu Rian's expression grew grave. Recalling her grandfather's words about the complete Taisu mirror, capable of reflecting the heavens and traversing myriad realms. You possess knowledge. The left envoy of Yuming smirked ominously, suddenly pressing the pulsating heart against the weakest fissure of the seal. With my demonic heart, I shall feed the Tai Su with blood. Open. Boom. The heart detonated, transforming into a vile torrent of flesh and blood, violently crashing against the seal. The fissure instantaneously widened several folds, and a nauseating stream of pure demonic energy surged forth from the cave. The nearest disciples of Yuming Palace barely had time to scream before their bodies contorted and swelled within the demonic energy, transforming into mindless fiends, turning to attack their comrades. Madman! Tang Hongling cursed, betraying even their own. Stop him! Lin Han bellowed. Before his voice faded, Tang Hongling was the first to charge forward. The Huolin soared ablaze with fierce flames, cleaving a charred path through the enemy ranks. Chu Ruoli summoned the Yaowang Ding, its azure luminescence expanding to block the surging demonic energy. Lan Yu activated the Bingpa Pearl, unleashing piercing ice shards that accurately froze the corrupted disciples into ice sculptures. Lin Han moved like lightning, targeting the left envoy of Yuming aloft. The Zhu Xian sword radiated golden light, each strike imbued with righteous energy, causing the air to resonate with a humming sound. Yet, the left envoy's movements were as slippery as an eel, effortlessly dodging at astonishing angles just as the blade approached. Futile, he sneered while evading. You merely prolong your demise. Await the arrival of the palace master. His words were cut short as a finely honed beam of frost-white light silently struck from the side, piercing through his left shoulder. Ugh! The left envoy emitted a wretched cry, staggering as he turned to meet Lu Ruyan's icy gaze. She wielded the Yin-Yang mirror, its brilliance unyielding. Now is your chance. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Han's eyes as he merged with his sword, delivering a decisive blow. You shall all perish. At the critical moment, the left envoy uttered a venomous curse, his body collapsing like a puddle of mud, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that burrowed into the ground, leaving only an empty black robe drifting down. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the fissure at the cave's mouth had widened to over 10 feet. Pure demonic energy gushing forth like a torrent breaching a dam. More terrifyingly, from the depths of that pitch-black crack, a colossal eye slowly opened, coldly surveying the world. We must seal it immediately, Chu Ruoli cried urgently. Even this escaping demonic energy could turn Xingyun sect into a demonic domain. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Han produced the time-space ice crystal given to him by Lin Binger. Use this. The ice crystal levitated, emanating a gentle blue glow. Lu Ruyan and Lan Yu exchanged a knowing glance, immediately channeling their spiritual energy into the Yin-Yang mirror and Bingpa Pearl. 3 streams of chilling power intertwined in the air, coalescing into a dazzling beam of light that struck fiercely at the fissure. Seal. The beam clashed violently with the demonic energy, producing a sizzling, dissonant sound akin to boiling oil on ice. Under the immense energy, the fissure began to slowly close. Just then, that enormous eye moved. It merely rotated slightly, unleashing a beam darker than the night. Careful! Lin Han's pupils constricted as he forcefully shoved Lu Ruyan and Lan Yu aside, raising the Zhu Xian sword before him. Clang! A thunderous crash ensued, and Lin Han was violently thrown like a kite with a severed string, crashing into the mountainside, creating a massive human-shaped crater. Lin Han, Tang Hongling Gapet. Before anyone could react, a second beam of darkness surged forth, targeting Lu Ruyan, who was exerting all her strength to maintain the seal. Senior sister, Lan Yu, without a moment's hesitation, leaped in front of Lu Ruyan, shielding her with his own body. Thud! The beam grazed Lan Yu's right shoulder, erupting in a spray of blood, the flesh there vanishing to reveal stark white bone. Lan Yu's face contorted in pain, yet he gritted his teeth, the light of the Bingpa Pearl unwavering. Lin Han crawled from the debris, spitting out a mouthful of blood mingled with internal organs. His gaze fixed upon that indifferent giant eye. A dreadful realization struck his mind. That is not merely the projection of the Yuming Palace Master, but the will of the demonic realm. No sooner had he spoken than a melodious and soaring phoenix cry pierced the heavens. Everyone instinctively looked up to see a crimson streak racing toward them from the horizon, revealing Lin Yin'er riding the Li Hua pendant. "Father." The girl's voice was crisp and urgent. "I have found a way to repair the mirror." The Li Hua pendant in her hand radiated brilliance, projecting an ancient and intricate map into the air. "This is," Chu Ruoli gasped. "The map to the Li Hua Jinren's inheritance cave?" Lin Yin'er nodded vigorously. The pendant revealed that there are divine materials for mending the Tai Su mirror. At this moment, though the fissure had shrunk to about 3 feet, the oppressive force of the giant eye grew ever stronger, as if it might launch a third attack at any moment. Lin Han made a swift decision. "Hongling, take Yin'er and go. Quickly." "Understood." Tang Hongling spoke no further, scooping up Lin Yin'er and soaring into the sky like a streak of fire. Lin Han wiped the blood from his lips and staggered to Lan Yu's side, bracing against her back, continuously pouring spiritual energy into her to rejoin the seal. He looked up at that frigid giant eye, knowing that this was merely the beginning. Chapter 19. Crisis at the center of the Crimson Lava Lake. An ancient stone hall stood majestically. Tang Hongling landed on the square before the hall, cradling Lin Yin'er. As scorching heat waves assaulted them, the very air infused with the acrid scent of sulfur. "This is the place." Lin Yin'er pointed her small hand at the ancient flame totem on the hall's door, her voice bright and eager. "Grandpa, Li Hua's home. Hold tight." Tang Hongling surveyed the surroundings, sensing an eerie stillness. Before she could finish her sentence, the square trembled violently beneath their feet. Rigid stone tiles flipped over, revealing a churning sea of crimson lava below. In the blink of an eye, the square vanished, leaving only a narrow stone bridge suspended over the lava, leading to the Grand Hall. "Ah, show of power, is it?" Tang Hongling scoffed, tightening her grip on the Huolin sword. As they stepped onto the stone bridge, halfway across, the lava lake erupted violently. Dozens of monstrous entities, forged from flames, roared as they ascended the stone bridge, obstructing both her path forward and her retreat. "Yinling?" Tang Hongling, instead of being alarmed, felt a surge of joy. She shielded Lin Yin'er behind her, and the Huolin sword emitted an excited hum. A perfect opportunity to sharpen her blade. With a decisive step forward, the Huolin sword swept out in a crimson arc. A bizarre scene unfolded. The fierce Yinling collided with the sword's edge, and instead of the anticipated clash, it merged into the blade like moths drawn to a flame. The patterns on the Huolin sword visibly brightened, and the image of the flaming phoenix seemed to come alive, its eyes sparkling with vitality. "Aunt Hongling is so impressive." Lin Yin'er clapped her little hands from behind, unafraid in the least. Yet, Tang Hongling furrowed her brow. Something felt amiss. These Yinling appeared formidable but were pathetically weak. Rather than guardians, it seemed they were lining up to feed her sword. Lin Yin'er tilted her head, articulating a peculiar analogy, as if to validate her words. The remaining Yinling indeed retreated in unison, parting to reveal a path leading to the Grand Hall. The heavy stone door creaked open, revealing its depths. Tang Hongling, filled with suspicion, had no choice but to proceed forward, holding Lin Yin'er's hand as they entered the shadowy hall. At the end of the passage lay a vast circular stone chamber. In the center hovered a fist-sized, pulsating golden flame. It radiated no heat, yet it caused Tang Hongling's spiritual energy to bubble within her. The Huolin sword buzzed incessantly, exuding an almost greedy desire. The source of Ihua. Tang Hongling's breath hitched. This was a sacred relic coveted by all fire element cultivators and artifact smiths. The golden flame seemed to sense them, sending forth a delicate golden thread that gracefully entered the Li Hua pendant held in Lin Yin'er's hand. The jade pendant glowed brilliantly, casting an image into the air. An elderly man in a red robe, bearing an ancient visage, was seen refining artifacts by the furnace, hammering away at a shard of bronze mirror. The voice of the elder, laden with the weight of time, spoke. "Should you witness this projection, it seems the Tai Su mirror has encountered another mishap." Tang Hongling and Lin Yin'er exchanged astonished glances. "I have exhausted my life's efforts to glean a fragment of heavenly insight. The Tai Su mirror is no ordinary object. It is intrinsically linked to the legendary Zhou Tian star chart." The elder sighed, stating that to truly restore it, the star chart must be reclaimed. The image shifted, revealing a vast star map unfurling in the air. Among them, 7 stars shone the brightest, forming a shape akin to a ladle. The Big Dipper? Tang Hongling et Gulim. The elder shook his head, nay. This is the position of the 7 luminary seal. When the Tai Su mirror shattered, its 7 core shards fell into these 7 desolate locations. The Zhonghan Gu you are within is but one of them. As he spoke, the image suddenly jolted violently. And for the first time, fear graced the elder's face. Not good. They have discovered me. Remember, behind the Yuming Dian, the voice cut off abruptly. In the image, a shadow, swift as lightning, pierced through the elder's chest. In the final moment frozen in time, Tang Hongling discerned the shadow's face, which bore a striking resemblance to the seemingly drowsy elder guarding the Zongjinggu of the Qinglan sect. Before she could recover from this shocking revelation, the source of Li Hua leapt violently, transforming into a golden stream of light that unceremoniously surged into Tang Hongling's forehead. Ah! Tang Hongling gasped in pain, a torrent of chaotic information flooding her mind. Countless artifact refining secrets, the origins of the Tai Su mirror, detailed maps of the 7 luminary seal, and the face of Li Huazhen ran before his chest was pierced, an image that sent chills down her spine. Aunt Hongling, Lin Yinner anxiously shook her arm. Tang Hongling's eyes snapped open, bloodshot and wide. She opened her palm to find an unusual piece of crimson gold metal, warm to the touch. Butian Jinjing. The Li Hua pendant buzzed urgently, as if urging her on. Gritting her teeth, Tang Hongling tucked the Butian Jinjing into her bosom and declared, "Let us go. We must return to save them." The two burst from the hall, only to find their hearts plummet at the sight before them. The lava lake had transformed into a massive whirlpool, and at its center, a dark spatial rift was slowly widening. "Damn it, we are being tracked." No sooner had she spoken, 3 shadowy figures shot forth from a rift, surrounding them in a triangular formation. The lead Yuming envoy rasped, "Surrender the Bu Tianjin Jing, and we may spare your lives." Tang Hongling fiercely protected Lin Yinner behind her, the phoenix emblem on the Huolin sword blazing with flames. "Want it? Let us see if you have the lives to claim it." The battle erupted instantly. Although Tang Hongling was in the late stages of Jindan and bolstered by the source of Li Hua, the 3 adversaries were also Jindan cultivators, working in perfect synergy with ruthless and cunning attacks. To make matters worse, she had to divide her focus to protect Lin Yinner, rendering her unable to unleash her full strength. An eerie black mist grazed her arm, leaving a wound that exposed bone, the black mist clinging to her flesh, ravenously eroding her blood and sinew. "Yana, listen." Tang Hongling forced one opponent back with a strike, urgently transmitting her voice. "I will create an opening. You must flee using the Li Hua pendant, and do not look back." "No, Yinner will not leave. Yinner wants to stay with Aunt Hongling." Tears welled in the little girl's eyes, yet she stubbornly shook her head. At that moment, the lead Yuming envoy seized an opening, striking towards Tang Hongling's back. Life and death hung in the balance. The Li Hua pendant in Lin Yinner's grasp suddenly grew scorching hot, an epiphany surging in her heart. With newfound clarity, she raised the jade pendant high above her head, exerting all her strength to cry out, "Li Hua Grandpa, please help us." Boom! The entire volcano came alive. The lava lake erupted, transforming into a colossal flaming hand that soared into the sky, carrying the might to incinerate all as it descended fiercely upon the 3 Yuming envoys. No! Their desperate screams were instantly drowned out. The flaming hand crashed down, engulfing the 3 along with the rift they had torn open, plunging them deep into the molten depths. Tang Hongling stood in stunned silence, witnessing this spectacle. Within the pendant was a remnant of Li Hua Grandpa's consciousness. Lin Yinner explained excitedly. He said he could send us back. The flaming hand slowly unfurled, resembling a grand arc, halting before them. Taking a deep breath, Tang Hongling scooped up Lin Yinner and stepped aboard. Whoosh! The flaming hand shot upward, racing towards the Qinglan sect. Tang Hongling cast a final glance at the now tranquil lava lake, her gaze growing ever colder. Qinglan sect, Elder Lin Han. It seems a tremendous traitor has emerged within our ranks. Chapter 20. Sudden changes before the Huanyu cave. Silence reigned. The fissure was less than a foot wide. Yet the indifference and pressure emanating from the giant eye weighed heavily upon every heart. Lin Han's Zhu Xian's sword formation flickered dimly, the sword vibrating as though it might slip from his grasp. "Where's Hongling?" Chu Ruoli, supporting the now dimming Yaowang Ding, coughed up a mouthful of blood that stained her collar. Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp, high-pitched phoenix cry shattered the stillness. A blazing crimson light surged against the pressure of the giant eye, boldly entering everyone's sight. "It's Aunt Hongling," Lan Yu exclaimed in surprise, nearly losing her footing. A colossal hand of flame, formed from molten lava, descended from the heavens, cradling two figures. Tang Hongling, clutching Lin Yin'er, landed gracefully upon the ground. She scarcely had time to catch her breath before raising the piece of crimson golden metal in her hand, exclaiming, "I found the material." Lin Han's spirit surged. "How do we use it?" There was no time to reforge the Tai Su Jing. They could only seal the breach for now. With remarkable speed, Tang Hongling flicked her wrist, and the golden essence transformed into a beam of light, shooting towards the fissure. Simultaneously, she bit her tongue, allowing a mouthful of boiling blood to splatter onto the Huolin sword. Buzz, the sword, adorned with phoenix patterns, seemed to awaken with a soul, illuminating suddenly and transforming into a blazing phoenix that soared skyward with a mournful cry. With a powerful flap of its wings, it grasped the golden essence and charged into the fissure without hesitation. Not enough. The yin and yang are imbalanced. They cannot merge. Lu Rian's face turned pale as she urgently warned. No need for words. Lin Han's mind raced. With the Xian Yin Jing in his left hand and the Zhu Xian sword in his right, he summoned them simultaneously. Two beams of light, one black and one white, shot into the sky like serpents coiling around the fiery phoenix. In that moment, three distinct forces harmoniously converged. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled. A blinding white light erupted, rendering the onlookers unable to open their eyes. When vision returned, the terrifying fissure had vanished, replaced by an ancient bronze mirror, now suspended in the air, adorned with a web of cracks. "Has it been sealed?" "Lan Liu weekly in Guit." Crack! A crisp sound of shattering answered her question. The painstakingly reassembled mirror shattered explosively, transforming into 7 streaks of light that tore through the sky, dispersing in all directions. "You shall not escape," Lin Han bellowed, but it was too late to intervene. One of the streaks of light unerringly struck Lin Yin'er. The little girl instinctively raised her small hand to shield herself. "Yin'er, do not touch it," Tang Hongling exclaimed in horror. It was too late. The streak of light touched Lin Yin'er's palm, merging silently into her body like water seeping into a sponge. "Yin'er!" A gentle golden flame enveloped Lin Yin'er, and she blinked her large eyes, devoid of pain. "Aunt Hongling, I'm fine. It's talking to me, it tickles." The others exchanged glances, uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. At that moment, a distant, echoing howl emanated from the direction of the main peak, filled with a sense of satisfaction. The crowd gazed in astonishment as the overwhelming demonic energy enveloping the peak was visibly drawn into the summit, disappearing entirely. "Has the sect leader's demonic energy been purified?" Chu Ruoli exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. However, Lin Han's expression darkened. "No, someone has consumed that demonic energy." As soon as the words left his lips, a shadow shot upward from the clear main peak, moving with such speed that one moment it was at the horizon, and the next it loomed before them. As the shadow dissipated, it revealed a face that froze the blood of all who beheld it. "The elder of the Guardian Pavilion?" Lu Rian's voice trembled. The elder still wore his faded gray robe, yet his eyes had transformed into fathomless black voids, devoid of any emotion. Even more terrifying was the figure he held in his grasp. None other than the unconscious sect leader of the Qinglan sect. 3,000 years have passed, the elder rasped, his voice reminiscent of 2 gravestones scraping against one another. The seal of the inspector has finally loosened. Lin Han brandished the Zhu Xian sword before him, fixating his gaze on the elder. "Who exactly are you?" "Me?" The elder of the Guardian Pavilion grinned, a grotesque smile that split his face to the ears, revealing his stark white teeth. "I am the true creator of Yuming Hall. You may refer to me as the Heart Demon Elder." He discarded the sect leader as if he were refuse, his black eyes greedily scanning Lin Han. What a perfect vessel, merged with the legacy of the inspector and retaining a fragment of the demon lord's soul, truly crafted for my purposes. Lu Ruyan suddenly recalled the words of the Li Hua Zhenren, gasping, "It's you? You killed Li Hua Zhenren." "Ha ha ha." The heart demon elder laughed heartily, his voice brimming with arrogance and disdain. That meddlesome old fool? Indeed, he nearly uncovered the secret of the seven-star seal, but alas, he was just a hair's breadth away. A flash of insight struck Lin Han. The seven-star seal consists of the 7 fragments of the Su Yuqing. Astute. The heart demon elder clapped his hands as if praising a child. But it is too late. The mirror has shattered into scattered stars. The 7 fragments have returned to their destined places. It will not be long before the 7-star seal is entirely unraveled. He spread his arms wide, an indescribable oppressive force crashing down upon them. At that moment, the demonic army will sweep through this realm, and he pointed at Lin Han, shall seize your body and ascend to the new position of Demon Lord. Thud! Lan Yu and Chu Ruoli collapsed to their knees, while Lin Han and Tang Hongling wavered precariously. In that moment of despair, a tender voice rang out. You bad guy, you shall not bully my daddy. Lin Yenner. The little girl had somehow broken free from Tang Hongling's embrace and stood before Lin Han. Her small frame ignited with blazing golden flames, and a phantom of a bronze fragment shone brightly on her forehead. More astonishingly, the Li Huapei she held resonated powerfully with the Xian Yin Jing in Lu Rian's possession and the Bing Piju at Lan Yu's waist. Buzz! The 3 treasures flew from their owners, hovering in midair as red, white, and blue lights intertwined into a mysterious curtain, forcefully pushing back the Heart Demon Elder's oppressive presence. For the first time, the Heart Demon Elder's expression changed. The Sankai formation? How is that possible? Unless, his gaze fixated on the 3 treasures. A flicker of terror crossing his eyes, which quickly morphed into wild joy. So that Esit, the Xian Yin Jing represents heaven, the Bing Piju represents earth, and the Li Huapei represents humanity. Heaven, earth, and humanity have returned to their rightful places. Ha ha! No wonder that fool from Yuming Hall has searched for thousands of years without finding the final key. Seizing this rare opportunity, Lin Han shouted, retreat. Back to Ziyang Peak. He swiftly lifted the sect leader from the ground, prompting the others to flee toward Ziyang Peak. The Heart Demon Elder did not pursue them, allowing their escape while his chilling laughter echoed behind. Run, run freely. The day the 7 stars return will be the day your souls are extinguished. The group returned to Ziyang Peak in disarray. Just as they activated the mountain's protective formation, Lin Han could no longer bear the strain and coughed up a mouthful of black blood, falling to one knee. Lin Han! The others exclaimed in alarm. I am fine. He wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes shining with newfound clarity. At least we now know who our enemy is and what he intends to do. Tang Hongling, not daring to delay, immediately conveyed all the information left by Li Huazhenren. Upon hearing about the 7-star seal and the fragments of the Su Yuqing, everyone fell into a hushed silence. 7 seals, Chu Ruoli murmured. So, aside from the one within Yenner, there are 6 fragments scattered elsewhere. Lu Rian's gaze suddenly turned to Lin Yenner, then swept over the others, finally resting on Lin Han's face. One of them is inside Yenner. What about the others? A thunderous realization struck Lin Han, causing him to spring to his feet. Qing Xian. Everyone paused in shock, then their expressions turned grave. Lin Qing Xian, born with the emu body, could communicate with countless plants. Wasn't that a perfect match for the wood star among the 7 stars? Quick, reinforce Qing Xian's protection. Lin Han ordered urgently, knowing that the Heart Demon Elder's next target would undoubtedly be him. Before he finished speaking, a deafening roar erupted from the entire Ziyang Peak. And indeed, the protective formation of the entire Qing Lan sect groaned under immense pressure. The group rushed out of the Great Hall in alarm, looking up to see a massive black vortex, obscuring the sun, looming ominously in the skies above. In the heart of a swirling vortex, 7 eerie blood-red stars flickered ominously, casting a sinister crimson glow, as if 7 eyes loomed over the insignificant ants below. Chapter 21. The final battle atop Ziyang Peak, the winds whispered mournfully. Above, within the immense black whirlpool, the 7 blood-red stars slowly shifted, forming an uncanny inverted spoon shape. Lin Han gazed upward, his grip on the Zhuxian sword tightening, his fingers turning pale. The stars aligned with the position of the Big Dipper. Chu Ruoli leaned against the stone pillar at the front of the hall, her voice trembling imperceptibly, for the star chart was reversed, a harbinger of great misfortune. A wave of dread washed over Lin Han. The information from the jade slip brought back by Tang Hongling flashed in his mind. The 7 luminary seal corresponded precisely to these 7 locations. The reversal of celestial phenomena signified that the seal was being dismantled from its very roots. Father, Lin Qingxian stumbled out of the hall, his small face ashen, a halo of emerald light flickering above his head. In terror, he pointed at the sky, exclaiming, "Those stars, they are speaking to me. They say they are hungry." Before he could finish, a blinding blood-red beam suddenly pierced through the heavens from the position of the Tianshu star, shooting straight towards the distant horizon. That direction led to Yaowang Valley. This is bad. The Wanda Cave is located within Yaowang Valley. Chu Ruoli cried out in alarm. Almost simultaneously, the Liwa pendant in Lin Yin'er's arms became scalding hot, projecting a vision. In the image above Yaowang Valley, a rusted bronze fragment was being forcibly pulled by the bloodlight, slowly rising into the air. Below, countless disciples of Yaowang Valley attempted to obstruct it with their swords. Yet they were instantly engulfed by the swarm of poisonous insects and toxins surging from the Wandu Cave, with screams echoing throughout. The first fragment. Tang Hongling exclaimed in urgency and fury. "We must stop it." Just as Lin Han was about to move, the protective mountain formation trembled violently, emitting a mournful cry under the unbearable strain. Dozens of shadowy figures appeared like phantoms outside the mountain gate. At the forefront was the left envoy of the underworld. Upon his shoulder rested a pitch-black coffin, its lid engraved with a multitude of grotesque, demonic patterns, emanating an ominous aura. Lin Han, the left envoy of the underworld, croaked with a hooting laugh. "The master of the hall has such grand aspirations. He especially brought you a great gift." As his words fell, he kicked the coffin. Boom! The coffin lid shattered, and a desiccated ancient corpse, covered in green fur, stood upright from within. The moment the ancient corpse opened its eyes, a wave of deathly silence swept across the entire scene. All the spiritual flowers and exotic herbs atop Xiang Peak withered instantly. Devoid of life. "It is a Mujia." Chu Ruoli's face drained of color, an ancient zombie birth from the corruption of the Mu Yao fragment's power. Lin Han's pupils constricted, instantly comprehending the malicious intent of the Heart Demon Elder. This was an attempt to use the power of the Mu Jia to restrain and draw out the Mu Yao fragment within Lin Qingxian. "Form a formation," he bellowed, the Zhuxian sword radiating with golden light. The battle was about to commence. The Mu Jia roared as it charged into the formation, sweeping its arms with immense strength, leaving deep gashes in the hard bluestone floor. Even more terrifying, it continuously emitted a thick green poisonous mist, corroding the protective barrier of the mountain formation with a hissing sound, its brilliance visibly dimming. "Qingxian, come to me." Lin Han pulled his son behind him, simultaneously transmitting to Lu Ruyan. "Ruyan, take Yin'er and Bing'er to the secret chamber, quickly." Just as Lu Ruyan was about to act, the ground split open without warning. Countless dark green vines burst forth from the earth, coiling around the children like venomous serpents. These vines seemed entirely unaffected by the Mu Jia's poisonous mist, instead growing even more vibrant and exuding an eerie vitality. "Be careful," Lan Yujiao shouted, as the Bingpa pearl radiated brilliantly, unleashing a wave of cold that instantly froze large swathes of vines into ice sculptures. Yet a few managed to evade capture, binding Lin Bing'er's calf tightly. The tips of the vines suddenly split open, revealing rows of razor-sharp white teeth, viciously biting down. Lin Bing'er cried out in pain, as a mysterious power of time and space within her spiraled out of control. Buzz! Everything within a 10-zhong radius of her froze in absolute stillness. Falling leaves, splintered stones, and even the toxic mist spewed from the Mu Jia hung, suspended in midair. Now is the time. Lin Han seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Channeling the legacy power of the Xincha Shi to its utmost, the Zhuxian sword emitted a clear, melodious cry, transforming into a golden sword light that cleaved through the heavens in an instant. Slicing through, the Mu Jia's seemingly indestructible arms were severed. The left envoy of the underworld's eyes flashed with malice as he suddenly produced a white bone flute from his bosom and raised it to his lips. Woo! The piercing sound of the flute echoed as the dismembered Mu Jia howled to the heavens, its emaciated body swelling rapidly as if inflated. It was about to self-destruct. Retreat. Lin Han's face changed dramatically as he gathered the three children, his figure transforming into a streak of light, retreating with all his might. Boom! The deafening roar of the explosion erupted, and a green mist of annihilation engulfed Yin-Yang Peak like a tsunami. Lin Han felt a chill run down his spine as a searing pain surged through him. The protective spiritual energy was swiftly corroded and penetrated by the poisonous mist. In this crucial moment, a gentle white light descended from the heavens, like a spring breeze and rain, purifying the swirling green mist wherever it passed. The onlookers looked up to see the sect master, holding a whisk, standing in midair, exuding an aura of celestial grace. The sect master has awakened, Lan Yu exclaimed joyfully. Yet, a sense of foreboding gripped Lin Han's heart. Something was amiss. The sect master's gaze was not right. Deep within his eyes, which should have been clear, a trace of indistinct black energy swirled. Indeed, the sect master spoke, his voice carrying a hollow, eerie resonance. Lin Han, quickly take the children to Yaowang Valley. Before he could finish, he suddenly clutched his head in agony, letting out a muffled groan. A barely perceptible shadow flickered from his brow, vanishing into the sky. The sect master's eyes rolled back, and he plummeted from the air, caught just in time by Churuoli. It is the Heart Demon Elder's avatar. Tang Hongling bit her silver teeth in anger. He is deliberately using the sect master to convey false information to lead us to Yaowang Valley to meet our demise. Lin Han raised his gaze towards the distance. The blood-red beam towards Yaowang Valley had already disappeared. A bronze fragment floated high above, captured by the gravitational pull of the blood-red Tian Shu star, slowly ascending. There is no time. Lu Rian's voice became strained. At that moment, Lin Qingxian, who had been shielded by Lin Han, suddenly broke free from his grasp and ran towards a field of spiritual herbs utterly devastated by the Mujia. The young boy knelt down, pressing his small hands onto the scorched earth. The emerald halo above his head surged dramatically. In the next moment, a miracle unfolded. The withered spiritual herbs rejuvenated at a visible pace, tender shoots breaking through the soil, branches and leaves unfurling, and in the blink of an eye, the barren land blossomed anew, teeming with life. Even more astonishing, countless green specks of light, resembling fireflies, emerged from these newly sprouted plants, converging in Lin Qingshuan's palm, solidifying. Ultimately, they transformed into a bronze fragment shaped like a tender leaf. Muyao fragment. Chu Ruoli gasped in surprise. It has been hidden within the spiritual vein of Ziyang Peak all along. Lin Qingxian cradled the fragment and offered it to Lin Han. In his eyes flowed an ancient wisdom that belied his youth. Father, it says we must gather all 7 fragments to defeat that villain. Lin Han accepted the fragment. An overwhelming surge of life force coursed through him, rapidly healing the injuries that had been corroded by the poisonous mist. He made a decisive command. Hongling, Ruoli, you two hold the line at Ziyang Peak. Others, follow me to Yaowang Gu to reclaim the fragments. Just as the crowd was about to respond, the earth trembled violently once more. From a distance, the direction of the other 6 main peaks of Qinglan Zone echoed with continuous explosions, flames soaring into the sky. A diversion. Lu Ruyin instantly realized that the target of the Heart Demon Elder was to stall us all. Lin Han found himself in a dilemma. The fragments of Yaowang Gu were about to be devoured by the demon star, yet the sect was also in dire peril. At that moment, a pink stream of light descended from the heavens, accompanied by a melodious laughter. Oh my, how lively it is! Young man, do you need assistance? Yin Ruyu floated down gracefully, holding a glass lotus lamp in her hands. Winking at Lin Han, I have brought reinforcements. Behind her, dozens of enchanting disciples from He Huan Zone formed a battle array, exuding an extraordinary aura. Even more surprisingly, at the forefront of the crowd stood a woman in plain white attire, carrying an ancient chain on her back, her demeanor as icy as the moon. Master, Chu Ruali exclaimed in both shock and joy. The visitor was none other than the current leader of Yaowang Gu, Qing Wei Zhenren. Qing Wei Zhenren nodded slightly at Chu Ruali, then turned her grave gaze toward Lin Han, stating, the fragments of Yaowang Gu have been lost. However, I have discovered a fragment of the Zhou Tianxing Chun Tu within the secret chamber of the valley. She unfurled an ancient beast skin map, marked with vermilion ink indicating 7 flickering points of light. This is the true location of the 7 stars ceiling. Lin Han's eyes swept across the ancient map, and his heart jolted. The locations of the 7 points included Qing Lan Zong's Tsang Jingge, Hehuan Zong's by Huagu, and the ancestral grave of the Lin family. Time is of the essence. Lin Han inhaled deeply, his voice steady and powerful. We shall split into 3 groups. Lu Shiji, you will lead a team to support Tsang Jingge. Yin Xianzi, I ask that you immediately return to Hehuan Zong with your people. I will head to the Lin family ancestral grave. What about me? Lan Yu Hudiden Inquit. Lin Han's gaze fell upon her and the bewildered Lin Bing heir in her arms, and he solemnly replied, You and Bing heir will go to the last location. According to the star map, the Shui Yao fragment is located in the forbidden area of our Qing Lan Zone, within the Xian Bing Yuan beneath Han Bing Peak. The crowd accepted their orders, transforming into streams of light as they departed in different directions. Lin Han cast one last glance at the increasingly ominous blood-colored star in the sky, tightening his grip on the Zhu Xian sword and the warm Mu Yao fragment. He understood that this game had finally reached the point where the truth would be revealed. The true battle was just beginning. Chapter 22. Disrupting the plan, the sword light tore through the night sky. Lin Han pushed his speed to the extreme. The wind howled in his ears, stinging his cheeks. He unfolded his hand. The star map fragment obtained from Qing Wei Zhenrun was burning hot. Lin family ancestral grave. Images from his childhood of accompanying his father to pay respects flashed through his mind. Aside from the desolation, he had no other impressions. His father had never mentioned a word about the secret of the seal before his death. What were these old geezers truly up to? Suddenly, a strange sound emanated from the dense forest below, the leaves rustling abnormally. Lin Han abruptly halted. The Zhu Xian's sword hummed, automatically positioning itself across his chest. In the moonlight, a shadow quietly stood on a thick branch. The figure was so frail that it seemed a gust of wind could blow it away. Who? Lin Han's voice echoed through the silent woods. The shadow moved. It neither flew nor rushed, but descended like a dried leaf, landing silently on the ground. It was an old man in a black robe. His skin withered, yet his eyes glowed with a terrifying brightness. He leaned on a dark wooden cane, the top resembling a ghastly face. Young lad from the Lin family, you possess quite the audacity, daring to venture into this forbidden area alone. The old man's voice was hoarse, like 2 stones grinding against each other. Lin Han furrowed his brow, his internal energy beginning to surge. Who are you, old man? Ling Guya. The old man grinned, revealing a few yellow teeth. By the clan's genealogy, you should address me as third uncle. Lin Han's heart skipped a beat. Ling Guya. He had seen this name in the family tree. Next to the name, it clearly stated 2 words, died young. He did not lower his guard. The genealogy stated that third uncle had passed away a century ago. Dead for certain. Lin Wuya waved his hand dismissively. If I were dead, how could I guard this immense secret for the Lin family? Living people cannot keep their mouths shut. He turned, pointing his cane toward the depths of the ancestral grave. Enough chatter. The heart demon is approaching quickly. Follow me. Lin Han hesitated for a moment, but then stepped forward to follow him. The two traversed through a grove of weathered stone tablets, finally stopping before the oldest gravestone. The inscription of Lin Shi Xian Zhu Ji Mu had long become indistinct. Lin Wuyu extended a withered finger, gently slicing it, squeezing out a drop of black blood, which he smeared on the Lin character of the gravestone. With a rumble, the heavy gravestone unexpectedly shifted to the side, revealing a dark staircase that seemed bottomless. The Jin Yao fragment of the 7 stars ceiling lies below. Lin Wuyu's voice grew more solemn. It has been guarded by the Lin family for generations. The walls of the passageway were embedded with luminous stones, casting a faint glow. The stone chamber at the end was small, with a palm-sized golden bronze fragment floating in the center. Unlike the Mu Yao fragment that radiated vitality, this one exuded a sharpness that could pierce through all. This is the Jin Yao fragment. Lin Han instinctively reached out his hand. Wait! Lin Wuyu suddenly halted him. Before you take it, you must know the truth. He fixed his gaze on Lin Han, his expression unusually serious. 30,000 years ago, the Inspector Lord sealed the 7 stars fragments in 7 places, selecting 7 great families as guardians, and my Lin family is one of them. That heart demon elder. He was the vanguard of the demon realm back then, severely injured by the Inspector Lord, and a remnant soul escaped to the human world. For 30,000 years, he has dreamed of gathering the fragments. Ling Wu Jia Said deeply. Now that the Great Formation has weakened, he must have found the locations of the other fragments. Lin Han grasped the situation, reaching for the Jin Yao fragment. The moment he touched it, an overwhelmingly sharp golden energy surged into his meridians. Ugh! Lineage Unity. His entire body feeling as if countless small blades were slicing through him, the pain excruciating. He gritted his teeth, forcibly circulating his energy, and managed to stuff the fragment into his embrace. At that instant, the stone chamber began to shake violently without warning, debris raining down from above. This is bad. The restrictions have been forcibly broken. Lin Wuya's expression changed dramatically. From the entrance of the passageway, a chilling laughter slowly echoed. So the old ghost of the Lin family has been hiding here, clinging to life, making it easy for me to find. The Heart Demon Elder. He had appeared there at some point, his gray robe billowing without wind, dark energy swirling in his eyes like two unfathomable whirlpools. Kid, hand over the fragment, and I can grant you a swift end. The Heart Demon Elder approached step by step, with each step intensifying the tremors in the stone chamber. Lin Wuya's figure flickered, positioning himself in front of Lin Han, the ethereal soul gradually solidifying. Quickly depart. I shall hold him off. With your half-dead remnant soul? The Heart Demon Elder scoffed, casually waving his hand. A dense black mist instantly ensnared Lin Wuya's soul. Lin Wuya let out a pained howl as his soul was corroded by the black mist, visibly thinning and becoming transparent. Old fool. Lin Han's eyes burned crimson, the Juxian sword erupting with blinding golden light, merging with him as a streak of brilliance slashed toward the Heart Demon Elder. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. The Heart Demon Elder merely extended 2 fingers, firmly pinching the sword's edge. The sword of the Inspector General in the hands of a wretch like you is akin to casting pearls before swine. His tone dripped with disdain, and his other hand transformed into a claw, darting like lightning toward Lin Han's chest. If captured, his heart would be crushed. In a moment of dire urgency, the golden fragment in Lin Han's embrace suddenly erupted with brilliant light, forming a solid golden shield in an instant. Bang! The Heart Demon Elder's claw was forcefully repelled. Utilizing the recoil, Lin Han retreated swiftly, frantically bursting out of the stone chamber. Behind him, Lin Wuya's last vestiges of strength culminated in a roar that felt like the burning of his very soul. Hurry! Remember, the 7 stars returned to their positions, not to seal the demons, but to unlock the gateway for the demon realm's arrival. Boom! The passageway behind him collapsed entirely, burying everything in its wake. Lin Han's mind buzzed, blankness enveloping him. The gateway for the demon realm's arrival? Was it that Qing Xian spoke of stopping wicked individuals? Without time for contemplation, amidst the cataclysmic sounds of the collapsing mountain, the furious roar of the Heart Demon Elder reverberated throughout the forest. Chapter 23. Sudden Transformation Beneath the Icebound Peak. At Xuanbing Yuan, the chill at the abyss's entrance cut like a blade, stinging the faces of those who approached. The breath released crystallized into ice shards, cascading downwards. Lan Yu held Lin Bing'er close, standing at the edge of the abyss. Behind her, several disciples of the icebound peak wore pallid expressions. Peak Master, think twice. This Xuanbing Yuan is a forbidden area. None who fall and ever return alive. One disciple mustered courage to advise, his voice trembling. Lan Yu did not turn back, tightening her embrace around her daughter. Precisely because it is a forbidden area, the Water Star fragment is most likely concealed here. She lowered her head, softening her tone. Binga, are you afraid? The little girl shook her head, her dark eyes fixated on the unfathomable darkness below. Mother, something down there is calling to me. Lan Yu's heart skipped a beat. Calling to you? Yes. Lin Bing'er's voice was innocent yet exceptionally clear. It says it has been waiting for me for a long time. Without further hesitation, Lan Yu summoned the Ice Soul Pearl, a circle of azure light expanding instantly to encase them both. Guard the area above. If anything seems amiss, signal immediately. Before her words could settle, she leapt into the abyss, cradling her daughter. Down they fell, an endless descent. The glow of the Ice Soul Pearl illuminated only a few feet around them. The walls of the abyss were adorned with densely packed ice crystals that refracted ghostly light, flickering as they descended, fixated on the intruders. Time passed, and at last they felt solid ground beneath their feet. Before them lay a vast ice cavern. At its center, A crystalline ice platform rose, upon which floated a palm-sized blue bronze fragment. The water star fragment. Lan Yu's heart surged with joy. Just as she prepared to step forward, Lin Binger suddenly gripped her clothing tightly, her small face taut with tension. Mother, something is amiss. Almost simultaneously, the seemingly ordinary ice crystals surrounding the platform erupted. Hiss! Dozens of transparent ice demons shrieked as they surged from all directions. Moving so swiftly, they left only afterimages. Seeking death, Lan Yu thought little, unleashing the ice soul pearl's brilliance, conjuring countless ice spikes that shot forth. Yet, the spikes merely pierced the ice demons, leaving only minor ice fragments. They could not inflict damage upon them. These monsters were manifestations of extreme cold. Damn it! Lan Yu scooped up her daughter, her toes barely touching the ground as she retreated rapidly. But the ice demons multiplied, swiftly sealing off their escape route. In this critical moment, the ice crystal patterns on Lin Binger's forehead glimmered brightly. She extended her small, delicate hand toward the foremost ice demon, gently tapping it. Stop! A single word, light as a feather. An astonishing scene unfolded. The ice demon's forward charge halted abruptly, frozen mid-air. Even the ice fragments it had raised were suspended in time. The cacophony in the cavern ceased instantaneously. All remaining ice demons froze in place, emitting fearful whimpers as they retreated. Lin Binger leapt from her mother's arms, taking careful steps toward the ice platform. Biengi, come back, Lan Yu called out, attempting to rush forward, only to be horrified to find her feet frozen to the ground. Unable to move, the little girl ignored her mother-esque cries. She approached the ice platform, standing on her toes, reaching out her small hand to lightly touch the blue fragment. The entire ice cavern quaked violently. The fragment transformed into a blinding blue light, instantly merging into Lin Binger's forehead. A layer of crystalline ice armor rapidly enveloped her, and behind her, a pair of magnificent ice crystal wings flickered into existence. Lan Yu watched in astonishment. Lin Binger turned around, her eyes devoid of childhood innocence, replaced by an ancient indifference and profundity. Mother. Her voice remained youthful, yet her tone was entirely different. I remember now. The water star fragment has been waiting for my return, because I am the reincarnation of its previous master, the Ice Fairy. This revelation struck Lan Yu like a bolt from the blue, leaving her mind blank. At that moment, faint cries of terror and the clash of weapons echoed from above the abyss, piercing and brief. Peak Master, be careful. The people from the Underworld Palace are attacking. Qinglan Zong, Songjinga. When Liu Ruyin and her party arrived, the spiraling black mist threatened to engulf the entire pavilion. The acrid, sweet scent permeated the air, and outside the pavilion, dozens of guarding disciples lay sprawled on the ground, each with a ghastly expression. Form a formation, Liu Ruyin commanded, the Xuanyin mirror soaring above her, suspended in midair, casting down white light that dispersed a portion of the black mist. The disciples, trained for such moments, quickly formed a defensive formation, swords drawn, their eyes fixed on the tightly shut door of the Songjinga. Senior sister, there may be a trap, a disciple whispered. Cautious. Liu Ruyin nodded slightly, just as she was about to step forward to investigate. The heavy wooden door creaked open by itself. A hunched figure emerged, hands clasped behind his back, leisurely walking out from within. It was none other than the elder who usually dozed off while on guard. Yet now, his eyes held a clarity that sent chills down everyone's spine. Liuya, what brings you here at this hour? The elder's voice remained gentle, but to the ears of the crowd, it sent shivers down their spines. You are not the guarding elder. What are you? The elder's murky eyes flickered before he suddenly broke into an eerie smile, an expression that was indescribably strange. I was merely a reflection of him from 300 years ago. Before the words left his lips, he raised his hand and gently toward his own face. A wrinkled layer of skin was pulled away to reveal a markedly different, much younger visage beneath. 300 years ago, that old fool Li Hua uncovered the secret of the 7 luminary seal. I had no choice but to kill him and wait here, donning this face. Fortunately, I have finally awaited this day. Liu Ruyin's heart trembled violently. You are the doppelganger of the heart demon elder. The little girl is quite astute. The false elder nodded in appreciation, then opened his palm to reveal a piece of crimson bronze, glowing like fire, radiating a searing aura that rushed forth. Unfortunately, you're still too late. The fragment of the fire luminary from the sutra repository belongs to me now. Lu Ruyan, weary of further conversation, summoned the Yin-Yang mirror, its brilliance surging forth as a solid beam of purifying white light shot forth. The false elder, however, remained rooted in place, unflinching. The white light pierced through his chest without inflicting any harm. Useless, little girl, he taunted, observing the quickly healing void in his chest with a smug grin. I am but a strand of divine consciousness. Your trifles cannot harm me. Yet your Yin spirit, TSK, is truly an exquisite vessel. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of black light, rushing straight towards Lu Ruyan's brow. It was too swift. At that critical moment, a streak of azure sword light pierced the air as fast as lightning, cleaving the black light in two. The false elder let out a piercing scream. The severed black light reconstituting not far away, but appearing significantly dimmed. Lu Ruyan, still shaken, turned to see Chu Ruoli descending gracefully on her sword, the small apothecary cauldron in her hand emanating a shimmering azure glow. Chu, junior sister, did you not go to the apothecary valley? The fragments have already been lost. Chu Ruoli's complexion was somewhat pale. I sensed something amiss here and returned immediately. Another fool rushing to their demise. The false elder steadied himself, releasing a venomous chuckle. His entire form suddenly swelled, transforming into a colossal cloud of black mist that enveloped the two women. Yet, Chu Ruoli remained unfazed. She quickly produced a green elixir from her robe, flicked her finger, and shattered it. The green powder dispersed with the wind, hissing as it came into contact with the black mist, which roiled violently, as if scalded by boiling oil. A purifying demon pill. The false elder's cries intensified in anguish as the massive black mist twisted and shrank rapidly. Now is the time. Juzuli shouted. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ruyan poured all her spiritual energy into the Yin-Yang mirror, its surface radiating with blinding light, transforming into a piercing white beam that plunged into the heart of the black mist. No! With a final, resentful roar, the swirling black mist dissipated entirely. With a clang, the fire luminary fragment fell to the ground. Chu Ruoli stepped forward to pick it up, her expression grave. We were a step too late. He has already gathered 4 fragments. Lu Ruyan looked up at the night sky, where 4 of the original 7 stars now shone with a blinding crimson light, casting an ominous red hue over the heavens. Immediately contact Lin Han. Her voice carried an unprecedented resolve. The 7 luminaries have returned. Calamity is imminent, and the final battle may well be upon us tonight. Chapter 24. The return of the 7 luminaries. The night had fully consumed the light of day, and above Qing Lan's sect, the few blood-red stars glared down as if mocking the earth below. Lin Han stood atop Zi Yang Peak, the golden luminary fragment in his palm, radiating warmth, his expression darker than the night itself. The news brought back by Chu Ruoli and Lu Ruyan weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. The Heart Demon Elder has already gathered 4 fragments. Only 3 remain. Father, Lin Qingxian stumbled over, clutching a withered yellow leaf in his small hand. Grandfather Tree is dying. It said that demonic energy has seeped into the ground, causing many flowers and plants to wither. Lin Han knelt and ruffled his son's hair, his voice hoarse. Do not fear, Father is here. He rose, addressing the crowd. We can wait no longer. We must act immediately. The star chart indicates that the last fragment is in Baiwa Valley of Yihuan's sect. Tang Hongling's brows furrowed. There has been no word from Yen Ryu. I fear I'll go to Baiwa Valley. Lin Han declared firmly. Ruyan, you and Lan, you stay at Ziyang Peak and watch over the children. Hongling, Ruoli, you will come with me. Just as he finished speaking, a small hand tugged at his sleeve. It was Lin Bing. Father, I want to go too. No, it's too dangerous outside. Lan Yu was the first to object. Yet the little girl was exceptionally stubborn, the icy patterns on her brow shimmering faintly. The water luminary fragment told me that only I can make the 7 luminaries resonate together. Father, let me help you. Lin Han gazed at his daughter, her eyes devoid of fear, filled instead with an unyielding determination. After a moment of silence, he finally uttered a single word. Very well, but you're not to leave my side. The group ceased further discussion, transforming into streaks of flowing light, heading straight for Yihuan's sect. Soaring through the skies on their swords, The wind howled past Lin Han's ears, but he noticed that the icy patterns on his daughter's brow flickered ever faster, as if receiving some signal. "Father, someone is calling to those fragments." She suddenly spoke, a hint of confusion and sadness in her voice. Lin Han's heart skipped a beat. "Can you hear what they are saying?" Lin Bing closed her eyes, her small brows knitting together, and after a long while, she opened them. "They are saying, 'Come back, my children.'" A chill ran through everyone's heart. Whose strange summons was this? Baiwa Valley loomed in the distance, yet it was eerily silent, sending a wave of unease through them. The once vibrant sea of flowers now lay barren, a bleak brown, and the air was thick with an inescapable stench of blood. Something is amiss. Tang Hongling gripped her Huolin sword tightly. It was too quiet here. As they stepped into the valley's entrance, a pink figure stumbled out from the shadows. It was Yan Ruyu. Her clothes were in tatters, blood staining her lips, and she clutched a jade box tightly to her chest. "Lin Han." Her voice was weak, eyes filled with terror. "Run, it's a trap." Before she could finish her sentence, a black light shot forth from behind her, piercing through her chest. Yan Ruyu froze, using her last ounce of strength to throw the jade box towards Lin Han. The earth luminary fragment. Yin Xianzi. Lin Han caught the jade box, his eyes instantly turning crimson. From the shadows of the valley, a towering figure slowly emerged. It was the Lord of the Underworld Palace. He held a blood-stained black blade. A cruel smile etched upon his face. What a touching reunion. Unfortunately, none of you will be leaving today. Behind him, a horde of dark emissaries surged forth, encircling the valley entrance tightly. Lin Han opened the jade box to reveal a piece of yellowish bronze, quietly resting and emanating a dense, heavy aura. The 4 fragments in his possession resonated instantly, vibrating in unison, producing a low hum. "Hongling, Ruoli, protect Bing." Lin Han pushed his daughter behind the 2 women. The Zhuxian sword bursting forth with golden light, its blade aimed directly at the Lord of the Underworld. "I will slay him." "Huh." The Lord of the Underworld let out a disdainful chuckle, his form flickering, leaving behind only an afterimage. The black blade tore through the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek that rent the very fabric of space, aimed directly at Lin Han's face. Rather than retreating, Lin Han advanced, channeling the full power of the Jin Yao fragments into his sword, bravely meeting the onslaught with a single strike. The clash of metal echoed, sparks flying in every direction. The terrifying shockwave lifted the ground beneath them. The Lord of the Underworld was forced back 3 steps, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The power of the inspector? Quite intriguing. He suddenly tore open his robe, revealing a strange black rune that coiled ominously over his heart. "Allow me to show you what true demonic power is." The rune blazed with a blood-red light. The Lord of the Underworld's aura surged, shattering his previous limits, advancing towards the late Yuanying stage. Lin Han felt an overwhelming weight pressing upon him. Each swing of his sword felt as though he were striking an immovable iron mountain, causing his hands to tremble painfully. More alarmingly, the malevolent energy from the black blade relentlessly gnawed at his spiritual power, slowing his movements incrementally. "Father!" Lin Binger cried out in panic upon witnessing Lin Han in peril, breaking free from Tang Hongling's grasp, heedlessly rushing toward the battlefield. "Binger, come back!" Chu Ruoli gasped in horror. The Lord of the Underworld smirked cruelly at the sight, swiftly conjuring a long whip of black mist that lashed towards the petite figure. In that critical moment, the ice crystal on Lin Binger's forehead suddenly blazed brilliantly. A translucent ice mirror materialized before her, and the black mist whip struck the mirror with ferocity, only to be rebounded intact. The Lord of the Underworld was caught off guard, hit squarely by his own dark energy, letting out a muffled groan as his figure faltered. Now, seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Han summoned the full might of the 5 fragments within him. The Zhuxian sword emitted a thunderous dragon-esque roar, transforming into a golden lightning bolt that pierced through the heavens, thrusting fiercely at the heart of the Lord of the Underworld. With a piercing sound, the blade penetrated flesh, echoing distinctly in the stillness of the valley. The Lord of the Underworld lowered his head, gazing at the sword blade that had pierced through his chest. Yet instead of pain, a strange and chilling smile crept across his face. "Excellent. This is sufficient." His body suddenly swelled, as if countless writhing worms churned beneath his skin. transforming him into a grotesque ball of flesh on the verge of explosion. He intends to self-destruct. Su Yuqing screamed in terror. Retreat quickly. Boom! The deafening roar consumed everything. The violent, demonic energy morphed into a wave of destruction, instantaneously sweeping across the entire Baiwa Valley, leveling everything in its path. Lin Han barely managed to shield his daughter beneath him, but the immense force ravaged his back, leaving him bloodied and broken. As the clouds of dust gradually settled, Baiwa Valley lay, transformed into a charred wasteland. The body of the Lord of the Underworld had vanished without a trace, leaving only the ominous black blade lodged at an angle in the cracked earth. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Han struggled to rise, the 5 fragments in his arms miraculously unharmed, while Lin Binger, though frightened, suffered no serious injuries. Tang Hongling and Su Yuqing stumbled towards him, each supporting the other, their faces pale as death. We have fallen into a trap. This is a diversion. We must return to Qinglan's sect. Lin Han's heart sank like a stone, and he abruptly looked up at the sky. In the night sky, 5 blood-red stars had aligned, emanating an exquisitely enchanting crimson glow resembling an open demonic eye. There is no time left, he murmured, his voice laced with a chilling dread. The 7 stars have resumed their positions. The process has begun. Chapter 25. The Heart Demon Reality atop the main peak of Qinglan's sect. The Heart Demon Elder floated in the air, his gray robe billowing in an unseen breeze. Before him, 6 differently colored bronze fragments buzzed ominously, while beneath him, amidst the ruins of the scripture repository, the final piece of the Moon Yao fragment was breaking free from the earth, slowly ascending. For 30,000 years, 30,000 years. He threw back his head and let out a mad cackle, sharp and piercing. At last, I have waited long enough. The moment the Moon Yao fragment returned to its rightful place, the 7 fragments arranged themselves into a perfect circle, a profound resonance echoing through the heavens and the earth. A rainbow-hued pillar of light shot up from the center of the circle, piercing through the skies. Above, the 7 once-dim blood stars shone brightly, casting 7 blood-red beams that intersected perfectly with the rainbow pillar. The space began to warp violently as a massive black vortex, devouring light, rapidly formed. On the other side of the vortex lay a crimson sky, scorched earth, and countless grotesque, demonic creatures roaring silently towards this world. The gate to the demon realm has opened. The Heart Demon Elder spread his arms wide, an expression of pure ecstasy upon his face. At that moment, a golden sword beam, filled with unbridled fury, tore through the sky. Old demon, Lin Han soared in on his sword. The Zhu Xian sword aimed menacingly at the Heart Demon Elder, his voice brimming with uncontainable intent to kill. Your conspiracy ends here. The Heart Demon Elder couldn't even be bothered to glance back, a sneer of utmost disdain curling his lips. The heir of the inspector? Huh, a mere child, yet to grow up. He casually raised a hand. A beam of light diverged from the 7-star circle, devoid of any flourish, merely pure power, striking directly towards Lin Han. Lin Han's pupils constricted. He raised his sword to block. Clang! A tremendous sound erupted as the overwhelming force surged through the sword, leaving Lin Han's arms numb, and he was forcefully hurled backwards, crashing into the mountainside of the main peak. Debris collapsed, instantaneously burying him beneath the rubble. Father! Lin Bing's heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, her ice crystal glowing brightly, a beam of icy blue light shooting straight towards the Heart Demon Elder. The reincarnation of the Ice Fairy? The Heart Demon Elder finally cast a glance, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Sadly, she is still not awake. With a flick of his finger, he dismissed the blue light. Crack! The blue light shattered in midair, dissipating into nothingness. Lin Bing staggered back as if struck, her body swaying, only to be steadied by Lu Ruyan behind her. All together now, Tang Hongling shouted fiercely, the Fire Unicorn Sword, the Medicine King Cauldron, and various magical treasures intertwined to form a colossal net, descending upon the Heart Demon Elder. A swarm of ants dares to shake the tree? The Heart Demon Elder shook his head, a hint of pity gracing his features. He slowly formed seals with his hands, causing the 7-star circle above to expand suddenly, enveloping the entire main peak. A terrifying pulling force emanated from the center of the circle, All present, regardless of their cultivation level, felt their spiritual power being forcibly extracted from their bodies like a floodgate opened, uncontrollably surging towards the all-consuming circle. Damn it! He is draining our spiritual power to hasten the opening of the gate. Chu Ruoli gritted her teeth, struggling to resist, but the speed at which her spiritual power drained only increased. Amidst the rubble, with a crash, Lin Han emerged, bloodied and battered. He looked up at the increasingly distinct black hole of the demon realm in the sky, the roars of demonic creatures seeming to reverberate in his ears. If this continues, within the hour, the passage between the two realms will be fully stabilized. At that point, all will be lost. He yearned to fight again, yet his body was in excruciating pain, barely able to stand. Just then, a wave of heat surged from his chest. Lin Han struggled to pull out the 5 fragments, which trembled violently, as if resonating with the 7 stars circle above. A frenzied thought erupted explosively within his mind. Binger, he bellowed with all his might. With your Shui Yao fragments, sense that ring and uncover its weakness. Lin Binger instantly grasped his intention and promptly closed her eyes. Merely 2 breaths later, she abruptly opened her eyes and pointed toward a certain point in the sky. Father, there. The connection between the Yu Yao and Ri Yao. The aura is the most unstable there. Oling, Ruli, lend me all your remaining strength. Lin Han's voice boomed. Tang Hongling, without a moment's hesitation, relinquished the Huolin sword, transforming it into a streak of crimson light that plunged directly into Lin Han's back. Similarly, Chu Ruo Li activated the Yao Wang Ding, continuously infusing the last remnants of her azure spiritual energy into Lin Han's body. Lin Han's aura surged at a terrifying pace. He pressed the 5 fragments firmly against the blade of the Zhu Xian sword, the shard scorching like a branding iron on ice, slowly melting and seeping into the sword's body. The blade of the Zhu Xian sword illuminated with the totems of 5 stars in succession. Lin Han leaped, transforming into a golden meteor ascending against the heavens, charging towards the colossal 7 Yao ring with unwavering resolve. Seeking death, the heart demon elder's expression finally shifted, fully activating the ring and unleashing boundless pressure. The sword's edge collided with the ring at last. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. There was no earth-shattering roar, only an exceedingly faint sound of crackling. This sound appeared to signal the onset of a chain reaction. Dense cracks radiated from the point of impact, swiftly spreading across the entirety of the 7 Yao ring, culminating in a thunderous explosion. No! The heart demon elder let out a roar mingled with despair and reluctance. A violent shockwave of energy hurled everyone atop the mountain into the air. The enormous vortex of the demon realm in the sky began to twist violently, alternately contracting and expanding, the internal scenes of the demon realm flickering in and out, becoming exceedingly unstable. Lin Han crashed heavily to the ground, the Zhu Xian sword clattering as it shattered into 2 pieces, the 5 fragments tumbling down with it. He laboriously lifted his head, witnessing the heart demon elder, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, hair disheveled, yet still standing defiantly. You had destroyed 3,000 years of my hard work. The voice of the old demon was hoarse, almost unrecognizable, as he stared at Lin Han, his eyes filled with madness. Then let us accompany you to the grave. Before his words had faded, his body erupted violently, not into flesh, but into a mass of purest demonic energy, intent on devouring all light, descending upon the exhausted Lin Han. In this critical moment, a gentle white light descended silently from the heavens, striking precisely at the core of that demonic energy. The heart demon elder issued one final, heart-rending shriek, as that surging demonic energy melted away in the white light, akin to ice under the scorching sun, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Lin Han abruptly turned his head, only to find the sect leader, who had awakened at some point, standing behind him, the purification light emanating from his whisk. Sect leader, the elder nodded slightly, his voice calm, yet imbued with a reassuring strength. Thank you for your hard work, my child. He then gazed up at the still struggling rift in the sky, his expression gravely serious. The demon gate has opened. This realm will descend into chaos. Chapter 26, The Immortal Demon Pact. The sect leader soared into the air, vigorously swinging his whisk, which erupted in a dazzling white light, transforming into countless strands of light that forcefully entwined around the fearsome rift, attempting to stitch it closed. A terrifying suction erupted from the rift, the swirling demonic energy, as dark as ink, brutally shredding the myriad strands of light, consuming them. It cannot be stopped. The sect leader's body trembled violently, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, his aura waning as he plummeted from the sky. At that moment, a thunderous sound resonated from within the rift, shaking the very earth. A massive claw, covered in ominous black scales, suddenly squeezed through the rift. The sky darkened. That gigantic claw eclipsed the sun, casting a shadow that engulfed the entire mountain peak, causing the very space it traversed to groan under the unbearable weight. The pressure descended like a collapsing sky. Thud! Thud! All present atop the mountain were pinned to the ground, their bones creaking under the strain, unable to move even a finger, while the severely injured Lin Han found his vision fading. The shadow of death loomed over everyone. Demon Lord, the sect leader coughed blood, his voice hoarse. He had personally intervened. The claw descended mercilessly, intent on grinding all beings on the ground into dust. Just at this precarious moment, a word resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Seal. This voice was cold and ethereal, devoid of any emotion. The entire world froze in an instant. The claw, capable of shattering mountains, halted midair. The swirling demonic energy from the rift, the dust suspended in the air, and the expressions of terror and despair on everyone's faces all stood still in that moment. The crowd struggled to lift their gazes, discovering Lin Binger suspended in midair. When she had ascended, no one knew. The ice crystal mark on her forehead radiated an exquisite blue light, her petite form enveloped in a sacred azure halo. Behind her, a vague yet towering silhouette of a white-robed immortal slowly opened its eyes. Han Han Bing Xianzi, the sect leader murmured, trembling, his voice barely a whisper. Lin Binger, or rather, she who had temporarily awakened the memories of the immortal, formed an intricate madra with her hands, her voice resonating once more, filled with supreme authority. Seven Yao, heed my command, seal the heavens and bind the earth. As her words fell, the seven scattered fragments on the battlefield erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Whoosh! 7 streaks of light tore through the sky, transforming into 7 divine punishment nails that firmly anchored the massive claw at 7 points, locking it within the rift. Now, the sect leader regained his senses, unleashing the last of his strength in a roar. He summoned his whisk, transforming it into a purifying light. Lin Han and the others seized this solitary opportunity, pouring every last remnant of their strength into the rift. Roar! From the other side of the rift, the demon lord's anguished and furious roar echoed. The massive claw thrashed wildly, scales flying, demonic blood splattering. Yet it could not break free from the suppression of the 7 Yao fragments. Under the collective effort of all, the rift that had torn the heavens apart began to slowly close. No, I will not fail. The last remnant of the heart demon elder's soul from an unknown source shrieked wildly, colliding frantically with the healing rift. Lin Binger cast a detached glance at him, her small hand waving lightly. Annihilate. A wave of extreme cold flashed by. The remnant soul of the heart demon elder could not even emit a cry before it was instantaneously frozen into an ice sculpture, and with a crack, it shattered into countless fragments. As the final sliver of the rift vanished, the sky returned to clarity. The 7 blood-red stars suspended in the heavens also dimmed, fading from view. The brilliance of the 7 Yao fragments extinguished, transforming into 7 unremarkable bronze pieces that plummeted from the sky. Everything has come to an end. Lin Han strained to maintain his composure, catching his daughter as she gently fell from the sky. The little girl had returned to her usual appearance, peacefully sleeping in his embrace, a trace of frost lingering on her long eyelashes. He gazed around, witnessing the once ethereal Xiang Peak and the main summit now reduced to a desolate ruin, marred and scarred. Yet, at least this world remained intact. The sect leader stood beside him, his expression a complex tapestry as he regarded Lin Binger. It was indeed the reincarnation of the Ice Fairy. No wonder, no wonder. Is this where it ends? Lu Ruyin approached, her face etched with concern. Will they return? The elder looked skyward, shaking his head. Not in the near future. However, the 7 stars fragments have been destroyed, and the barrier between realms is more fragile than ever. We must discover new methods to fortify it. His gaze shifted to Lin Han, filled with appreciation and a sense of entrustment. The future of this world rests upon your shoulders. Do not allow it to shatter once more. A month later, the reconstruction of Qinglan's sect was underway. Lin Han stood before the newly erected Xiang Peak Hall, observing Lin Qingxian playing with Lin Yin'er and Lin Bing'er in the grassy expanse nearby, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Tang Hongling approached, cradling a cup of spiritual tea. Are you still pondering troublesome matters? Indeed, Lin Han replied, sipping the tea. Though the demon realm has receded, that fissure and the power within Bing'er still seem far from simple. Then cease your thoughts, Tang Hongling remarked, casting him a sidelong glance. Though her lips betrayed a smile. Should the heavens fall, we shall shoulder it together. Surely, we can find a few peaceful days ahead. Lin Han chuckled, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Soon, once we resolve everything, we shall traverse the world with the children, seeking a place where mountains and waters are serene. Before he could finish his sentence, a small voice interrupted. Father, Mother. Lin Yin'er came rushing like a little cannonball, brandishing a pitch-black stone high above her head. Look, I found this in the back mountain. It glows, and something inside is speaking to me. Lin Han received the stone with a smile, intending to examine it casually. However, the moment his consciousness swept over it, his smile froze, blood draining from his face. The surface of the stone bore ancient characters inscribed with two small words, Tai Su. Simultaneously, a voice, aged and grand, resonated deep within his mind. To seek the 7 fragments of the Tai Su mirror and reassemble the complete divine mirror is the only way to seal the demon realm forever. Chapter 27. The Tai Su scroll. Lin Han clutched the glowing stone tightly, his mind consumed by the echo of that ancient voice. Noticing his pallor, Tang Hongling's heart tightened. What is it? The Tai Su mirror, Lin Han replied, his throat dry. This is the true artifact capable of sealing the demon realm. He passed the stone to Tang Hongling. The moment she touched it, a vivid image surged into her mind. It was an endless starry sky, where an elder in white robes stood solemnly. Behind him, a colossal ancient bronze mirror reflecting the stars of the heavens. The elder's voice bore the weight of eons. The Tai Su mirror is an ancient celestial artifact, subduing the heavens. When the demon realm invaded, the inspector shattered it into 7 pieces, transforming into the 7-star seal. Now that the 7 stars are destroyed, the only path to prevent future calamities is to reassemble the Tai Su mirror. The vision abruptly ceased. Tang Hongling gasped, looking at Lin Han. Is that the Zhihua Zhenren? It is the divine consciousness he left behind before his demise, Lin Han replied gravely. He concealed the most critical information within this broken stone. Lin Yin'er, her small face alight with curiosity, chimed in. Father, the old man in the stone also said that the first fragment is in a place called Xingyun Valley. Xingyun Valley? Tang Hongling's brows knitted together. Isn't that a legendary forbidden zone? No one who enters ever returns. They say one becomes lost within. Lin Han bent down, gently ruffling his daughter's hair. Yana, did you hear anything else? The little girl tilted her head thoughtfully. The old man said we need to find all 7 fragments and require a person with a mirror's heart. A person with a mirror's heart? Lin Han and Tang Hongling exchanged a glance, as if struck by lightning, suddenly turning to Lin Bing'er, who was quietly playing with flower petals nearby. Noticing the shift in atmosphere, Lan Yu approached. What has happened? Lin Han recounted the events, and Lan Yu's expression shifted. Bing'er is the reincarnation of the Ice Fairy. It is not surprising she is connected to the Tai Su mirror. But asking her to take such risks, I'm not afraid, Mother. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Bing'er had already confidently stood behind them, her small face devoid of childish fear, instead radiating determination. The fragments are calling to me. 3 days later, before the gates of Qinglan's sect, Lin Han and his group prepared for departure. Lu Ruyin stayed behind with a portion of disciples, while Tang Hongling, Chu Ruoli, and Lan Yu accompanied them. Not a single child can be left behind. Lin Qingxian can communicate with plants to scout. Lin Yin'er is a natural treasure-seeking radar. And Lin Bing'er is the core of this mission. Xingyun Valley, a life-restricting zone at the northernmost tip of the continent, perpetually shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the vast starlight. Upon arriving at the valley's mouth, the group was entranced by the scene before them. The resplendent starlight, like an unyielding fog, spilled forth from the valley, breathtakingly beautiful yet chillingly eerie. Be cautious. This starlight can disrupt one's consciousness, leaving one disoriented. Chu Ruo Li advised. Distributing a few Qing Xiandan. Hold one beneath your tongue. It will sharpen your mind. As they stepped into Xingyun Valley, a hum reverberated. The world transformed in an instant. The sky above vanished, replaced by an impenetrable darkness, a cosmic void where stars flickered in all directions, leaving no point of reference. Is this an illusion? Tang Hong Ling drew her sword, instinctively shielding the children. However, Lin Binger shook her head, releasing her mother's hand and stepping forward. This is not an illusion. It resembles the memories of the fragments. She extended her small hand, gently tapping into the void. A star ahead suddenly magnified, its light dissipating to reveal a fractured piece of bronze mirror, quietly suspended. The mirror's surface reflected the figures of Lin Han, Tang Hong Ling, and the others, yet conspicuously lacked Lin Binger herself. Is this the first fragment? Lin Han inched closer, every fiber of his being on alert. Just as his fingertips were about to brush the mirror's surface, an unexpected change occurred. A pale hand emerged from within the mirror, seizing his wrist with a chilling grip devoid of any warmth. Be careful. Tang Hong Ling reacted with lightning speed, the Huolin sword emitting a phoenix cry as the crimson sword light sliced through the darkness, cleaving towards the grotesque hand. Swish! The wrist was severed, yet no blood flowed. The severed edge dissipated into glimmers of starlight. Within the mirror, a face contorted beyond recognition emerged, unleashing a piercing and manic laughter. You seek the fragments? Very well. Exchange your lives for them. Before the words faded, an innumerable swarm of pale arms erupted from the mirror, like rampant vines. Grasping at every individual, Lin Han bellowed fiercely, the Jixian sword glowing brilliantly as he shielded the children behind him, severing a dozen of the reaching arms with sweeping sword energy. Yet for every arm he cut, two more emerged from the mirror. Father, let me handle this. Lin Binger's cool voice resonated. She boldly approached the mirror, confronting the twisted visage head-on. You are not the guardian of the fragments. Rather, you are the malevolent entity sealed within them. The maniacal laughter of the visage abruptly faltered, transforming into a grotesque snarl. The ice fairy. No, this cannot be. You have clearly dissipated. Lin Binger's voice suddenly took on an ethereal quality, no longer resembling that of a child. Indeed, yet here I am again. Her small hand gently pressed against the frigid mirror's surface. Crack! An intense chill radiated from her palm, spreading wildly. The malevolence on the face within the mirror instantly froze into a look of terror, emitting a wail so heart-rending it was scarcely human. Yet along with the entire mirror, it became encased in blue ice, ultimately shattering with a resounding crash. The fiend was vanquished, and the surrounding vast starry sky shattered like glass, pieces falling away. The onlookers blinked and found themselves back within the Starfall Valley. The bronze mirror fragment had lost all its malevolence, quietly hovering in mid-air, emanating a soft, warm glow. Lin Binger stepped forward, effortlessly plucking the fragment from the air and turning to hand it to Lin Han. Father, the first piece. Lin Han extended his hand to receive it. The moment his fingertips brushed against the fragment, a torrent of immense information, mingled with endless imagery, surged into his mind. Before him lay an indescribably magnificent celestial palace. 7 formidable immortals each held a mirror fragment, collaboratively casting a spell to seal a terrifying existence. One ethereal female immortal in flowing white suddenly turned her head. That face, unmistakably, was that of the grown-up Lin Binger. Gather all 7 pieces to reconstruct the Tai Su. The voice of the celestial echoed across the vast expanse of time, resonating in his mind. As the vision faded, Lin Han abruptly regained his senses. Noticing everyone gazing at him with concern, he gripped the fragment tightly. Its warmth felt as if it still bore his daughter's essence. I have seen. Lin Han exhaled a breath of murky air, clutching the fragment firmly in his palm. A new silhouette gradually emerged upon the fragment, outlining a volcano erupting with black flames. Chapter 28. The Ancient Sword's secret realm with the matter of Starfall Valley settled. Lin Han and his companions made no delay, heading straight towards the legendary Ancient Sword's secret realm, guided by the faint resonance of the first Tai Su mirror fragment. This secret realm served as the burial ground for ancient sword cultivators and a place of trials. For centuries, countless arrogant swordsmen had ventured here, seeking unparalleled opportunities, only to find that 1 in 10 would survive, their skeletal remains forming mountains. The entrance to the secret realm was a narrow valley, densely populated with ancient swords. Is the second fragment here? Tang Hongling furrowed her brow. The invisible sharpness emanating from the valley made her skin tingle with pain. The sword chi from these blades, undiminished for millennia, was overwhelmingly fierce. Lin Han nodded, his consciousness already expanded. Indeed, the fragment was sealed within a sword named Xinghe. Father, over there. Grandpa Tree said many wicked people in black have come recently. Lin Qingxian pointed towards the depths of the valley. Chu Ruoli's expression darkened. Remnants of the Yuming Palace? They truly are relentless. Perhaps more than that. Lan Yu gently caressed the ice soul pearl in her arms, which was emitting a faint chill. Though the heart demon elder was dead, the minions of the demon realm on earth were not limited to the Yuming Palace alone. The group heightened their vigilance and stepped into the Sword Valley. Beneath their feet lay ancient swords, some rusted, while others still gleamed coldly. The air was thick with a cutting sword chi. Even ordinary cultivators would likely suffer injuries if they lingered here for too long. Be cautious. Do not touch any of the swords, Lin Han cautioned, for each sword possessed a spirit. Touching them recklessly could trigger the sword array throughout the valley. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden clang of metal echoed from the depths ahead. The group swiftly retracted their presence and crept forward, where they beheld a dozen black-clad figures besieging a white-clad youth. The young man wielded a long sword shimmering with starlight, executing an exquisite swordplay. However, he was outnumbered, blood already staining his body, and defeat was imminent. The Xinghe sword. Lin Han recognized it at once. It was precisely their target for this journey. Seeking death. Tang Hongling, known for her fiery temper, wasted no time in speaking. The Huolin sword unsheathed with a roar, unleashing a scorching fire dragon that instantly sent 3 black-clad assailants flying. Lin Han and the others followed closely, plunging into the fray. The black-clad figures clearly did not anticipate such an ambush. Their formation fell into disarray. The masked leader pushed Chu Ruoli back with a palm and hoarsely shouted, "Lin Han, you bastard, ruining our plans again. What are you?" Lin Han swept his Zhuxian sword, the sword chi slicing through the air, cleaving 2 black-clad men in half. The masked man emitted a chilling laugh. Under the demon sovereign, I am a 7 fiends demon lord. Today marks your demise. He tore away the black cloth from his face, revealing a countenance marred with twisted demonic patterns. His aura surged explosively, shattering the golden core threshold and reaching the early stages of the nascent soul. The remaining black-clad figures also unveiled their demonic forms, their powers significantly amplified. Form formation, Lin Han bellowed. The group reacted swiftly, forming a circle back-to-back, each summoning their protective true essence. The white-clad youth wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and approached, panting, "Thank you all for your assistance. I am Xiao Xinghe of the Tianjian sect. This ancestral sword must not fall into the hands of these demonic wretches." Xiao Gongzi, does the sword conceal a bronze mirror fragment? Lin Han inquired directly. Xiao Xinghe's expression changed dramatically. How do you know? No time for explanations. That item is the key to sealing the passage to the demon realm. They are after it. A flicker of hesitation crossed Xiao Xinghe's eyes, but the current situation left him no room for thought. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, "All right, as long as you truly seek the welfare of the world, I shall hand over the fragment." The 7 fiends demon lord, witnessing this, erupted in fury. "You think to make a trade before me? All of you shall die." He swiftly formed seals with his hands. Dark demonic energy converged in the sky, and a pitch-black demonic thunder, as thick as a water barrel, crackled down with an aura of annihilation. Together, Lin Han and Xiao Xinghe exchanged glances, simultaneously drawing their swords. The Zhuxian sword radiated golden light, while the Xinghe sword shimmered with silver brilliance. The 2 streams of resplendent sword light surged skyward, intertwining and colliding with the demonic thunder. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated through the valley, causing countless ancient swords to hum in resonance. The shockwave swept through, sending Lin Han and Xiao Xinghe hurtling backward, both spitting blood mid-air. "Father!" Lin Binger's youthful voice rang out, "Let me." Before Lin Han could respond, The little girl transformed into a white shadow and darted forth. The seven fiends' demon lord sneered, his expression one of disdain. A little child comes to die? Perfect. I shall use your soul to replenish my own. A massive demonic claw descended from above. Just as the claw was about to strike Lin Binger's head, the ice crystal mark on her brow suddenly glowed brightly, unleashing an extreme chill that rapidly formed a translucent ice wall before her. Crack! The demonic claw struck the ice wall, not only failing to shatter it, but also sending a wave of terrifying cold surging up the claw, freezing it in place. What kind of sorcery is this? The seven fiends' demon lord was horrified, watching as his arm began to turn to ice. Yet, being a fierce character, he roared in anger, transforming his other hand into a claw and forcibly severing the frozen arm. The severed limb fell to the ground and shattered into countless ice shards. Lin Binger paid no mind to the retreating demon lord. She turned to Xiao Xinghe, gazing up with her small face. Big brother, your sword is crying. It says it hurts. Xiao Xinghe stood dumbfounded. You can sense the sword spirit? The little girl nodded earnestly, stating that it had been sullied by dirt and required cleansing. Xiao Xinghe stared blankly at her, then glanced at Lin Han, ultimately inhaling deeply as he presented the Xinghe sword before Lin Binger. Please. Lin Binger extended her delicate hand, gently caressing the blade. With a resonant hum, the Xinghe sword trembled violently, emitting a clear and melodious sound, as if a millennium of suppressed grievances had finally found release. A dense mass of black energy was forcibly expelled from the sword, shrieking in resentment, only to be enveloped by a chill, freezing and shattering it. A gemstone embedded in the hilt cracked, revealing an ancient bronze mirror fragment. No! The Qixia demon lord's eyes widened in fury as he recklessly lunged forward once more. However, Lin Han had long awaited this opportunity. The Zhu Xian sword flared with golden light, moving as swiftly as lightning, and within an instant, it pierced through the heart of the Qixia demon lord. The demon lord gazed in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest, and then his entire body was shredded by the sword's energy, turning to ashes. With their leader defeated, the remaining demonic cultivators lost their resolve, screaming as they scattered in all directions. Xiao Xinghe retrieved the mirror fragment, his expression profoundly complicated. His father had once said on his deathbed that this object was crucial to the safety of the world and should never be shown lightly. Upon witnessing it today, he realized his father had not deceived him. Lin Han took the second fragment and solemnly said, Xiao Gongzi, the demon realm's nefarious intentions persist. We must hasten to gather all the fragments and restore the Tai Su divine mirror. Will you accompany us? Xiao Xinghe sheathed his sword and clasped his fist in respect. It is my duty. That evening, the group rested in a concealed cave outside Jiangu. Lin Han placed the two fragments together. The bronze pieces, as if reuniting long-lost brothers, immediately emitted a soft glow, drawing towards each other and fitting seamlessly together. A beam of light projected from the mirror fragment, revealing a dynamic map in the air, with its destination unmistakably marked as a turbulent sea, beneath which lay a magnificent palace. The East Sea Dragon Palace? Tang Hongling exclaimed in astonishment. What surprised everyone further was a hazy silhouette of a young girl appearing in the light, seemingly adorned with small dragon horns. Lin Binger's eyes brightened as she pointed at the figure, exclaiming, I know her. Before the little girl could finish her thought, an unexpected thick fog suddenly enveloped the entire cave. The chilling mist was laced with a damp, metallic scent. A transcendent and ethereal female voice resonated from all directions, as if directly within each person's mind, devoid of any emotion. Those who disturb the Tai Su fragments shall perish. Chapter 29. The Dragon Palace's secret treasure within the mist. A long spear broke through the illusion first, its cold point aimed directly at the foreheads of the onlookers. Moonlight cascaded down, outlining a tall figure, complete with prominent dragon horns on her forehead. The East Sea Dragon Clan. Xiao Xinghe deftly drew the Xinghe sword, its blade directed at the newcomer. Lin Han shielded Lin Binger and Lan Yu behind him, speaking solemnly, Esteemed one, we mean no harm. We merely seek to gather the Tai Su fragments to seal the demon realm. Another excuse. The woman's voice was as frigid as the deep sea. For 30,000 years, how many petty thieves have disguised themselves as saviors to covet the treasures of my dragon palace. What distinguishes you from them?" Before her words had faded, the mist surged violently, transforming into a roaring water vortex that crashed down with tremendous force. Lan Yu stepped forward, unleashing the ice crystal pearl's radiant light, instantly freezing the water dragon into a grotesque ice sculpture suspended in midair. "Do not strike." Lin Binger suddenly dashed out from behind Lin Han, gazing up at the figure. "Dragon sister, do you remember me?" The swirling mist abruptly stilled. The scaled maiden's form became fully visible as she stared incredulously at Lin Binger, tentatively calling out, "Han Bing Fire." Lin Binger's ice crystal mark on her forehead flickered slightly. "It is I, yet not entirely. I have merely inherited a portion of her memories." The dragon maiden's expression grew complex as she slowly lowered her spear, her hostility dissipating. "A reincarnation. After 30,000 years, you have finally returned." The dragon maiden was named Ao Shuang. Through her recounting, the group confirmed that the third fragment was indeed safeguarded by the East Sea Dragon Palace as a treasure of the sea. However, for nearly a century, demonic cultivators had repeatedly attempted to steal it, inflicting heavy casualties upon the dragon clan, which had grown weary from the incessant strife. With the demon sovereign on the verge of revival, the gates of the demon realm could open at any moment. "We need to gather all the fragments and reconstruct the Taisu mirror. This is our only recourse," Lin Han stated earnestly, meeting Ao Shuang's gaze. Ao Shuang remained silent for a long while before resolutely declaring, "I can take you to see my father. However, whether you can obtain the fragment depends on your own capabilities." She added a sobering remark that weighed heavily on everyone. 7 days ago, another group of cloaked figures infiltrated the Dragon Palace's forbidden grounds. Although we repelled them, they deliberately left behind an ominous token. "What token?" Dang Hongling Inquit, unable to restrain her curiosity. A black stone tablet, inscribed with 7 words in demonic blood. "7 evils gather, demon's sovereign awakes." Lin Han exchanged a grave glance with Chu Ruoli, who lowered her voice. "This is a summoning ritual of the demon clan. They are using this method to welcome the true form of the demon's sovereign." At the bottom of the East Sea, in a fathomless abyss, Ao Shuang crushed a talisman, enveloping the group in a protective water barrier as they rapidly descended. Passing through a kaleidoscopic coral forest, a once majestic crystal palace came into view. Yet, at that moment, the palace was engulfed in a thick black mist, littered with broken walls and an atmosphere of death, with the seawater tainted by a metallic scent. "How could this be?" Ao Shuang's expression changed dramatically as she transformed into a streak of light, rushing into the palace. Inside, corpses lay strewn about. Countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals floated lifelessly in the water, their deaths portraying a scene of brutal slaughter. Upon the High Dragon King's throne sat an elderly dragon king, adorned with a golden crown and golden horns, his head drooping, breathing weakly. A pitch-black demonic dagger pierced through his golden scales, and demonic energy relentlessly eroded his life force. "Father!" Ao Shuang cried out, her heart wrenching as she rushed forward. The old dragon king awoke with a start, slowly raising his head to see his daughter. A flicker of recognition illuminating his eyes. "Shuangya, Flei, they have taken the fragments. Who did this?" Lin Han stepped forward, urgently inquiring. "The Chisha demon lord." The old dragon king coughed up a mouthful of black blood. "They have gathered 3 pieces and intend to awaken the demon sovereign." Chu Ruoli immediately approached, channeling her spirit energy in an attempt to heal the dragon king. But the demonic energy from the dagger was overwhelmingly potent, having already invaded his organs and severed all vitality. The Dragon King clutched Ao Shuang's hand tightly, expending his last ounce of strength. "Go to the Gue Su, stop them." As his last words left his lips, the Dragon King's hand fell limply, his head tilting to the side. "No!" Ao Shuang let out a heart-wrenching dragon's roar, her anguished cry causing the entire crystal palace to tremble violently, with countless fractured beams collapsing around them. "Where's the Gue Su?" Lin Han's voice was dark and foreboding. "At the easternmost edge of the sea, the place where all things conclude." Ao Shuang wiped away her tears, her eyes now filled with a profound hatred. "That is the battlefield of the ancient gods and demons, and also the original site where the Tai Su mirror shattered." From her bosom, she produced a shimmering golden dragon scale. "This is a spatial treasure left by my father, which can take us directly to the outskirts of the Gui Su. However, the internal space of the Gui Su is disordered. One misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Lin Han seized the dragon scale. There is no time. We must reach them before the ritual is completed. Aoshuang nodded vigorously, her aura exuding an overwhelming killing intent. I shall accompany you, if this vengeance remains unavenged. I vow never to be a dragon. The dragon scales radiated a magnificent glow, enveloping everyone. In the next instant, they found themselves in a bizarre ocean. The water was as dark as ink, and the sky bore a haunting shade of crimson. At the horizon, a colossal whirlpool loomed, slowly rotating, resembling a giant mouth ready to devour the world. That was the Guishu. As they approached, a terrifying force emanated from the whirlpool's center, nearly pulling their very souls into its depths. Lin Han exerted all his spiritual energy to stabilize himself, and upon looking up, his pupils contracted sharply. At the edge of the whirlpool stood 6 figures radiating an overwhelming demonic energy, the remaining 6 of the 7 fiends. Among them floated the 3rd fragment of the Taishu, drawn by their malevolent aura, emitting a mournful wail. Ha ha! Just in time, the leading fiend, upon seeing Lin Han and his companions, let out a maniacal laugh, exclaiming that the offerings had come willingly to his door. Your primordial spirits and essence will serve as the first tribute for the arrival of the demon lord. With those words, all 6 fiends simultaneously slashed their wrists. Dark blood gushed forth, merging into the whirlpool below. The pitch-black waters began to boil, rapidly turning a deep crimson. Deep within the whirlpool, an unfathomable shadow, beyond description, seemed to awaken to the call of the blood sacrifice, slowly opening its eyes. Chapter 30. The Battle of Guishu within the blood-red whirlpool. The massive shadow became increasingly defined. It sat cross-legged, its form blotting out the sky. 2 prominent horns atop its head, and its ebony skin adorned with ominous demonic patterns. Its eyes remained closed. Yet the overwhelming oppressive force made the entire Guishu Sea lament in despair. It was the incarnation of the demon lord. Aoshuang's dragon pupils narrowed to pinpoints. They had truly succeeded. Attack! We cannot allow it to fully materialize. Lin Han bellowed, and the group dispersed instantly, seeking their foes. Xiao Xinghe drew his sword silently, a brilliant river of stars slicing through the air towards the leading fiend. Tang Hongling shouted, her Huolin sword unleashing torrents of flame, transforming into a fierce fire dragon that bit down on 2 of the fiends. Lan Yu's Bing Paju floated above, emanating a chilling aura that froze vast expanses of the dark waters into a black ice plain. Aoshuang unleashed a thunderous dragon roar, revealing her true form, hundreds of feet long, filled with towering rage, engaging in a fierce battle with one of the fiends. Lin Han protected Lin Binger, merging with his sword, charging straight towards the center of the whirlpool where the fragment was bound by chains of demonic energy. Just as he was about to seize it, a shadow suddenly tore through the void without warning. The 7th fiend. A sinister grin adorned his face as he unleashed a palm imbued with soul-corroding energy towards Lin Binger's head. Binger. Lin Han's eyes widened in horror, and without a moment's thought, he pivoted sharply, shielding his daughter with his back, absorbing the blow. Blood gushed forth as Lin Han felt his insides twist in agony. Father! Lin Binger cried out, and the ice crystal mark on her forehead erupted with brilliant blue light. An indescribable chill erupted from her, freezing the air and solidifying the demonic energy, seemingly slowing the very light around them. The 7th fiend's grin had yet to fade when his entire body was encased in a thick layer of profound ice, becoming a lifelike ice sculpture. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Han tore apart the chains of demonic energy, snatching the 3rd fragment into his grasp. With a hum, the 3 fragments resonated intensely, and a luminous barrier unfolded before them. The barrier revealed the location of the 4th fragment, deep within the whirlpool, nestled in the chest of the demon lord's incarnation. Lin Han's heart sank as he gazed at the shadow that was on the verge of becoming corporeal. Meanwhile, the battle had turned utterly brutal. Xiao Xinghe beheaded the leading fiend, yet was grievously injured as the fiend's dying struggle pierced his shoulder, blood streaming profusely. Tang Hongling's fire dragon consumed 2 fiends, but she had exhausted her spiritual energy, her face pale, barely able to stand with the support of her sword. Aoshuang had shed most of her dragon scales, golden blood staining the sea beneath her, yet she clung fiercely to her opponent's neck. Lin Han, Chu Ruoli's voice rang out urgently. The incarnation is awakening. We must seal it immediately. Lin Han's mind raced, and he made a swift decision. You all hold off the rest. I will retrieve the fourth fragment. No sooner had he spoken than he leaped into the crimson whirlpool, wielding the Zhuxian sword, its energy parting the waters as he aimed directly for the demon lord's chest. Just as the sword tip was about to pierce the skin, the demon lord's eyes opened. What kind of eyes were those? No whites, no pupils, only an abyss of pure darkness that seemed capable of devouring the souls of all beings. Unt! A chilling voice reverberated deep within Lin Han's mind. Boom! Blood erupted from his orifices as an irresistible force pinned him in midair, rendering him immobile. He watched helplessly as the Zhuxian sword in his hand shattered inch by inch under an unseen power. A colossal hand slowly rose, poised to crush him into dust. Just then, a pure blue light descended from the heavens, moving with unmatched speed. Seal! A clear, childlike voice rang out. Lin Binger, having breached the fiend's defenses, pressed her small palm firmly against the demon lord's forehead. Behind her, a hazy figure of an ice fairy loomed, emanating an ancient chill that surged through her hand into the demon lord. The movements of the ice demon lord momentarily stalled, a flicker of astonishment crossing its dark eyes. You're not dead yet. Now is the time. Lin Han clenched his teeth, summoning the last vestiges of his power, gripping the remnants of the Zhuxian sword and plunging it deep into the demon lord's chest. Clang! A resonant sound echoed as a bronze mirror shard flew forth, which Lin Han seized tightly. The four fragments converged, erupting in a blinding radiance that instantly dispelled the surrounding demonic energy. No! The demon lord's incarnation let out a pained and defiant roar as its massive form began to collapse and disintegrate. The remaining three fiends, their eyes bloodshot, charged at Lin Han in a frenzy. Get lost! Aoshuang's dragon tail swept across, breaking the bones of two assailants. Tang Hongling drained the last of her spiritual energy, sending her Huolin sword flying, piercing the heart of the third fiend. Xiao Xinghe hurled his sword with all his might, pinning the last fleeing fiend to the void above. With the demon lord's incarnation completely dissipated, the immense whirlpool gradually calmed. The group, dragging their weary bodies together, bore injuries and depleted spiritual energy. In Lin Han's hand, the four fragments floated serenely, radiating a warm glow. 3 more to go. Chu Ruoli leaned against Lin Han, her voice weak. The barrier illuminated once more, directing them towards the 5th fragment's location, Nanhai, the palace of the Jiaran. Aoshuang reverted to her human form, clutching her chest, her complexion as pale as parchment. The Jiaran and my dragon clan have long-standing grievances. Acquiring the fragments will be difficult. No matter how arduous, we must go, Lin Han asserted with unwavering resolve. At that moment, the surface of the sea ahead suddenly parted, revealing a staircase of water extending beneath their feet. A breathtakingly beautiful woman, clad in flowing blue gauze, gracefully walked upon the waves towards them. Her upper body was human, but her lower half transformed into a beautiful fishtail, with crystalline gills adorning the back of her ears. There was no need to search any further. The voice of the mermaid was ethereal and melodious. I have brought you what you seek. Everyone stood in stunned silence. The mermaid continued. The dark energy has begun to invade the South Sea. By the command of our chieftain, I have come to seek allies. Her gaze swept over the crowd, landing on Lin Binger, her eyes shimmering with excitement and profound respect. More importantly, we have sensed the presence of the ice fairy. Lin Binger tilted her small head, observing her with curiosity. Do I know you, big sister? The mermaid offered a gentle smile and bowed deeply to Lin Binger. 30,000 years ago, the fairy saved my entire merfolk clan from the cataclysm. This kindness shall never be forgotten by my people. As she spoke, she presented a massive, iridescent shell, which slowly opened to reveal the 5th shard of the Tai Su mirror, resting quietly within. Chapter 31. The princess of the merfolk, the palace of the South Sea merfolk, was constructed entirely from living coral and natural crystal, shimmering with vibrant colors, as if one had stepped into a dream. The chieftain of the merfolk was a captivating matron, adorned with a crown of pearls. Upon seeing Lin Bing, she immediately bowed in greeting. Welcome back, Ice Fairy. Lin Binger was taken aback by the grand gesture and instinctively stepped behind Lin Han. The chieftain, unfazed, shifted her attention to Lin Han, her expression serious. The dark energy has begun to taint the South Sea, although our clan harbors old grievances with the Dragon Clan. In the face of such a formidable enemy, I can discern what is of greater importance. A.O. Shuang, standing nearby, remained silent, her face cold, tacitly agreeing. The chieftain gently clapped her hands. Two handmaidens assisted a young girl as she gracefully swam forward. The moment she appeared, the brilliance of the Crystal Palace seemed to dim slightly. Her skin was fairer than snow, and every scale on her fishtail reflected a spectrum of colors, so exquisite that one dared not gaze directly upon her. This is our princess, Lan Shi, the chieftain sighed. She was born frail, unable to withstand the pressures of the deep sea, and has been confined to the shallow waters. However, her condition has worsened with the spread of the dark energy. Chu Ruoli, being a healer, promptly approached, placing her fingers on Lan Shi's wrist. After a moment, her brow furrowed tightly. Your Highness, there is an extremely cold energy within you, now entangled with the dark energy. Resolving this will be quite challenging. I shall do it. Lin Binger, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. She stepped in front of Lan Shi and, imitating Chu Ruoli, placed her small hand upon the princess's forehead. An astonishing scene unfolded. The chilling energy within Lan Shi surged into Lin Binger's palm, like rivers converging into the sea, her pale face visibly flushed with color. Even more astonishingly, Lan Shi's beautiful fishtail erupted with radiant light, and when the glow dissipated, it transformed into a pair of long, delicate, pearly legs. My legs! Lan Shi stared in shock at her transformation, her voice filled with disbelief. I can transform now? The curse has been lifted. The bloodline curse has been lifted. The chieftain trembled with excitement, bowing deeply to Lin Binger once more. Your kindness, fairy, shall forever be remembered by the merfolk. That evening, a grand banquet was held at the merfolk palace. Lin Han seized the opportunity to inquire about the whereabouts of the sixth shard. The chieftain sighed and shook her head. The ancestral records state that the sixth shard is guarded by the Sand Clan of the Western regions. However, a century ago, the Sand Clan vanished overnight, and that shard has since become lost. The Sand Clan of the Western regions? Tang Hongling placed her cup down, as if recalling something. While traveling in the Western regions, I heard a rumor that the Sand Clan did not actually disappear, but rather retreated into a moving oasis deep within the Death Desert. As the banquet concluded, Princess Lan Shi specifically sought out Lin Han, bowing gracefully to him. Lin Gong, please allow me to accompany you. Although my strength is lacking, I have studied the ancient texts of the Western regions since childhood and may be of assistance. Just as Lin Han was about to decline, citing the danger, the chieftain interjected. Let her go. Now that she can assume human form, it is time for her to see the outside world. Her gaze held a hint of meaning as she looked toward Lin Han. Moreover, my clan understands gratitude and knows how to repay it. Thus, a new face joined their ranks. On the journey to the Western regions, Lan Shi, now able to walk on her legs, found everything on land to be a source of wonder. She especially clung to Lin Han, eagerly listening to his tales of cultivation. One evening by the campfire, she leaned closer to Lin Han. Big brother Lin, could you tell me again how you cultivated so well in Qinglan sect? She propped her chin on her hands, her face radiating admiration. Tang Hongling interjected coolly from the side. TSK, the ranks of Lin the Great Hero's admirers are growing. Chu Oli stifled a laugh, whispering to Tang Hongling, are you sensing a hint of jealousy? Who is jealous? Tang Hongling's face flushed, defiantly declaring, I simply cannot stand her fragile demeanor. Lan Shi seemed to catch a whiff of tension, her cheeks turning pink as she softly explained, Sister Tang, please do not misunderstand. I am merely very grateful to Big Brother Lin. All right, enough. Tang Hongling waved her hand dismissively, but then pulled Lin Han aside, lowering her voice, though her irritation was palpable. Hey, be mindful of your influence. That mermaid princess looks at you with such intensity. She might as well be declaring her willingness to offer her life. Lin Han could only chuckle in bemusement. You are overthinking it. Am I? Tang Hongling narrowed her eyes. Before she could finish, Lan Shi approached again, carefully cradling a large, lustrous pearl in her hands. Big brother Lin, this is a sea steadiness pearl I condensed from mermaid tears. It can ward off all evils. Please accept it. Tang Hongling's face darkened completely. Lin Han felt the pearl's warmth in his hand and awkwardly thanked her before hastily seeking an excuse to patrol the night. Days later, the group finally reached the fabled Death Desert. The yellow sand stretched endlessly, waves of heat distorted the air. It was said that the Sand Clan's oasis moved on its own, only revealing itself to the fated. Lan Shi opened an umbrella that shimmered with mist, shielding everyone from the scorching sun. Father! Father! Lin Qingxian suddenly appeared above Lin Han's head, pointing in a direction. That cactus told me the oasis is that way. The group, skeptical but hopeful, followed him, and indeed, at the end of the sand dunes, they spotted a patch of greenery. However, as they drew closer, their hearts sank. The place had long been abandoned, leaving only a few dead trees and a completely dried-up pond. We are too late. Xiao Xinghe examined the crumbling ruins, noting the level of erosion. This place had been forsaken for at least a century. Lin Han took out the 5 shards, channeling his spiritual energy, but felt no resonance. Just as despair began to settle over them, Lin Binger walked directly to the center of the dry pond, crouching down to place her hand on the cracked earth. It's beneath. The group immediately began to dig, and soon a skeletal figure, seated in meditation, emerged from the pond's bottom. Clutched in the skeleton's embrace was a piece of bronze mirror, the 6th shard of the Tai Su mirror. It is the last chieftain of the Sand Clan. After examining it, Chu Ruoli spoke gravely. He expended all his life force to seal the shard here, ensuring it would not fall into the hands of the Demon Clan. Lin Han felt a surge of respect, bowing deeply to the skeleton before carefully retrieving the shard. In that moment, as the 6 shards converged, a brilliant light erupted. The luminous veil unfurled once more, clearly revealing the location of the final shard. Qinglan sect, the forbidden area of the back mountain. How is this possible? Tang Hongling exclaimed in disbelief. We just came from there. Lin Han's expression instantly turned grave. The Qinglan zone represented their roots, the home of Chu Ruoli and Tang Hongling, and the sanctuary for Xiao Qingxian and Bing Er. If this was a ploy by the Demon Clan to lure them away, Lin Han's body trembled, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. The back mountain had likely become a den of dragons and tigers. Return to the sect at full speed. Chapter 32. A mirror on the journey home. Lin Han felt as if a colossal stone weighed upon his chest, rendering him breathless. As the familiar mountain gate of Qinglan Zone came into view, everyone halted in their tracks. Silence enveloped them. The once bustling sect was now devoid of sound. Even the protective array's glow had extinguished. Something was amiss. Xiao Xinghe's hand instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword, his muscles taut. At that moment, a shadow plummeted from the sky, crashing before them with a thud. It was Lu Ruyan. Her palace attire was soaked in blood, her face pale as paper. Struggling to lift her head, run. The sect is finished. Before her words could fully settle, dozens of shadows emerged from the woods and rocks, surrounding them tightly. A chilling demonic aura swiftly engulfed the surroundings. The leader slowly pulled back his hood, revealing a face lined with wrinkles that should have been kind and gentle. The elder of the Songjing Pavilion. Ah, we meet again, little ones. A sinister smile stretched across the old man's face, an unsettling contrast to his words. Surprised? I am the true leader of the 7 fiends. Lin Han's mind exploded with realization, all clues suddenly connecting. During the incident at the Songjing Pavilion, what was slain was merely a fragment of your essence. Ha ha, the child can be taught. The elder, now referred to as the Fiend King, clapped his hands in delight. I must thank you for laboriously gathering the 6 fragments, leading me to the final piece's hiding place. He gestured, and 2 demonic cultivators roughly brought forth a girl. She appeared to be around 16 or 17, with flowing silver hair and purple eyes, resembling Lin Binger to a remarkable degree, though currently bound by heavy chains of demonic iron, utterly weakened. Jingling, Lin Binger exclaimed, recognizing her as the spirit of the Tai Su mirror. Ha ha ha, the Fiend King cackled, his laughter grating. Indeed, those fragments were mere deception for fools like you. The true core has always been the spirit itself. Once she is fused with the 6 fragments, the Tai Su mirror shall re-emerge. The spirit struggled to raise her head, her purple eyes filled with despair, her voice faint. Don't worry about me. Just go. Noise. The Fiend King retaliated with a swift slap, knocking the spirit to the ground. He loomed over her, his tone chilling. 30,000 years ago, That damned inspector severed you from the mirror to prevent the Tai Su mirror from falling into my hands. Today, I shall fulfill the unfinished ambition of the demon lord. He suddenly formed seals with his hands. Whoosh! The 6 fragments uncontrollably flew from Lin Han's embrace, hovering around the spirit, creating a bizarre formation. An irresistible force erupted from the 6 fragments, violently pulling the spirit's body, rendering her form transparent and distorted, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. Stop! Lin Han quoted. The remnants of the Zhu Xian sword glowing with golden light, piercing toward the Fiend King's brow. A mere grain of rice, shining bright? The Fiend King didn't even glance, casually waving his sleeve. Boom! A concentrated black mist instantaneously hurled Lin Han away, crashing him to the ground and causing him to spit blood. Useless. Once the ritual begins, no one can halt it. The Fiend King sneered. As the spirit was on the brink of being utterly torn apart, Lin Binger suddenly dashed forward, tightly embracing her. Hold on. In that moment of contact, an unexpected transformation occurred. The ice crystal mark on Lin Binger's forehead resonated powerfully with the spirit's purple eyes. A blue and purple light intertwined, and their figures began to overlap gradually. So it was. The Fiend King was momentarily taken aback. Then comprehension dawned upon him, his eyes igniting with greed. What a splendid ice fairy! During your reincarnation, you even sealed a part of the spirit's essence within yourself. No wonder you can sense the fragment's location. The overlapping figures radiated brilliant light, miraculously resisting the fragment's force. Seeking death. Enraged, the Fiend King decided to take action himself. Since you wish to merge as one, let us turn into sustenance for the Tai Su mirror. In his palm, a pitch-black demonic thunder crackled ominously, carrying the scent of annihilation, and he struck down towards Lin Binger's head. No! Lin Han's eyes widened in agony, struggling to rise but too late. At that critical moment, a blue figure streaked like lightning, unhesitatingly placing herself between Lin Binger and the spirit. It was Lan Shi. Puffed. The destructive demonic thunder pierced through her fragile chest without hindrance. Blood blossomed in the air like a tragic flower. Lan Shi! Lin Han cried out in despair. Catching her slowly descending body, his heart gripped by an invisible hand, suffocating him with grief. Blood continuously trickled from Lan Shi's lips, yet she wore a serene smile. The Sea Tribe believes in repaying kindness. With her last ounce of strength, she placed the treasured Ding Hai pearl against the wound in her heart. With my blood, I shall offer to the Tai Su. Buzz, the most precious life pearl of the Sea Tribe, upon contact with her heart's blood, erupted in an unprecedented blue glow, transforming into an energy torrent of utmost purity, fiercely surging into the overlapping forms of Lin Binger and the spirit. In that instant, 7 forces achieved perfect balance. The 6 fragments and the blue light harmonized, forming a colossal, ancient bronze mirror inscribed with profound runes, materializing in the air with a resounding crash. No, this is impossible. The smug smile on the Fiend King's face froze, replaced by unending terror. The mirror's light swept across. All demon cultivators perished before they could even scream, as if snow meeting the blazing sun, instantly dissolving and purifying. The Fiend King let out a wretched scream as his body disintegrated inch by inch. Demon Lord, save me. Ultimately, he, along with all his resentment and malice, transformed into a wisp of black smoke, completely absorbed by the Tai Su mirror. The mirror's light gradually receded, bringing everything back to tranquility. Lin Binger and the spirit separated. The spirit remained weak but alive, while Lin Binger collapsed, the ice crystal on her forehead dimmed. Lin Han cradled Lan Shi's increasingly cold body, engulfed by immense sorrow. At that moment, the Tai Su mirror, suspended in the air, suddenly emitted a gentle light. Enveloping Lan Shi, a miracle unfolded. The horrific wound on her chest began to heal at a visible rate, her faint breath gradually stabilizing and strengthening. The Tai Su acknowledges her sacrifice. The spirit weakly spoke. It has granted her a new life. When Lan Shi opened her eyes again, the beautiful fish tail had vanished, replaced by long, pristine legs. On her forehead, a small, ancient mirror-shaped mark appeared. I'm not dead. Confused, she gazed at her hands, then looked around at everyone. Lin Han was overwhelmed with joy and wept uncontrollably as he embraced her tightly. Welcome back. Jingling observed this scene with a complex expression in her violet eyes. She approached Lin Han and softly explained, the Tai Su Jing requires the Jing Xin to unleash its full power. At present, both she and I are candidates. She glanced at the unconscious Lin Binger. However, she is the true Jing Xin. Suddenly, Jingling transformed into a beam of purple light, merging into the mirror pattern on Lan Shi's forehead, wishing to become her mirror body and protect her with strength. Lan Shi was astonished as she touched her forehead, an unprecedented surge of power coursing through her body. At that moment, Lin Binger, supported by Tang Hongling, slowly awakened. As she opened her eyes, her first words were, "Did we succeed?" Lin Han surveyed his surroundings, taking in the sight of his companions, all injured yet alive, and nodded gravely. "Yes, we have succeeded. The Tai Su Jing has been reassembled, the 7 fiends have been vanquished, and the crisis facing Qing Lanzong is temporarily averted." Yet, Lin Han could not forget the final desperate cry of the Fiend Lord, Master Demon. The tale of this mirror and their fates might have only just begun. Chapter 33. Despair is spreading. The forbidden grounds behind Qing Lanzong's mountain were long gone, leaving only scorched earth. The group, weary and wounded, returned to Xiang Peak. The Tai Su Jing floated silently atop the peak, its brilliance swirling, safeguarding the remnants of the shattered sect below. Lin Binger's voice trembled as she called out to her mother, Blue Rain, her fingertips hovering over her daughter's pallid cheek, yet she dared not touch her. Chu Ruoli placed her fingers on Lin Binger's pulse. Moments later, she withdrew her hand, her expression grave. The soul fire was nearly extinguished, running on empty. Had it not been for the protection of the Tai Su Jing over her final heart pulse, she feared she refrained from finishing her sentence. Yet the implications were clear to all. Lin Han's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, and he clutched his daughter tighter, turning to Lan Shi. The small mirror-shaped mark on Lan Shi's forehead flickered in and out of visibility, radiating an air of mystery. "Lan Shi," Lin Han's voice was parched and hoarse. "What do you sense?" Lan Shi instinctively touched her forehead, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. "I can feel her jingling. She seems to be sleeping in my mind, but sometimes she shows me things." "What kind of things?" Tang Hongling leaned in eagerly. Lan Shi closed her eyes, her body shivering uncontrollably. "It is very dark. I cannot see anything but a pair of eyes watching us." The moment those words left her lips, the air in the room turned frigid enough to freeze. It is the Demon Lord. With a swift motion, Shaoxing's hand gripped the hilt of his Xingha sword, the blade scraping against its sheath with a piercing sound. He would not let this go unchallenged. Lin Han exhaled a breath of frustration, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within him. Though the Tai Su Jing had been reformed, its powers were not yet restored. A way must be found to fully activate it. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Bing, in his arms, fluttered her eyelashes. She opened her eyes, and within her clear pupils flickered a hint of azure light. "Daddy." The child's voice retained its innocence, yet bore an ethereal quality beyond her years. Sister Jingling said that the Tai Su Jing requires the Jing Xin to awaken. The Jing Xin? All eyes turned toward her. Lin Binger nodded. The Jing Xin is the core of the Tai Su Jing. Only by finding the Jing Xin and resonating with it can we wield its true power. Where is the Jing Xin? L'impresset urgently. Lin Binger slowly raised her small hand, gently resting it on her chest. "The Jing Xin is me." In an instant, the room fell into a profound silence. Lan Yu covered her mouth, disbelief etched upon her face. "Are you saying that not only are you the reincarnation of the Ice Fairy, but you are also the Jing Xin of the Tai Su Jing?" Lin Binger nodded again, her eyes deep and unfathomable for one so young. 30,000 years ago, the Ice Fairy fused her soul with the Jing Xin of the Tai Su Jing to block the Demon Lord becoming a seal. Now that I have awakened, my powers have returned. Lin Han knelt down, gripping his daughter's icy little hands tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. "Binger, I will protect you. No one shall lay a finger on you." Lin Binger finally revealed a smile befitting a child. Daddy is the strongest." Suddenly, the Tai Su Jing, suspended atop the peak, emitted a violent hum. The mirror surface shimmered, and a distorted image began to materialize. In the endless void of darkness, the 7 blood-red stars that had once been shattered began to glow once more. A torrent of demonic energy erupted from the stars, coalescing into a vortex reaching toward the heavens. Damn it. Shaoxing's face turned pale. The demon lord was reopening the portal. Lin Han sprang to his feet. How do we activate the Jing Xin? Lan, she stepped forward, the mirror pattern on her forehead glowing brightly. Perhaps I can try. Jingling and I are connected. I can feel the Tai Su Jing calling to me. Good. Let's seek the sect master. Lin Han made a decisive decision. And just as the group was about to rush out the door, the sky above darkened without warning. It was not clouds obscuring the sun, but pure darkness, consuming all light. A pitch-black rift, like a wound torn open by an invisible beast, slowly unfurled above Xiang Peak. The oppressive, demonic energy poured down like a waterfall. Ha ha! Lin Han, did you think this was the end? A cold, sinister voice erupted from the rift, sending tremors through everyone, nearly toppling them. Lin Han looked up, fixated on the indifferent, emotionless Scarlet eyed deep within the rift. Demon Lord, the game has only just begun. The Demon Lord's voice dripped with mockery, each word transforming into the most venomous curse. I shall crush your hopes with my own hands, and you will watch this world turn to dust in despair. Lin Han and the others gazed in despair at the rift in the sky, each feeling the weight of their sorrow. The rift gradually closed, and the crimson eye vanished along with it. Yet the suffocating terror remained, an indelible mark pressing upon each heart. Chapter 34. The Fairy Within the Mirror Qing Lan Zone. Xiang Peak. The dawn broke through the thin mist, golden light flooding the courtyard. Lin Han sat alone at the stone table, gathering a faint wisp of spiritual power at his fingertips, gently touching the surface of the Tai Su Jing. Binger, Daddy has come to see you. The mirror rippled with concentric circles, and Lin Binger's figure slowly emerged. She appeared to have grown a little, now looking around 7 or 8 years old, dressed in a gown of purest white, her ice crystal mark glowing brighter than before. Daddy, the little girl in the mirror waved happily upon seeing him. I had a dream last night. Lin Han's heart warmed, his voice softening. What did you dream about? I dreamed that you took me to Yaowang Valley, and we gathered a lot of herbs, and you even made me a flower crown. Lin Binger's voice suddenly fell, her small face filled with disappointment. But when I woke up, I was back in the mirror again. Her tiny hand pressed against the mirror's surface, seemingly trying to reach through, yet it was in vain. Lin Han's heart ached as if pricked by a needle, about to offer words of comfort when footsteps approached from outside the courtyard. Lan Si and carrying a cup of tea. Upon her arrival, the Tai Su mirror upon the stone table emitted a gentle hum, its surface shimmering in radiant hues, resonating with the intricate patterns adorning her forehead. Lindage, have some tea. Lan, she said softly, placing the teacup down and greeting the mirror. Binger, did you sleep well last night? Sister Lan, Lin Binger exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she cast aside her earlier despondency. Sister Jingling said my power has grown stronger. A faint smile graced Lan Shi's lips. That is splendid news. Lin Han observed their interaction, his heart warming slightly, only to be overtaken by a sudden thought. Lan Si, can you now freely enter and exit the Tai Su mirror? I can enter temporarily, Lan Shi replied, her fingertips brushing the mirror pattern on her forehead. But I cannot exceed an hour, or else the mirror spirit will not withstand it. Just as she finished speaking, the courtyard door was abruptly flung open with a bang. Tang Hongling rushed in like a gust of wind, her voice preceding her. Lin Han, a group of nuns has come down from the mountain gate, specifically seeking you. Nuns? From Fanningu? Lin Han's brow furrowed. Indeed, Tang Hongling pouted. The leader is a young nun, veiled and mysterious, claiming to have come for your Tai Su mirror. Before she could finish, Lin Binger suddenly spoke from the mirror. Father, I sense a pure power approaching. The group hurried towards the main hall of the sect. Within, a slender girl clad in simple white monk's robes stood with her back to them, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Upon hearing their footsteps, she slowly turned, her features obscured by a light veil, exuding an ethereal, otherworldly aura. I am Miao Yin from Fanningu, honored to meet the sect leader Lin. She clasped her hands together, her voice clear and melodious, akin to a mountain spring. Lin Han returned the gesture. What guidance does the esteemed Miao Yin bring from afar? Miao Yin's gaze swept across Lan Shi's forehead, and a hint of understanding emerged from beneath her veil. This benefactor must be the one bound by fate to the Tai Su mirror. Lan Si instinquito, not that. Miao Yin sighed softly. Indeed, I have come not for any other purpose but to assist the Tai Su mirror in achieving complete awakening. Chu Ruoli, standing behind Lin Han, spoke cautiously. Assist us? Fan Yin Gu lies in the western region and has no dealings with our Qinglan sect. How can the term assist be justified? Miao Yin dismissed her inquiry without offense, retrieving a translucent jade tablet from her sleeve. This object, known as Jing Shi Fan Yin, is the treasure of Fan Yin Gu, capable of purifying all things, stabilizing the soul, and possessing unique effects on the mirror's heart. She paused, a trace of nostalgia in her voice. 30,000 years ago, the Ice Fairy and the founder of my sect were sworn friends. Before the founder's passing, a prophecy was left behind, stating that the Tai Su mirror, shrouded in dust, would one day require the cleansing of Fan Yin to see the light of day once more. She offered the jade tablet to Lin Han. If sect leader Lin trusts me, I would like to attempt this. Lin Han pondered for a moment before resolutely nodding. Very well. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, the Tai Su mirror floated in midair, radiating a soft glow. Miao Yin seated herself cross-legged, the jade tablet slowly rising before her. She closed her eyes and began to chant ancient and profound incantations. As the melodious sounds of Fan Yin filled the air, the entire forbidden area fell into a profound silence. Not an absence of sound, but a cleansing of all distractions by this pure force. The atmosphere trembled. The Tai Su mirror throbbed violently, its surface transforming from tranquil ripples into a tumultuous sea of light, countless beams shooting outward. At the center of the radiance, a diminutive figure was being forcibly tugged, contorted, and torn apart by an unseen force. Binger! Lin Han's heart raced to his throat. In the next moment, that figure broke free from the constraints of light. Stepping forth from the mirror, the little girl, barefoot, stood upon the void, enveloped in an extraordinarily pure spiritual energy. She landed steadily before Lin Han, tilting her face up to reveal a radiant smile. Father, I can come out now. Lin Han trembled with excitement, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Miao Yin concluded her incantation and rose, her breath slightly unsteady. Yet the corners of her lips curled upwards beneath the veil. Jing Shi Fan Yin can only temporarily stabilize the mirror's heart. To fully liberate her from the Tai Su mirror, 3 earthly treasures must be gathered. Her tone turned serious. Heavenly Lake, Jade Essence, Earth Core Spirit Fire, and... She paused before continuing. A woman of pure Yin constitution to serve as a medium for the mirror's heart's power. A pure Yin body? Dang Hongling Bolut? Isn't that the same constitution as Lu Ruyan? Miao Yin nodded. Precisely. However, I sense within the sect there seems to be no sign of this Lu fairy. Lin Han's expression shifted to one of complexity. Since the last great battle, Ruyan had remained in seclusion at Han Bing Peak, unseen by anyone. The smile on Lin Binger's face suddenly faltered. Her small face turned pale, her little hands gripping Lin Han's sleeve tightly, her brows furrowing deeply. Father. Her voice trembled with a hint of pain. I sense Sister Ruyan's aura. It feels so chaotic, so dangerous. Chapter 35. Heart not atop Han Bing Peak. The eternal snow blanketed everything, cold mist swirling like gauze, obscuring the sky. Lin Han trudged through the snow, the crunching sound echoing behind him as Lan, Shi, and Miao Yin followed closely. Tang Hongling had intended to accompany them, but with Lin Binger now corporeal and needing assistance, she was assigned as a temporary caretaker. This wretched place is far too cold. Lan Shi instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, her teeth chattering. Her Jiao Ren bloodline inherently feared the cold, and the chilling aura here was particularly piercing. Miao inelegantly waved her long white sleeves, conjuring a warm yellow light to envelop the 3, dispelling the chill. The mysterious Yin energy of Lu Shizhu has gone awry. At the entrance of the cave on the peak, a thick layer of ice crystals had completely sealed the way. The ice was not entirely transparent, but one could faintly discern a figure seated within. It was Lu Ruyan. Lin Han summoned his spiritual energy, his voice penetrating the icy barrier. Ruyan, we have come to see you. Inside the cave, silence reigned, with no reply. Miao Yin stepped forward, scrutinizing the ice barrier closely. She has fallen into a heart demon tribulation. If we do not pull her out soon, she may perish. Lin Han's heart clenched sharply. How we save her? Someone must enter her consciousness realm to help sever the heart demon. Miao Yin said, turning her gaze to Lan Shi. The mirror spirit's power can protect the soul. You're the best candidate. Lan Shi nodded without hesitation. I will do it. Miao Ying even looked at Lin Han. However, the heart demon tribulation is most fearful of external forceful interference. If sect leader Lin wishes to assist, remember to resolve it with emotion, not brute strength. Lin Han understood her meaning and nodded solemnly. I comprehend. The three then seated themselves before the ice barrier in a cross-legged position. Miao Ying began to chant ancient Sanskrit, and the seemingly indestructible ice barrier began to melt, quickly creating a narrow opening just wide enough for one person to pass through. The mirror pattern on Lan Shi's forehead suddenly brightened, enveloping Lin Han in a pure blue light. I will use the mirror spirit's power to protect you. Remember, no matter what you see inside, do not force it. Lin Han nodded, closing his eyes as his consciousness was swiftly drawn into an unknown realm by the allure of a blue light. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself enveloped in an endless expanse of icy wilderness. Not far off, a frail little girl stood alone, cradling a frozen, stiff rabbit in her arms. It was the young Lu Ruyen. Grandfather had said that a person of the Yin constitution was destined to be alone. The girl's voice was filled with a suppressed despair. She could not make friends or form attachments. Lin Han felt a pang in his heart and slowly approached her. Ruyen, he called gently. The little girl looked up in fright, her eyes full of wariness. Who are you? Lin Han paused, softening his tone. I am here to help you save this rabbit. He knelt down, gathering a warm, gentle spirit energy in his palm, carefully enveloping the little rabbit. Before their eyes, the frost on the rabbit's body rapidly dissipated and began to warm up, astonishingly regaining movement. It's alive, little Ru Yen exclaimed joyfully. But her smile faded almost instantly. But grandfather said I cannot like anything, or I will bring them harm. Lin Han spoke softly. There is no harm in cherishing something. Even in this icy realm, the most tenacious flowers can bloom. Ru Yen gazed at him in a daze. Suddenly, the surrounding scene twisted and morphed. In the next moment, he found himself standing in the martial arena of Qinglan sect. The youthful Lu Ru Yen huddled in a corner, observing her fellow disciples laughing and playing in groups not far away. Why can they be so happy? She murmured to herself. I can only be alone. Lin Han silently appeared beside her. Because you have shut yourself away. Lu Ru Yen turned her head, recognizing him. You again. Step outside and give it a try. Lin Han urged, extending his hand. The world outside is not as cold as you think. The scene shattered once more and reassembled. This time, they were amidst the ruins of Ziyang Peak, devastated after a great battle. The adult Lu Ru Yen knelt among the rubble, cradling the faintly breathing Lin Bing air in her arms. It's all my fault. It's all my fault, she wept, repeating endlessly. If only I had faced my heart sooner. If only I were stronger. Lin Han gently embraced her from behind. This is not your fault. We have all done our best. But Bing Er is still alive. She is waiting for us in the Tai Su mirror. Lin Han cupped her face, compelling her to meet his gaze. Ru Yen, do not lock yourself away any longer. We need you. Bing Er needs you. I need you. The icy barriers in her eyes shattered, melting into tears. She trembled as she raised her hand to touch Lin Han's cheek. Lin Han suddenly, the entire realm of consciousness trembled violently. The ice and snow melting away as all things revived, spring bursting forth in an instant. In the real world, the ice barrier outside the cave shattered with a loud crack, scattering into a flurry of ice crystals. Lu Ru Yen slowly opened her eyes, glistening with tears. I had a long, long dream. Lin Han also withdrew his consciousness, opening his eyes to meet her clear gaze. They exchanged smiles, as if the knots in their hearts had unraveled completely in that moment. Miao Ying joined her hands in gratitude, saying, Congratulations, Lu Zhizhu, for overcoming your inner demons. Your Yin constitution has achieved great success. Lu Ru Yen rose and solemnly bowed to her. Thank you, Fairy, for your assistance. Just as her words fell, Lan Shi suddenly exclaimed in disbelief. The mirror spirit has reacted. It says it has sensed the location of the Tianqi Yusui. Chapter 36. The Chance of the Cold Pool according to the mirror spirit sensing. The Tianqi Yusui lay at the bottom of the Tianqi Lake in the extreme cold of the northern region. Without delay, the group set off immediately. Chu Ruo Li and Xiao Xing he had to remain at the sect, while Lin Han, Lu Ruyen, Lan Ximiao Yin, and the temporarily materialized Lin Bing air proceeded. The wind of the northern region cut against their faces like a knife. Even with protective spirit energy, the chill penetrated deeply, seeping into their bones. Up ahead is the Tianqi. Lu Ruyin pointed toward a lake surrounded by pristine white snow. The water was not frozen. Instead, it shimmered with an eerie blue hue, remaining perfectly still. It was said that this lake would never freeze. But any living creature that fell into it would be instantly encased in ice, their souls trapped alongside. Lin Bing air clung to Lin Han's back, her tiny finger pointing towards the lake center. Daddy, the Yusui is right there. I can feel it. Miao Yin focused her gaze for a moment before speaking. The cold energy here is as solid as substance. Only a pure, Xianyin body can safely dive in. Lu Zhizhu. It seems this time it will depend on you. Lu Ruyin nodded, preparing to step forward. Wait. Lan Shi suddenly reached out to stop her. There is something in the lake. As soon as she spoke, the calm surface of the lake erupted into a massive whirlpool, a colossal shadow swiftly swimming beneath the water, stirring the entire Tianqi as if it were about to boil. It is the guardian beast. Miao Yin's expression darkened. It was only natural for the Tianqi Yusui, a treasure of heaven and earth, to be guarded by a spirit beast. With a thunderous splash, water soared into the air, crystallizing into countless ice shards as a translucent ice dragon burst forth from the depths. It coiled in the air, its enormous head lowered, its emotionless eyes gazing down at the group. Intruders, leave. The ice dragon's voice resonated like countless ice blocks grinding against one another, sharp and piercing. Lin Han stepped forward, clasping his fists. Senior, we seek only a small piece of the Yusui to save someone. We harbor no greedy intentions. Roar. The ice dragon let out a thunderous roar. The Yusui is the source of the Tianqi. How dare you mere ants covet it? It seemed negotiations had failed. Just then, Lu Ruyin unexpectedly soared into the sky, unleashing the full force of her Xianyin energy, which coalesced into shimmering ice lotuses surrounding her. As a fellow ice attribute, I shall meet you. The ice dragon, enraged by the audacity of this insignificant human, roared and dove down. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle above the Tianqi. The dragon, as claws tore through the air, conjuring a bone-chilling wind, while the ice lotuses danced and twirled, imbued with lethal cold intent. Each collision resulted in a flurry of ice shards exploding, creating a scene both magnificent and fraught with peril. Be careful, Sister Ruyin. Lin Bing clenched her tiny fists anxiously. Lin Han's heart tightened, gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to intervene. Do not rush. Miao Yin restrained his arm. Lu Zhizhu is harnessing its power to comprehend the true essence of Xianyin. This is her opportunity. Indeed, as the battle progressed, Lu Ruyin's movements became increasingly fluid and graceful, the ice lotuses surrounding her gradually transitioning from pure white brilliance to a soft golden hue at their centers. Xianyin transforming into yang? Miao Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. She was breaking through at such a critical juncture. The ice dragon sensed the shift in its opponent and became even more frenzied. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a frigid breath capable of freezing space itself towards Lu Ruyin. Unflinching, Lu Ruyin swiftly formed hand seals. A gigantic ice lotus, edged with golden trim, bloomed before her, serving as a resplendent shield that absorbed the destructive breath entirely. Here, take it back, she cried, as the golden-edged ice lotus spun in reverse, violently hurling the absorbed icy breath back at the dragon. Struck by its own power, the ice dragon emitted a wretched cry, its immense form plummeting like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily into the lake and creating towering waves. Lu Ruyin gracefully descended, her breath slightly unsteady. She had merely been momentarily repelled, and we must hasten. The group promptly rushed to the lake's edge, where Lu Ruyin was about to enter the water when a feeble voice echoed from the depths. Wait. The ice dragon once again emerged from the water, albeit its form diminished by more than half, its hostility dissipating. It gazed at Lu Ruyin, a tremor evident in its voice. Did you just employ the Yin Hua Yang technique? Lu Ruyin nodded. Indeed. The ice dragon remained silent for a considerable time, its massive body suddenly transforming into a blinding white light. As the radiance faded, an elderly man with white hair and an ethereal demeanor stood in his place. After 3 millennia, the elder sighed deeply, his expression complex. At last, I have awaited someone who has perfected the Xianing body. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the elder began to explain. I am the guardian spirit of Tianxi, bound by ancient decree to await a fated individual. According to the agreement, one who has perfected the Xianing body may take a share of the jade essence. He gently beckoned towards the center of the lake. A piece of jade essence, the size of a fist and emitting a soft, milky glow, broke the surface of the water and steadily landed in Lu Rian's palm. Thank you, esteemed elder. Lu Rian solemnly bowed. The elder turned his gaze towards Lin Han's back, where Lin Binger resided, his eyes flickering slightly. This little girl. Lin Binger beamed at him. Hello, Grandpa. The elder nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Miao Yin. The little girl from Fanine Valley. How fares your master? Miao Yin pressed her palms together. My master is well. Thank you for your concern, esteemed elder. Enough. Now that you have obtained the item, you must leave swiftly. The elder waved his hand impatiently. A blizzard is about to rage in the northern region, and any further delay will bury you all here. The group did not dare linger, expressing their gratitude before hastily departing. Indeed, they had not ventured far when a thunderous roar reverberated behind them, and the swirling snowstorm rapidly engulfed the entire Tianxi. Seeking refuge in a wind-sheltered cave, Lu Rian entrusted the jade essence to Miao Yin. What should we do next? Miao Yin accepted the jade essence, retrieving an ancient sheepskin scroll from her bosom, according to the records in the valley. The next step requires us to venture to the Nanhuang volcanic region to seek the Earth Heart Flame. However, she paused, glancing at Lan Shi. The Nanhuang is the territory of the Yin clan, known for their exclusivity, particularly towards practitioners of water-based techniques like us. Lan Shi smirked. No worries, I can simply seal away my water-based spiritual power. Lin Han unfolded the map. Nanhuang is a staggering 180,000 miles from here. Even with sword flight, it will take over half a month. We must hurry. Father. Lin Binger rested her small head against Lin Han's shoulder, suddenly speaking. I sense Sister Jingling calling me. She said there is danger at the Earth Heart Flame. It seems someone is waiting for us to arrive. Lin Han furrowed his brow. The Demon Lord's people? Lin Binger shook her head, uncertain. I don't know, but it feels powerful. Miao Yin spoke softly yet resolutely. Regardless of what awaits us, we must go. This is the only way to save Binger. As night deepened, the howling wind and snow echoed outside the cave. Lin Han sat at the entrance, lost in thought, gazing at the white expanse before him. What troubles you? Lu Rian approached and sat beside him, a refreshing lotus fragrance lingering about her. Lin Han smiled. I was reflecting on how this journey feels like a dream. Lu Rian gently leaned against his shoulder. Her voice soft yet clear, but it is worth it. The two nestled quietly together, the howling wind and snow outside seeming to soften. Meanwhile, in the depths of the cave, within Lan Shi's dream, Jingling's figure appeared more vividly than ever, her violet eyes filled with worry. Lan Shi, the journey to Nanhuang is fraught with peril. You must be cautious. What is it? Lan Shi inquired within the dream. Jingling shook her head. I cannot discern the specifics, but I sense a presence that is both familiar and extremely dangerous. It seems connected to the shattering of the Tai Su mirror. Lan Shi wished to ask further questions, but Jingling's expression suddenly changed, her voice rising in alarm. No, he is coming. The dream shattered abruptly. Lan Shi jolted awake, feeling the mirror patterns on her arm burning intensely. Outside the cave, amidst the swirling snowstorm, it felt as if unseen eyes were coldly watching from beyond the endless storm. Chapter 37. The Trial. The Nanhuang volcanic region was engulfed in searing heat. The sky appeared distorted due to the scorching air. Each breath felt like swallowing flames, scorching the throat and lungs. Lan Shi's complexion was alarmingly pale. To conceal her identity as a mermaid, she had sealed the majority of her water-based spiritual power, leaving her feeling like a fish thrown ashore, her skin cracking from the dryness. She stumbled slightly, nearly falling. Miao Yin swiftly supported her, producing a string of prayer beads from her bosom and quickly distributing one to each person. Suck on this. It is the Hanyu Pearl. A chilling sensation spread from their tongues, and Lin Binger curiously smacked her lips. Wow, this is so refreshing. Lu Rian scanned the jagged rocks around them warily. The Yin clan's tribe lies at the foot of the largest volcano. We must, before she could finish. Her expression abruptly changed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of piercing air was deafening as a dozen crimson figures emerged from behind the rocks, swiftly surrounding them. These individuals possessed skin like molten bronze, with fiery patterns flickering in their eyes, and their spears gleaming with fatal coldness, all aimed at the group. Outsiders, state your names. The leading warrior's voice boomed like thunder, exuding an undeniable pressure. Miao Yin stepped forward, her palms pressed together. Miao Yin from Fanning Valley. Here to visit the Yin clan with friends, seeking an audience with the chieftain. The warrior's gaze swept over her before fixing intently on Lan Shi, his nostrils flaring as he took in her scent, his face revealing unmistakable disdain. Fanning Valley? When did your Buddhist sect, known for its purity, begin to associate with the foul creatures of the water? He thrust his spear forward, its sharp tip nearly touching Lan Shi's throat. Lan Shi's body stiffened. The atmosphere became tense and charged. Qi Yin, is your manner of hospitality to point a spear at your guests' throats? A clear and melodious voice rang out, laced with a hint of languor, causing all the warriors to shudder. They promptly sheathed their weapons and respectfully cleared a path. A red-haired girl approached barefoot, her fiery dress trailing over the scorching rocks, the flame mark on her forehead vibrant as if it could ignite. She was Yin Linger, Your Highness the Saint. The warrior named Qi Yin immediately knelt on one knee. Yin Linger did not even glance at him, striding directly to Miao Yin, a smile gracing her lips. Sister Miao Yin, it has been a long time. I did not expect your arrival to bring such trouble. Miao Yin was both surprised and delighted. Linger, have you become the saint? That happened 6 months ago. Yin Linger's gaze swept across the crowd, lingering on Lin Han's face for a moment longer before waving her hand. Master predicted your arrival and sent me to welcome you. Come with me. The Yin clan's tribe was grander than one could imagine. The entire settlement was constructed at the foot of a colossal volcano that could erupt at any moment, with houses made of obsidian, sturdy and rugged, and the streets flowing not with water, but with rivers of lava constrained by an unseen force. Wow! Lin Binger's mouth formed an O, her eyes wide with wonder. In a magnificent hall, an elder with hair and beard all red sat in the center, meditating. Exudino Ampozinyoha. He was the chieftain of the Yin clan. Chieftain, our guests have arrived. Yan Ling bot respectfully. The patriarch finally opened his eyes, which seemed to flow with molten lava. His gaze did not linger on anyone else but directly locked on Lin Han. You are Lin Han of Qinglan Zone? Lin Han clasped his fists, greeting, I am Lin Han, Jr., and I pay my respects to the patriarch. A non-committal grunt escaped the patriarch's lips, and as his eyes swept over Lan Shi, she trembled, realizing the audacity of the little girl from the Jiren clan who had sealed her spiritual power and dared to come to my fire mountain. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon Lin Binger, revealing a barely perceptible ripple. You have all come a long way to this desolate land. Surely it is not merely for sightseeing? The patriarch leaned slightly forward, an overwhelming aura of oppression washing over them. Speak, what do you seek the heart flame for? The crowd felt a chill, as he had directly unveiled their intentions. Just as Miao Yin was about to explain, Lin Han stepped forward, meeting the patriarch's gaze with unwavering resolve. To save lives. To save lives? The patriarch chuckled, his laughter echoing like thunder from the depths of the earth. Many desire to save others. Why should my clan's sacred relic be granted to you? Lin Han replied, Senior may propose conditions. What a bold proposition. The patriarch slammed his armrest, causing the entire hall to tremble. I like your spirit. He pointed towards a massive stone door at the back of the hall, intricately carved with ancient and complex totems. Do you see that door? The road of heart refinement, designed by my clan to test the human heart. 9 trials, 9 hells. It will unearth your deepest fears, greed, and despair. Yin Linger added softly from the side. In 3,000 years, hundreds have attempted, yet only 3 have emerged alive. Lu Rian's face turned pale as she grasped Lin Han's sleeve tightly. This is too dangerous. We must think of another way. The patriarch reclined back in his chair, leisurely observing him with a hint of mockery. Of course, you may leave at any moment. Father. Lin Binger, sensing the unease, clung tightly to his leg. Lin Han knelt down, ruffling his daughter's hair, whispering in a voice only she could hear, Do not worry. Father will return soon. He then stood up, facing the patriarch directly, his voice clear and unwavering as it resonated throughout the hall. I accept. With that declaration, he disregarded the varied reactions from the crowd and strode towards the ominous stone door. As he approached, the ancient totems on the door glowed one by one, emanating an eerie red light. With a resounding rumble, the heavy stone door slowly opened, revealing not a path, but an ever-spiraling, bottomless black vortex, seemingly capable of devouring all light and hope. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Han stepped inside. Behind him, the crowd's expressions were filled with concern. Yet they also hoped for his success. Otherwise, unforeseen calamities could befall them in the wars to come. The darkness swiftly enveloped his figure. Chapter 38. Success. The patriarch nodded in approval. You possess courage. Linger, guide the sect master to the road of heart refinement. After the leader's words, a woman appeared, leading Lin Han to the stone door. Yin Linger brought Lin Han before the colossal stone entrance, her voice lowered. Sectmaster, hesitation is the greatest taboo on the road of heart refinement. Remember, no matter what you see or hear, hold on to your true self. Lin Han nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Saintess. The stone door thundered open, and the scorching air distorted the atmosphere. Lin Han stepped in. The scenery around him shifted, and he found himself in an endless sea of flames. Crimson fire licked at the edges of his garments, yet he felt no pain. An illusion? Lin Han immediately heightened his vigilance. Not entirely. A sultry voice came from behind. Lin Han spun around, startled to see Yin Linger had entered without him noticing. At that moment, she was clad in a strikingly fiery gown, the high slit revealing swathes of dazzling fair skin as she approached him step by step. Saintess you. Yin Linger giggled, her eyes glimmering with allure. The first trial, the fire of desire. Sectmaster, can your physique withstand this? She exhaled softly, her delicate fingers brushing against Lin Han's chest. His body stiffened, stepping back as he spoke in a grave tone. Saintess, please conduct yourself appropriately. Call me Linger. Yin Linger pressed closer, nearly draping herself over him. I have heard of your great deeds, to brave the dragon's den and tread the tiger's lair for your daughter. You are truly a devoted man, one I admire greatly. Her crimson lips brushed against Lin Han's ear, the warmth causing his skin to prickle. If you were to yield to me, I would procure the heart flame for you, and I would indulge you in the utmost pleasures of this world. Lin Han abruptly shut his eyes, his mind racing with the cleansing mantra. When he reopened them, his gaze was clear, and he coldly uttered two words, "Get lost." As his words echoed, Yin Linger let out a piercing scream, her form shattering into fragments, and the fiery sea receded like a tide. First trial passed. The patriarch's aged voice resonated in the vast space. The scene transformed again. A pungent scent of blood invaded his nostrils. Lin Han found himself standing amidst the ruins of Qinglan Zone, surrounded by lifeless bodies. Familiar faces, Tang Hongling, Lan Yu, Chu Ruoli, lay motionless in pools of blood. In the distance, the mocking laughter of the demon lord echoed, his claws tightly gripping Lu Ruyan's throat. Second trial, fear. Lin Han's heart felt as though it were being squeezed by an invisible hand, nearly suffocating him. The scene before him was too vivid, so real that every drop of his blood screamed for him to rush forward. It's all a lie. He admonished himself fiercely, yet his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white and his body trembled uncontrollably. Lu Ruyan coughed up blood, extending her hand with the last of her strength. Her voice faint as a flickering candle amidst the wind. Linan, sabeme. Ah. Lin Han could no longer restrain himself, roaring as he surged forward. But halfway there, he braked suddenly, his eyes fixated on Lu Ruyan in a rage. No, this isn't right. His Lu Ruyan, even in death, would stand tall and never plead for help in such a manner. Lin Han shut his eyes, allowing the anguish in his heart to tear at his sanity. Muttering the mantra once more, the scene of hellish torment dissipated like a mirage. Second trial passed. The subsequent trials came in rapid succession. Mountains of spiritual stones and treasures, enough to purchase half a continent. The betrayal of a once brother, a fatal stab from behind. The suspicions of those closest to him, each word a dagger to the heart. With unwavering resolve, Lin Han overcame them all. As the ninth trial approached, he found himself standing in a realm of pure void, facing an ancient mirror. The mirror reflected not his own image, but that of Lin Binger trapped within the Tai Su mirror, forlorn and helpless. Final trial, choice. The patriarch's voice was unprecedentedly solemn. The heart flame you may take can save countless lives, but the price is your daughter's eternal damnation. Alternatively, you may relinquish the heart flame and preserve a glimmer of hope to save her. Lin Han's gaze bore into the image of his daughter, his heart wrenching. His throat felt parched, each word heavy as lead. I choose to take the heart flame. Why? The patriarch's voice was laced with confusion. The image in a mirror shifted. Lin Binger's figure vanished, replaced by countless souls wailing and perishing beneath the demon lord's iron heel. To save one is to save. To save the multitude is also salvation. Lin Han's voice was resolute. My daughter, I will rescue her with my own means. But this heart flame, it is vital for the survival of many. Therefore it shall be mine. After a prolonged silence, a long sigh echoed. The ninth layer was traversed. The void shattered abruptly. Lin Han, panting heavily, found himself standing at the edge of a vast pool of lava. At the center of the pool, a flame of purest white. The heart of the earth floated serenely. The clan leader and Yin Linger stood nearby, the former beaming with approval. Congratulations, Lin Zhongzhu. After 30,000 years, you are the fourth person to have successfully completed the path of heart refinement. Yin Linger carefully retrieved the heart of the earth and placed it into a specially crafted jade box, gently handing it to Lin Han. Here. Lin Han accepted the jade box with a solemn bow. Thank you, clan leader. Thank you, Saintess. No need, the clan leader waved his hand. Linger, see our guest off. Upon returning to the great hall, Lu Rian and the others were already anxiously pacing. When they saw Lin Han return safely, everyone exhaled in relief. Father. Lin Binger dashed into his embrace like a little bird. Lin Han affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, raising the jade box in his hand. I've got it. Miao Yin exclaimed joyfully, wonderful. Now, we only lack the final item, the medium for the pure Yin body. As she spoke, Yin Linger suddenly interjected. May I accompany you? Everyone was taken aback. Yet, the clan leader seemed to have anticipated this. Chuckling, Linger has reached the age where she should explore the world. Accompanying Lin Zhongzhu will broaden her horizons. Yin Linger stepped forward, her gaze intense. I am very interested in the Taisu mirror and... She lowered her voice to a whisper, audible only to the two of them. I know where the Purine body is. Lin Han's pupils contracted. You know? Yin Linger nodded confidently. Our clan's ancient texts record it. However, that place is fraught with peril. Without my guidance, you would not find it. The clan leader added. Linger is the most gifted saintess of the Yin clan in 300 years. Having her assistance will greatly facilitate your journey. Lin Han surveyed the group and, seeing no objections, extended his hand to Yin Linger. Welcome aboard. Yin Linger smiled brightly and grasped his hand. The moment their palms touched, a peculiar warmth surged from their hands, not caused by any technique, but rather a resonance of essence that caused Lin Han's spirit to tremble slightly. In the distance, Lu Rian watched the scene quietly, her grip on the hilt of her sword tightening involuntarily. Chapter 39. The ritual leaving the Yin clan's tribe, the group headed southwest. The place we're going to is called Xianyin Valley, the ruins of the ancient Xianyin sect. Yin Linger led the way, her voice clear. Within the valley sleeps a pure Yin body, said to be the last sect leader of the Xianyin sect. Miao Yin Post, Xianyin sect. Could it be the one founded by the Xianyin fairy, who was renowned alongside the ice fairy 30,000 years ago? Exactly, Yan Lingyan nodded. The sect's texts record that the Xianyin fairy sealed herself within the Xianyin cave to withstand the demonic calamity, waiting for a fated one. Lin Han furrowed his brow. A fated one? Are we to awaken her? Is it not too risky to deal with an ancient being that has lived for 30,000 years? It is not her that we are to awaken, Yin Linger clarified. It is a drop of her Xianyin true blood that we seek. That drop contains the purest essence of Yin cold, sufficient to serve as a catalyst. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lan, she suddenly halted, the mirror pattern on her forehead flashing urgently. Wait, the mirror spirit is reacting. There is danger. The group instantly fell into a defensive posture, their energies primed. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of even the chirping of insects or the calls of birds, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Underground, Lu Rian shouted. Without hesitation, she struck the ground forcefully. Boom! The earth erupted, dozens of black vines tearing through the ground, lunging towards them. Demonic vines. Miao Yin's expression changed. her fingers dancing as she formed a Buddhist seal, 18 beads flying forth to create a golden barrier, effectively blocking the initial onslaught. Lin Han unsheathed his sword, its light flashing as he severed several vines that were lashing towards Lin Binger. From the severed ends, foul black blood gushed forth. These creatures are tainted by demonic energy. Fire overcomes wood. Allow me. Yin Linger rubbed her hands together, two fiery red flames swelling in her palms, which she then hurled forward. Upon hitting the ground, the flames erupted, instantly incinerating a large portion of the demonic vines, emitting a foul odor into the air. Yet, the vines were relentless, with more demonic vines emerging from all directions, coming in waves. Defensive measures alone will not suffice, Lu Rian exclaimed, slashing a vine that attempted a sneak attack from behind. We must find a root. Father, over there. Lin Binger suddenly pointed towards a withered tree in the distance. That tree is fake. Lin Han focused intently in the direction she indicated, and indeed, the outline of the dead tree appeared unnaturally distorted. With a leap, he propelled himself skyward, the Zhu Xian sword radiating golden light as he merged with the blade, striking down fiercely upon the trunk. A howl, not quite human, erupted from the trunk, revealing a visage of agony beneath the cracked bark. It is a demonic tree spirit. Yin Linger gasped in alarm. How could such a creature be here? The tree sprang to life, rising to a height of 10 zhong, its twisted trunk revealing countless faces, while its branches morphed into massive serpents, striking wildly. You all go ahead. Lin Han positioned his sword protectively before the others. I will hold it back. No. Lu Ruyan and Yin Linger spoke simultaneously. They exchanged glances, and Lu Ruyan took the initiative, unleashing the Xian-Yin energy from within her, coalescing into hundreds of sharp ice spikes midair. Yin Linger understood and pressed her palms together, a majestic fire dragon roaring forth from her hands. The ice spikes and the fire dragon collided in midair, generating a tempest of dual energies that slammed into the demonic tree's trunk. The tree emitted a more anguished wail as a massive hole was forcibly blasted into its trunk. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Han thrust his sword deep into the breach. The Zhu Xian sword struck true, penetrating the vital point. The sword energy surged within, causing a thunderous explosion that reduced the twisted heart of the tree to a pulp. The enormous demonic tree collapsed, rapidly decaying into a foul pool of black water. Yin Linger wiped the sweat from her forehead, finally sighing in relief. It is resolved. However, Miao Yin still wore a grave expression. Something is amiss. Demonic tree spirits only manifest in areas of extreme demonic energy, and here. Her words were cut short as the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. Retreat. Lin Han reacted swiftly, scooping up Lin Binger as the group fell back. Just as they moved away, the ground where they stood collapsed with a thunderous roar, revealing a bottomless black pit. A chilling aura surged forth from the abyss. The mirror pattern on Lan Shi's forehead glowed intensely. The entrance to the Xianyin cave is below. Yin Linger exclaimed incredulously. How is that possible? According to the map, Xianyin Valley is still 10 miles away. A voice, ethereal yet imbued with profound melancholy, drifted from the black void. After 30,000 years, I have finally waited. A soft white light emanated from the cave, enveloping everyone. Lin Han felt the world spin, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast crystalline cavern. At the center of the cavern lay an ice coffin, within which rested a woman clad in white. Her beauty strikingly reminiscent of Lu Ruyan. The Xianyin fairy, Miao Yin murmured. Beside the icy coffin stands a stone tablet, inscribed with 2 lines, guided by emotion. Mediated by blood, the Xianyin is reborn, and the Tai Su reappears. Lin Han reads each word carefully, and in an instant, realization dawns upon him. We have misunderstood. It is not a quest for the Xianyin true blood, but rather a means for the Xianyin fairy to be reborn through a vessel. Lu Ruyan gazes at the woman in the icy coffin with a complex expression. So, I am the medium? Without warning, the lid of the coffin slides open on its own. The body of the Xianyin fairy slowly rises, drifting towards Lu Ruyan. Ruyan. Lin Han's heart tightens as he grips the hilt of his sword. Yet, Lu Ruyan raises her hand, signaling him to remain still. Wait, I can feel it. She's calling to me. The Xianyin fairy and Lu Ruyan hover in the air, and a glimmer of light appears at the center of their brows. In the next moment, the fairy's body shatters into countless shimmering particles, all of which surge into Lu Ruyan's body. Lu Ruyan lets out a muffled cry of pain as her body arches uncontrollably, radiating an intense white light. Ruyan. Lin Han wants to rush forward, but is forcefully repelled by an invisible barrier. The brilliance gradually fades. Lu Ruyan slowly stands upright. Her appearance remains unchanged, yet her demeanor has transformed entirely, now adorned with a silver mark identical to that of the Yin fairy on her forehead. She gazes down at her hands, a look of confusion crossing her face. I am Lu Ruyan, and I am also the descendant of Yin. Lin Han cautiously approaches. Ruyan, how do you feel? Lu Ruyan lifts her head, a fleeting silver light flickering in her eyes, before she offers him a familiar smile. I feel wonderful. Unlike anything before. She steps towards Lin Bing-er, gently caressing the little girl's cheek. Moreover, I know how to save Bing-er now. Lin Bing-er gazes up at her, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Sister Ruyan, you look more beautiful. I am not afraid. Lu Ruyan chuckles softly. Then her expression turns serious. We require a place of absolute tranquility to prepare for the ritual. Yin-Ling-er immediately suggests, let us return to the Yin clan. Our sacred ground is the most suitable for performing such secret arts. The others agree without hesitation, and they set off on their journey back. On the way, Lin Han notices that Lu Ruyan occasionally seems lost in thought, as if contemplating something or daydreaming. He quietly takes her hand, falling a few steps behind the group. Ruyan, are you truly all right? Do not force yourself. Lu Ruyan pauses in thought. My mind is filled with many things, chaotic and disordered. At times, I do not even know who I am. She grips Lin Han's hand tightly, with great strength. Yet, there's one thing that is crystal clear. I recognize you. And my heart knows you. Lin Han feels warmth surge within him as he embraces her tightly. No matter how you change, I will always be by your side. In front, Yin-Ling-er inadvertently glances back and catches sight of this scene. Her smile falters momentarily, but quickly returns to its natural state. Upon returning to the Yin clan, the clan leader, upon hearing the circumstances, readily agrees to their use of the sacred ground. It is a vast cave located within the heart of a volcano, with a massive stone platform surrounded by flowing lava. Here, the earth-fire energy is exceptionally pure, perfectly balancing the coldness of the Yin energy, the clan leader explains. The group immediately begins preparations. Miao Yin sets up a Brahma sound barrier around the stone platform. Lan Shi activates the Tai Su mirror, suspending it in mid-air, while Yin-Ling-er stands at the focal point, ready to guide the earth-fire energy. Lu Ruyan places the Tian Chiyu Sui and the Dxian Linghua on either side of the stone platform. She extends her hand toward Lin Bing-er. Bing-er, come here. Without a hint of fear, Lin Bing-er obediently walks to the center of the stone platform and sits cross-legged. Remember, no matter what happens, do not be afraid, Lu Ruyan gently advises. We're all here with you. Lin Bing-er nods vigorously and closes her eyes. Lu Ruyan retreats to the edge of the stone platform, forming an intricate hand seal. A tremendous force of Yin energy surges from her body, transforming into countless silver threads that envelop Lin Bing-er, ultimately forming a massive cocoon of light. Let us begin, she softly utters. The cocoon takes shape, the silver threads swirling, completely sealing Lin Bing-er within. Inside the cocoon, a breath entirely different from Bing-er's begins to awaken. Lin Han stands nearby, anxiously observing the proceedings. Lu Ruyan suddenly turns to him. Lin Han, I need your assistance. What must I do? The rebirth of Yin requires emotion as a catalyst. Lu Ruyan's cheeks flush slightly. I need you to kiss me. Lin Han is taken aback. Now, at the most critical moment of the ritual, Lu Ruyan explains, at that moment, my Yin energy will reach its peak, and I will require your Yang energy to harmonize. Lin Han nods solemnly, you understand. The ritual lasts a full hour. As the cocoon becomes nearly transparent, Lu Ruyan calls out now. Without hesitation, Lin Han rushes to the stone platform, cupping her face in his hands and kissing her deeply. At the moment their lips meet, a powerful surge of energy sweeps through the entire cave. The cocoon shatters with a resounding crash, and the Tai Su mirror emits an unprecedented brilliance, its surface revealing countless arcane symbols. When the light dissipates, Lin Bing-er's figure has vanished, and the Tai Su mirror becomes crystal clear, revealing a small girl peacefully asleep within. Chapter 40. The illusory mirror 1 month later, at the Qinglan sect. In the newly constructed mirror pavilion, the Taisu mirror is carefully placed and is under the watchful care of Lu Ruyin and Lan Shi. Each day, Lin Bing air appears to change, having grown slightly taller, and the icy crystal mark on her forehead shines ever brighter. This morning, Lin Han practices swordplay in the courtyard. The sound of his sword slicing through the air. Yin Ling air approaches, carrying a plate of freshly picked spirit fruits. Her fiery red attire dazzling in the morning sun like a flame. Brother Lin, take a break. She sets the fruit plate on the stone table. Since the ritual concluded, Yin Ling air has found an excuse to stay at the Qinglan sect, learning to control the earth fire. Her lively nature and sweet demeanor quickly endear her to everyone, especially as she follows Lin Han around. Thank you. Lin Han sheathes his sword and wipes the sweat from his brow with a cloth. Are you getting used to living here at the Qinglan sect? Yin Ling air's eyes curve into crescent moons. It's much more fun than I imagined. Sister Tang is teaching me alchemy. Sister Lan, she took me to explore the market at the foot of the mountain, and yesterday Sister Lu even guided me in my training. As she speaks, she inches closer to Lin Han, a faint scent of floral fire wafting through the air. However, I most want to learn your sword techniques. Is that all right? Lin Han subtly shifts his body, creating a bit of distance. Of course, but my sword techniques are rather wild. Mostly lethal skills that may not be suitable for young ladies to practice. I'm not afraid. I enjoy this kind of ferocity. Yin Ling air's eyes sparkle, and she even reaches for Lin Han's arm. How about we start right now? Just as Lin Han struggles to find a way to decline, Lan Shi rushes over in a flurry. Brother Lin, it's not good. There's S movement in the mirror pavilion. Lin Han's expression changes, and he immediately rises. Let S go. The three hasten to the mirror pavilion, where Lu Ruyin and Miao Yin are already standing before the Taisu mirror. At this moment, the mirror's surface shimmers, and Lin Bing air's figure is clearer than ever before. Father, the little girl in the mirror sees Lin Han and excitedly waves her small hand. I feel so strong. Lin Han leaps forward, pressing his palm against the cold mirror surface, his voice trembling. Bing air, how do you feel? I feel great. Sister Jingling remarked that I could emerge at any moment. Lin Binger playfully blinked. It was necessary for someone to receive her outside. Lu Ruyin stepped forward, her tone calm. I shall take on that role. My Xianyin power is of the same origin as Jingxin's, making me most suitable for guidance. She placed her hands upon the mirror, and a silvery light continuously flowed from her palms into the mirror. The Taisu mirror hummed, its surface rippling like boiling water. Now is the moment. Lu Ruyin called out. Lin Binger's figure began to squeeze out from the mirror, first a small hand, then an arm, a shoulder, and finally, she leaped out from the mirror's light. Bing. Lin Han tightly embraced his daughter, his eyes instantly reddening. Father, I miss you so much. Lin Binger clung to his neck, her voice laced with tears. The crowd quickly gathered around, expressing their concern with a cacophony of voices. Lin Binger sweetly responded to each inquiry, before running up to Lan Shi, curiously reaching out to touch the mirror pattern on her forehead. Sister Lan Shi, is Sister Jingling well? Lan Shi smiled and nodded. She is well, adapting to her newfound power. Miao Yin clasped her hands together. Congratulations to Binger on regaining her freedom, and cheers to the Taisu mirror for achieving completion. Lin Binger turned her gaze towards the Taisu mirror, which no longer reflected her image, but instead distinctly mirrored the vast clear sky outside the pavilion. Sister Jingling said that from now on, the Taisu mirror can unleash its true power. No sooner had she spoken than the mirror erupted with a heart-stopping crimson glow, and a cold, malicious voice erupted from within, echoing throughout the mirror pavilion. Is that so? How fortuitous, saving me the effort of searching for it. The sky within the mirror was suddenly replaced by a grotesquely contorted face. The demon sovereign, the crowd exclaimed in unison. The demon sovereign let out a piercing, maniacal laugh from within the mirror. Thank you for restoring the Taisu mirror for me. Now, it rightfully belongs to me. An overwhelming and terrifying force erupted from the mirror, causing the entire pavilion's beams to tremble violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. This is bad. He intends to forcibly seize the treasure. Lu Ruyin's face turned pale, and she immediately erected a Xianyin barrier. However, That barrier lasted less than a breath before it cracked with a sharp sound and shattered. Lin Binger suddenly broke free from Lin Han's embrace like an angered little beast, charging directly towards the mirror. "You villain! You shall not take my mirror!" She exerted all her strength, pressing her small hand against the mirror surface, and the ice crystal mark on her forehead erupted with dazzling brilliance. Two terrifying forces clashed violently within the mirror, distorting the surrounding space. "Binger, come back!" Lin Han attempted to rush forward, but was forcefully repelled by an invisible wave of energy. The demon sovereign's voice dripped with disdain and mockery. "A mere yellow-haired girl dares to obstruct me?" Lin Binger ground her silver teeth, her small face reddening with determination, her body trembling like a leaf in the wind. "I will never allow you to succeed." Just as she seemed on the verge of collapsing, she suddenly rushed forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. "Binger, let's face this together." The mirror pattern on her forehead instantly glowed, and the ethereal image of the mirror's spirit emerged, also pressing her hand against the mirror surface. The two forces merged as one, miraculously holding back the demon sovereign's encroachment. "We shall join in." Lu Ruyan, Yin Ling and Miao Yin simultaneously unleashed their spiritual powers into the Tai Su mirror without reservation. The demon sovereign's roar reverberated painfully in the ears. "A swarm of ants. Do you think this will be enough?" His words were abruptly cut off. Lin Han had already drawn his sword, the Zhu Xian sword letting out a thunderous dragon roar, as man and sword transformed into a streak of light that pierced through the darkness, directly striking the mirror. "Break for me." The instant the sword tip made contact with the mirror surface, the entire world seemed to lose its sound and color. The Tai Su mirror erupted with a brilliance akin to the sun, shattering the demon sovereign's grotesque visage like glass struck by a hammer, piece by piece, until, with a roar filled with endless resentment and unwillingness, he vanished completely. The mirror pavilion returned to tranquility. With a thud, Lin Binger collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. "We succeeded." Lin Han rushed over and scooped up his daughter, gently wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. "Binger, are you all right?" "I'm fine, father." Lin Binger offered a fatigued yet radiant smile, declaring that the big bad guy wouldn't dare return in the near future. Lu Rian approached to examine the Tai Su mirror closely, her brow furrowing. A slight crack had appeared on the surface, and it needed urgent repair. Miaoing suggested, "Perhaps we can take it to Fanine Valley. My master excels in restoring such artifacts." Yin Linga suddenly clapped her hands. "That's right. Our Yin clan's ancient texts record that if the Tai Su mirror is damaged, it can be placed within the Tiandi Ren Sankai formation for nurturing. Tianqi Yu Sui represents heaven, Di Xian Ling, which symbolizes earth, and then we need a pure Yin body." Her gaze fell upon Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan nodded. "It's worth a try." Lan Shi gently caressed the mirror's surface, seemingly communicating with the mirror spirit. The mirror spirit indicated that this is a good method, but it will require at least 49 days. Lin Han surveyed the crowd, his voice resolute. "Then it is decided. During this time, I shall personally guard the Tai Su mirror." Lin Binger immediately raised her small hand. "I want help too." The others exchanged smiles, the tense atmosphere finally easing. That evening, Qinglan sect hosted a grand banquet to celebrate Lin Binger's safe return. Amidst the clinking of cups and joyous laughter, Lin Han sat at the head of the table, warmth filling his heart as he gazed at his friends and family. Lu Ruyan sat to his left, occasionally refilling his cup and serving him dishes. Yin Linger was on his right, chattering animatedly about amusing tales from the southern wilderness. Lan Shi was playfully engaging with Lin Binger and Lin Qingxian, alongside other disciples, while Tang Hongling and Chu Ruoli enthusiastically discussed a particular elixir's formula with Miao Yin. The banquet continued until late into the night. Lin Han wandered alone to the back mountain, enjoying the evening breeze and gazing at the star-filled sky. "What are you pondering?" A cool yet gentle voice came from behind him. Lin Han turned to see Lu Ruyan in a simple white dress, looking ethereal under the moonlight. "I was reflecting on how arduous this journey has been." Lu Ruyan joined him, silently watching the starry sky. "Indeed, without everyone, we could not have reached this day." They fell into a moment of silence, an air of tranquil understanding enveloping them. Lu Ruyan suddenly spoke, her voice soft. "At the banquet, Yin Linger kept her eyes on you." Lin Han was taken aback, scratching his head. "That's just her nature, quite forthright." "Is that so?" Lu Ruyan's tone was inscrutable. yet her fingers tightened subtly around the hem of her skirt. The way she looked at you seems more than mere admiration. Lin Han turned to regard her earnestly. Linger is a good girl, but in my heart, she is merely a younger sister. Lu Rian met his gaze, seemingly searching for any hint of insincerity on his face. Truly? Absolutely. Lin Han reached out, grasping her slightly cool hand. You know well who occupies my heart. Lu Rian's cheeks flushed suddenly, as if scalded, wanting to withdraw her hand, but finding it held tighter. Who asked you that? Lin Han chuckled lightly, about to say more when he sensed a familiar presence approaching. Someone was coming. Yen Linger emerged from behind a tree, looking somewhat awkward. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Lu Rian swiftly withdrew her hand and stood up. I'll take my leave now. You two continue your conversation. Once she had distanced herself, Yen Linger settled beside Lin Han and whispered, I apologize, Lin Ge. I indeed hold feelings for you. Lin Han responded gently, yet resolutely, Ling, you are a wonderful girl. But Yen Linger interrupted him, forcing a smile. Sister Lu is so exceptional. You two are a perfect match. I merely wish to convey my feelings, nothing more. Rising to her feet, she inhaled deeply. From tomorrow onward, I shall regard you as my brother. With that, she turned and ran away, her silhouette appearing somewhat solitary. Lin Han sighed, gazing up at the moon. Matters of the heart are indeed more intricate than cultivation. At that moment, an unusual disturbance emanated from the direction of the Tai Su mirror. Lin Han's heart tightened, and he hurried over. Within the mirror pavilion, the Tai Su mirror floated in midair, its surface reflecting not the surrounding scenery, but a strange, starry sky. Standing before the mirror was Lan Shi, seemingly engaged in a dialogue with something within. Lan Si, Lin Han called softly. Lan Shi turned, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Lin Ye, the mirror spirit claims to have glimpsed fragments of the future. What fragments? Lin Han inquired. The demon lord has not given up. He is gathering an army. Lan Shi's voice trembled, and he has found new allies. The mirror rippled, revealing a vague silhouette. The figure stood with its back turned, tall and imposing, wielding a jet-black longsword. Elena Han's pupils constricta. The figure gradually turned, unveiling a face that haunted his dreams. Su Yuqing. Yuqing, Lin Han exclaimed, as if struck by lightning. This could not be real. Lan Shi closed her eyes in anguish. The mirror spirit says she has been tainted by demonic energy. Chapter 41. The love rediscovered. The Su Yuqing within the mirror slowly turned. That face, once gentle as jade, was now marred by a layer of dark energy, with eerie purple light flickering in her eyes. A chilling smile graced her lips, one Lin Han had never seen before, while the black longsword in her hand exuded ominous, demonic energy. Yuqing. Lin Han's fingers brushed against the cold mirror surface, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. 5 years prior, during the demon-slaying campaign, he had witnessed Su Yuqing fall into the abyss of demons while covering their retreat, her body never to be found. To see her again, in such a state, was utterly devastating. Lan Shi pressed down on the violently quaking mirror, the patterns on her forehead flashing rapidly. The mirror spirit says her soul has been polluted by demonic energy, but deep within, a sliver of clarity remains. The Tai Su mirror suddenly trembled violently. Without warning, the Su Yuqing in the mirror raised her hand, and a jet-black sword energy pierced through the mirror, aiming straight for Lin Han's throat. Be careful, Lan Si et Galim. Shoving Lin Han aside, the sword energy grazed his cheek, leaving a profound crack in the stone wall behind, with debris cascading down. She can attack through the mirror? Lin Han wiped the blood from his cheek, disbelief etched across his face. It is not her. Lan Shi's complexion turned pale. It is the demon lord. He is using her to manipulate the Tai Su mirror. We must seal it immediately. Before she could finish her sentence, the door to the pavilion was kicked open from the outside. Lu Rian burst in, accompanied by Yen Linger and Miao Yin, their faces paling as they beheld the scene within the mirror. Su Yuqing. Lu Rian conjured an ice lotus in an instant, emanating a chilling aura. Isn't she already? Yen Linger summoned a blaze in her palm. Whoever she is, we need to seal this cursed mirror first. Wait. Lin Han interposed with outstretched arms. She can still be saved. The mirror spirit said her soul has not been completely corrupted. Lu Rian's hand froze midair, her gaze flickering between Lin Han and the figure in the mirror, her thoughts complex and difficult to decipher. 5 years ago, It was Su Yuqing's death that had granted her the opportunity to grow closer to Lin Han. With the return of a past love, she understood better than anyone what this meant for Lin Han. Suddenly, the Su Yuqing in the mirror spoke, but her voice was cold and malevolent. Lin Han, if you want your woman, come to the abyss of demons to find me. As her words faded, the mirror returned to tranquility, its surface smooth and unblemished. An eerie silence enveloped the pavilion. Miao Yin broke the stillness first. The demon lord has orchestrated this. He anticipated you would come. Lin Han's fists clenched tightly, cracking audibly. Even if I must traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire, I will, Daddy. A tender voice called from outside the door. Lin Binger stood at the entrance, clutching a worn-out doll, her eyes still heavy with sleep. I had a nightmare. There were bad people calling me from the mirror. The expressions of everyone shifted dramatically. Lin Han dashed forward, scooping his daughter into his arms, his voice trembling. When did this happen? Just now, Lin Binger rubbed her eyes. A man in black said he wanted me to play in the mirror. Lu Ruyan and Lan, she exchanged horrified glances. The demon lord could directly contact Lin Binger. The connection between the Tai Su mirror and her was deeper than anyone had imagined. We need to get Binger back to rest, Lu Ruyan decisively stated. The rest of us will stay behind to discuss a strategy. After settling Lin Binger, the five returned to the mirror pavilion. Yen Linga conduit flames at her fingertips, swiftly sketching a map of the abyss of demons on the ground. The entrance is in the northwestern cliff, perpetually shrouded in demonic energy. Any ordinary cultivator who approaches will be corrupted. I have the protection of the Tai Su mirror. I should be able to withstand it for a time, Lan, she said, tracing the patterns on her forehead, but no more than 2 hours. Lu Ruyan immediately shook her head. That is far too risky. The demon lord has made it clear he intends to ensnare us all. We cannot walk into his trap. But Sister Su is still in their hands. Yen Linger blurted out, then realized her mistake, stealing a glance at Lu Ruyan. A subtle tension filled the room. Miao Yin cleared her throat, breaking the awkwardness. Perhaps we need not force our way in. My Vanian Valley possesses a soul-drawing technique that can remotely sense the souls of those tainted by demonic energy. Lin Han suddenly lifted his head. Are you suggesting? We can first ascertain the state of Su's soul before formulating a rescue plan, Miao Yin explained. If what the mirror spirit says is true, and she can still be saved, we can act later. Lu Ruyan stood abruptly. I concur with Miao Yin's suggestion. Lin Han, I know you are anxious, but recklessness will only play into the demon lord's hands. She paused, lowering her voice. Moreover, Binger needs you. Those words struck Lin Han like a bucket of cold water, awakening him instantly. He exhaled deeply. Very well, let us first confirm Yuqing's condition. Miao Yin, what is required for the soul drawing technique? We need an item closely related to the target, and Miao Yin hesitated, a willing person to act as a medium. I have the jade pendant Yuqing gifted me years ago. Lin Han produced a translucent crescent-shaped jade pendant from his garment. As for the medium, I shall do it. Lu Ruyan and Lan, she spoke simultaneously. The two exchanged glances, Lu Ruyan's tone resolute. My Xianyin body has the strongest resistance to demonic energy. I'm the most suitable. Yen Linger suddenly interjected. Why not have the three of us? Sister Lu can bear the brunt. Sister Lan can sense with the mirror spirit. And I can provide protection with my fire spirit power. Miao Yin considered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, the three working together would be more secure. Time is of the essence. We will commence the ritual tomorrow night at midnight when the Yin energy is at its peak, making it easier to sense the aura of the abyss of demons. After the group dispersed, Lin Han remained alone in the mirror pavilion. He gently caressed the icy surface of the Tai Su mirror, lost in a myriad of thoughts. 5 years ago, the horrific scene of that bloody battle resurfaced in Lin Han's mind. In an effort to save him, Su Yuqing had taken the fatal blow from the demon lord, her resolute smile lingering in his thoughts as she fell into the abyss of demons. Are you still thinking about her? Lu Ruyan's voice emerged from behind him. She held a cup of tea, and the moonlight cascaded upon her white dress. Lin Han accepted the cup, the warmth just right. Ruyan, I don't need to explain. Lu Ruyan sat beside him. If today the one appearing in the mirror were me, you would be equally anxious. Lin Han's heart warmed, and he took her hand in his. Thank you. Lu Ruyan allowed him to hold her, and after a moment, she spoke softly. But you must promise me, no matter what happens, do not repeat the foolishness of 5 years ago. Back then, You entered the demon cave alone for revenge. Nearly her voice choked. Lin Han embraced her, inhaling the cool fragrance of lotus from her hair. I promise you. Outside the window, Yin-Linger sat with her knees drawn close behind the rockery, watching the two embrace within, the fire in her eyes flickering uncertainly. Chapter 42. The Trial of Inner Demons. Midnight. Within the boundary of the Brahma Sound. The scent of sandalwood was heavy and unyielding. Miao Yin flicked her wrist, causing the golden bell to ring lightly. As golden light flowed from her fingertips across the bluestone slab, sketching the final formation pattern. The formation eye, Miao Yin called out. Lin Han stepped forward, solemnly placing the half-moon jade pendant into the groove at the center of the formation. Everyone, take your positions. Lu Ruyan, Lan Shi, and Yin-Linger seated themselves in a triangular formation. Miao Yin's incantation echoed, ancient and obscure. In an instant, 3 beams of light shot into the sky. Lu Ruyan radiated silver, embodying the power of Xianyin. Lan Shi gleamed blue, embodying the power of the mirror spirit. Yin-Linger blazed red, embodying the earth fire. Soul, return, led with jade. Miao Yin's voice seemed to echo from ancient times, ethereal yet commanding. The bell rang crisply, and the entire formation burst forth with brilliance. The jade pendant at the formation eye vibrated and levitated, a wisp of green light shooting forth. Lin Han's heart raced. The green light twisted in the air, struggling, ultimately tainted by a sinister dark purple hue. A hazy figure was forcibly pulled from that purple light, gradually becoming clear. Su Yuqing. Her form was ethereal, eyes tightly shut. Her expression one of torment. Countless pitch-black chains emerged from the void, binding her limbs and torso, each chain inscribed with twisted demonic symbols. Most horrifying was the living demonic pattern writhing slowly on her forehead, seemingly intent on devouring her consciousness. Yuqing, Lin Han roared, about to rush into the formation. Stop! Miao Yin's hand shot out to block him, her arm as firm as iron. Do you wish for her soul to disperse on the spot? This is merely a soul shadow. Miao Yin's face had turned ashen. This is the work of the heart-eating lock demon lord. It is ruthless. These chains are connected to her soul, and if you force it, she will be lost. On Lan Shi's forehead, the mirror pattern suddenly brightened, and she spoke urgently. The mirror spirit tells me the source of these chains lies in the abyss of demons. It's the monument of 10,000 demons. Unless that monument is destroyed, these chains cannot be broken. Then let us go to the abyss of demons and smash that cursed monument. Yin-Linger shouted, her fiery temper flaring. Flames surging 3 feet high. Poof! Just as she finished speaking, Lu Ruyan trembled violently, a mouthful of blood spilling from her lips. The silver light surrounding her flickered intensely, clearly indicating a backlash from the demonic energy within the formation. The Xianyin power being consumed frantically. Ruyan, Lin Han exclaimed, turning to Miao Yin. Stop! Quickly stop! No! Miao Yin decisively refused. The formation was already established. If interrupted, all 3 of them would be overwhelmed by the demonic energy. Just then, the soul shadow at the center of the formation, its tightly shut eyes, suddenly opened. A pair of purple pupils, devoid of emotion, locked onto Lin Han. Brother Han. The voice was weak and trembling. It was the real Su Yuqing. Yuqing, is it you? Lin Han's heart tightened. Hurry and leave. The soul shadow's face displayed intense agony for the first time. It's a trap. P.S. using me to lure you. Before she could finish, a heart-wrenching scream erupted. The demonic pattern on her forehead expanded wildly, dark lines instantly crawling across her ethereal visage. Damn it! The demon lord is tracking us through the connection. Miao Yin's expression changed dramatically. The golden bell shook violently. Cut it off. Lu Ruyan and the others heard her and simultaneously forced their spiritual energy back. Bang! The soul shadow exploded into a myriad of purple lights. Poof! Lu Ruyan could no longer hold on, spewing another mouthful of blood, her body slumping backward. Lin Han leaped forward, catching her in his arms, selflessly channeling his spiritual energy into her. I'm fine. Lu Ruyan gasped as she rested in his embrace. I still have consciousness. Yin-Linger wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, fiercely saying, So what? That old demon is clearly waiting for us to deliver ourselves to death. Are we really going to charge into the abyss of demons? Silence fell. At that moment, Lan Shi, who had been silent, spoke up. Perhaps we don't need to go to the abyss of demons. Everyone turned to her. The Taisu mirror can construct a realm within the mirror. Lan Shi's voice was weak yet clear. Lineage, you can directly enter Sister Su's sea of consciousness. That is her domain, as long as you can awaken her. There's a chance to break the heart-eating lock from within. No, Lu Ruyin immediately objected, struggling to sit up. The world of consciousness is far more perilous than reality. If your soul is tainted by the demon lord's power inside, you will be ruined. Lin Han grasped her icy hand, his voice soft yet resolute. But this is the only way, isn't it? I cannot bear to watch her suffer. Lu Ruyin looked at him, ultimately lowering her head in defeat. Let us wait for one night. We all need to recover. Tomorrow morning, we will act. The next morning, at the Mirror Pavilion. Layers of barriers completely isolated this place from the outside world. The Taisu mirror hovered in midair, its ancient surface rippling like water. Lin Han sat cross-legged before the mirror, the half-moon jade pendant that had once saved his life, now fastened at his waist. Miao Yin's expression was grave. Listen carefully. You only have 3 hours. Once the time is up, regardless of success or failure, we will forcibly pull you out. Lu Ruyin stepped forward, hanging a crystal-clear pendant around his neck. This is my life's essence. It will protect your soul at a critical moment. Yin Linger handed him a fire-red feather. Take this, let me know you're still alive. Lastly, Lan Shi touched her fingertip to Lin Han's brow, a hint of blue light shimmering. The mirror spirit will guide you to find her. Lin Han no longer hesitated, extending his hand to press against the Taisu mirror. Buzz! The mirror instantly transformed into a vortex. An irresistible force pulled at him, and Lin Han felt his consciousness being violently extracted from his body, plunging into an endless abyss of darkness. As his awareness returned, he found himself on a scorched black land, beneath a dark red sun hanging ominously in the sky. In the distance stood a colossal tower made of bones, piercing the clouds. At the tower's peak, countless chains hung, leading to a familiar figure. Su Yuqing. Yuqing. Lin Han's heart tightened as he soared upwards on his sword, transforming into a streak of light, racing toward the top of the tower. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the chains, hiss, a jet-black sword energy descended without warning. Lin Han felt a chill running down his spine, instinctively rolling to the side. The sword aura grazed his arm, leaving a gash deep enough to expose bone, blood gushing forth. A familiar yet alien voice echoed above him, laced with scornful mockery. Brother Han, after all these years, you have made no progress. The possessed Su Yuqing floated down, wielding a long sword enveloped in dark mist. Her violet pupils filled with derision. For someone who should have perished long ago, you truly are foolish to sacrifice yourself. Lin Han pressed his hand against the wound, blood trickling between his fingers, gritting his teeth. You are not her. Demon Lord, get out of her body. I am her, Su Yuqing replied with a laugh. The tip of her dark sword aimed at Lin Han's heart. I have inherited everything from her. I have seen every sleepless night she endured for you. Every tear she shed. Such a pitiable and laughable affection. Lin Han tore the jade pendant from his waist, laying it in his palm. Do you still recognize this? When the jade shatters, so too shall the person. This heart shall never change. These were your words to me years ago. Su Yuqing's movements paused for a brief moment, the purple light in her pupils flickering erratically. Naive, she spat through gritted teeth. And what of this? Lin Han retrieved a simple wooden hairpin from his robe. I carved this for your 20th birthday. You said it was to be your bridal gift. A sudden, anguished cry escaped Su Yuqing, as if struck by an unseen force. Silence. I command you to be silent. Right now. Lin Han disregarded everything and rushed towards her, enveloping the struggling body tightly in his embrace. Yuqing, it is me. Come back. We are all waiting for you to return home. The force of her struggles began to wane. The colors of purple and black in her pupils flickered chaotically. A broken voice emerged. Brother Han, save me. Boom. The entire realm of consciousness began to collapse. The bone tower beneath them shattered inch by inch, and the dark red sky was torn open, revealing a grotesque rift. An enormous demonic claw emerged from the crevice, blotting out the sky. Insects, dare to disrupt my grand design. The demon lord's roar transformed into a palpable wave of sound, causing Lin Han to bleed from his 7 orifices. The claw, imbued with a destructive aura, descended upon him, In a moment of peril, a chilling light erupted from Lin Han's chest. The ice pendant from Lu Rian morphed into a colossal ice lotus, blooming upwards, steadfastly holding the claw aloft. A piercing cry rang out. Yin-Linger's fiery feathers soared into the sky, transforming into a blazing phoenix that collided fiercely with the back of the claw. "Brother Lin, the time has come. Seize her." Lan Shi's urgent voice echoed in the void. Without needing further instruction, Lin Han grasped Su Yuqing's wrist tightly. A force from the real world descended, yanking him and Su Yuqing violently toward the rift in the sky. Within the mirror pavilion, the Taisu mirror radiated brilliant light. Lin Han, seated in meditation, ulted violently. And in the next moment, a person materialized in his arms. It was the unconscious Su Yuqing. "We did it!" Yin-Linger exclaimed with excitement. "Wait." Lu Rian's voice suddenly turned cold. "Look at her brow. The demonic mark remains." Before she could finish, Su Yuqing, who should have been unconscious in Lin Han's embrace, abruptly opened her eyes. A flash of violet light. A poisoned black dagger had appeared in her hand, and with all her might, she thrust it towards Lin Han's heart. Too close. Just as the blade was about to pierce his skin, a mirror light surged forward, striking the blade with a resounding clang. Su Yuqing let out a muffled groan, her eyes rolling back as she fell unconscious once more. "It is the Demon Lord's contingency plan." Miao Yin reacted swiftly, forming hand seals as golden runes surged into Su Yuqing's body, temporarily suppressing the demonic energy. The demonic mark must be purified at once. Lin Han held the resurrected yet treacherous Su Yuqing in his arms, his heart heavy. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Lan Shi's face was as pale as a sheet. "Lan Shiyu, I am fine," she managed to force a smile, but before she could finish, she suddenly bent over. Puffed. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, and she slumped backward. "Lan Shi." Lin Han was alarmed, holding Su Yuqing tightly with one arm, while swiftly reaching out with the other to catch the collapsing Lan Shi. Yet, the sensation he grasped sent chills through him. It was not coldness, but emptiness. Lan Shi's body was visibly becoming transparent, starting from her feet and gradually dissipating into the air. "This is bad." Miao Yin's voice trembled. "The Taisu mirror is malfunctioning. The mirror spirit is siphoning her life force. Quickly, separate them." Lu Rian and Yin-Linger, disregarding their injuries, acted simultaneously. Silver-white Yin power and crimson earth-heart fire intertwined, forming a great net that forcefully enveloped the space between Lan Shi and Su Yuqing. Attempting to sever that strange connection, the scene descended into chaos. Unbeknownst to anyone, a tiny crack appeared silently on the ancient Taisu mirror in midair, gradually expanding larger and larger. Chapter 43. The choice of 3 parties within the medicinal chamber of Qinglan sect. 3 jade couches lay in a row, the atmosphere thick with tension. Su Yuqing, Lan Shi, and Lin Binger lay motionless, surrounded by a flickering array of spiritual light, yet unable to quell the suffocating silence that hung in the air. How could Binger suddenly fall unconscious? Lin Han grasped his daughter's icy hand tightly, his throat dry as if sandpaper had scraped it. Shortly after the incident with Lan Shi, Lin Binger had collapsed outside the mirror pavilion without warning, and she had not awakened since. Chu Ruoli retracted her probing spiritual energy, her complexion ashen. The demonic mark within Ms. Su is battling for control with the power of the mirror spirit. Miss Lan's life force has been drained too much. She is nearly at her end. As for Binger, she paused, her voice dropping lower. Her soul seems to have been forcibly dragged into the deepest part of the Taisu mirror by an invisible hand. Lu Rian lightly tapped the ice crystal mark on Lin Binger's brow, her voice cold. The Demon Lord's target has never been Su Yuqing. It has always been the mirror heart. He uses Su Yuqing as a decoy. His true aim is to strike at Binger. What are we waiting for? Yin-Linger paced anxiously, unable to just stand idly by. Miao Yin joined her hands in prayer, quickly making a decision. "We must split up. I will suppress the demonic mark within Su's body. Lu, Yin, one of you use Yin power, and the other use Earth Heart Fire to stabilize the mirror spirit's power within Lan." As for Binger, her gaze fell upon Lin Han. "Only you can enter the Taisu mirror to retrieve her." Lin Han's eyes swept over the 3 jade couches. His heart gripped painfully as if caught by 3 hands simultaneously. Su Yuqing's brow furrowed, soft moans of pain escaping her throat. Lan Shi was as pale as a sheet. her chest barely rising and falling. And as Binger, her small body curled up as if trapped in a nightmare from which she could never awaken. Brother Lin, make your decision. Time is of the essence. Lu Rian urged. Lin Han clenched his jaw, resolute. Rolly, take care of them. Miaoyin, I entrust Yuqing to you. Rian, Linger, take care of Lan Shi. He leaned down, pressing a heavy kiss on his daughter's cold forehead. I will go bring Binger home. In front of the Tai Su Jing, Lin Han did not perform any rituals or set up any formations. He simply pressed his palm fiercely against the cold surface of the mirror. A sense of irrevocable determination surged through his entire being. Father! A nearly inaudible call echoed from the depths of the mirror. Lin Han's spirit soared, and without a trace of hesitation, he transformed into a blinding streak of light, boldly plunging into the mirror. The scene before him twisted violently. The acrid aura of the demon abyss vanished, replaced by a vast, silent starry sky. Countless enormous shards of mirror floated in the darkness, each shimmering with reflections that revealed different images. There was Lin Binger as a babbling child, the silhouettes of the past masters of the Tai Su Jing, and even a fleeting glimpse of the demon lord. Binger, Lin Han traversed through the shards, his call swallowed by the endless void. A particularly bright shard caught his attention. Within it, Lin Binger was tightly bound by numerous black chains. Just as he was about to rush forward, a figure materialized out of thin air, blocking his path. It was Lan Shi. No, it was the mirror spirit borrowing Lan Shi's form. Do not approach. The mirror spirit's voice, laced with a tremor reminiscent of Lan Shi, warned. That is a trap. The demon lord is using Binger's life to force the Tai Su Jing into complete awakening. The Zhu Xian sword in Lin Han's hand buzzed ominously, its tip aimed at the mirror spirit. Return my daughter to me. Do you not yet understand? The mirror spirit let out a bitter laugh. Binger has never been an ordinary child. She is indeed the reincarnation of the ice fairy, but she is also the heart of the Tai Su Jing. Lost for 30,000 years. Long ago, the fairy severed the heart, transforming into human form and entering the cycle of reincarnation, all to prevent the demon lord from obtaining the complete Tai Su Jing. This revelation struck Lin Han's mind like a thunderclap. He suddenly remembered Lan Shi mentioning that the heart of the mirror was, in fact, Binger. Thus, the demon lord would stop at nothing to capture her. Lin Han instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. What do we do now? The heart was being tainted by demonic energy and was awakening. The mirror spirit pointed towards a shard in the distance, rapidly being engulfed by darkness. Once she is completely demonized, the demon lord will be able to control this ancient artifact through her. Lin Han felt a burning desperation within. How can I save her? Only you can awaken the human side that belongs to her. The mirror spirit's form began to grow transparent, its voice fading. Use your memories. Quickly, before the words could finish, the entire starry sky trembled violently, and countless black chains shot forth from all directions. Lin Han swung his sword to parry, darting left and right, and finally, just before his sword light flickered out, he reached the shard imprisoning Lin Binger. Inside, the little girl lay with her eyes tightly shut, demonic patterns crawling up half her face, and the ice crystal mark on her forehead had half transformed into an ominous purple hue. Binger, wake up. Father has come. Lin Han pressed his palm firmly against the shard, disregarding the encroaching demonic energy, desperately pouring his spiritual power into it. The little girl showed no response. A thunderous realization struck Lin Han's mind. He recalled the mirror spirit's last words, shared memories. Binger, do you remember the first time you called me father? That day you scraped your knee, and I clumsily bandaged it for you. His voice softened tremendously, as if afraid to disturb something. And on your 5th birthday, we secretly snuck down the mountain to buy candied hawthorns, only to be caught by Aunt Lu, who made you copy the rules 100 times. Inside the shard, the little girl's long eyelashes fluttered. There was a way. Lin Han's heart leaped with joy as he continued. You always said you love being held by Father the most because my embrace is the warmest. Father. A faint, childlike voice floated from the shard. Lin Binger slowly opened her eyes, the fearsome purple light in her pupils gradually fading. Yes, it is Father. Lin Han was overjoyed. Quick, grab Father's hand. Just as their hands were about to touch, a massive claw covered in demonic patterns tore through the void and seized Lin Binger in its grip. No, Lin Han roared, unleashing the full force of the Zhu Xian sword towards the claw. However, As the sword energy passed, the claw remained unmoved, tightening its grip even further. "Father, save me." In a critical moment, a brilliant blue beam shot in from the side, striking the wrist of the claw with pinpoint accuracy. The claw recoiled in pain, loosening its grip, and Lin Binger seized the opportunity to escape, leaping into Lin Han's embrace. "Lan Si." Lin Han stared in astonishment at the suddenly appearing woman clad in blue. But it was not Lan Shi. It was the true form of the mirror spirit. "Take her away." The mirror spirit swiftly formed seals with her hands, raising a massive barrier to block the approaching claw. "I will temporarily seal the passage within the mirror." Lin Han scooped up Lin Binger and turned to dash towards the exit, but the little girl struggled, pointing towards the mirror spirit. "Sister Lan Shi. Sister Lan, she is still inside her body. We cannot leave her behind." Only then did Lin Han notice the translucent chest of the mirror spirit, where he could vaguely see the curled shadow of Lan Shi, two souls merging at a visible speed. "Lan Shi willingly merges with me. This is the only way to combat the demon lord." The mirror spirit's voice now held a hint of Lan Shi's tenderness. "Go, tell her I am very sorry." The starry sky began to collapse, and countless shards turned to dust. Lin Han cast one last glance at the blue figure that supported the heavens, tightened his hold on his daughter, and charged towards the only exit. In the real world, within the medicinal chamber, the Su Yuqing emitted a piercing wail, its surface cracking in half. Lin Han tumbled out of the shattered mirror light, clutching Lin Binger as everyone rushed to his side. "Binger!" Lu Ru Yin swiftly took the little girl, anxiously checking her condition. Yet Lin Binger wriggled free from her embrace, scrambling towards another jade couch. "Sister Lan Shi." On the couch, Lan Shi, who had remained silent, suddenly opened her eyes. Her pupils had transformed into the same profound purple as the mirror spirit. She slowly sat up, her voice echoing with a dual resonance. "The demon lord has been temporarily repelled, but a greater crisis is approaching." The crowd exchanged uncertain glances. Lin Han stepped forward, tentatively asking, "Lan Shi? Or are you both and neither?" She raised her hand, gently stroking the intricate mirror patterns that adorned her forehead. "To suppress the demon lord. Our souls have." Before she could finish, she abruptly turned her gaze towards the entrance of the medicinal chamber. Someone is coming. Almost simultaneously, a cacophony of hurried, chaotic footsteps echoed from outside the door. Tang Hongling rushed in, supporting a bloodied figure. "Not good. The demonic cultivators have breached the mountain gate." The figure broke free from Tang Hongling and fell to one knee, the long sword in their hand clattering to the ground, still dripping with blood. It was Xiao Xinghe. Leading the group was Su Yuqing's master, the Grand Elder of the Xian Tian Sword sect. He had allied himself with the Demon Lord. The crowd was struck by shock, their faces paling. Lin Han's heart raced with alarm as he abruptly turned to glance at another jade couch. Su Yuqing, who should have been resting there, had vanished without a trace. The couch lay empty. Chapter 44, Betrayal. Xinglan's sect, the mountain gate has fallen. The protective formation of Hushan shattered into countless luminous particles, dissipating in the heavy scent of blood. Dozens of disciples lay in pools of their own blood, unable to rise again. Xiao Xinghe knelt on one knee, a deep wound visible to the bone, oozing black blood from his chest, with a long sword in his hand, serving as his only support. To his utter disbelief, the entire Xuantian Sword sect had succumbed to darkness. With every word he uttered, blood welled from the corners of his mouth. Lin Han supported his faltering body, his gaze fixed firmly on the mountain gate beyond. There, a dark figure hovered in the air. Su Yuqing, clad in black, she wielded not the Qing Shuang sword, but a bone sword, entwined with demonic energy. Behind her, a horde of demonic cultivators surged over the corpses of their fellow disciples, flooding into the mountain gate. Yuqing. Lin Han's heart felt as though it were gripped by an iron hand, the pain rendering him almost breathless. Mere hours ago, he had rescued her from the abyss of demons. Now, they were poised to face each other as adversaries. Su Yuqing's face bore no trace of emotion, only a chilling silence. Lin Han, surrender the Tai Su mirror and its core, and I shall spare your life. You are under control. Awaken. Lin Han stepped forward, his voice hoarse. Look at the ground. Look at these once fellow disciples. Fellow disciples? Su Yuqing's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. When I fell into the abyss of demons. Who came looking for me? With a sudden twist of her sword, she aimed it at Lu Ruyin. But you, the moment I left, you were already entangled with her. Reveling in your bliss. Lu Ruyin's complexion turned pale, yet her hand gripping the ice lotus did not tremble. Sister Su, the demonic energy has clouded your mind. We have never given up on you. Lin Han, silence. Su Yuqing's sharp rebuke caused the black light on her bone sword to explode. Today, surrender the core, or face annihilation. As the final word fell, she vanished from her position, reappearing before Lin Han. The bone sword howled through the air, aiming straight for his throat. Clang! Sparks flew. The Zhu Xian sword narrowly blocked this lethal blow, the tremendous force sending Lin Han staggering back 3 steps, his palms torn and bloodied. Su Yuqing's cultivation had evidently grown several times stronger than 5 years prior. What? Are you reluctant to strike me down? A glint of mockery flickered in Su Yuqing's violet eyes as her onslaught intensified. Alas, I shall show you no mercy. The sword light cascaded like a waterfall. Each strike aimed at his life. Lin Han found himself retreating continuously, not due to a lack of strength, but because he could not bear to strike. This face, the one he had longed for, dreamt of for 5 years. Each sword thrust felt as if it pierced his own heart. Lin Han, she is no longer Su Yuqing. Lu Ruyin's urgent cry broke through, her ice lotus suddenly blooming, unleashing a torrent of ice spikes towards Su Yuqing's back. Yet, without looking back, Su Yuqing waved her left hand casually, conjuring a barrier of demonic energy that deflected all the ice spikes effortlessly. Her smile grew increasingly cruel. Sister Lu, you still delight in ambushing from behind. Before her words could fully fade, her attack on Lin Han shifted, the bone sword thrusting at a most deceptive angle towards his heart. In a flash of lightning, a red figure darted forward, Yin-Yang brandishing the Fire Lin sword, blocking the two with immense force. Clang! Yin-Yang was sent flying, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Brother Lin, awaken. She wants to kill you. This declaration finally ignited the suppressed fury within Lin Han. Ruyin, Lu Ruyin and Yin-Yang exchanged a knowing glance, their figures intertwining to form a triad formation. Encircling Su Yuqing tightly. The powers of Xian Yin, Li Hua, and Zhu Xian wove together into a colossal net, temporarily restraining her furious assault. However, the battle at the mountain gate was perilously close to collapse. The demonic army broke through the last line of defense. Miao Yin and Chu Ruoli fighting desperately alongside the remaining disciples, yet they could not hold back the tide of enemies. Above the mirror pavilion, Lan Shi, possessed by the mirror spirit, stood before the Tai Su mirror, her violet eyes shimmering with brilliance. Time was running out. The demon lord was about to open the interdimensional passage. She turned abruptly, her gaze locking onto Lin Han in the battlefield. There was only one way left. At the heart of the battle, Su Yuqing became more formidable with each clash, the bone sword swirling amidst an ocean of demonic energy. To protect Lin Han, who was momentarily distracted, Lu Ruyin was struck by sword energy on her right shoulder, a deep wound visible to the bone, staining half of her white dress crimson. Ruyin. Lin Han caught the staggering Lu Ruyin in his arms, his eyes instantly reddening. The last vestige of hesitation was utterly consumed by rage. The Zhu Xian sword sensed its master's murderous intent, emitting a violent hum, as a brilliant golden light revealed a hint of ominous crimson. Now this is more like it. Su Yuqing extended her tongue, licking the blood from the sword's edge, her smile bewitching. Let me see, after 5 years, is your sword swift enough? The two stood poised for battle, tension crackling in the air. Just then, a brilliant blue beam erupted from the direction of the mirror pavilion. Everyone was stunned into inaction by this sudden turn of events. Within the beam, Lan Shi's figure ascended slowly, the mirror pattern on her forehead fully blossoming, resembling a divine eye overlooking all life. The Tai Su mirror hovered above her head, reflecting a future filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In 3 days, the demon lord would personally lead his army to descend. Lan Shi's voice rang ethereal and resonant throughout the Qinglan sect. Su Yuqing, you have been deceived. He never intended to resurrect your master. All he sought was to exploit the spiritual veins of Zuanshan's word sect to open the interdimensional passage. Su Yuqing's body stiffened. You lie. Master, clearly. Let us witness the truth. Lan Shi formed seals with her hands, the light of the Tai Su mirror surging, a luminous curtain unfurling in the air. In the vision, the Grand Elder of Xuantian's Word sect knelt at the feet of the Demon Lord, personally pushing his disciples into the blood pool for sacrifice. No, it cannot be. Su Yuqing staggered back as if struck by lightning, the color draining from her face. At that moment, the demonic cultivators who had fought alongside her just a moment ago suddenly turned their weapons on her, dozens of attacks converging to strike. The Demon Lord commands. Traitors must die. Watch out, Yuqing. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Han leaped to shield her, the Zhuxian sword sweeping out to block every attack. Su Yuqing stood frozen, her violet pupils dilating, as if engaged in an internal struggle. Suddenly, she clutched her head, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream, the bone sword in her hand snapping in two. Lin Han, help me! She collapsed to the ground in agony, the magical patterns on her forehead writhing as if trying to break free from her flesh. He's in my mind. The patterns surged violently, instantly covering her eyes. Su Yuqing was once again under control, but this time, her target was no longer Lin Han, but rather the innocent Lin Binger standing at the entrance of the mirror pavilion. The little girl, having emerged unnoticed, stared blankly at the unfolding chaos. The core must be obtained. Su Yuqing transformed into a streak of black, darting towards Lin Binger with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Binger, run! Lin Han's heart shattered, yet having just fended off the assault, he was too exhausted to intervene. In a moment of desperation, Lu Ruyan, disregarding her gaping wounds, forcibly summoned the power of Xianyin, raising a thick ice wall from the ground. Boom! The ice wall shattered under Su Yuqing's strike, but her momentum was momentarily halted. In this fleeting moment of delay, she had already positioned herself in front of Lin Binger. Awaken! She commanded, pressing her palm against Su Yuqing's forehead, causing the brilliance of the Taishu mirror to surge forth. Behold who your true enemy is. The power of the Taishu mirror unleashed itself without restraint, crashing against the demonic patterns. Su Yuqing emitted a cry that resembled no human sound, as the demonic energy around her roiled violently. Ultimately, after a series of violent convulsions, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed unconscious. The demon cultivators, witnessing their leaders fall, recognized the tide had turned, and in fear, they transformed into black smoke and retreated. The Qinglan Zong had momentarily survived, yet the mountain gate lay in ruins, and half of the disciples had perished. Liu Rian was gravely injured and unconscious. Moreover, the divine artifact, the Taishu mirror, had exhausted its power and shattered with a crack, dispersing into countless motes of light, completely vanishing. As night descended, the medicinal hall overflowed with the groans of wounded soldiers, the air thick with the pungent scent of herbs and the metallic tang of blood. Lin Han stood vigil by two beds. One held the unconscious Su Yuqing, while the other housed Liu Ruyan, pale as paper from excessive blood loss. How is she? Lin Han softly inquired of Chu Ruoli, who was checking the pulse. Senior sister Liu's lung meridian has been severely injured. She won't be able to rise for at least a month, Chu Ruoli sighed. As for senior sister Su, she shook her head at a loss for words. It's futile. Lan Shi's voice emerged from the doorway as she stepped inside, her weary face betraying her exhaustion. The demonic patterns had fused with her very soul. Unless her spirit was completely shattered, no external force could eradicate them. She paused at the bedside, her violet eyes reflecting an unusual light in the dim candle glow. There is but one method left. Enter her heart's mirror and dismantle the demonic seed at its root. Lin Han's gaze snapped up. Just like how I rescued Binga, Lan Shi shook her head. That was 100 times less perilous. Binger's heart mirror is pure, whereas Su Yuqing's has long been thoroughly tainted by demonic energy. If you enter, you may never return, becoming forever entwined with her. Lin Han remained silent, his eyes fixed on Su Yuqing's tormented face. 5 years prior, atop Wansho Mountain, it was this very face that had shielded him from a fatal strike. He leaned down, gently grasping Liu Ruyan's icy hand. Unbeknownst to him, she had awakened, exerting her remaining strength to grasp his wrist, her voice weak yet resolute. No, it's too dangerous. Lin Han looked at her, enclosing her hand within his own. Ruyan, if it were me lying there, what would you choose? Liu Ruyan fell silent. After a lengthy pause, she slowly released her grip. Return alive. Lin Han nodded, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead before moving to touch the sleeping Lin Bingor's delicate face. At last, he stood resolutely before Su Yuqing's bed, his resolve unwavering. Lan Shi stepped forward. I shall use the final vestiges of the mirror spirit to open a passage for you. But once inside, your fate, life or death, rests solely upon your shoulders. I understand, Lin Han replied without a hint of hesitation. Yuqing, wait for me. This time, I shall save you. Chapter 45. The Battle of the Spirit Mirror within the Mirror Pavilion. The Taishu mirror lay shattered, leaving only a bare bronze frame. Lan Shi suspended the frame in midair, her face pale as parchment. Using herself as a medium, she forcibly reconstructed a shimmering spirit mirror within the frame. You have but 2 hours. Lan Shi's voice was soft, trembling from the exertion. When time is up, regardless of success or failure, I must pull you back. Lin Han sat cross-legged before the mirror, wearing Liu Ruyan's ice spirit pendant around his neck and binding Yin Ling Er's fire feather around his wrist. He cast one last glance at those gathered around him. Liu Ruyan, supported by Yin Ling Er, struggled to maintain her stance. Miao Yin and Shuruoli were busy sustaining the formation. Even the severely injured Xiao Xinghe leaned on his sword, standing guard at the door. Let us commence. Lan Shi formed hand seals, and the glow within the frame abruptly whirled. Lin Han's vision was engulfed in darkness, as if an invisible hand had grasped him, yanking him downward into an abyss of shadows. When he opened his eyes again, a thick stench of blood and decay assaulted him. He found himself standing on a desolate battlefield, the sky a suffocating shade of dark red, littered with broken weapons. In the distance, a throne constructed of bones loomed atop a mountain of corpses, and Su Yuqing was shackled to the throne, her eyes tightly shut. Yuqing. Just as Lin Han was about to rush forward, the ground beneath him violently cracked open. Countless pale arms erupted from the earth, grasping desperately at his ankles. The Zhuxian sword unsheathed with a clang, golden light sweeping across, severing the outstretched limbs. Yet more demonic entities surged from all directions, some resembling Su Yuqing's master, others with green faces and sharp fangs, and even his own shadow twisted into form, grinning at him with malice. Begone! Lin Han's sword energy surged forth, cleaving a path through the blood-soaked terrain. By the time he reached the throne, his body bore over a dozen deep wounds. Yuqing awakened. He severed the chains binding her and cradled her in his arms. Her body felt alarmingly light, like an empty shell devoid of spirit. Su Yuqing's eyelids fluttered, slowly opening to reveal a gaze clouded with confusion. Why did you come? To bring you home. Lin Han held her tightly, exerting every ounce of strength, fearing that if he loosened his grip, she would shatter. Home! Su Yuqing suddenly laughed, the sound hollow and sorrowful. The Xuan Tiansword sect is gone. Without my master, where's home for me? Lin Han cradled her face. Qinglan Zone is your home. We are all waiting for you. A flicker of clarity returned to Su Yuqing's eyes, but was swiftly replaced by deeper anguish. No, you do not understand. Back then, it was my own choice to leap into the abyss of demons. Lin Han's mind buzzed, engulfed in a void. What did you say? If I hadn't jumped that day, the demon lord would have detonated the myriad demon symbols buried beneath the entire Qinglan mountain. Su Yuqing's voice was light, as if it could disperse at any moment. I had to use myself as bait to draw him away. The truth pierced Lin Han's heart like a searing blade. For 5 years, he had lived in regret and anguish, believing himself to be the cause of her suffering, only to realize. Why didn't you tell me this? He shouted, losing control. Tell you? Su Yuqing's trembling hand caressed his face. If I had told you, with your foolish temper, you would have jumped with me without hesitation. How could I allow you to accompany me to death? Before her words could fully escape, the ground began to tremble violently. A torrent of demonic energy surged from all directions. Su Yuqing's expression shifted dramatically as she forcefully pushed Lin Han away. Run! He's coming. The sky was torn open with a grotesque rift, and the immense shadow of the demon's sovereign materialized within it. Foolish woman, you dare to reveal my secrets. No sooner had he spoken than countless black demonic patterns erupted from Su Yuqing's skin, rapidly engulfing her entire body. The scream that escaped her lips was no longer human, but rather a wail of anguish as her very soul seemed to be torn asunder. Without a second thought, Lin Han charged forward, desperately embracing her. The ice spirit pendant at his chest and the fire feather on his wrist erupted in brilliant light, forming a barrier of ice and fire that barely held back the encroaching demonic energy. Listen, he shouted in her ear, you chose sacrifice back then. Today, it is my turn. I will take you home. We shall return together. In a state of despair, Su Yuqing shook her head, black blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. The demonic seed had become intertwined with my soul. Then let us take the demonic seed along. A glint of madness flickered in Lin Han's eyes as a reckless thought exploded in his mind. He forcefully tore the ice soul pendant from his neck and pressed it firmly against Su Yuqing's forehead. Lu Ruyan, the power of Xianyin. Simultaneously, he shattered the fire feather on his wrist. Yanlinger, the core of earthly flame. The contrasting forces of ice and fire surged violently into Su Yuqing's body, colliding fiercely with the demonic seed. Su Yuqing convulsed violently, viscous black blood oozing from her 7 orifices. Endure. Lin Han embedded her into his embrace, bracing himself against the explosive energy, urging, think of us. Think of our sword practice on the back mountain. Think of the first time you secretly delivered me the elixir. Think of that vow we made one fateful night. Amidst the excruciating pain, fragments of long-buried memories began to resurface. Those initial blushes and heartbeats. The sweat and chase during sword training. The kiss exchanged under the moonlight when they exchanged tokens. As memories rekindled, the core of the demonic pattern on her forehead began to loosen. Now, seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Han's Zhu Xian sword erupted with golden light, condensing into a point that plunged fiercely into the heart of the demonic pattern. No! The phantom of the demon lord in the sky let out a thunderous roar. You shall regret this. The entire heart mirror space could no longer sustain itself and collapsed with a resounding crash. Lin Han held Su Yuqing tightly as the immense force yanked their consciousness back to reality. Within the mirror pavilion, the spirit mirror suddenly erupted with blinding light, enveloping the entire room in a dazzling white. When the brilliance faded, everyone beheld Lin Han, half kneeling on the ground, cradling Su Yuqing, both drenched in blood. Yet, the hideous, demonic pattern on Su Yuqing's forehead had vanished without a trace. We succeeded. Lan Shi weakly uttered 3 words, managing a smile before darkness enveloped her, her body collapsing softly. Lu Ruyan, mustering her strength to break free from Yanlinger's support, hurried to Lin Han's side. Upon seeing Su Yuqing's eyes, though weak, now clear, her top body finally relaxed. Welcome back, Sister Su. Su Yuqing stared blankly at Lu Ruyan, then looked around in confusion, her gaze finally settling on Lin Han's blood-stained yet familiar face. Tears streamed down silently. Have I truly returned? Lin Han merely grasped her hand tightly, his throat constricted as if blocked by a searing iron, unable to utter a single word. All right, enough of this lovey-dovey moment. Yanlinger leaned against the doorframe, her voice tinged with a complex emotion that shattered the atmosphere of reunion. Once you finish being sentimental, we must consider how to survive. The Demon Lord army will arrive in no more than 3 days. Chapter 46. The bond of twins. 2 days had passed since the 3-day deadline. The Qinglan sect was working tirelessly, desperately repairing their crumbling defenses, while reinforcement from various sects had all arrived. The Buddhist practitioners from Fanning Valley, the battle cultivators from the Yin clan, and the alchemists from the Yaowang Valley. The entire realm of cultivation, faced with impending doom, finally set aside their trivial sectarian biases, uniting as one. In a makeshift grass hut atop the ruins of the Mirror Pavilion, Lan, she opened her eyes. Her pupils had transformed into the trademark deep purple of the mirror spirit, the mirror patterns on her forehead shimmering with light. How do you feel? Meow, Yin inquired, holding a medicinal bowl, worry lacing her tone. Lan Shi, or rather the fusion of the mirror spirit and Lan Shi, merely shook her head lightly. I'm not awake. I have seen. Her voice resonated ethereally, as if echoing from another dimension. The Demon Lord's army has crossed the Black Water River. By noon tomorrow, they will besiege the city. Miao Yin's heart raced. I will notify everyone immediately. Wait. Lan Shi called her back. There is one more thing. What about Lindigo? In the forbidden area of the back mountain, Lin Han was discussing strategies with the leaders of various sections. Lu Ruyan, still recovering from her injuries and pale, strained to stand before the sand table. Su Yuqing sat quietly in a corner. Although the demonic pattern had been removed, her cultivation was nearly depleted, rendering her akin to a mortal. Yanlinger, representing the Yin clan, was embroiled in a heated argument with Xiao Xinghe over the defense plan. The Demon Lord is determined to wipe us out. We must concentrate all our forces on the main peak. Xiao Xinghe insisted. his finger pressing firmly on the center of the sand table. Nonsense. We must disperse to hold them off. My earthly flame can establish multiple defensive lines. Yin-Linger countered fiercely. Their argument was abruptly interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. Miao Yin rushed in. Lan, she has awakened. There's important news. The group hurried to the grass hut. Lan Shi leaned against the bed, and upon seeing Lin Han enter, a fleeting emotion crossed her violet pupils. Lindigo, the Tai Su mirror has shattered, but I have inherited all the abilities of the mirror spirit, including foresight. She pulled out a shard of the mirror's frame from beneath her pillow and handed it over. I have seen the battle tomorrow, and I have seen the outcome. Lin Han took the shard, and the image reflected upon it froze him in place. Qinglan's sect reduced to rubble, corpses strewn across scorched earth and in the sky. A spatial rift slowly tearing open the heavens. The Demon Lord's true objective was never to occupy our meager territory. Lan Shi's voice was soft yet piercing. He intends to completely open the passage between the two realms. If he succeeds, the human world will become the second demon realm. Lu Rian's knuckles turned white as she clenched her sword, which vibrated ominously. How can we stop this? There's a way. Lan Shi looked at Lin Han, her voice laced with reluctance, but the price is too high. Lin Han's throat tightened, his voice hoarse. Speak. It requires the complete awakening of the mirror heart, using oneself as a catalyst to activate the primordial power of the Tai Su mirror to permanently seal the passage. With each word Lan Shi spoke, her voice grew fainter. And the mirror heart is Binger. Lin Han's voice turned eerily calm. Are you suggesting that Binger must die? The grass hut fell into a deathly silence. Everyone present understood what Lin Binger meant to Lin Han. She was not merely a weakness. She was his very life. No. Su Yuqing suddenly stood up, her voice sharp. There must be another way. Lan Shi closed her eyes in anguish. I wish there were, but I have never been wrong in what I have seen. I will find Binger. Lin Han abruptly turned to leave, his back rigid as if he were a lifeless corpse. Atop the mountain, Lin Binger sat on a large stone, swinging her little legs, gazing dreamily at the distant sea of clouds. Hearing movement behind her, she turned and smiled brightly. Daddy! Lin Han sat beside her, his chest aching as if it might burst. What are you looking at, Binger? I'm watching the clouds. The little girl pointed into the distance. Look at that one. Doesn't it look like a bunny? And that one looks like a big horse. Suddenly, she tilted her head. Daddy, aren't you happy? Lin Han's throat felt constricted. If one day, Daddy needs you to do something very, very difficult, is it to drive away the bad guys? Lin Binger blinked her big eyes. Yes. Then Binger is not afraid. The little girl puffed out her small chest proudly. Sister Mirror Spirit said, I'm the most special. I can protect everyone. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Han pulled his daughter tightly into his embrace, his body trembling violently. He yearned to escape with Binger at this very moment, to flee to the ends of the earth. Yet, as the leader of the Qinglan sect, he found himself unable to do so. Father, do not weep, Lin Binger said, extending her small hand to clumsily wipe away his tears. I shall be very brave. The setting sun cast long shadows of the father and daughter. That night, Lin Han stood alone at the edge of a cliff, the distant skyline tainted by ominous dark clouds of demonic aura. Footsteps echoed behind him, but he did not turn. I have consulted the ancient texts. Liu Ruyan approached him softly. Perhaps we do not need Binger. Lin Han spun around abruptly. What do you mean? The mirror heart is not the only option, she replied, unfurling a weathered bamboo scroll. Achieving a perfect state of Xuan, Yin could also serve as a medium, although the chance of success would be considerably diminished. The flickering spark of hope in Lin Han's heart was extinguished once more. It was too perilous. Failure would be far worse than allowing a child to bear such a burden. Liu Ruyan grasped his cold hand. Let me try, shall I? As he gazed at her, a sudden understanding dawned upon him. Ruyan, you and I both cherish Binger. She paused, her cheeks flushing slightly. I do not wish to see you in sorrow. A tumult of emotions surged within Lin Han, ultimately manifesting as a desperate embrace. Boom! 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 At that moment, a heart-wrenching bell tolled throughout the mountains. The Demon Lord army had arrived ahead of schedule. In the distance, black demonic clouds surged forth like a tidal wave, swallowing all green life in their wake, leaving behind a desolate gray. Amongst the clouds, shadowy figures loomed, but what sent chills down their spines were the three colossal silhouettes. advancing ominously towards the Qinglan sect. They were the demon lord's 3 incarnations. Upon seeing this, Xiao Xinghe turned pale. Damn it, he's come in person. Lin Han swiftly scooped up the startled Lin Bing'er and, alongside Liu Ruyan, dashed toward the main peak. The disciples along the way were already on high alert, the protective array glowing intensely. Yet, all understood that before the demon lord, it was akin to mere paper. At the main peak square, the various sects had gathered. Su Yuqing, Yinlinger, Miaoyin, and Lan Shi stood at the forefront, immediately surrounding Lin Han upon his arrival. The plan has changed. Lan Shi's violet eyes gleamed urgently. The demon lord has launched a full-scale assault. Lin Han entrusted Lin Bing'er to Chiruoli. Take her to the secret chamber. No matter what happens, she must not come out. No. Lin Bing'er suddenly struggled fiercely. Sister Jingling said, she needs me. I want to help. The little girl's voice, though youthful, carried an undeniable conviction. The ice crystal mark on her forehead had transformed, unbeknownst to them, into an ancient bronze hue, akin to that of the Taishu mirror. She broke free from Chu Ruoli's grasp and sprinted to Lan Shi. Sister, are we going to merge? Lan Shi froze in shock. How do you know? Sister Jingling told me. Lin Bing'er replied with an innocent smile. She said the 3 of us are originally one. Lin Han felt as if struck by lightning. What do you mean? Lan Shi knelt to meet Lin Bing'er's gaze. Bing'er, what have you seen? I saw so much. Lin Bing'er pointed her little head. I saw the ice fairy divide the mirror heart in 2. One half became me, and the other became Sister Jingling. Then you, Sister Lan Shi, connected us together. Her innocent words left everyone present bewildered, unable to comprehend. Only Lan Shi trembled violently, as if struck by a divine bolt. So, it is. She suddenly realized, rising with excitement. The ice fairy did not merely separate the mirror heart. She divided it. The human aspect was reborn as Bing'er, while the divine aspect transformed into Jingling. Liu Ruyan thoughtfully interjected. Then now, with the reunion of the 3, the complete power of the mirror heart can awaken the Taishu mirror. Lan Shi's voice trembled with a mix of tears and joy, a chance for survival without sacrificing anyone, as long as they could perfectly merge their powers. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the mountains below, shaking the entire peak. The first line of defense had collapsed. The demonic clouds advanced with alarming speed, the 3 godlike figures becoming increasingly distinct. There was no time left. Lin Han made a decisive call. What must we do? Lan Shi grasped Lin Bing'er's small hand. We need a formation capable of accommodating the powers of Xuan Yin, Li Hua, and the mirror heart simultaneously. She looked at Liu Ruyan and Yinlinger. And we need both of you to give it your all. Liu Ruyan showed no hesitation, nodding firmly. Yinlinger pounded her chest confidently. Leave it to me. Father, do not worry. Lin Bing'er suddenly ran back, tightly hugging Lin Han's leg. This time, Bing'er will protect everyone. Lin Han knelt down and solemnly kissed his daughter's forehead. Promise me, you must return safely. Pinky swear. The little girl extended her tiny finger, linking it with her father's. Unbeknownst to anyone, behind Lin Bing'er, the outline of an ancient mirror, struggling against the void, quietly emerged. The reflections within the mirror shifted, revealing not the current scenery, but a battlefield entwined in blood and fire, along with a figure that would send tremors through all realms in the future. Chapter 47. The fusion of the mirror heart on the main peak square, the demonic energy swirled like ink, nearly collapsing the heavens. The 3 colossal demonic incarnations cast suffocating shadows. The leftmost figure was entirely enveloped in stark white bone armor, wielding a massive axe that glimmered ominously, as if capable of cleaving mountains. The central figure boasted 8 arms, each grasping a distinctly different demonic artifact, exuding an aura of malevolence. The rightmost figure was a writhing mass of pure black mist, with only a pair of crimson eyes flickering ominously within. Initiate the Sansai formation, Lin Han roared, his voice resonating throughout the land. Ruyan, you shall defend. Ling'er, you shall attack. Lan Shi, prepare for fusion. Liu Ruyan's hands moved with blinding speed, unleashing the power of Xuan Yin from her palms, erecting a formidable ice crystal barrier that enveloped the entire square in an instant. Yinlinger let out a fierce cry, soaring into the sky as 9 ferocious fire dragons, conjured from the heart of the earth's flames, surged forth to clash with the encroaching demonic horde. Lan Shi tightly grasped Lin Bing'er's hand, rushing toward the altar at the center of the square amidst the thunderous cacophony of battle. The altar, outlined with spirit stones, glimmered faintly as the triangular formation inscribed with the runes of Xuan Yin, Lihua, and the mirror heart flickered with light. Bing'er, are you afraid? Lan Shi knelt down and asked softly. Lin Bing'er shook her head vigorously, her small face devoid of fear, filled instead with an unwavering resolve beyond her years. With Sister Lan Shi here, Bing'er is not afraid. The two sat cross-legged at the center of the formation. Buzz. The mirror pattern on Lan Shi's forehead and the ice crystal mark on Lin Bing'er's brow erupted with radiant light simultaneously, colliding fiercely in midair, gradually merging into an ethereal ancient copper mirror. Let us begin. Lan Shi closed her eyes, pressing her palms firmly against Lin Bing'er's back. The vast power of jingling surged forth like a torrent, flooding into the little girl's body. Lin Bing'er trembled violently, her small face twisting in agony. Countless unfamiliar shards of memories coalesce into sharp steel needles, brutally piercing her mind. The ancient blood feud between Hanbing Xianzi and Mozen, the forging of the Taishu Jing, and the truth of the mirror core being split in two. These memories, which do not belong to her, threaten to overwhelm her completely. Hold on. Lan Shi's voice reverberates deep within her consciousness. Embrace them. Let them become a part of you. Outside, the onslaught of the demon army grows increasingly frenzied. Crack! A web-like fissure erupts on the ice crystal barrier raised by Liu Ruyan. Gush! In the sky, Yin-Ling spits out a mouthful of blood as 3 of the 9 fire dragons are mercilessly torn apart by the 8-armed demon god, dulling the brilliance of the Huolin sword. Brother Lin, we cannot hold on much longer. Lin Han sweeps his sword, the Zhuxian sword aura severing an entire section of demon cultivators, his anxious gaze darting back. In the center of the altar, Lan Shi and Lin Bing'er are cocooned within a colossal light chrysalis, their figures flickering within, slowly overlapping in an uncanny manner. Protect them. Lin Han roars at Su Yuqing. Buy us some time. Su Yuqing nods resolutely, despite her cultivation not yet restored. Her sword technique remains sharp, standing back to back with Xiao Xinghe, fiercely defending one side of the magical array. At that moment, the demon god formed from black mist emits a piercing shriek, transforming into a straight black line, disregarding all obstacles, charging directly at the light chrysalis. Liu Ruyan attempts to intervene, but is struck by the bone-armored demon god's axe, sent flying like a broken kite. Ruyan! Lin Han's eyes instantly turn blood red, yet he is ensnared, unable to move. In a moment of crisis, a brilliant golden light descends from above, akin to a divine spear, precisely nailing the black line. Miaoyin, holding the Fanine golden bell, leads the disciples of Fanine Valley to arrive just in time. Master Lin, we have arrived late. Before the words are fully spoken, a fiery cloud ignites in the southern sky as the elder of the Yin clan arrives with reinforcements. To the north, the spiritual vessel fleet of Yao Wang Valley breaks through the clouds. Splendid. Xiao Xinghe feels revitalized. The reinforcements from various factions have arrived. However, this joy is short-lived. The light chrysalis suddenly begins to tremble violently, a blinding crack spreading from the top. Lan Shi's anguished voice emerges. No, the backlash from the mirror spirit is too strong. Bing'er, she can hardly endure it. Lin Han's heart clenches. What is happening? The divinity of the mirror spirit is overwhelming, consuming Bing'er's humanity. Lan Shi's voice quivers with tears. If this continues, Bing'er will completely vanish. Within the chrysalis, Lin Bing'er's small face flickers, etched with pain and confusion. Daddy, it hurts so much. Who am I? Stop. Lin Han rushes toward the chrysalis. I command you. Cease the merging. No. Lan Shi's voice echoes with despair. If we stop now, we will both perish. In this suffocating despair, a figure gracefully arrives, landing before the chrysalis. It is Su Yuqing. Use this. She holds a crystal-clear jade pearl, the very token of love that Lin Han gifted her years ago, containing their most fervent and beautiful memories. Lin Han's movements freeze. What the mirror spirit lacks is not only humanity, but also emotion. Without hesitation, Su Yuqing forcefully presses the jade pearl against the crack in the chrysalis. Using our memories to fill this void, the jade pearl merges into the chrysalis. In an instant, The chaotic energy, threatening to annihilate everything, miraculously softens. The pain on Lin Bing'er's face gradually fades, her expression becoming serene and tranquil. The chrysalis blossoms like a lotus, eventually dissipating into nothingness. In the center of the altar stands a brand new figure. She is neither Lan Shi nor Lin Bing'er. She appears to be a girl of around 15 or 16, possessing Lan Shi's mysterious purple eyes, yet her features bear the shadow of Lin Bing'er. Upon her forehead, the original mirror pattern and ice crystal mark blend perfectly, forming an unprecedented new design. Has the fusion succeeded? Liu Ruyan clutches her chest, uncertainly asking. The girl slowly opens her eyes, and within her purple pupils, it seems as if countless stars are swirling. She lightly raises her right hand, and the ethereal image of the Taishu Jing materializes in her palm. I am Lanbing, the complete embodiment of the mirror core. Her voice is ethereal, yet carries an air of authority that overlooks all. The eight-armed demon god clearly senses a fatal threat, roaring in rage as 8 demonic artifacts simultaneously detach, transforming into 8 streaks of light hurtling towards Lanbing. Lanbing merely glances indifferently. The ethereal image of the Taishu Jing in her palm gently rotates. All the attacks are absorbed by the small mirror surface, leaving not a ripple in its wake. In the next moment, the mirror's light surges, reflecting back 8 attacks, even more terrifying and substantial than before, with double the force. Boom! A thunderous sound erupts as the 8-armed demon god is struck by its own attack, its massive body recoiling, riddled with countless deep cracks. Everyone is stunned by this display. Yet, Lanbing furrows her brow slightly. Not enough. I need the true Taishu Jing. Her gaze shifts to the corner of the altar, where the shattered pieces of the Taishu Jing lie quietly. Can it be repaired? Lin Han asks anxiously. Lanbing approaches the shards, her fingertips brushing over the cracks. The mirror body is easy to mend, but the mirror soul is difficult to restore. It requires. She suddenly turns her gaze to Su Yuqing, the Jinpai treasure of Xuantian Jinzong, the Jianxin stone. Su Yuqing's expression changes instantly. The Jianxin stone belongs to my master. Indeed, it is the root of your master's fall into darkness. Lanbing's purple eyes seem to pierce through all illusions. The Jianxin stone is, after all, a part of the Taishu Jing. Your master withheld it unlawfully, granting the demonic energy an opportunity. Lin Han suddenly recalls something. So the entire Xuantian Jinzong fell into darkness because the Jianxin stone was contaminated by the Mozen's power, controlling all disciples through the connection between the sword hearts. Lanbing nods. It must be retrieved. Otherwise, even if the Taishu Jing is repaired, it cannot withstand the Mozen's encroachment. Su Yuqing grips her sword tightly, her gaze resolute. I know where the Jianxin stone is. It is in my master's, no? In that demon's retreat. It's too dangerous. Lin Han immediately objects. You haven't restored your cultivation. Going alone is tantamount to seeking death. Only I know its exact location. Su Yuqing's determination is unwavering. Besides, the Jianxin stone has already recognized me as its master. No one else can take it. Lanbing speaks, her tone devoid of emotion. Let her go. This is her fate. It must be resolved by her own hands. In the distance, the demon army regroups after a brief tumult, the 3 demon god incarnations refocusing their ominous presence. Lanbing raises her hand, and a mirror light barrier instantly expands, enveloping everyone. I can only sustain this for the duration of a joss stick. Within that time, the Jianxin stone must be recovered. Su Yuqing gazes deeply at Lin Han, her eyes laden with myriad emotions. In the next moment, she transforms into a dazzling streak of sword light, soaring into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. Yuqing. Lin Han attempts to pursue, but his arm is grasped by a gentle hand. It is Liu Ruyan. She gazes at the direction the sword light disappeared, softly speaking to Lin Han. Trust her, just as you believe in me. Chapter 48. The Secret of the Mirror Core. The sword light tears through the demonic energy, as Su Yuqing's figure weaves through the ranks of the demon army. She is intimately familiar with the techniques of Xuantian Jinzong, and with each movement, she narrowly evades deadly interceptions. As one approaches the Jianzhong, the nauseating aura of malevolent energy thickens, almost solidifying the air itself. At the entrance of the Jianzhong, 2 figures obstruct her path. They are none other than her most familiar Shi Xiang and Shidi, yet now they are adorned with twisted demonic patterns and eyes of blood red. Shimmy, Shirzuen has been waiting for a long time. Are you both so willing to become the hounds of the demon? Hound. Shitty bursts into a bizarre laugh. Sure, Zuin has granted us unparalleled power. You traitor, what right do you have to speak to us? No sooner had the words escaped their lips than two demonic swords lunged toward her, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Clang! Su Yuqing parried with her sword, a tremendous force crashing against her, causing her palms to split and blood to flow down the sword's hilt. Were she at her peak, she would not have regarded these two with any concern. Yet now, witnessing their total descent, the last vestige of hesitation evaporated. Xixiao, I must defend. Her sword stance shifted abruptly, a resolute aura erupting forth. Xianxian sword sectes forbidden technique, burning sword technique. At the cost of igniting her own sword heart, she would exchange it for power that transcended all limits. Boom! Spiritual energy detonated within her, her cultivation skyrocketing back to its zenith, perhaps even surpassing it. You have gone mad. For the first time, Xixiao's voice quivered with fear. The burning sword technique will utterly destroy your foundation. If my path requires the sacrifice of my fellow disciples, then I would rather forsake it. Su Yuqing's sword moved with such swiftness it was almost indistinguishable. The sword light weaving a net so impenetrable that it engulfed the two entirely. She did not look back, stepping deeper into the Jianzhong. Inside, the demonic energy was so thick it was suffocating. At the center of the altar, the Grand Elder of Xiantian Sword Sect, now the Elder of the Demon Sword, sat cross-legged. Before him floated a crystal stone, ensnared by swirling black mist. Yuqing, my dear disciple, you have finally returned. The Elder of the Demon Sword opened his eyes, which were as dark as the abyss, devoid of any glimmer. Come, witness the great revival of our sect. Su Yuqing pointed her sword at her former mentor, her voice trembling. This is not revival. It is self-destruction. Master, turn back. Ha ha ha. The Elder of the Demon Sword laughed heartily. Foolish child. Do you think the power gained from burning away your life can contend with me? He raised his hand, pointing toward the crystal stone. Buzz. A jet-black beam shot forth from the stone, aiming straight for Su Yuqing's face. She hastily raised her sword to block. Yet the black light bore down upon her with the weight of a mountain. Puffed. She was violently hurled backward, a spray of blood erupting into the open air. The power gained from the burning sword technique was swiftly dissipating. She could distinctly feel her sword heart fracturing inch by inch. The sword heart stone has recognized me as its master. The Elder of the Demon Sword approached step by step, mockingly like a cat toying with its prey. Good disciple. Now, offer your sword heart to your master. As his demonic claws reached toward her forehead, she suddenly burst into laughter, her voice piercingly sorrowful. Master, you have forgotten one thing. The sword heart stone has never recognized an individual. She bit her tongue sharply, expending her last ounce of strength to spatter a mouthful of vital blood onto the crystal stone. It recognizes the righteous heart that has been passed down through generations of Xiantian Sword Sect. Sizzle. As her blood touched the stone, it was not tainted by the demonic energy. Instead, it reacted as if a red-hot iron had been plunged into ice water. Acrid smoke billowed forth, the black mist encasing the crystal stone roiling violently, emitting a roar of resentment. The original pearlescent radiance of the stone began to pierce through the cracks of the black mist, shining defiantly. No, this is impossible. The Elder of the Demon Sword, in horror, realized that the connection between him and the sword heart stone was being forcibly severed by an overwhelming righteous energy. Su Yuqing steadied herself, hands forming seals, her voice resonating throughout the Jianzhong. With my sword heart, I summon your true name. Taisu Mirror Soul, return. Boom. The sword heart stone erupted with a brilliance that surged to unimaginable heights, the encasing demonic energy melting away like snow under sunlight, revealing its translucent core. It transformed into a streak of light, racing toward Su Yuqing, merging into her brow. A torrent of information flooded her mind. So this is how it is. Su Yuqing murmured, the sword heart stone is in fact the soul of the Tai Su mirror. Roar. The Elder of the Demon Sword let out a beastly howl, his entire being engulfed in demonic energy, transforming into a colossal sword that cleaved down towards Su Yuqing. Yet this time, she merely raised her hand calmly. The mirror soul mark upon her brow flashed. Pure white radiance spread forth, and the giant, demonic sword silently disintegrated in the light, not even stirring a ripple. "Master, rest in peace." Tears welled in her eyes as she delivered a simple thrust. There was no grandeur, no sword light, only a return to simplicity. The elder of the demon sword froze mid-motion. The demonic energy enveloping him dissipated like mist, revealing a wrinkled, aged visage. He gazed at Su Yuqing, the murkiness in his eyes regaining a final glimmer of clarity. "Well done, Yuqing." His body gradually transformed into ash, scattering in the wind. Su Yuqing could no longer hold herself upright, collapsing to her knees as tears streamed down her face. The backlash from the burning sword technique had arrived. Her sword heart was shattering completely. "I must return." She drained the last vestiges of spiritual energy from her body, transforming it into a beam of sword light that soared skyward. At the main peak plaza, the mirror light barrier beneath the blue ice was riddled with cracks, on the verge of shattering at any moment. 3 demonic avatars were unleashing their most frenzied assaults. The incense had long since burned out. Linger was on the verge of tears. "Sister Su, why hasn't she returned yet?" Lin Han's Zhuxian sword glimmered dimly in his grip, yet he continued to fight valiantly, shielding those behind him. "Hold on a little longer." Just then, a wavering beam of sword light cut through the demonic army, crashing heavily onto the plaza. Su Yuqing staggered forward, tightly clutching the restored sword heartstone. "I got it," before she could finish her sentence. She suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood, her body toppling forward. "Yuqing!" Lin Han dashed over, catching her, but his hands met with an icy chill. He hurriedly channeled spiritual energy, yet it was like a drop in the ocean, yielding no response. Her meridians had shattered, and her sword heart was destroyed. Lan Bing quickly approached him, examining for a moment before shaking her head. With the sword heart shattered, even immortals cannot save her, unless what? Lin Han's voice trembled. "Unless the sword heartstone is completely integrated into her body." Lan Bing's tone was devoid of emotion, but then she would no longer be human. She would become something akin to a tool spirit. "Save her." Lin Han showed not a hint of hesitation. Lan Bing nodded, taking the sword heartstone and decisively pressing it into Su Yuqing's brow. A radiant white glow enveloped Su Yuqing instantly, her injuries healing at an observable pace. Yet at the same moment, the tips of her hair began to gradually turn a frost-like white, her entire demeanor transforming into something ethereal, no longer resembling a mortal. Su Yuqing slowly opened her eyes, her pupils now a crystalline white, akin to the sword heartstone. "What has happened to me?" "Welcome to your rebirth." Lan Bing extended a hand toward her. "Now, we must complete the Taisu mirror." The two walked side by side to the altar. Lan Bing retrieved all the mirror shards, with Su Yuqing guiding them with the mirror soul in her brow. The luminous radiance flowed from her fingertips, enveloping and fusing all the fragments together. Gradually, an ancient mirror, shimmering with the brilliance of the starry river, took shape. Yet, it was still insufficient. Lan Bing suddenly turned to Lin Han, declaring that a mirror frame was still needed. "Your Zhuxian sword is the final component." Lin Han's body trembled as understanding dawned upon him. No wonder the Zhuxian sword resonated with the Taisu mirror. Without hesitation, he hurled the sword into the air. The Zhuxian sword soared into the ancient mirror, its blade melting into a golden liquid that flowed along the edges of the mirror, ultimately forming an ornate and ancient frame. Buzz! The Taisu mirror was finally complete. An indescribable aura of vast power swept across the scene. All demonic cultivators, regardless of their strength, were forcefully pinned to the ground by this overwhelming pressure, unable to lift their heads. Lan Bing reached out and grasped the Taisu mirror suspended in the air. Her purple eyes were calm and devoid of any turmoil. It was time to end all of this. Chapter 49. The Snow Maiden of the Northern Frontier. The light of the sword tore through the northern sky. The further north they ventured, the more the biting cold permeated every crevice. Even with spiritual power shielding him, Lin Han felt frost forming at the tips of his brows. The white vapor exhaled by Su Yuqing crystallized in the air, instantly transforming into falling ice shards. The guidance of the Jinshin stone lay just beyond that aurora. She pointed towards the brilliant spectacle dancing at the horizon. Lin Han acknowledged with a sound, once again channeling his spiritual power to envelop them more tightly. The Snow Maiden clan was notoriously exclusive, especially towards humans. They must proceed with utmost caution. Just as they approached the edge of the aurora, the surrounding air suddenly stagnated. Without warning, the snow-covered ground heaved, and a towering wall of ice erupted from the earth, completely sealing their path. Immediately, a blizzard converged, forming translucent women with indistinct features. They lacked physical forms, yet their voices resembled the sharp, grating sound of ice shards scraping against one another. Humans, halt! This is the pinnacle of the aurora, not a place for your kind. Lin Han clasped his fists and declared loudly, "We have come to seek the noble treasure, the tear of the void. To save all living beings, we bear no ill intent." Tear of the void? The ice maidens erupted into mocking laughter, their voices dripping with scorn. "You think you're worthy?" Su Yuqing stepped forward, and the Jinshin stone on her brow suddenly glowed, radiating a white aura that dispelled some of the surrounding chill. Were it not for the imminent release of the demon sovereign threatening the realms, we would never intrude. Her voice, though soft, clearly overshadowed the cacophony around them. The northern frontier cannot escape this calamity, and countless lives will be lost. Upon seeing the Jinshin stone, the laughter of the snow maidens ceased abruptly. The leading snow maiden solidified in form, fixating her gaze on Su Yuqing's brow. "The essence of the Tai Su mirror. Why do you possess this artifact?" Su Yuqing recounted the events succinctly, omitting no detail. The leading snow maiden remained silent for a long moment before finally waving her hand, causing the massive ice wall to shatter into a flurry of ice particles. "Follow me." Her demeanor remained cold. However, whether you can obtain the tear of the void depends on your own fortune. The two followed the snow maiden through the ever-changing aurora, and the scenery before them suddenly opened up. A magnificent palace, entirely sculpted from crystal ice, floated serenely above the clouds, reflecting the aurora in a dazzling display. Within the palace, the Snow Maiden Queen sat upon her throne. Her form was far more solid than that of the other Snow Maidens, and her beauty was exquisite. Yet she exuded an aura devoid of warmth. After hearing their intentions, she rose from her throne. "The Tear of the Void is indeed the treasure of my Snow Maiden clan." Her voice echoed in the vast hall. "However, it is not merely an object. It is a trial." "A trial?" Lin Han inquired. The queen approached a massive ice mirror at the center of the hall. "The Tear of the Void is the tear shed by a Snow Maiden for her one true love, a condensation of ultimate emotion. To obtain it, you must pass through this 3 lives mirror, which will reflect the most genuine and unguarded emotions of your hearts." Her gaze landed on Su Yuqing. "Especially you. Bearing the mirror's essence, the impact of the 3 lives mirror on you will be even stronger. It will reveal your past, present, and even future. Should a trace of doubt flicker within your heart, your soul will be eternally shattered, lost in the mirror's realm." Su Yuqing did not hesitate. "I am willing." Lin Han immediately followed suit. "I will accompany her." The queen nodded. "Very well, but remember, what you see in the mirror are your inner demons. If you cannot maintain your true self, it will lead to irreparable consequences." The two pressed their hands against the ice mirror. The surface shimmered, and an irresistible force enveloped them, causing the world to spin. When Lin Han opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on the back mountain of Qinlan Zone. Not far away, a youthful Su Yuqing was practicing swordplay under the moonlight, her technique inexperienced yet imbued with tenacity. Upon seeing Lin Han, she sheathed her sword and greeted him with a radiant smile. "Senior brother Lin, what brings you here today?" Was this the day they first met? Lin Han's heart momentarily faltered, the sweetness of that innocent beauty nearly ensnaring him. No, a string in his mind snapped taut. Yuqing should be in the northern frontier, with me. As this thought crossed his mind, the scene before him twisted and shattered. In the next instant, he found himself engulfed in endless darkness, standing above a roaring abyss. Su Yuqing was plummeting before him. It was the moment she fell into the demon abyss. "No!" Lin Han's eyes widened in desperation as he lunged forward, this time firmly grasping her hand. "I will never let you go." Tears streaked down Su Yuqing's face as she shouted at him. "Let go! Lin Han, you'll fall with me. Then let us die together." Lin Han exerted all his strength, pulling her upward. Just as he yelled this, the entire world shattered. They found themselves in a realm of chaotic void. Before them, 3 spheres of light floated silently, representing the past, present, and future. Within the past sphere, there was an image of Su Yuqing secretly hiding the Jinshin stone in the forbidden grounds of Xintian Sword sect to protect him. The present sphere depicted her merging with a mirror essence amidst immense suffering. Yet, the future sphere was a chaotic haze, with only a single crystalline tear suspended in its center. That was the tear of the void. Lin Han instinctively reached out to grasp it, but was repelled by a gentle yet resolute force. Su Yuqing gazed at the tear and suddenly spoke softly. I understand now. The tear of the void is not a tangible item to be seized. It is a realization. She looked at Lin Han, her eyes shining with unprecedented clarity. It is the willingness to sacrifice everything for the one you love. After saying this, she extended her fingertip and gently touched the future sphere. The tear seemed to respond, slowly drifting out from the sphere before merging into her brow. Just like when I jumped into the demon abyss for you years ago. As her words echoed, the world of the three lives mirror completely shattered. The two returned to the ice crystal palace, and a look of contentment graced the snow maiden queen's face. Congratulations. You have passed the trial. Tears of the void have merged with her, appearing precisely when she is in dire need. Suddenly, her demeanor shifts, becoming profoundly serious. However, there is one matter I must bring to your attention. The demon lord has exhausted all efforts to obtain the Tai Su Jing. His ambition has never been mere annihilation, but rather rebirth. Lin Han's heart trembles with shock. What does this mean? The demon lord was once the first guardian of the Tai Su Jing. The queen unveils a shocking secret. He was originally of the ancient divine lineage, who descended into darkness in a desperate bid to resurrect his beloved. Lost during the great battle between gods and demons, willing to oppose the entire world. Su Yuqing instantly comprehends everything. Thus, all of his endeavors are merely aimed at using the power of the Tai Su Jing to reshape a world and revive a single person. Before departing from the northern region, the Snow Maiden Queen entrusted them with a crystalline ice flute. In times of peril, blowing it will summon the Snow Maiden clan to their aid. Meanwhile, miles away in the depths of the Yin clan's sacred ground, the heart of the earth's fire begins to churn violently. Chapter 50. Secrets of the Yin clan within the Yin clan's sacred ground, the heart of magma. Scalding lava flows beneath their feet, bubbling ominously. The air distorts, a single breath capable of searing the lungs. Yet, Lu Ruyin and Yin Linger traverse this treacherous terrain, enveloped by a halo of ice blue and fiery red, which shields them from this infernal realm. The Xianyin body and the earth's divine fire, one ice and one fire, maintain a precarious balance. There, Yin Linger points towards a volcano belching flames, her voice strained from the exertion of spiritual energy. The trial of our ancestors lies there. No sooner had she spoken than the lava river beneath them erupts violently. Boom! 9 scorching pillars of fire shoot skyward, coalescing into 9 towering fire giants, their bodies of molten rock fissuring with burning seams. Only by defeating us may you proceed. The resounding voice reverberates through the entire space. Lu Ruyin and Yin Linger exchange a knowing glance. Without uttering a word, they strike simultaneously. A palm of Xianyin, chilling to the bone. A finger of divine fire, scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. As the two opposing forces collide in the air, the anticipated obliteration does not occur. Hiss! Ice and fire curiously merge, spiraling blue and red, unleashing a brand new, heart-pounding power. This harmonious balance of yin and yang, Lu Ruyin's Xianyin force, rather than being suppressed by the raging fire elements, becomes even more refined and pure. Yin Linger is equally bewildered. Her Earth's divine fire has never felt so compliant. Is it possible that the Xianyin body and the Earth's divine fire are intrinsically one? With no time to ponder, the converging power transforms into a gray-white torrent, sweeping forth. The 9 fire giants cannot even emit a cry of despair before being instantly overwhelmed, reverting to lava and plunging back into the river. The two are now unimpeded, stepping into the mouth of the volcano. The ferocious power of the fire spirit, however, is astonishingly tranquil here. At the center of the crater, a pure white flame floats serenely. It neither burns nor dazzles, simply flickering quietly, exuding an ancient and eternal aura. The eternal flame causes Yin Linger to catch her breath, her hand extending in excitement. Wait! An ancient, authoritative voice resonates from nowhere, as if detonating within the depths of their souls. From within the pure white flame, a vague yet towering silhouette slowly materializes. Yin Linger trembles all over, her knees buckling, and she kneels. The first ancestor, The ancestor's gaze passes over her, settling on Lu Ruyan. The Xianyin body, you have finally arrived. The time has come. Upon speaking, he reveals a staggering secret. The eternal flame and the Xianyin power share the same origin. Both remnants of the primordial force left behind at the creation of the Su Yuqing. Lu Ruyan's mind is engulfed in confusion. The Su Yuqing created the world? Indeed, it is not merely a divine artifact, but a tool of creation. The ancestor's voice is devoid of any tremor. The demon lord's persistent desire to obtain it is solely to reshape the world and resurrect his beloved. That woman was also the first mirror heart. This revelation is even more shocking than the fire giants. Yen Linger exclaims in urgency. So what shall we do? The ancestor does not answer directly, but raises his hand, two profound runes instantly embedding themselves into their foreheads. This is the fire control technique of the eternal flame. Remember, once this flame leaves the sacred ground, it can only burn for 3 days. If it does not return in 3 days, the entire land of the Yin clan will collapse. His tone suddenly turns grave. There is also a matter concerning Lin Binger. Lu Ruyan's heart tightened sharply. She is not only the mirror heart of this lifetime. Her soul is a fragment of the beloved of the demon lord. This is the root of the demon lord's obsession with her. Lu Ruyan's face drains of color, her lips trembling. So the demon lord does not wish to harm Binger. He seeks to revive his beloved. The ancestor sighs deeply. This is indeed the most troublesome aspect. For fundamentally, Lin Binger is that woman. Having acquired the technique, Yen Linger cautiously places the pure, white, eternal flame into a specially crafted J-box. The two dare not linger for a moment, turning swiftly to flee. 3 days. This time looms over them like a sword, compelling them to race against the clock. Throughout their journey, Lu Ruyan remains silent, her brow furrowed, burdened with thoughts. Still contemplating the ancestor's words, Yen Linger perceives her distress. Lu Ruyan nods, her voice imbued with a profound sense of helplessness. If Binger truly is the reincarnation of that woman, what of Lin Han? To save Binger would mean her destruction. Yet, how could they expect the demon lord to relent? This is an inescapable deadlock. This conundrum leaves Yen Linger equally speechless, only able to let out a sigh. The two become streaks of light, hastily vanishing into the horizon. Simultaneously, in the distant western region, deep within the death sea of swirling yellow sands, a pair of eyes, long dormant for millennia, slowly open. Chapter 51, Sands of Time in the Death Sea, an endless expanse of desert. Miao Yin and Shaoxing's lips are already chapped, each step sinking into the scorching sand. Heat rising from beneath their feet. Here, there is nothing but yellow sand. Ancient texts state that the sands of time lie at the center of the Death Sea. Miao Yin's voice is somewhat hoarse, but here, one cannot discern east from west. Shaoxing suddenly kneels, grasping a handful of sand, which flows through his fingers. Something is amiss. The sand is moving on its own? The two look down, and indeed, the sand beneath their feet is flowing in a barely perceptible manner towards a certain direction. More bizarrely, the footprints they leave behind are smoothed over and vanish without a trace within mere breaths. I understand. A flash of insight strikes Miao Yin. This entire Death Sea is a colossal time formation. We are moving downstream. We must turn back and walk against the flow of the sand. The two immediately reverse their direction, advancing against the current of sand. Each step feels like bearing an immense burden, becoming increasingly laborious. The surroundings begin to distort, occasionally flashing visions of themselves entering the desert, and at other times revealing the fading image of their aged selves collapsed upon the sand. Look over there. Shaoxing suddenly points towards the distance. Atop a towering sand dune, a single grain of sand hovers. The grain of sand shimmered with crystalline clarity. The surrounding space visibly warped and folded. The sands of time. Miao Yin's heart tightened. A warning echoed within her, cautioning her to be wary. The time around it was in disarray. As they drew closer, the sensation of temporal confusion intensified. In one moment, they appeared vibrant and youthful. In the next, their skin was riddled with wrinkles, their bodies rendered frail and decrepit. With another blink, they transformed once more into children with their hair tied in childhood styles. Memories began to intertwine chaotically, leaving them in disarray. Hold on to your true self, Miao Yin shouted fiercely, reciting sacred verses as a circle of golden light enveloped them both. The sands of time were testing their resolve. At last, they struggled to stand before the grain of sand. Just as Miao Yin reached out to grasp it, a figure formed from the swirling sands of yellow dust obstructed their path. The visage of the figure gradually became clear, revealing the founding patriarch of the Fan Yin Valley. The patriarch? Miao Yin was utterly taken aback. The ethereal figure of the patriarch sighed deeply. Child, do you know the true purpose of the sands of time? They are not merely a divine material for crafting artifacts. They're the key to sealing the demon sovereign. He unveiled a shocking secret. The demon sovereign was once my closest friend, and together we guarded the Tai Su mirror. It was only after his beloved, the first mirror heart, sacrificed herself to seal the void fissure that he changed completely, succumbing to the path of darkness. Xiaoxing questioned urgently, what should we do now? The patriarch's spectral hand rose, imbuing the sands of time with a golden Buddhist seal. Take this back and merge it with the Tai Su mirror. It can temporarily freeze the demon sovereign's time. However, to resolve the matter entirely, the choice of the mirror heart is essential. His gaze fell upon Miao Yin, laden with significance. Remember, sometimes the greatest sacrifice is not death, but living on, bearing it all. As his words faded, the patriarch's apparition dissolved into flowing sands. With the sands of time in hand, the two dared not delay and swiftly made their way back. Along the journey, Miao Yin remained silent. What is wrong? Xiaoxing noted her unease. Miao Yin's eyes reddened, and tears finally fell. The patriarch also revealed a secret to me. In fact, I am one of the reincarnations of the first mirror heart. The aura sensed by the demon sovereign partially emanates from me. Xiaoxing felt as if struck by lightning. Frozen in disbelief. Lin Binger, she too is one. Miao Yin smiled bitterly. The mirror heart was divided into 3 parts. Binger bore the memories, I bore the power, and the last part remains unaccounted for. This is why the demon sovereign is so fixated on the Tai Su mirror. He wishes to gather us 3 to revive his beloved in her entirety. As 3 groups rushed back to the Qinglan sect with their respective treasures, the mirror-like flowers and moon in the sky were already riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, as if they were on the verge of shattering completely. The demon sovereign's suppressed roar pierced through the illusion, causing everyone to feel their blood surge. What is the situation? Lin Han rushed forward, asking urgently. Lan Bing, the amalgamation of Lin Binger and Lan Shi, wore an exceedingly grave expression. It is worse than we anticipated. The demon sovereign is devouring the power of the illusion. Once he breaks free, his strength will surpass that of his past. The group immediately laid bare the 3 treasures and the secrets they had uncovered. Upon hearing that Lin Binger and Miao Yin were both reincarnations of the mirror heart, Lin Han felt his mind ring with a deafening thud, blanking out completely. So the demon sovereign doesn't wish to harm Binger. He seeks to resurrect the other person within her. His voice trembled. Lan Bing nodded. More accurately, he desires to reunite the 3 separated parts and resurrect the first mirror heart in her entirety. She turned to Su Yuqing, who had remained silent in the crowd, revealing the final and most astonishing truth. The 3rd part resides within Su Yuqing, the Jinshin stone at her brow, which is in fact the emotional spirit of the mirror heart. The revelation sent ripples of shock through the assembly, leaving them speechless. Su Yuqing instinctively touched the warm Jinshin stone at her brow, murmuring to herself in a daze, "No wonder I've always sensed Binger and Miao Yin vaguely." Before she could finish her thought, a tremendous explosion resounded. The mirror-like flowers and moon in the heavens shattered with a deafening crash. Sinister, demonic energy, like ink, stained the entire sky as a figure emerged. An overwhelming pressure engulfing the scene. The demon sovereign had broken free. Yet, instead of unleashing immediate carnage, he fixed his gaze directly upon Lin Binger, Miao Yin, and Su Yuqing, his eyes filled with a fervent obsession accumulated over millennia. At long last, this moment has arrived. Come back. Let us unite as one, Lier. It turned out that the name of the first mirror heart was Lier. The demon sovereign slowly extended his hand. An irresistible force instantly locked onto the 3 women, their bodies uncontrollably drawn into the air. No! Lin Han roared in a desperate attempt to intervene, but the terrifying pressure sent him flying, spitting blood. Do not resist. The voice of the demon's sovereign echoed with an enchanting power. Let us reunite, never to part again, never to suffer again. In midair, the 3 women's bodies were forcibly pulled together, merging into a massive cocoon of light, exuding an aura that intertwined purity with malevolence. The demon's sovereign gazed longingly at the cocoon, as if awaiting his life's only treasure. Lin Han's eyes burned with anguish, his heart wrenched. Yet he could not even rise to his feet. In this despair, Lan Bing suddenly spoke, her voice urgent. There is still a way. She unveiled the final secret of the Tai Su mirror. The Tai Su mirror possesses a hidden function, the cycle of reincarnation. It can send one person back to the past, fundamentally altering history. However, the price is steep. What price? L'invincible in disbelief. The practitioner will forever be lost in the chaotic currents of time, their spirit extinguished. Lan Bing spoke each word with a calmness that was terrifying, and furthermore, the potential repercussions of altering the past are unknown to anyone. Lin Han hesitated not for a moment. Send me back to the moment of Lear's sacrifice. The crowd gasped in shock. It is far too dangerous. This is the only way. Lin Han struggled to rise, his eyes filled with a resolute determination. Since everything began with that moment, let it be resolved there. Lan Bing seized her words, immediately activating the Tai Su mirror. The ancient mirror radiated blinding light, and a swirling vortex of darkness slowly opened before Lin Han. He cast one last glance at the glowing cocoon suspended in the air, leaping into the endless whirlpool of time. Could he reverse the course of fate? What truly transpired between the demon's sovereign and Li'er? The intricate web of causality is about to be unveiled. Chapter 52. Temporal Reversion, the Vortex of Time, tore at Lin Han's consciousness. A myriad of bizarre fragments rushing past his vision. He witnessed the Qin-Lan sect rise majestically, only to be reduced to ruins. He beheld the demon sovereign and a woman named Li'er meeting beneath a peach blossom tree for the first time. He watched as the Tai Su mirror was forged by skilled hands. Ultimately, the scene abruptly froze. The acrid scent of blood and the stench of scorched earth filled his nostrils, ushering him into a desperate era of war. 30,000 years ago, at the boundary between the realms of humans and demons, the sky was rent by a gaping void, greedily expanding, devouring all it touched. Even light could not escape. Before the fissure stood a woman in white, suspended in midair, holding an ancient mirror that emitted a gentle glow, desperately striving to halt the fissure spread. She was the first mirror heart. Li'er, come back. A piercing roar echoed from below, as the young demon lord, then known as Mo Yuan, desperately rushed towards the fissure, his voice laden with urgency and fear. That dreadful entity was on the brink of collapse. Li'er glanced back, a breathtaking smile illuminating her pale face. Mo Yuan, you promised me you would forever safeguard this world. Lin Han, hidden nearby, froze in place. The appearance of that young demon lord bore a striking resemblance to him, while Li'er's visage was uncannily identical to Lin Bing-er's. How could this be? No, there must be another way. Mo Yuan bellowed, attempting to surge forward, but the terrifying pull of the fissure held him fast, rendering him immobile. Li'er gently shook her head, the mirror-like pattern on her forehead suddenly glowing with a blinding radiance. This is my mission. The Tai Su Jing Xin was born to mend the void. She cast one last glance at Mo Yuan, her affection threatening to overflow. Live well, and carry my share with you. She closed her eyes, bracing for her end. At that moment, a figure materialized out of thin air, a thunderous voice resonating through the skies. Wait, there's another way. Both Mo Yuan and Li'er jolted, turning to the unexpected visitor. Li'er furrowed her brows, questioning. Who are you? How can you traverse time and space? Lin Han's mind raced, and he blurted out, I am a guardian from the future. Miss Li'er, you cannot die. If you sacrifice yourself now, Mo Yuan will fall into the path of darkness due to endless sorrow. And the world 30,000 years hence will be utterly destroyed because of him. Mo Yuan's complexion drained of color, and he shouted furiously, Nonsense. How could I possibly? It's true. Lin Han rapidly articulated his understanding of the Tai Su Jing. The Tai Su Jing not only repairs the void, but also possesses a hidden function. It can create a small alternative space specifically designed to absorb such impacts. There is no need to sacrifice the mirror's heart. Li'er was utterly stunned. But the ancient texts clearly state, the ancient texts are wrong. Or rather, they have been tampered with. Lin Han recalled the Snow Queen's previous warning, a dreadful thought surging within him. Someone is deliberately misleading you. Before his words could settle, an unexpected twist occurred. A pitch-black shadow suddenly erupted from the fissure, targeting Li Er. Be careful. Mo Yuan reacted with astonishing swiftness, slashing his sword with a fierce cry. Yet the shadow merely waved its hand, sending Mo Yuan hurtling back, blood gushing from his mouth. The shadow coalesced in midair, revealing a face that left everyone present gasping in shock. It was an exact likeness of Mo Yuan. Another me? Mo Yuan struggled to rise, disbelief etched across his face. The shadow let out a chilling laugh, its voice hoarse and frenzied. To be precise, I am you from a much further future. Eyes ablaze with fervor. To resurrect you, I traversed countless times through time, trying myriad methods. Finally, I found the way, only by sacrificing you here. Using your death to unleash the true power of the Tai Su Jing, can the door of reincarnation be opened. Lin Han's mind exploded with realization. It all made sense. This was the origin of everything. The grand deception laid out by this future Mo Yuan. He had altered history, misled his past self, all to ensure his beloved's demise. To seize the opportunity to resurrect her. You are a madman. The present Mo Yuan's eyes blazed with fury, his voice a roar of indignation. Is that still Li Er if she is resurrected in such a manner? That would merely be a monstrosity donning her memories. So what? The future Mo Yuan laughed maniacally. As long as I can see her again, I care for nothing else. Words failing to resonate, the two Mo Yuans instantly clashed. The sword light and demonic energy collided violently, their powers evenly matched, each impact sending tremors through the space around them. Seizing a moment of opportunity, Lin Han shouted to Li Er, quick, use the Tai Su Jing to create an alternative space. I know how to do it. Li Er snapped back to reality from her shock, and under Lin Han's urgent guidance, she summoned her spiritual energy, directing the Tai Su Jing towards the void fissure. The ancient mirror radiated brilliantly, conjuring a spinning micro-black hole that began voraciously absorbing the destructive energy spilling from the fissure. The ghastly scar in the sky indeed began to slowly close. No, the future Mo Yuan screamed in despair upon witnessing this. You have ruined me. Ruined my plans spanning 30,000 years. Abruptly, he abandoned his current foe, transforming into a streak of black light aimed at Li Er. If I cannot resurrect you, then let us perish together. Everything transpired in a flash. Just as the fatal strike was about to land upon Li Er, a figure interposed itself before her. It was the present Mo Yuan. With a sickening thrust, the blade pierced through his heart, blood staining his white robe. Montak Yuan. Li Er let out a heart-wrenching wail, cradling her beloved as he slowly collapsed, tears streaming down her cheeks. The future Mo Yuan was rendered motionless. He gazed at the self he had slain. At Li Er's face twisted in anguish, and suddenly erupted into frenzied laughter, a sound filled with endless sorrow and absurdity. So this is how it is. Ha ha ha. So this is how I lost you. This is the paradox of time. His form began to turn translucent, dissolving into motes of light. But I do not regret it. At least this time, I protected you. As the future Mo Yuan vanished entirely, the void fissure sealed shut, and tranquility returned to the world. Only Li Er remained, embracing Mo Yuan's cold body, sobbing uncontrollably. Lin Han observed in silence, his heart gripped tightly. He finally comprehended the unresolvable obsession that had tormented the demon lord for 30,000 years. He had witnessed his beloved perish while protecting him, helpless to alter fate. Such pain could obliterate everything. Li Er's cries gradually subsided. She suddenly lifted her head, the mirror-like pattern on her forehead shining with unprecedented brilliance. I understand now. This is the true meaning of the realm of reincarnation. Her voice was calm, yet imbued with a profound clarity that transcended life and death. Not to alter the past, but to comprehend the present. Shame the Tai Su Jing at Lin Han. Thank you for revealing the truth to me. Now return. Tell Mo Yuan from 30,000 years hence that I have never blamed him. In a flash of light, Lin Han felt an irresistible force pull him, instantly swept into the torrent of time. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar atmosphere enveloped him once more. Chapter 53. The unfamiliar heard the time vortex abruptly constricted, ejecting Lin Han unceremoniously, causing him to stumble precariously. In the plaza of the Qing Lan sect, the colossal cocoon of light had long shattered. fragments still exuding a trace of sacred aura. At the center of the broken cocoon stood a figure. This figure, unlike any mortal existence, was both familiar and foreign, embodying all those he had ever known. She possessed Li Er's exquisite beauty, yet blended Lin Bing Er's innocence, Miao Yin's majesty, and Su Yuqing's sharpness. The demon Lord Mo Yuan stared at her, his body trembling uncontrollably. No, this is not right. Why is she not Li Er? The newly awakened woman opened her eyes, and a kaleidoscope of colors flickered within them. Ma Yuan, she whispered softly, yet her voice struck Ma Yuan's heart like a heavy hammer. He staggered forward, trembling as he reached out. Li Er, is that you? Have you truly returned? The woman shook her head gently, severing his last glimmer of hope. I am Jingxin. Li Er is no longer here. We have inherited everything from her, but we are not her. With a flick of her hand, the Taishu Jing vibrated and flew into her palm. The truth brought back by Lin Han reveals that you have been deceived by your future self for 30,000 years. Future self? Ma Yuan froze, his mind blank. 30,000 years of waiting, madness, and obsession crumbled in that instant. The overwhelming demonic energy radiating from him found an outlet, dissipating wildly, exposing a face that should have been strikingly handsome but was now marred by anguish and confusion. What I have pursued has always been an illusion. His knees buckled, and he fell heavily to the ground, covering his face as he let out muffled sobs. Jingxin approached and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Li Er asked me to tell you that she never blamed you. She only hopes you will let go and return to being the Ma Yuan who protects all beings. As her words lingered, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The Taishu Jing in Jingxin's hand suddenly erupted with a piercing shriek, and spiderweb-like cracks violently spread across its surface. A chilling and frenzied aura erupted from within, surpassing even Ma Yuan's demonic energy. Foolish past self, what a waste. A maniacal voice boomed from the mirror. If you refuse to resurrect Li Er, then let me take her place. The Taishu Jing transformed into a black hole, a terrifying force locking onto Jingxin, attempting to drag her into the mirror. Not a chance. Ma Yuan roared in fury, charging forward, only to be sent flying by the mirror's unleashed power, spitting out blood. Useless. I have plotted for 30,000 years. My soul has long been intertwined with this mirror. The voice of future Ma Yuan brimmed with fervor. Once I consume the complete power of Jingxin, I shall truly reverse the heavens and overturn time. Li Er, my Li Er will return. Jingxin swayed precariously under the pole, her silver teeth clenched. The Taishu Jing must not fall into your grasp. Otherwise, all timelines will be thrown into chaos. And what of it? I have found a way, Lin Han exclaimed, recalling ancient records from the cycle of reincarnation. He summoned all his strength and shouted, separation. The Taishu Jing can be separated. If we return Jingxin's power to Bing Er and the others, he will not gain the complete strength. A flicker of struggle crossed Jingxin's face. But if we do that, we three will lose all memories and powers, perhaps even. Better than letting the entire world be buried alongside. The present Ma Yuan rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips, his gaze resolute. I will buy you time. With a mighty roar, the remnants of his divine power ignited without reservation, transforming into a golden chain that ensnared the rampaging Taishu Jing. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Jingxin formed hand seals, chanting incantations. A blinding white light surged into the sky, enveloping all within. Amidst the radiance, Jingxin's figure began to blur, ultimately bursting apart into three distinct silhouettes: Lin Bing Er, Miao Yin, and Su Yuqing. No, my plan, my Li Er. Future Ma Yuan let out a heart-wrenching roar, filled with resentment and despair. His cries abruptly ceased. The frenzied Taishu Jing suddenly quieted, the cracks on the surface slowly mending. A gentle phantom materialized within the mirror, revealing Li Er. Ma Yuan, enough, she sighed softly. Let go. The frenzied remnants of future Ma Yuan's soul gradually turned transparent before her, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Li Er, I finally see you again. The crisis had passed, yet no one could smile. Though Lin Bing Er, Miao Yin, and Su Yuqing returned to their former selves, their eyes remained tightly shut, breaths faint, plunged into a deep coma. Ma Yuan gazed at them, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Is this retribution? What I must eventually be repaid. He approached Lin Han and pressed an ancient jade slip into his hand. This is the true control method for the Taishu Jing. Once I'm gone, use it to save these 3 children. Where are you going? Lin Han's heart tightened. Ma Yuan looked toward the distant horizon, where the void once tore. To the place I must go. His voice softened. Though the rift has closed, its roots remain. I must guard it, using eternal time to atone for my sins of 30,000 years. He cast a final, deep glance at the 3 unconscious women before his figure transformed into a resolute streak of light, vanishing into the distant sky. The square fell into a profound silence. After a long while, Liu Ruyin spoke softly. This could be considered the best outcome, right? Lin Han lowered his head, gazing at the weighty jade slip in his hand. Then at the 3 women lying on the ground, their fates uncertain. The best outcome? He tightened his grip on the jade slip, his knuckles turning white with strain. Ma Yuan had departed, but the mess he left behind now rested squarely upon his shoulders.